I was once the strongest alchemist in the world, known for concocting deadly poisons. Yet for a whole decade, I devoted myself to developing various enhancement potions, all to cultivate my sister into the world's strongest awakened one. However, in the end, I was betrayed by my sister, along with her pretty boy boyfriend. Together, they dug out my heart. This was because the pretty boy, as an archer, needed an alchemist's heart to achieve a second awakening. Thus, I was reborn, and the first thing I did was to awaken my professional abilities early, using my previous life's memories to seize opportunities. Eventually, I became the world's strongest poison master. At this moment, I returned home and quickly drew a complex magical array on the floor. Standing in the center, I felt the awakening mysterious power around me, and my heart began to race. Suddenly, that power fully awakened. An ancient magical array instantly lit up beneath my feet. The surging energy stirred up a wild wind, leaving the room in chaos. In the next moment, that energy surged into my body, accompanied by a notification sound ringing in my ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to an alchemist, a research fanatic born for potion making. You can concoct various potions with unique effects. Skill 1, Alchemy Level 1, can summon a potion cauldron to refine prepared materials into potions with various magical effects. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Skill 2, Gathering Level 1, can collect materials within a depth of 1 meter. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Skill 3, Alchemy Mastery Level 1, currently able to brew potions of Level 1 and below. Potions gain a 10% enhancement effect. As a game interface appeared before me, my face lit up with excitement. Sure enough, I was still an alchemist. It seemed everything was unfolding as it should. Just as I was feeling fortunate, another notification sound rang out. Detection in progress. You have an alchemist's heart within you. Currently fusing. Congratulations! You have successfully fused with the alchemist's heart, gaining the passive talent skill Infinite Evolution. When brewing potions, you have a chance to gain evolution points, which can be used to upgrade skills. Current evolution points, 3. Wow, Infinite Evolution. Seeing the system notification, I was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that the alchemist star I painstakingly earned over 10 years in my previous life would also be reborn with me. You must know that the alchemist star is never just a heart, it is an existence that transcends the laws of everything. I eagerly opened the skill panel, wanting to try evolving my alchemy mastery skill first. The biggest limitation for alchemists is the alchemy mastery skill. At level 1, it can only brew the most basic level 1 red and blue potions. However, after evolving the skill quality, the skill description indeed changed. Ding! You have consumed 1 evolution point. Alchemy mastery has evolved to Black Iron Quality 1. Current evolution points, 2. Alchemy Mastery Black Iron Quality 1, currently able to brew potions of level 1 and below. Potions gain a twofold enhancement effect. I was slightly taken aback. A twofold enhancement effect, this was incredibly powerful. Then, I took out the beginner gift pack, which contained 3 level 1 materials. Heart Nourishing Grass. I immediately activated the alchemy skill, instantly drawing the 3 heart nourishing grasses into the potion cauldron. 3 heart nourishing grasses can create 1 small red potion, which restores 15 health points per second upon use. It's a highly sought-after healing potion in the early disaster period. With the twofold enhancement effect, that means it restores 30 health points per second. If I continue to evolve it, the effect will be terrifying. I was incredibly excited, unable to believe how much this potion could sell for. Then, I saw a palm-sized potion vibrating in the air, glowing with specks of light. In the next second, a red light burst forth. You have obtained 1 small red potion and gained 1 evolution point. I quickly checked the attributes of the small red potion. The small red potion restores 30 health points per second to the user for a duration of 30 seconds. Wow, even the duration received a twofold enhancement. My eyes lit up. I continued to evolve, directly consuming 3 evolution points. Ding! Alchemy Mastery Black Iron Level 1 has evolved to Black Iron Quality 4. Current evolution points, 0. It can now brew potions of level 1 and below, gaining an 8-fold enhancement effect. It really is 8 times. Seeing the system notification, I was thrilled. If I could keep evolving, wouldn't the potion effects be multiplied by thousands or even tens of thousands? Indeed, a reborn person cannot remain low-key. I excitedly opened my backpack. The beginner gift pack provided a total of 6 materials. Besides the 3 heart nourishing grasses, there were also 3 spirit nourishing grasses for making small blue potions. In my previous life, I researched for 10 years and developed many potions with unique effects. For example, 1 small red potion combined with 2 silver nourishing grasses can create a chaos potion. Upon use, everyone in the area will enter a chaotic state. losing 10 health points per second. With an 8-fold enhancement, the Chaos Potion can deal 80 damage per second. Not to mention level 1 monsters, even level 5 monsters can't withstand such high damage per second. It's definitely the best choice for farming and leveling in the early stages. Thinking of this, I activated the alchemy skill, drawing in the small red potion and 2 spirit nourishing grasses to start making the Chaos Potion. In the next second, the potion cauldron shook more violently, emitting a loud bang. Ding! You have obtained 1 Chaos Potion. No purification points were gained this time. I eagerly checked the potion's attributes. The Chaos Potion, upon use, will cause chaos in the area, with all creatures losing 80 health points per second. Duration, 40 seconds. The Chaos Potion originally had little use, but with an 8-fold effect enhancement, it became a very powerful attack tool. I would go out of the city to kill monsters and level up while gathering materials. After putting the Chaos Potion in my backpack, I changed my clothes and left home. At this time, the city was as lively as usual, with everyone immersed in the pleasant nightlife, completely unaware that danger had already descended outside the city. Moments later, I arrived at the eastern outskirts of the city. Just as I got here, a game notification sound rang in my ears. Welcome to the Divine Demon War, you have now left the peaceful zone. In this area, killing monsters will not drop gold but will drop lifespan instead. Players who die will also drop 50% of their lifespan. Once your lifespan runs out, you will instantly die. I ignored the game notification ringing in my ears. Instead, I opened the Attributes panel. Codename Lingmei can modify the Alchemist profession to level 1, with 100 health points, 10 constitution, 10 strength, 10 agility, 10 spirit, and 5 free attribute points. Then I decided to allocate the free attribute points to constitution. With infinite evolution, I can continuously improve potion quality. I don't lack damage, increasing constitution to enhance my survivability is more important. After all, in this chaotic world, staying alive is the priority, and I also need to modify my codename. In 7 days, the game will activate the leaderboard feature, announcing the rankings of players. I will definitely be on it, so I can't use my real name. After thinking it over, I decided to modify my codename on the attribute panel till I am not the god of medicine. Codename modification successful. My current codename is I am not the god of medicine. Next, it's time to grind monsters for leveling up and gathering materials, crafting potions, and evolving to the highest quality. Even the most basic poison potions can deal thousands of times the damage. By then, even the tankiest warrior will be instantly killed by me. So, following the memories of my past life, I quickly found a large patch of herbs. However, before gathering them, I needed to deal with the mutated wild chickens foraging in the grass. This is the most common level 1 monster near Ning City. Don't be fooled by its small size, its attributes are actually more than twice that of a level 1 player. First, I drew the aggro. A wisp of ghostly light shot from my hand, hitting the mutated wild chicken gnawing in the grass at incredible speed. After being attacked, the mutated wild chicken immediately turned its head and charged at me, its comb displaying a health bar with a red number -12. With 100 health points and a basic attack dealing 10 damage, considering the health regeneration, I would need to land at least 22 basic attacks to kill it. After drawing aggro, I turned and ran. A few minutes later, I was chased out by a dozen mutated wild chickens. If they caught up to me, I would be instantly killed. As soon as I said that, I immediately took out a chaos potion and threw it behind me. A large cloud of purple mist erupted, and immediately above the heads of the wild chickens, a series of red numbers appeared, -80. The health bar above the mutated wild chickens rapidly decreased by -80. Before they could escape the chaos zone, they had already lost their lives. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level 1 mutated wild chicken and gained 20 experience points. As the dozen mutated wild chickens fell, beams of white light flashed, and several palm-sized clouds of white mist appeared on the ground, while my experience bar began to rise rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Current experience, 30%. Upon leveling up, you also dropped some lifespan. My expression changed, and I immediately approached to collect it. A total of 5 years of tradable lifespan, equivalent to a purchasing power of 30,000 yuan. It won't be long before tradable lifespan replaces the existing currency, becoming the new type of currency in the market. All potions and equipment will need to be purchased with tradable lifespan. In this life, I will definitely lead the way. Clenching my fists, I couldn't afford to waste any time and immediately began gathering herbs. After several minutes, I gathered all the herbs from the ground. Since the monsters here hadn't respawned, I simply sat cross-legged under a big tree and began crafting chaos potions. Another several minutes passed, and I had used up most of the herbs I just gathered. In their place, I had 18 chaos potions quietly lying in my backpack, along with 3 evolution points, which boosted my confidence. At that moment, faint curses echoed from a distance. During this time period, almost all the players who could become professionals, aside from me, were top-tier individuals in society. I quietly moved closer, and a 3-person team came into view. I saw that the 3 of them were actually besieging a level 2 mutated black scorpion. Their overconfidence made me scoff. How foolish to team up to fight a level 2 monster with just level 1. As expected, they quickly fell into despair because their attack power was too low to break through the mutated black scorpion's armor. Their attacks against the mutated black scorpion could only deal 1 point of force damage, and they couldn't withstand its retaliation, so they had no choice but to give up. However, just as the 3 of them were backing away, the mutated black scorpion suddenly charged forward, swinging its powerful pincers, instantly depleting the health bars of all 3. Damn, this monster can use skills too. 3 clouds of white mist dropped to the ground. The mutated flying crab saw the white light and immediately rushed over, greedily absorbing the lifespan dropped by the 3. An elite monster? Seeing this scene, I felt no fear. Instead, I smiled with delight. I immediately took out a chaos potion and threw it without hesitation. Not only do elite monsters give a lot of experience when killed, but they also have a chance to drop equipment. The mutated black scorpion had a series of prompts appear above its head, -80. As it was attacked, it turned to look at me. Disturbed while consuming its prey, it was furious and charged directly at me. However, it had barely stepped out of the chaos zone when it collapsed to the ground, dead. A small elite monster, nothing more. Ding! You have killed the robust level 2 mutated black scorpion and gained 200 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Current experience, 5%. Seeing this, I quickly stepped forward to collect the loot dropped by the mutated black scorpion and the bound lifespan dropped by the 4-person team. Gained 68 years of tradable lifespan. Obtained the item, the fierce armor of the mutated black scorpion. National announcement, I am not the god of medicine has achieved the first kill of the elite monster, mutated black scorpion. Obtained the first national equipment, the fierce armor of the mutated black scorpion, activating the national equipment leaderboard. At that moment, a national announcement echoed in the minds of all the players who had already transitioned in the entire building. In front of a small tavern named Jianghu in a famous city, the 3 newly revived players were about to call their younger brother to drive them out of town when the national announcement message popped into their minds, leaving them stunned. Damn, someone actually killed an elite monster. We should be the first batch of transitioning players, and we can't even break through the defense of a level 2 monster. Who is strong enough to kill an elite monster? Wait, the robust mutated black scorpion we just fought, wasn't that just a scorpion? Could it be that someone picked up the scraps we left behind? Upon hearing this, all 3 reacted, their faces showing a fierce expression. Meanwhile, I was fully immersed in gathering herbs, knowing that the current effect multiplier wasn't enough. Only by continuously crafting potions to gain evolution points and evolving my skills could I kill monsters faster and more safely. I searched through the entire forest without stopping for the whole night. Not only did I harvest a large number of nourishing heart and nourishing spirit herbs, but I also collected 2 level 2 material epoxy herbs. I was thrilled. If I were to refine all these herbs into potions, I could gain at least 5 evolution points. Adding the 3 evolution points from last night, I would be able to create potions with a 24x enhancement effect. What does that mean? This means that the chaos potions I create in the future could deal 240 points of high damage, and even a level 5 elite monster wouldn't last a few seconds against me. However, at that moment, I heard a rustling sound behind me. I immediately threw a chaos potion behind me, knowing without looking that it was the sound of mutated black crabs. Last night, while gathering herbs, I had casually killed a dozen mutated black crabs and had remembered their characteristics. Ding! You have killed a level 2 mutated black crab and gained 35 experience points. A series of notification sounds rang out. This instantly raised my level to 5. National announcement, I am not the god of medicine has reached level 5 and successfully activated the level leaderboard. Just after reaching level 5, a national announcement popped into my mind. Wasn't the level leaderboard supposed to open in 7 days? I was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. Luckily, I had changed my codename in advance, otherwise, I would be in trouble. At this moment, the upper echelons of Ning City were already in an uproar upon receiving the notification. Someone leveled up to 5 in just one night. How is that possible? He must know things we don't. Immediately use all resources to investigate the background of I am not the god of medicine. By tonight, I want to see all his information. The top circles of Ning City were in chaos, and everyone found it hard to believe that they were clearly the first batch of transitioning players, yet I had left them far behind. At this moment, I refined all the herbs I had just obtained into potions, successfully gaining 5 evolution points, plus the previous 3, totaling 8 evolution points. Without any hesitation, I immediately chose to evolve, upgrading my alchemy proficiency skill in the next moment. Alchemy proficiency upgraded from black iron level 4 to bronze level 2, allowing the crafting of potions below level 5. Gained a 24x enhancement effect. Suppressing my excitement, I immediately opened my backpack. A total of 44 chaos potions. With these potions, I am confident I can reach level 10 within a day. Then I quickly moved through the forest, searching for monsters above level 5. Ordinary monsters were no longer worth my time, only those above level 5 or elite monsters were worth using a 24x enhancement chaos potion on. Unfortunately, the nearby wilderness was filled with low-level monsters, making it difficult to find anything above level 5. So, I decided to lure some low-level monsters to attack me while searching, as the Chaos Potion deals area damage, allowing me to gather a group of monsters for extermination. Moments later, my level rose to 6, and I also obtained quite a bit of materials and tradable lifespan. Just as I was about to continue, I suddenly heard shouting from behind. It seemed that some players were grinding monsters. I quietly approached and saw the monsters rampaging through the forest. The face of the robust mutated centipede was level 4. A black centipede over 2 meters long, as wide as an adult's palm, with countless stout short legs gripping the ground like hooks, was rampaging through the forest like a giant python, chasing 3 professionals, 2 men and 1 woman. Fortunately, its speed wasn't very fast, so the 3 of them were not in immediate danger. However, facing this elite monster, they could only flee for their lives, as their attacks couldn't break through its defenses. "Don't look back to fight, Roland, just run," shouted the sword and shield warrior of the team, a burly man wielding a shield in one hand and a giant sword in the other, as he sprinted alongside the female mage. The female mage, after running a few steps, wanted to turn back and cast a spell on the mutated centipede. Although it seemed like she had successfully pulled it off, unfortunately, it barely took off a few drops of health, and by the time she could attack again, the robust mutated centipede had already regained all its health. "It's fine, it can't hit me," the female mage said confidently, turning back to cast a fireball at the mutated centipede. The fireball struck the centipede, dealing a meager 10 points of damage. The mutated centipede let out a roar and suddenly lunged forward, its sharp fangs snapping at the attacking female mage. Whoosh! However, the female mage rolled to the side, skillfully dodging the centipede's attack, and took the opportunity to land a quick hit on it. She was doing well, kiting the mutated centipede. If her damage were a bit higher, she might have been able to kite this elite monster to death. Unfortunately, her basic attacks couldn't penetrate the robust armor of the mutated centipede, only dealing 1 point of force damage. At that moment, the warrior and the priest running ahead suddenly stopped. It turned out that 2 mutated black scorpions had respawned ahead, charging at them with their massive pincers. As they got close, they unleashed a collision skill. Bang! The sword and shield warrior immediately raised his shield to defend, taking the hit head-on. -80. This attack directly took away 80 health points from the sword and shield warrior. The guardian, being more agile, dodged the mutated black scorpion's collision skill and immediately healed the sword and shield warrior. Although the 2 managed to withstand this wave of attacks, they had to stop, entering the attack range of the mutated centipede. "Be careful, Roland," the guardian warned, immediately casting another basic skill to shield the female mage. Toxic attack. The robust mutated centipede aimed at the female mage, opening its gaping maw to spray venom. The foul-smelling black venom splattered all over the female mage, who clearly had a cleanliness obsession. She first downed a small red potion, then began to shake her arms frantically as if electrocuted, trying to shake off the disgusting black venom. Her figure was stunning, especially the impressive curves in front, which swayed dramatically as she shook her arms. Good opportunity. Lin Chen, who had been following behind, saw the robust mutated centipede stop and immediately took a bottle of chaos potion from his backpack. He recognized the female mage. Although all 3 wore accessories, he identified her from their conversation as Chao Roland, the eldest daughter of the Chao family, one of the top 10 mages in the Ning City rankings in his previous life. The foremost among the 3 great mages of Ning City, she was known as the strongest female professional. Lin Chen had conducted several transactions with her, selling her a large quantity of potions and using the resources of the Chao family to purchase many rare materials, and their interactions had been quite harmonious. This person isn't bad. If I leverage the Chao family's resources to sell enhancement potions, it could save me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As an alchemist, the potions he crafted could be used by himself or sold to other professionals. While ordinary potions were fine, the potions he made had high multipliers, far exceeding the effects of regular potions. If he sold them himself, it would surely attract the envy of those with ulterior motives. Cooperating with a powerful force can help avoid these troubles, and the Chao Group, as one of the 4 major groups in Ningxing, is naturally the best choice given their many collaborations in the past. Chao Ruolin is quite reliable, and her father, Chao Shaoqin, has a good reputation as well. This counts as helping them, Lin Chen silently thought, directly throwing the Chaos Potion in his hand away. Bang! The Chaos Potion landed precisely beside the robust mutated centipede, immediately releasing a thin plume of smoke. -240. -240. -180. The robust mutated centipede took damage, and its aggro was instantly drawn away by Lin Chen. It turned around, ready to roar and attack Lin Chen, but before it could step out of the chaos zone, its health bar was completely emptied by the 24-fold damage boost. The over 2-meter-long robust mutated centipede fell to the ground with a scream, and 2 beams of white light flew out from its corpse, landing on the ground not far away. Kill the robust mutated centipede, level 4, gain 300 experience points. Who? What person? This sudden scene startled the 3 of them. They saw a glass bottle flying over, and the health bar of the level 4 elite monster began to drop rapidly, being killed in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? The female mage, Chao Ruolin, exclaimed, her face behind the mask filled with disbelief. A fireball spell from her could only take away 10 points of health from this elite monster. What was that thing that could deal such high damage? Although she couldn't see the damage values, the rapidly decreasing health bar of the giant centipede indicated that the potion had inflicted extremely high damage. Such damage could probably take down even a boss, let alone an elite wild monster. Who on earth was so powerful? Could it be the renowned medicine god on the leaderboard? With the threat of the elite wild monster gone, the team's life and death crisis was temporarily lifted. However, the 2 level 2 mutated black scorpions were still troublesome, but the 3 of them held their ground, their eyes fixed on the loot on the ground. They wanted to know who had just instant-killed the elite monster. If it really was the only one on the leaderboard, then who exactly was the medicine god? To satisfy their damned curiosity, the warrior, while consuming a health potion, raised his shield to withstand the attacks of the mutated black scorpions, facing 2 level 2 monsters as his health rapidly declined. Damn it! 2 level 2 monsters suddenly appearing. I'm under so much pressure. The guardian quickly waved his staff, healing the warrior. At that moment, a shadow appeared from behind a tree, swiftly picking up the loot on the ground. It was Lin Chen. After collecting the loot, he glanced at the 3 of them and, without hesitation, took out a bottle of chaos potion from his backpack and threw it at the 2 mutated black scorpions. Get out of the way! Chao Ruolin's expression changed, and she quickly warned. At the same time, she rolled away to distance herself from the mutated black scorpions. The warrior and the guardian reacted immediately upon hearing this, rolling aside without caring about the monsters behind them. Bang! A crisp sound as the potion hit the ground. A thin smoke rose, instantly enveloping the 2 mutated black scorpions. -240. -240. The high damage instantly killed the 2 mutated black scorpions. Unfortunately, this time the 2 monsters dropped nothing. Chao Ruolin stood up and looked at Lin Chen. You are the medicine god on the leaderboard, right? My name is Chao Ruolin, and Chao Shaoqin, the head of the Chao Group, is my father. After witnessing the power of the person before her, Chao Ruolin decisively pulled off her mask, wanting to befriend Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen only paused slightly on her stunning face before turning and quickly disappearing into the forest, never saying a word to the 3 of them. No wonder he can instant-kill elite monsters, he's truly a master. Lin Chen's reaction not only did not anger Chao Ruolin, but instead filled her with a greater sense of admiration. No man had ever met her with such nonchalance, not even glancing at her as if she were not a stunning beauty but an ordinary ugly creature. Was that just now the god of medicine on the leaderboard? Wow, did he just throw a potion? Is the alchemist profession really that strong? I'm not saying, but is he really from the same batch of job changers as us? The warriors and guardians couldn't help but whisper among themselves, especially the guardians, who fell into deep self-doubt. Was the gap between the 2 branches of the priesthood really that large? But he remembered that the information provided by his family clearly stated that the guardian's profession was stronger than that of the alchemist. Stop dawdling, focus on recovering. Chao Ruolin's voice brought the 2 back to reality. She looked firmly in the direction Lin Chen had left, gritting her teeth and saying, strong people never complain about their environment, we should focus on leveling up. She was not disheartened by the god of medicine's overwhelming lead, instead, it ignited her fighting spirit. Although she had fallen far behind the god of medicine, she knew very well that most ordinary people still did not know about job changes. They were still the top professionals in Ning City. Moreover, her summoner was a late-game profession, and being behind in the early stages did not mean she couldn't catch up in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Chen opened his backpack. I didn't expect this elite monster to drop a piece of equipment. Looking at the gear lying in his backpack, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The drop rate for equipment in the God and Demon War was low, and with monsters being extremely difficult to kill, equipment was very scarce. Especially in the early stages, a weapon or piece of armor with decent attributes could even be exchanged for a small apartment in a good area of Ning City. Tattered shoes of the mutated centipede, white movement speed plus 30%, armor plus 10, level requirement, level 4 and above. Swift movement, gain a burst of movement speed bonus, lasting for 10 seconds with a gradual decay, initially 100%, decaying by 10% per second. The attributes were quite decent, not only providing a movement speed bonus but also 10 points of armor. If a warrior-type professional could wear such equipment in the early stages, it would greatly enhance their damage resistance and survival ability. Unfortunately, the 10 points of armor were of no use to Lin Chen, but the movement speed increase would significantly enhance his mobility. In the God and Demon War, all players had a fixed initial movement speed, and both movement and attack speeds were very slow in the early stages, which was quite frustrating. Equip! Lin Chen donned the equipment and strode away. The speed indeed increased significantly, and he no longer had to walk sluggishly. Suppressing his joy, he looked at the lifespan on his panel. His bound lifespan had reached an astonishing 140 years, and he also had 343 days of tradable lifespan. First, level up to 10. Lin Chen quickly walked deeper into the forest. He remembered that someone had reached level 10, and in the wild areas, not only would bosses respawn, but a strange equipment merchant would also appear. As long as one had 999 days of tradable lifespan, they could exchange it for a limited edition piece of equipment. Unfortunately, in his previous life, everyone was still exploring at level 10 and did not know about this hidden plot, and this merchant only existed for one day. Even if someone encountered him, they wouldn't have enough tradable lifespan, resulting in an embarrassing situation where no one in the country could make an exchange. As the only one in the know, Lin Chen naturally wanted to gather enough tradable lifespan to see what this so-called limited edition equipment was. It shouldn't be a problem. In this life, his combat power was very strong, and even if he didn't gather enough tradable lifespan by the time he reached level 10, he could kill a few small bosses to make up for it. If worse came to worst, he could also earn tradable lifespan by selling potions. A potion with dozens of times the gain, as long as he is willing to sell, there are plenty of people eager to buy it. Trading 999 days of lifespan is hardly a difficult task. Whether in the early or mid to late stages, potions are an essential logistical support for professionals, and the various enhancement effects of potions can significantly boost their combat power. Because in the battle between gods and demons, killing monsters is really too difficult. For example, in Ning City, an entire night has passed, and most of the professionals who changed jobs first are only at level 2. This is still a result of good luck. Having tirelessly farmed monsters all night, any professional who relaxed even a little is still stuck at level 1. Of course, there is one exception. It was at this moment that someone noticed a change in the level leaderboard, and they gasped in shock. What the hell? The potion god has reached level 6? How long has it been? He leveled up again. Is the alchemist profession really that powerful? We need to contact the family to recruit alchemists. This is a divine profession. After a night of monster grinding, they deeply realized how terrifying the monsters outside were, even more brutal than advertised. But the potion god was far ahead, leveling up to 6 in just one night, far exceeding the predicted qualifying line. There was no doubt that this was not a technical issue, because those who were among the first to change jobs were all top-tier disciples who had trained in advance. There were no weaklings among them. Since it wasn't a technical issue, it must be a problem with the profession. The alchemist profession must be significantly stronger than other professions, which is why such a lead occurred. Unknowingly, Lin Chen ventured deep into the jungle. You are about to enter a ruined area, Twisted Jungle, LV10. Your current level is too low, and the danger level is extremely high. Please leave immediately. The game prompt startled Lin Chen, who was seriously looking for monsters. Twisted Jungle? Lin Chen paused slightly. He certainly knew about the Twisted Jungle. It was an outdoor area where level 8 to 10 monsters spawned, filled with numerous level 8 Treants and a level 10 Treant boss. Lin Chen was just puzzled. Had he walked this far? How did he unknowingly end up in the Twisted Jungle? He quickly opened the game map and saw a narrow path extending from Ning City all the way here, shrouded in black mist. The main reason is that my combat power is too fierce. I've been sweeping through everything. Lin Chen grinned. His combat power in this life was overwhelming. No matter what wild monster, in the face of a 24-fold gain, they were all weaklings, which is how he easily arrived at the Twisted Jungle. Since he was here, there was naturally no reason to leave. He directly ignored the warning and strode forward. The experience from level 8 monsters was much higher than that of level 5 monsters, and the drop rate was also significantly better. You have entered the Twisted Jungle. Your current level is too low, and the danger level is extremely high. Please leave immediately. The game prompted Lin Chen again to leave the Twisted Jungle. As the prompt sounded, the surrounding environment suddenly darkened. Originally, after dawn, the forest had brightened considerably, but now it was filled with towering trees, making the forest feel like dusk. Groot! Suddenly, a large tree in front began to twist. Accompanied by a hoarse and angry voice, the tree transformed into a treant, swinging its thick branches towards Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen did not dare to be careless. While dodging, he threw a bottle of confusion potion at the treant. The potion hit the ground with a crisp sound. Instantly, a chaotic area was created, and a red health bar appeared above the treant's head, visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. 1,000 health points. This treant's health bar is really thick. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Even a fully equipped level 18 would find it hard to stay in the Twisted Jungle for long. In his previous life, he had experienced setbacks here, so he understood deeply. However, in this life, he had no need to be cautious. 1,000 health points were difficult for others to deal with, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The tree spirit moved slowly, unable to touch Lin Chen, who had equipped shoes, and could only spin around in the chaotic area. -240. -240. 5 seconds later, the massive body of the tree spirit crashed to the ground, gradually becoming ethereal. 2 pieces of loot glowing with white light fell to the ground, and Lin Chen immediately rushed forward to collect the loot into his backpack. Kill Twisted Tree Spirit, level 8, gain 120 experience points. Gain 12 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, Twisted Tree Spirit Staff. A piece of equipment right off the bat? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, not expecting to get a piece of equipment so soon. Twisted Tree Spirit Staff, White Mage Equipment, Intelligence plus 30, Health plus 100, with Skill, Enchantment, Passive, Level Requirement 5 and below. Enchantment, passive increases skill damage by 5%. This is a decent piece of mage equipment. It should be worth quite a bit of tradable lifespan. The attributes of this equipment were quite good, and most importantly, equipment was very scarce right now. Even if someone managed to obtain it, they would be reluctant to sell it. If he put it up for auction now, he would definitely fetch a good price. There was no need to worry that the first batch of job changers lacked tradable lifespan. After a night of fighting, everyone should have at least a few dozen days of tradable lifespan. Moreover, these people belonged to major forces across the country, so they could pool their tradable lifespan together. With this in mind, Lin Chen directly opened the game auction system. Starting price, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, seller does not agree to a buyout. Minimum price, 300 days of tradable lifespan. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. Each bid must increase by no less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Auction duration is 24 hours. He listed it. Lin Chen directly threw the staff into the auction system. Then he closed the auction system and took out a bottle of chaos potion from his backpack, heading deep into the Twisted Jungle. Soon, the major forces across the country discovered the newly listed item in the auction system. When they clicked on the item details, all the forces went crazy. Level 5 equipment. Immediately contact everyone to transfer tradable lifespan back to the group. This equipment must be secured by our T-on-AO group. Oh my god, it's level 5 equipment. These attributes, if we get this, it will greatly increase our monster farming speed. Hurry, gather everyone back. We must acquire this equipment. Send people to buy tradable lifespan, no matter the cost. We must win this equipment. This equipment can significantly boost my damage. I need to find a way to compete for it. If I can get it, I will be far ahead of the first tier. Wow! Level 5 equipment. Dad, can you help me buy it? Just get me this equipment, and I will listen to whatever you say in the future. In an instant, all the forces across the country sprang into action, mobilizing funds, preparing to fight for this first piece of equipment in the nation. Player Xiong Chi Chiongeng bids 100 days of tradable lifespan. Just as many forces were still gathering funds, a mysterious player suddenly made a move, directly bidding 100 days of tradable lifespan. This sent other forces into a panic, issuing an urgent recall order, commanding all members to transfer tradable lifespan back to the group, determined not to watch the equipment be snatched away by someone else. Soon, an intense competition began. Player Tianeo First Strongman bids 150 days of tradable lifespan. Player Zhao's Invincible bids 200 days of tradable lifespan. Player My Oldly Family is Absolutely Awesome bids 250 days of tradable lifespan. Although the competition was fierce, the war without gunpowder quickly came to a halt due to the limited tradable lifespan available. As the 2-hour countdown ended, the Twisted Traiant staff was successfully acquired by the player Heroic and Proud for the exorbitant price of 650 days of tradable lifespan. Ding! The item Twisted Traiant staff you listed has been successfully auctioned. Please check it as soon as possible. An email appeared in the upper right corner of Lin Chen's system panel. Let's see how much it sold for. Lin Chen suppressed his curiosity and opened the email. The item Twisted Traiant staff has been sold, with a final auction price of 650 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting a 10% operational fee, you will receive 585 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Withdraw. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this price. 585 days of tradable lifespan was much more than he had anticipated. He wondered which faction had acquired this equipment. With that thought, Lin Chen opened the auction record. Player Heroic and Proud bid 100 days of tradable lifespan. Player First Strongest of Tian bid 150 days of tradable lifespan. Player Invincible Zhao bid 200 days of tradable lifespan. Player My Oldly Family is Absolutely Awesome bid 250 days of tradable lifespan. Player Heroic and Proud bid 650 days of tradable lifespan. Damn, the codename of a high-ranking official from the Daxia military. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This Heroic and Proud was a top 5 big shot in his previous life. Commander, we secured the equipment. In a secret special zone, a soldier in green camouflage was beaming with excitement. He was the player who had bid 650 days of tradable lifespan for the Twisted Traiant staff, known by the codename Heroic and Proud. As long as we quickly reach level 5 and equip this item, we can significantly boost our squad's combat power. At that time, we will definitely be far ahead of others. Leveling up will also benefit our brother units, continuously helping everyone farm monsters and drop equipment. Check out this guy called Pharmaceutical God on the leaderboard and see if we can make contact. It would be best to recruit him into our team. If not, we should at least try to befriend him. He is currently far ahead in levels, and if we can collaborate, he might help us quickly build a high-level team. An elderly man with graying hair sat on the sofa, sipping from a thermos while issuing orders. Understood, the tech department is already investigating his background. We should have results soon. Lin Chen, of course, had no idea that he had already caught the military's attention. At that moment, he was hiding in a tree hollow of a large tree on the outskirts of the Twisted Jungle, using the high-level materials he had just gathered to concoct new potions. While farming monsters earlier, he had unexpectedly discovered several level 5 materials, the Purple Blood Vine. By adding a segment of Purple Blood Vine to the small red potion, he could transform the healing potion into a highly toxic corrosive potion. The damage was significantly higher than that of the Chaos Potion, but unfortunately, it was single-target damage, making it suitable only for boss fights. Crafting Corrosive Potion *1, Crafting Corrosive Potion *1, Crafting Corrosive Potion *1, gained 1 evolution point. Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 2, Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 3. Soon, Lin Chen had crafted 12 bottles of Corrosive Potion from the 12 segments of Purple Blood Vine he had collected. He also gained 1 evolution point, successfully upgrading his Alchemy Mastery skill to Bronze Level 3, increasing the enhancement effect from 24 times to 26 times. Check Attributes. Lin Chen opened his backpack and clicked on the attributes of the Corrosive Potion. Corrosive Potion deals corrosive damage to the toucher, inflicting 1300 damage per second for 5 seconds. The ordinary Corrosion Potion deals 50 damage per second, but since it is single target damage and lasts only 5 seconds, its cost-effectiveness is not very high. However, under a 26-fold effect enhancement, it can inflict 1,300 damage per second on enemies. With these corrosion potions, let alone a level 10 boss, even a level 20 boss would be easy to handle. Taking a bottle of corrosion potion from his backpack, Lin Chen held a bottle of corrosion potion in his left hand and a bottle of chaos potion in his right, striding out of the tree hole towards the depths of the Twisted Jungle. With the corrosion potion, he felt confident enough to seek out the level 10 boss in the Twisted Jungle. Kill the Twisted Traiant, gain 120 experience. Kill the Twisted Traiant, gain 120 experience. Congratulations, you have reached level 8, current experience 80/1708. Lin Chen fought his way through, and after exhausting all his chaos potions, he finally arrived at the deepest part of the Twisted Jungle. A tree that required 10 people to embrace stood rooted here, its rugged, cracked bark and towering canopy casting a shadow over the area. With no plants within 100 meters around it, one could almost describe it as barren. Whoosh! As soon as he approached the giant tree, Lin Chen was attacked by its branches. Fortunately, he was still a bit away from the tree, and with the boost from his shoes, he rolled to evade the attack. Twisted Tree-Ant, level 10, this is the strongest monster in the Twisted Jungle, a level 10 boss. Unlike the randomly respawning world bosses, the Twisted Tree-Ant only spawns in the Twisted Jungle, but its attributes are not low at all, even slightly stronger than an ordinary level 10 world boss. Die! Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly threw the corrosion potion he held. The Twisted Tree-Ant had a thick health bar, but under the corrosion potion's staggering 1300 damage per second, it was hardly a match. Minus 1300. Minus 1300. Minus 400. In just 3 seconds, the Twisted Tree-Ant fell to the ground with a dull wail. Its massive body crashed down, shaking the ground, and the shockwave stirred up a large amount of fallen leaves and dust, while beams of white light flew out from the Trent's body. Kill the Twisted Tree-Ant, gain 1000 experience. Gain 50 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, Twisted Trent's chestplate, green. Obtain item, Twisted Trent's bracers, green. Player I Am Not a Medicine God has completed the first kill of the boss, rewarded with the title 1,000 miles a day, unique. Due to player I Am Not a Medicine God killing the boss Twisted Tree-Ant, the world boss has been awakened. Please pay attention, players. At the same time, 2 announcements appeared in the minds of all the players who had already changed their professions. Lin Chen did not care, but other players were once again stirred up, looking at the leaderboard where the medicine god was already level 8, their eyes turning red with envy. Check title. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that killing the Twisted Tree-Ant would grant him a title. However, he wondered why he had never heard of this 1,000 miles a day title in his previous life. 1,000 miles a day, unique wearing it grants plus 100 to all attributes. The straightforward attribute made Lin Chen gasp. Wow, an increase of 100 to all attributes was a bit over the top, but thinking that this was the only title in the world, he felt it was quite normal. The strong remain strong, perfectly validated by the rules of the battle between gods and demons. This unique title with plus 100 to all attributes is an example. Without incredibly strong power, one would not obtain the title of 1,000 miles a day. Conversely, if one was already invincible, obtaining this title would only make them even more formidable. And these 2 pieces of equipment, their attributes are also quite good, but unfortunately, I can't wear them right now. Lin Chen checked the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, which were a notch higher than the attributes of the Twisted Trent's staff. Twisted Trent's chest armor, green grants 30 points of dual resistance, strength plus 20, damage taken reduced by 10, level requirement 10 and above. Twisted Trent's bracers, green strength plus 50, damage dealt plus 3%, level requirement 10 and above. Putting away his backpack, Lin Chen sat down at the spot where the Twisted Tree-Ant respawned and began to rest with his eyes closed. The area around the Twisted Tree-Ant was barren, making it a good resting place. With the Twisted Trent's presence, no other monsters would spawn to cause trouble. Half an hour later, a deep roar echoed. A shadow fell from the sky, transforming into a towering ancient tree that took root in the area. The Twisted Tree-Ant respawned again. Without a second thought, Lin Chen threw a bottle of corrosive potion at the newly spawned Twisted Tree-Ant. Minus 1,300. Minus 1,300. Minus 400. The Twisted Tree-Ant had never felt so humiliated. Before it could fully take root underground, it was sent back to the void. Kill the Twisted Tree-Ant, gain 1,000 experience. Congratulations, you have reached level 9, current experience, 372/2562 gained 50 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Twisted Trent's bracers. Your actions have attracted the attention of an entity in the Twisted Forest. Just as Lin Chen was about to pick up the loot, a game notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. What does this mean? He was a bit puzzled. Could there be other monsters hidden in the Twisted Forest? No, he had farmed the Twisted Forest countless times in his previous life, and with so many players nationwide having gone through it, he had never heard of anyone encountering such a notification. After a while, the silence remained, and Lin Chen began to suspect he was hearing things from staying up all night. Whatever. Suppressing his doubts, Lin Chen decided to take advantage of this gap to buy some materials. His corrosive potions were all used up, and the corrosive potion was not suitable for group attacks. It would be a waste to use it on the surrounding Twisted Tree-Ants. Leaving the Twisted Forest to gather materials would waste too much time. It was better to spend some money at the auction house since he had plenty of tradable lifespan now. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. He opened the auction house. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of small red potions. 3 days of tradable lifespan for a bottle of small red potion, the price is exactly the same as in my previous life. Lin Chen had anticipated this. Small red potions were essential materials for early monster farming, and the price had not yet been inflated. Once the nationwide job change period arrived and merchants specializing in stocking potions emerged, the price would rise even higher. After flipping through a few more pages of small red and blue potions, he finally found the materials he wanted. Heart Nurturing Grass *30 starting bid, 1 day of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, 5 days of tradable lifespan. Heart Nurturing Grass *11 starting bid, 1 day of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, 2 days of tradable lifespan. Spirit Nurturing Grass *88 starting bid, 1 day of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, 10 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Chen flipped through 2 more pages, and the only items listed were Heart Nurturing Grass and Spirit Nurturing Grass. This was normal. Other players were barely level 2. The areas they were in wouldn't spawn high-level materials. There was no choice but to buy some Heart Nurturing Grass and Spirit Nurturing Grass first. Buyout purchase of Heart Nurturing Grass *30. Buyout purchase of Heart Nurturing Grass *45. Buyout purchase of Heart Nurturing Grass *67. He spent a total of 25 days of tradable lifespan to purchase 208 Heart Nurturing Grass and 88 Spirit Nurturing Grass. There were still some Spirit Nurturing Grass left in his backpack, which should last him for a while. After finishing his purchases, Lin Chen began to brew corrosive potions. His movements were extremely skilled, and he quickly concocted a large number of chaos potions. However, whether it was due to a higher level or some other reason, he only gained 1 evolution point from this batch of chaos potions. Evolution. Alchemy Mastery Bronze 3 Alchemy Mastery Bronze 4 a 28-fold increase. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Chen refined all the potions. 69 bottles of chaos potions were enough to clear an entire twisted jungle. However, he didn't rush to farm monsters. Instead, he looked towards the spawn point of the Twisted Tree Demon, calculating that it had been nearly half an hour, and the Twisted Tree Demon should be respawning soon. 5 minutes later, a roar echoed from the sky. "It's coming!" Lin Chen smirked and directly took out a bottle of corrosive potion. Immediately, a shadow fell from the sky, transforming into a large tree that quickly rooted itself in the ground. Just like last time, before the Twisted Tree Demon could finish rooting, it was struck by the corrosive potion and vanished back into the void. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon, gain 1000 experience points. Accompanied by a flash of white light falling to the ground, the game notification sound appeared again. Your actions have provoked the wrath of a certain existence in the Twisted Jungle. Due to your consecutive 3 instant kills of the Twisted Tree Demon, the Twisted Tree Spirit that has slept for 1,000 years has awakened. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a vine as thick as a bowl whipped towards Lin Chen at lightning speed. Damn it! Lin Chen didn't have time to dodge, cursing as he directly slapped a small red potion on himself. Bang! The vine struck Lin Chen, taking away more than half of his health. Minus 355. Lin Chen's face turned ugly. Fortunately, he had allocated all his free attributes to Constitution, or he would have had to recover his life points from that hit. The 28-fold increase of the small red potion took effect, quickly restoring him to full health. At that moment, Lin Chen finally saw the monster attacking him, about 2 to 3 meters tall, resembling a human, but with twisting vines for arms, looking very bizarre. The very vine that had just attacked him belonged to that monster. Twisted Tree Spirit Bronze, level 15, Bronze Boss. Lin Chen was startled. This was the real boss. In comparison, the Twisted Tree Demon could at most be considered an elite monster, with attributes that were not even in the same league. Corrosive Potion. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately threw out a bottle of corrosive potion. Then he quickly ran to the side, using his high movement speed to dodge the opponent's vine attacks. The corrosive potion was still powerful, dealing up to 1400 damage per second under the 28-fold increase. Even against a level 15 bronze boss, its health bar was visibly decreasing. Roar! The Twisted Tree Spirit let out a roar, wildly swinging its vines to attack Lin Chen. The ground was kicked up in a cloud of dust, but Lin Chen's positioning was excellent, dodging attack after attack. 5 seconds later, the Twisted Tree Spirit let out a reluctant roar. Kill the Twisted Tree Spirit Bronze, gain 3000 experience. You have reached level 10. Current experience 810/3844. Gain 99 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Curse of the Twisted Tree Spirit, green, gained item. Crown of the Twisted Tree Spirit, green, gained item. Invitation to the Void Rift *1. As the upgrade light flickered, beams of white light flew down from the sky, sparkling on the ground. National announcement, Player I am not a medicine god has reached level 10, initiating the era of universal job change, and has sent job change invitations to all legal residents. I didn't expect this hidden boss to directly bring me to level 10. It seems that in this life, the world's landscape is about to change dramatically. In his previous life, those top-tier forces were able to maintain a firm grip on the situation because they had received information in advance and had already changed jobs. When they reached level 10, ordinary people had just received their job change invitations, and the gap of 10 levels was like a chasm, making it impossible for those at the bottom to turn their situation around. However, in this life, due to Lin Chen's rapid leveling, ordinary people received their job change invitations ahead of time. The first batch of people who changed jobs last night were at most less than level 3, still far from being able to consistently overpower ordinary people. But none of this concerned Lin Chen. He only wanted to venture into the wild to find that strange equipment merchant in exchange for the legendary limited edition gear. Without hesitation, Lin Chen left the twisted jungle and ran towards the city. He remembered that the strange equipment merchant was in a dilapidated temple in the suburbs, not too far from the twisted jungle. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the temple. "Young hero, do you need to exchange for equipment? The prices are fair, absolutely honest." As soon as he arrived at the temple, he heard a hearty laugh, and a ragged merchant swaying with a burden walked out from the dilapidated temple. Just as he thought. Exchange. Lin Chen quickly approached the merchant. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. Azure Dragon Battle Blade, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. Black Tortoise Armor, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. White Tiger Dagger, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. Thunder Bow, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. Cloud Piercing Arrow, limited edition, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. Rui Empty Hands, special, price, 999 days of transferable lifespan. So many limited edition pieces? Looking at the 7 items on the list, Lin Chen was momentarily dazzled. Just from their names, he knew they were all god-tier equipment. He wanted all 7, but unfortunately, his strength was insufficient, and the transferable lifespan he had was only enough to exchange for 1.5 items. Let's check the attributes first. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to examine the attributes. He needed to see if these 7 pieces were worth the risk. If the attributes were truly invincible, he might be able to sell a few bottles of 28x enhancement potions at the auction house in time to exchange for 2 more limited edition items. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, limited edition, 0 of 100, mage type weapon, intelligence plus 99, skill acquired, Vermilion Bird's Power. Requires level 10 or above. Vermilion Bird's Power, passive attacks inflict a burning effect, increasing damage by 10%, and attacks gain the Vermilion Bird effect, increasing magic recovery speed by 50%. It's also a piece that can grow. These attributes are indeed a bit overpowered. Lin Chen felt a bit envious. This equipment even had a phoenix effect, definitely a tool for showing off, but unfortunately, it was limited to mage-type wear. He continued to look down the list. Azure Dragon Battle Blade, limited edition, 0/100, warrior-type weapon, strength plus 99, skill acquired, Azure Dragon's Power. Requires level 10 or above. Azure Dragon's Power, passive attacks inflict a heavy injury effect, increasing damage by 10%, and attacks gain the Azure Dragon effect, increasing attack speed by 20%. Another piece of growth equipment. Could all 7 be growth items? Black Tortoise Armor, limited edition, 0/100, warrior-type equipment, strength plus 99, skill acquired, Black Tortoise's Power. Requires level 10 or above. Black Tortoise's Power, passive when attacked, gain a shield equal to 10% of the damage taken, lasting 10 seconds, reducing damage taken by 10%, and attacks gain the Black Tortoise effect. White Tiger Dagger, limited edition, 0 of 100, assassin-type weapon, agility plus 99, skill acquired, White Tiger's Power. Requires level 10 or above. White Tiger's Might, passive attacks inflict a tearing effect on enemies, increasing damage by 5% and attack speed by 10% per stack, stacking up to 5 times. Attacks grant the White Tiger effect, increasing movement speed by 50%. Thunder Bow, limited edition, 0 of 100, archer class weapon, agility plus 99, grants skill, Hoyi's Power. Level requirement, 10 and above. Hoyi's Power, passive each attack charges the weapon. After 5 charges, enter sharpshooter state, gaining 99% attack speed and 30% attack range, with attacks gaining a meteor effect. Cloud-piercing arrow, limited edition, 0 of 100, treasure, strength plus 99, can be worn in combination with Thunder Bow to form the Thunder Sunset set. Level requirement, 10 and above. Thunder Sunset, gain 30% armor penetration, attacks gain double shot. Damn, no priest class equipment? After reading the attributes of these limited edition items, Lin Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. The attributes of these items were strong, and they were all growth-type equipment that could be worn until the end, yet none of them were suitable for the priest class. Out of 5 total classes, 4 had equipment. Even the warrior and archer classes had 2 limited edition items each. Was the priest truly treated like a stepchild? What is this Rui empty hand? Lin Chen cursed the game planners of the Demon and God War a few times before shifting his gaze to the last piece of equipment. Special class equipment was rare, usually functional items. Rui empty hand, special, 0 out of 100, crafting treasure. When brewing potions or forging weapons, there is a 40% chance to obtain an identical item. Level requirement, 10 and above. 40% chance to obtain an identical item? Although it had a simple attribute, Lin Chen was overjoyed. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? Every time he brewed a potion, there was a 40% chance to get an identical potion, greatly speeding up his potion-making process. He would exchange for it. Without a second thought, Lin Chen directly redeemed the Rui empty hand. Item obtained, Rui empty hand, limited edition, minus 999 days tradable lifespan. Equip. As Lin Chen focused his thoughts, 2 pale golden gloves appeared on his hands. These gloves were as thin as a cicada's wings, and wearing them felt like having nothing on at all. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at the other pieces of equipment on the list. Although their attributes were strong, none were suitable for his class, and he wondered if they could be traded. If they could be traded, he could take a risk to buy them, whether for personal use or to sell at a high price. Checking his personal panel. Codename, I am not the god of medicine, modifiable, class, Alchemist level, 10 experience, 810/3844 health, 1600 constitution, 160 strength, 110 agility, 110 spirit, 110 free attribute points, 0 equipment, rusty iron cauldron, weapon, Rui empty hand, treasure, mutated centipede's rags, shoes, Rui empty hand. Limited edition non-tradable. Seeing the 4 big words non-tradable, Lin Chen was completely disheartened. Those 6 pieces of equipment couldn't be worn and couldn't be traded. What was the point? Leaving the dilapidated temple, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately opened the auction house and purchased 30 heart-nourishing herbs, ready to test the effect of the Rui empty hand. Meanwhile, the entire Great Xia was in an uproar. With the era of class change arriving, all legal residents received class change invitations from the Demon and God War game. Xiaomin, did you receive the class change invitation from the Demon and God War game? Lin Shishir and her best friend Tian Min were getting ready for class when a game notification sound suddenly popped into her mind, leaving her a bit dazed, thinking she might be hearing things. Tian Min had the same bewildered expression and only snapped back to reality when she heard Lin Shishir's words. Did you receive the job change invitation for the Demon War game too? How strange. That voice just appeared in my head, and I thought I was hallucinating. Xiaomin, quickly check your phone. Many people have received this job change invitation, and you can gain special job abilities. The latest news is that the area outside the city has already fallen, and there are monsters everywhere killing people. Oh my god, is this for real? The two covered their mouths in disbelief, unable to accept that what was on their phones could be true. How could a game invade reality? Xiaomin, wait for me a moment, I need to take a call. Just then, Lin Shishir's phone rang. It was her boyfriend, Su Chen. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly pressed the answer button. Shishir, did you receive the job change invitation? We've entered the era of universal job changes. Quickly summon the job change array. I've already changed to an archer. You'd better change to a healer, and I'll take you outside the city to slay monsters. Su Chen's carefree voice came through the phone. Lin Shishir nodded eagerly. Su Chen, you're so amazing. I'm summoning the job change array right now. From now on, I'll be right by your side, healing you. Your Su Chen is calling you again? Tian Min asked with a smile, looking at Lin Shishir. Lin Shishir hung up the phone, her face beaming with a sweet smile as she nodded. Yes, Su Chen has already changed to an archer. He wants me to find him. He's going to take me outside the city to level up by killing monsters. I'm really envious that you have such a great boyfriend. Hearing this, Tian Min showed a look of envy. Although she hadn't played many games, she knew that archers were usually the top-tier characters in games. He. Lin Shishir chuckled. She instinctively opened her phone to check WeChat. There were several unread messages, but she glanced through them and didn't see Lin Chen's name among them. Still not apologizing to me? Lin Shishir frowned, her mood suddenly souring. After arguing with Lin Chen yesterday, she had been waiting for his apology. In the past, Lin Chen would always chase after her to admit his mistakes, but this time, he hadn't made a peep, not even sending a message. Something this big happened, and he still hasn't come to find me. Lin Shusher huffed lightly, then turned back to show a sweet expression. I knew he couldn't be relied on. Luckily, I have Su Chen to depend on. Lin Chen, just wait. Even if you come to apologize, I won't forgive you. Unless you kneel and apologize to Su Chen. Want her to take the initiative to find Lin Chen? Impossible, it would never happen in this lifetime. Besides, it was clearly Lin Chen's fault. Why should she back down? Just because she skipped class to hang out with Su Chen at a bar? School was nowhere near as important as Su Chen. Not doing well in school wouldn't kill her, but without Su Chen, she really didn't want to live. Xiaomin, how about we go find Su Chen together? Let him take us both. Lin Shusher looked at Tianmin and asked. Tianmin quickly nodded, sure. She also really liked the carefree Su Chen, but since he was her best friend's boyfriend, she could only keep her feelings to herself. The two dropped their books and secretly climbed over the wall to sneak out. At this time, the outskirts were already filled with vehicles, and there were job changers everywhere, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 at the edge of the peaceful area, eagerly watching the monsters in the wild. Sure. Su Chen, with long hair, came over. Xiaomin is here too. You guys quickly summon the job change array and see what jobs you can change into. Once you finish your job change, I'll take you outside the city to hunt monsters, and I guarantee I'll help you level up. Su Chen was very confident because he had received insider information that the game was actually quite simple. Someone had reached level 10 in just a day and a night. And when it came to gaming talent, he had never been outdone. Once he entered the game, he would form a fixed team with Lin Shusher, and in just a few days, they would catch up to those who had already changed jobs. At that moment, 2 beams of white light flashed and landed on Lin Shusher and Tianmin. I changed to Elemental Mage. Brother Su Chen, how is this profession? Lin Shusher's pretty face was filled with nervousness. She had always played support roles and had never played a mage before. Mage? Su Chen frowned slightly. It's okay, it's also a major damage dealer. But right now, we don't lack damage. What we need are tanks and healers. I think I'm a healer. I changed to Guardian. At this moment, Tianmin waved her pink fists and said. Hearing that Tianmin was a guardian, Su Chen immediately broke into a brilliant smile. Great, having a healer makes things easier. If we get 2 more tanks, we can go outside the city to grind monsters together, and I'll help you level up. Lin Shusher and Tianmin curiously fiddled with the system panel in front of them. Suddenly, Tianmin exclaimed in surprise, oh my, isn't that I'm not the god of medicine? He's already level 10. And why is he the only one on the leaderboard? Level 10? Lin Shusher quickly asked how to open the leaderboard. Seeing the number 10 next to I'm not the god of medicine, her face was filled with envy. We're only level 1, and the god of medicine is already level 10. He's so impressive. Put. What's so great about level 10? Hearing their words, Su Chen immediately felt displeased and couldn't help but mock. That speed isn't fast in the realm of gods and demons. Once we form our team, I guarantee we'll surpass him within 3 days. Wow! Brother Su Chen is amazing. Lin Shusher quickly gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Then she thought of Lin Chen and felt even more disdain. Now that it was the era of universal job changes, what good was studying hard? Just like that bumpkin Lin Chen, he definitely wouldn't be able to play well. Brother Su Chen was the real deal. He had always carried her in games like King of Glory, dominating effortlessly. However, Lin Shusher probably couldn't imagine that the only person on the leaderboard, the god of medicine, was the very bumpkin she was talking about. So quickly into the era of universal job changes. Lin Chen looked at the numerous news articles about universal job changes on his phone and muttered to himself, Lin Shusher should have changed jobs by now. She should be with that Su Chen. In his previous life, when he learned about the universal job changes, he immediately went to apologize to Lin Shusher for her safety. At that time, Lin Shusher had already teamed up with Su Chen and had been killed in the wild, respawning once. To help Lin Shusher grind monsters better, he had to act as a laborer, making potions for the entire team. But in this life, he would never be that foolish again. In fact, if those two were to cross paths with him, he wouldn't mind using potions to send them back to the respawn point. If they died, so be it. What did it matter if his lifespan was depleted? It was none of his business. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Not specifically hunting those two was already the greatest mercy he could show them. Achoo! Lin Shusher stood at the boundary between the safe zone and the wild area, sneezing. They had already formed a fixed team, consisting of a greatsword warrior, a shield sword warrior, and the 3 of them, Lin Shusher. Let's go, set off. Su Chen waved his hand grandly, leading the four of them confidently into the wild area. He was full of confidence, believing that since I'm not the god of medicine could reach level 10 in one night, there was no reason he couldn't do it, and he should level up even faster. Look quickly, there's a level 1 monster over there. There's a level 2 mutated black scorpion over there. The two warriors at the front shouted simultaneously, pointing in different directions. With all 5 of us, there's no need to fight level 1 monsters. If we're careful, taking on a level 2 monster should be fine. Su Chen decisively decided to lead the team to fight the level 2 mutated black scorpion. Alright, no problem, keep up with the damage. Brother Su Chen is so mighty. The 4 nodded in agreement. The experience from level 1 monsters was too low, and while fighting a level 2 monster might take longer, the experience gained would be much greater. Ha! Take my sword. The great sword warrior, acting all dramatic, charged in first and struck the mutated black scorpion. -1. The massive sword hit the mutated black scorpion but failed to break its defense. The mutated black scorpion roared in anger and turned to strike with its pincers. -35. Damn, that's a high damage. The great sword warrior screamed as his health dropped by more than a third. The mutated black scorpion didn't play around, it struck again, and his health bar plummeted in an instant. The sudden turn of events was too quick. The great sword warrior hurriedly used a small health potion, and Tianmin behind him cast a healing spell. But he still couldn't withstand the mutated black scorpion's attacks, and after a few hits, he screamed and returned to the resurrection point. The other 4 were frightened, and the formation was instantly scattered by the mutated black scorpion. Su Chen didn't have time to worry about Lin Shishir and directly fled with his head down. Brother Su Chen. Lin Shishir's pretty face turned pale with fear, and with a scream, she was knocked down to 0 health by the mutated black scorpion. Why are the attributes of these wild monsters so insane? Ah! I'm going to die again. Damn, even the level 1 monsters have such crazy attributes, what's the point of playing? Lin Shishir screamed as she and Su Chen were sent back to the resurrection point again. This time, they had clearly chosen level 1 monsters, yet they still couldn't win. Their damage output was decent, but the 2 warriors simply couldn't withstand the monster's damage. Without the warriors to absorb damage in front, the 3 fragile characters could only be taken down in an instant. Aren't you supposed to lead us to victory? After being sent back to the resurrection point twice in a row, Su Chen's 2 friends were unhappy. During the class change, the system had warned that once defeated, half of their lifespan would be lost. They originally had nearly 40 years of bound lifespan, but now there were less than 10 years left. If the game system could truly manifest in their bodies, continuing to lose like this would mean they would die on the spot once their lifespan ran out. And after gaining their class abilities, they had no doubt about this anymore. How was I supposed to know this monster's attributes were so insane? Su Chen's face was grim. He had played online games for so many years and had never been this embarrassed before. You saw the monster's damage too, you two couldn't withstand it at all. We hadn't even started our output when you both fell first. A single team can't handle these monsters at all. We held out for nearly a minute, and that wasn't enough? It's clearly your backline's output that's lacking. How can a single team not handle it when that medicine god can solo it? I kindly asked you to team up, and you're blaming me? Mentioning the medicine god made Su Chen furious. Just a moment ago, he had said he could easily surpass the medicine god, and now he was being slapped in the face. This guy was deliberately trying to embarrass him in front of the 2 girls. Brother Su Chen, please don't argue. Lin Shishir quickly intervened. Maybe we're just having bad luck today. How about we come back another day to grind monsters? She had died twice in a row, losing a lot of bound lifespan, and had no enjoyment of the game. She didn't want to continue playing today. No way, everyone else is leveling up. If we give up now, we'll fall behind the main group. Su Chen immediately shook his head, rejecting Lin Shishir's proposal. Generally, the early stages of a game set up various tasks and events, and if one falls behind the main group, it's very likely to miss out on these important missions. Look, the medicine god is already level 11. At that moment, Tianmin couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the leaderboard. What? The medicine god is level 11? The 4 of them were taken aback, and Lin Shishir's eyes were filled with envy. After personally experiencing the difficulty of the game, she realized just how impressive it was for the medicine god to solo to level 11. This was a true gaming master, if only she could team up with the medicine god. Lin Shishir sighed, knowing that this was simply impossible, as she had no idea who this medicine god was and had no friends around who knew him. Lin Chen was indeed level 11. After exchanging for the limited edition equipment, Lin Chen returned to the Twisted Jungle. Although the monster levels in the Twisted Jungle were a bit low now, with only the boss barely meeting the requirements, this oasis was abundant with basic materials. His tradable lifespan was limited, so he couldn't use it all to exchange for materials. He still had to gather some himself to make ends meet. Obtained heart-soothing herb *1. Obtained heart-soothing herb *1. Oh, there's actually a spiny iron plant here. Among a large patch of heart-soothing herbs, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover a plant that was entirely brown and covered in small green spiky balls. Spiny iron plant, level 8. The spiny iron plant was a very scarce material in the early stages, capable of crafting many high-level potions. For example, combining 10 heart-soothing herbs and 2 spirit herbs could create a steel elixir that grants the user a 30% damage reduction effect, or combining it with the same level 8 material, the heartbreak grass, could produce a highly toxic spiny poison potion. Unfortunately, this spiny iron plant was small, and he probably wouldn't gather much fruit from it. Gather. Obtain spiny fruit *1. Obtain spiny fruit *1. Obtain spiny fruit *1. From this spiny iron plant, he only obtained 3 spiny fruits. Let's try making a steel elixir. With the materials Lin Chen had on hand, he could only make the steel elixir. He couldn't craft any other level 10 potions. Crafting. The crafting time for the steel elixir was noticeably longer than that of the heart-soothing herb. Half a minute later, the broken alchemy cauldron finally lit up with a green glow. Crafting complete. Obtain steel elixir *1. Lucky empty hand triggered. Extra obtain steel elixir *1. As the green light grew more brilliant, a potion flew out of the cauldron and landed in Lin Chen's hand. To Lin Chen's surprise, the 40% chance of the lucky empty hand actually triggered once, giving him an extra steel elixir. Steel elixir, level 10 grants 100% damage reduction effect for 10 seconds upon use. Without the 28x amplification, it seems 100% damage reduction is the limit of the steel elixir. Lin Chen nodded. 100% damage reduction was already an invincible state, and it didn't matter how high the panel values were. With these 2 steel elixirs, his margin for error greatly increased, and he no longer had to worry about making mistakes while farming bosses. I'll save the rest for later, and then make the spiny poison potion. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen stored the remaining 2 spiny fruits in his backpack. Keeping 2 steel elixirs as insurance was more than enough. The potions that dealt area damage for quick monster farming and leveling up were the most important. I can't go on, I'm too tired. I need to go home and get some sleep first. Lin Chen stretched and decided to head home for a rest. Leveling up to 11 in a day and night, he was quite satisfied with this progress. The general public should still be stuck at level 1. The first batch of Clash Changers from last night could only reach level 3 at most. He didn't have to worry about being overtaken by others. I'm off. Lin Chen decided to leave without hesitation, but before he left, he tossed a bottle of corrosive potion and casually took the Twisted Jungle's boss, the Twisted Tree Demon, with him. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon, level 10, gain 1000 experience points. Gain 30 days of transferable lifespan. Obtain item, Twisted Tree Demon's plate armor. After grinding for a whole day, Lin Chen was too lazy to check the attributes and directly stored the items in his backpack. He had several pieces of equipment dropped by the Twisted Tree Demon in his bag, and he planned to throw away all the ones he wouldn't use at the auction house later. When he got home, Lin Chen locked the door and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He was exhausted. After sleeping for a full 10 hours, he woke up only when the sky was already dimly lit. A whole night has passed. I wonder if anyone has made it onto the leaderboard. Lin Chen opened the level leaderboard and took a glance, seeing that apart from himself, it was still empty, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a pleasing arc. As expected. Oh, someone sent me something? Just then, the mail notification on the system panel caught his attention. When he had sent the equipment to the auction house yesterday, he had turned off the stranger mail notifications, but there was a loophole in the mail system of the Game Gods and Demons Clash. If the mail included items, it would still show as having new mail even if the notifications were turned off. This loophole was discovered in the second year after the game launched, and now it was only the second day since the game had come out, so logically, no one should know about this loophole yet. He opened the mail system. Player Heroic and Proud has sent you a new mail. Please collect the attached items in a timely manner. Oh, seeing that it was from Heroic and Proud, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Considering the other party was a representative of the military, he hesitated for a moment before opening the mail. Heroic and Proud, hello, apothecary, I'm the one who bought your Twisted Tree Spirit staff. I mean no harm, I just want to be friends with you. If you have any equipment in the future, feel free to contact me directly, and I guarantee the price will satisfy you. This Bauhinia flower is something I found in the mountains, and I picked it up casually. I don't know what it's useful for, but since you're an alchemist, could you take a look? Attachment, Bohenia flower *4, Bohenia flowers. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Bohenia flowers were not low-tier materials like heart-soothing grass, and they were even rarer than the iron thorns he had gathered. Logically, heroic and proud shouldn't even be level 3 yet. How did he manage to collect Bohenia flowers? Was it really just luck? He quickly shook his head. Such materials didn't spawn in the suburban areas, so what good was luck? However, thinking about heroic and proud's identity, he felt relieved. The military was a cornerstone of stability for the Great Xia, and having some special means was not surprising at all. With that in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and accepted the attachment. Obtained item, Bohenia flower *4, Bohenia flower, level 10. Since it was a gift from the military, he accepted it. Building a good relationship with the military could only be beneficial. He then replied to the email. I'm not the apothecary, I appreciate your kindness. I will list 2 pieces of equipment in an hour. If you're interested, you can check the auction system. Since the other party was so sincere, he should show some appreciation. Besides, the equipment in his backpack would have to be sold sooner or later, so he might as well do a favor. At a military command post, Chen Jianxi, dressed in military uniform, looked pleasantly surprised. I'm not the apothecary, replied to us. Oh, what did he say? What did he say? Several high-ranking military officials sitting nearby immediately stood up and looked at Chen Jianxi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jianxi joyfully said, he said he accepted the gesture, and in an hour, he will list 2 pieces of equipment at the auction house. What? 2 more pieces of equipment? This guy is too amazing. Where did he get so much equipment from? Hearing Chen Jianxi's words, the few of them exchanged shocked glances. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a deep voice. Chen Jianxi, this matter is entrusted to you. No matter what equipment he puts on the shelf, no matter the cost, you must secure it all for me. You few, stop dawdling. Hurry up and contact the various district departments to coordinate the tradable lifespan. This equipment is crucial for us to lead the public. If we fall behind, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not long ago, he had received a strict order from above to be at the forefront as a leader. Only with absolute strength could they maintain social stability. If they were surpassed by certain forces, it could lead to great chaos. Yes. The others did not dare to delay and immediately left the command center to coordinate funding. The old man then said to Chen Jianxi, we have finally established a connection with that pharmaceutical god. We must maintain a good relationship between both parties. Without my orders, do not disclose any information about him to anyone, and do not investigate him secretly. This person can level up to level 11 in one night. If we can utilize him, it will be a significant boost to our stability efforts. Yes, Commander. Chen Jianxi nodded and gave a proper military salute. Ding! Brave and Mighty requests to add you as a friend. While checking a few pieces of equipment, Lin Chen received a friend request from Brave and Mighty. Lin Chen did not refuse and accepted the request. Becoming friends with Brave and Mighty would make selling items more convenient, allowing for private transactions. Let's wear the chest armor, Lin Chen muttered as he put on the chest armor of the Twisted Tree Spirit. Yesterday, he had farmed several pieces of equipment from the Twisted Tree Demon, including 3 pieces of Twisted Tree Spirit's chest armor and 2 pieces of Twisted Tree Spirit's plate armor. Both types were armor, but he could only wear one. The chest armor was lightweight but had weaker defensive attributes, while the plate armor had stronger attributes but was somewhat cumbersome. Twisted Tree Demon's plate armor, green grants 50 points of dual resistance, strength plus 20, movement speed minus 5%, damage taken reduced by 15, level requirement, above level 10. Movement speed was precious, but for early-stage players who struggled to defeat monsters, sacrificing a bit of speed for strong defensive capabilities was still a reasonable trade-off. He also equipped the wrist guards. Then Lin Chen looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment. The attributes of the gear dropped by the Twisted Tree Demon should be better. Twisted Tree Demon's Curse, blue mage-type equipment, intelligence plus 100, damage dealt will put enemies into a cursed state, reducing their elemental resistance by 20 points, level requirement, above level 10. Twisted Tree Demon's Crown, blue all attributes plus 20, after being out of combat for 40 seconds, gain a magical shield that can block one enemy skill, level requirement, above level 10. Also level 10 equipment, but the quality is much better than what the Twisted Tree Spirit dropped. Lin Chen nodded. It was his first time seeing the Twisted Tree Demon, and he didn't expect it to drop blue quality equipment. Generally, level 10 equipment is green. Blue quality equipment at level 10 is rare, and its attributes are clearly better than the green quality equipment of the same level. Unfortunately, only the crown could be worn. The staff was exclusive to mages and could not be equipped by other classes. I'll keep this staff for now, they can't afford it even if I put it on the shelf. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided not to list the Twisted Tree Demon's Curse for now. This blue-quality equipment was incredibly scarce in the early stages and was worth at least 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. However, selling items requires strategy. If he threw all the equipment on the market at once, it would reduce people's desire to buy. Only a steady stream would ensure more lasting interest. List it! Twisted Trent's chestplate, green, starting price, 200 days of tradable lifespan, each bid must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan, buy it now, 1000 days of tradable lifespan, Twisted Trent's plate armor, green, *2, starting price, 200 days of tradable lifespan, each bid must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan, buy it now, 1000 days of tradable lifespan, Twisted Trent's bracers, green, *2, starting price, 200 days of tradable lifespan, each bid must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan, buy it now, 1000 days of tradable lifespan. Although the attributes of the three pieces of equipment are different, Lin Chen was too lazy to adjust the prices and listed them all at the same price. Early stage equipment is extremely scarce, not to mention he listed them for 1000 days of tradable lifespan. Even if he listed them for 2000 days, there would still be fools willing to pay. However, considering the long-term cooperation with the military in the future, he didn't want to make things too extreme. At this moment, Chen Jianxi was sitting with a group of high-ranking officials, constantly refreshing his auction system. They were eager to know what equipment the medicine god had acquired this time. It's been almost an hour, why hasn't it been listed yet? Chen Jianxi, are you sure the medicine god said it would be listed in an hour? He wouldn't be messing with you, would he? I don't think so, the medicine god should still be busy. Chen Jianxi shook his head, his intuition telling him that the medicine god was a reliable person who wouldn't deceive him. It's listed. At that moment, one of the high-ranking officials shouted excitedly. The others quickly refreshed the auction system, and when they saw 5 pieces of equipment on the list, they jumped up in shock. What the hell? This isn't just 2 pieces of equipment. Jianxi, you've put us in a terrible spot. Quick, call to consolidate tradable lifespan. Consolidate all the tradable lifespan from every district. Buy it now for 1000 days of tradable lifespan? Hurry, let's bid on 2 pieces. They thought there were only 2 pieces of equipment, so they had gathered a total of 2000 days of tradable lifespan, not expecting the medicine god to list 5 pieces directly. Now they only had enough to bid on 2 pieces. And this auction had a buy it now price, which could easily be snatched up by someone else. So the group made a quick decision to use the 2000 days of tradable lifespan they had gathered to buy 2 pieces of equipment. This plate armor has the highest defense, let's buy this plate armor. Heroically, buy it now for 1000 days of tradable lifespan, purchasing Twisted Trent's plate armor. Chen Jianxi didn't dare to hesitate and directly bought 2 pieces of Twisted Trent's plate armor. Twisted Trent's plate armor, green, grants 50 points of dual resistance, strength plus 20, movement speed minus 5%, damage taken reduced by 15, level requirement, above level 10. 50 points of dual resistance, 20 points of strength, and a fixed damage reduction of 15. This is definitely a defensive god tier item. With this equipment, warriors can stand firm in front and tank damage without fear of being killed, but unfortunately, it can only be worn at level 10. Jianxi, tell the people below that whichever district has someone reach level 10 first, this equipment will be given to that district. We need to hurry and get them to level 10. Wearing this equipment will quickly widen the level gap with the masses. Yes, I'll notify them right away. Chen Jianxi nodded, feeling a bit envious himself, wanting a piece of Twisted Trent's plate armor. Meanwhile, other factions also discovered the newly listed equipment in the auction house, and it immediately caused a stir. Level 10 equipment. Buy it now for 1000 days of tradable lifespan, a bit pricey, but with such strong attributes, it's worth it. Let's consolidate some more tradable lifespan. That should be enough to buy one. Which faction is that heroically? He snatched up 2 pieces as soon as they were listed. Let's find out what his background is. Some top power players issued commands, quickly mobilizing their subordinates, the professionals, to urgently gather tradable lifespans. The emergence of these pieces of equipment would undoubtedly disrupt the domestic landscape. It is no exaggeration to say that whichever force can first acquire these items will rise rapidly. Those forces that are slow to act, no matter how glorious their past, are destined to become mere shadows of the times, stepping stones for the swiftly rising powers. The strongest in Tianao offers a flat price of 1000 days of tradable lifespan for the purchase of the Twisted Trent's breastplate. The invincible Zhao family offers a flat price of 1000 days of tradable lifespan for the purchase of the Twisted Trent's bracers. My Oldly family is absolutely awesome, offering a flat price of 1000 days of tradable lifespan for the purchase of the Twisted Trent's bracers. Before long, the three top forces in the country took action, securing the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. Unlike the last auction, this time it was during the era of universal job changes, with a large number of ordinary people transitioning into professionals. Soon, the news that I am not a medicine god had acquired 5 pieces of green equipment exploded across the internet. In no time, trending topics were all discussing this matter, and many people developed a strong admiration for I am not a medicine god, curious about what kind of legendary figure this was, who could level up to level 11 in just a day and night while acquiring so much equipment. It's worth noting that they struggled to defeat level 1 monsters, yet the medicine god was already able to farm level 10 bosses. If only I could team up with the medicine god. I'll offer $1 million, begging the medicine god to team up with me for a day. God, $1 million for a day? I'm tempted to become a gaming companion myself. Clarify, do you want to be a gaming companion, or do you want to be a gaming companion? Everyone, hurry and look. The heiress of the Beijing Bailey Group is posting heavily seeking a partner, and the offer has already reached 30 million. A message someone posted on the trending topic exploded among netizens nationwide, and the post from the Bailey Group heiress seeking a partner cut through the many trending posts, directly topping the trending list. Ma Bailey, this game is too hard. If the medicine god sees this post, please message me. I'll offer 10 million to have you farm monsters with me for a day. Ma Bailey, I didn't expect this post to trend. If the medicine god sees it, please be sure to message me. I'll add another 10 million, with no extra conditions, just farm monsters with me for a day. Ma Bailey, has the medicine god seen this post? I'll offer 30 million, just hoping the medicine god can take me along, sob sob sob. The 3 consecutive updates sparked heated discussions across the internet. 30 million. An ordinary person could never earn that much money in 2 lifetimes, yet Ma Bailey spoke so casually, willing to pay 30 million just for the medicine god to be her gaming companion for a day. Ah, the thoughts of the rich are just different from us poor folks. 30 million to hire a gaming companion? Poverty limits my imagination. It's just a game, is it really that serious? You don't understand. Now that games have descended into reality, they will inevitably coexist with us for a long time. Spending 30 million to have the medicine god farm with you may seem like a lot, but in reality, it's a huge profit. I don't believe it. Even if I don't play this game, what does it matter? Will it affect my monthly salary of 3,005? Just entering the era of universal job changes, people had yet to realize how the arrival of games in reality would bring about earth-shattering changes in their lives. Only a very few visionary individuals recognized this as a golden opportunity. As long as they seized the initiative in the battle of gods and demons and entered the first tier of game levels, they could turn their fortunes around and become the darlings of the new era. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was struggling in front of an abandoned temple. With 7 or 8 hours left before the strange merchant disappeared, he was torn about whether to use the tradable lifespan he had just earned from selling equipment to exchange for those few limited edition items. If he exchanged them, he wouldn't be able to wear these items, and it would be a pure waste of tradable lifespan. If I don't exchange them, what if someone else does? Those 6 limited edition equipment pieces have extremely overpowered attributes. If someone were to redeem this equipment, not only could they potentially overtake him, but they would also catch up significantly in level. In the long run, this would be detrimental to his monopolistic sales of equipment. Although in his previous life no one redeemed them, this time, due to his presence, the script has already changed. These factions can spend 1,000 days of tradable lifespan to purchase the equipment he lists. If they were to discover these limited edition items, they would surely find every possible way to gather tradable lifespan for redemption. No way. He can't give them this equipment. Lin Chen finally made a decision, gritting his teeth and buying all 6 limited edition pieces. 999 by 6, redeeming these 6 pieces requires 5,994 days of tradable lifespan. He had just earned 4,500 days of tradable lifespan from selling equipment, and he had over 800 days of tradable lifespan himself, but he was still short by nearly 600 days. This auction system is really a scam, a total ripoff. Originally, he had sold 5,000 days of tradable lifespan, and with a little more effort, he would have been fine. But this system also deducts a 10% operational fee, leaving him still short by over 600 days of tradable lifespan. If he had known, he would have sold the Curse of the Twisted Tree Demon as well. I'll redeem 5 pieces first. The cloud-piercing arrow isn't useful without the thunder bow to match. In the end, Lin Chen decided to redeem the other 5 pieces first, leaving the cloud-piercing arrow that needed to be paired with the thunder bow. Even if someone took it, it wouldn't be very useful without the thunder bow to complete the set. Redeeming Vermilion Bird Feather Fan. Redeeming White Tiger Dagger. Redeeming Azure Dragon Battle Blade. Redeeming Black Tortoise Armor. Redeeming Thunder Bow. After redeeming 5 limited edition pieces in one go, Lin Chen looked at his soon-to-be zero tradable lifespan and felt a hollow sensation in his heart. After working hard all day, he was back to square one. Living without money really made one feel miserable. However, Lin Chen wasn't worried. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. The investment at this stage would yield returns 100-fold or 1,000-fold later. Ha! Not bound? Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes widened. After redeeming the equipment, he instinctively glanced at his backpack. Surprisingly, the 5 limited edition pieces did not have a non-tradable tag attached. I see. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He understood what was happening. Once these limited edition pieces are worn, they would bind to him, and unless he died and dropped them, they couldn't be traded to others. But the 5 pieces he just redeemed could be traded because they weren't equipped due to not matching his class. However, Lin Chen dismissed the idea of selling these 5 pieces. Such limited edition equipment is best kept in the hands of his own people. Even if he were to sell, it would have to be to someone he trusts. For example, if the military later has a need in this regard, as long as the price is reasonable, he wouldn't mind contributing to the country. Simultaneously detecting the power of the 4 divine beasts, triggering hidden quest, the secret of the 4 symbols. The secret of the 4 symbols. Above the ancient, there are 4 divine beasts suppressing the universe, namely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, collectively known as the 4 symbols. The power of the 4 symbols is interdependent. When separated, they cannot coexist, but when united, they are invincible in the world. Only with the blood of the 4 divine beasts can the power of the 4 symbols be fused into one. Quest objective: collect the blood of the 4 divine beasts. 0 out of 4. Suddenly, the game notification sound rang in his ears. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Hidden quest? Collect the blood of the 4 divine beasts? He had never heard of the blood of the 4 divine beasts, but he did know about the holy level boss, the Azure Dragon, which was the boss of the dungeon East Sea Water Monster at Nightmare difficulty. In a previous life, a professional team composed of top players live-streamed their attempt to clear the Nightmare-level East Sea Water Monster dungeon. After expending a large number of high-level items, they finally reached the boss, only for the Azure Dragon to unleash a natural disaster-level skill, sending the 5-man team straight back to the resurrection point. At that time, many professionals were drenched in cold sweat at the sight of the Azure Dragon's terrifying form, which was officially recognized as the only holy-level boss. Subsequently, numerous top players attempted to clear it, but the results were always the same. Even the military's expedition team couldn't withstand the natural disaster-level skills released by the Azure Dragon. Some suggested that if 5 damage-focused assassins could go invisible and launch their strongest attack simultaneously, they might be able to take it down before the Azure Dragon could react. However, this was simply not feasible, as the 5 assassins couldn't even get past the minor monsters in front. Until Lin Chen was backstabbed by Lin Shishir, he had not heard of any team successfully clearing the nightmare-level East Sea Water Monster dungeon, and later, as everyone realized it was impossible, very few dared to throw their lives away. After all, the game had merged with reality. It wasn't like an ordinary online game where dying just meant waiting for a resurrection. Not yet, at least wait until I have 100-fold amplification before trying. Lin Chen dismissed the idea of attempting to clear it now. His level was still too low. Even with a potion worth 28 times amplification, he was no match for the Azure Dragon. Anyway, this hidden quest was not time limited, so there was no need to rush. I should quickly farm a few green gear pieces to throw into the auction house and exchange the cloud-piercing arrow. Maybe there are other hidden quests. Since the power of the 4 symbols could trigger hidden quests, the Thunder Bow and cloud-piercing arrow set might also trigger hidden quests. The only pity was that these items were not suitable for his class, but who knows, they might come in handy later. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and headed straight for the Twisted Jungle. Besides farming gear and levels, he also wanted to try his luck to see if he could encounter the purple blood vine. With the 4 purple blossoms that the mighty and proud had given him, along with the purple blood vine and a small red potion, he could concoct a level 10 potion called Blood Revitalizing Powder. This potion could significantly increase attack speed for a short time and was highly sought after in the early game. With a 28-fold amplification of Blood Revitalizing Powder, his weapon would probably swing like smoke. Lin Chen himself had no use for this item. The Corrosive Potion and Confusion Potion were much more effective. He just wanted to gain evolution points through potion crafting to improve his alchemy proficiency. Farming monsters, farming monsters. Upon arriving at the Twisted Jungle, he dove in and began to pull monsters. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen stood in a clearing and immediately threw a bottle of Confusion Potion. As a dozen twisted tree ants waved their vines and caught up, a series of red numbers popped up above their heads, and their health bars began to drop rapidly. Kill Twisted Treant, level 8, gain 100 experience points. Kill Twisted Treant, level 8, gain 100 experience points. Item obtained, Twisted Trent's Dagger. The Twisted Jungle is becoming unsuitable for me. Lin Chen sighed. Now at level 11, killing level 8 Twisted Treants, he was already experiencing experience decay. After clearing out the dozen or so Twisted Treants, Lin Chen made his way unobstructed to the center of the Twisted Jungle, where a massive Twisted Treant was lazily basking in the sun. Corrosive Potion. Sensing a professional approaching, the Twisted Treant immediately swung its mines toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly stepped back to dodge while the corrosive potion took effect, causing the Twisted Treant's health bar to plummet. A few seconds later, the Twisted Treant crashed to the ground. Kill Twisted Treant, level 10, gain 1000 experience points. Gain 44 days of tradable lifespan. It only provided experience and tradable lifespan, without any equipment. Continue. Lin Chen walked in another direction, using the confusion potion to continue farming minor monsters while waiting for the Twisted Treant to respawn. Kill the Twisted Treant, level 10, and gain 1000 experience points. Gain 35 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, Twisted Trent's Bracers, green. After killing the Twisted Treant 3 times in a row, an equipment finally dropped. Due to your consecutive 3 kills of the Twisted Treant, the slumbering Twisted Tree Demon has awakened. As the system notification sounded, Lin Chen immediately stepped back to dodge. In the next moment, a vine struck down like a whip at his previous position. Corrosive Potion. Lin Chen calmly threw the corrosive potion into the pit where the Twisted Tree Demon was located. The humanoid-shaped Twisted Tree Demon crawled out of the pit, but at this moment, its health bar had already dropped by 1/3. With the experience from the first encounter, Lin Chen strolled leisurely through the forest, anticipating the Twisted Tree Demon's attacks each time. 5 seconds later, the Twisted Tree Demon let out a reluctant roar and was sent back to the void by Lin Chen. Kill Twisted Tree Demon Bronze, gain 3000 experience points. You have reached level 12, current experience 289/5767, gain 99 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, Twisted Tree Demon's Cloak. Obtain item, Void Invitation. Check backpack. Lin Chen began to tally his spoils. In just over 2 hours, he had gained a total of 208 days of tradable lifespan, 1 Twisted Trent's Dagger, white, 2 Twisted Trent's Greatswords, white, 1 Twisted Trent's Bracers, green, and 1 Twisted Tree Demon's Cloak, blue. Still holding on to his previous thought, he decided to list the white and green equipment first. The value of these items was enough for him to exchange for the cloud-piercing arrow. Twisted Trent's Dagger, white agility plus 30, increases attack power by 10, with the skill Sharp, level requirement above 5. Sharp, passive each attack weakens the enemy's armor by 2 points, stacking up to 5 times, lasting 5 seconds. Starting bid, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Each bid increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, seller does not agree to a buyout transaction. Minimum price, 500 days of tradable lifespan, transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. Twisted Trent's Greatsword, white strength plus 30, increases attack power by 10, with the skill Dominance, level requirement above 5. Dominance, passive attacks grant a temporary shield, the shield value is 5% of the actual damage dealt, lasting 5 seconds. Starting bid, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Each bid increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, seller does not agree to a buyout transaction. Minimum price, 500 days of tradable lifespan, transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. Twisted Trent's Bracers, green, starting bid, 200 days of tradable lifespan. Each bid increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price, seller does not agree to a buyout transaction. Minimum price, 800 days of tradable lifespan, transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. This time, Lin Chen did not set a buyout price, he still felt that letting various forces compete for the price was more realistic. Then, Lin Chen sent a message to the proud and spirited one. I am not the god of medicine, I have listed a few more pieces of equipment, if you're interested, you can check the auction house. Proud and spirited one, alright, thanks for the reminder, god of medicine. Lin Chen did not reply further, directly closing the chat window and quickly heading towards the dilapidated temple. Another hour had passed, and it wouldn't be long before that strange merchant in the broken temple would disappear. He needed to hurry over in exchange for the cloud-piercing arrow as soon as the tradable lifespan was credited. Meanwhile, in front of the tavern in the rivers and lakes, 5 white shadows appeared in succession, ultimately transforming into 3 men and 2 women. Damn it, I died again. I'm done playing. Teaming up with you guys to grind monsters is going to cost me my life. I'm leaving too, it's too hard to team up with you. The two friends Su-chen called over exited the team with faces full of resentment. Brothers, let them go. There are plenty of people who want to team up with me, Su-chen, I don't need those two. Tian-min tried to stop him but was held back by Su-chen. Su-chen glared at the two departing friends, his expression extremely grim. They had finally figured out some monster grinding techniques, but when they encountered an elite monster, one misstep sent him straight back to the resurrection point. It was just one mistake. These two bastards showed him no respect. You two don't need to rush, I'll contact a couple of strong players. Su-chen snorted coldly, pulled out his phone, and began reaching out to his usual drinking buddies on WeChat. However, his expression soon darkened. These drinking buddies, who usually called him Brother Su, now that they heard he was only level 1, outright rejected his invitation to team up. These guys, they leveled up to 2 so quickly. Su-chen was filled with rage and slammed his phone to the ground. Damn! Not a single reliable one. I must be blind to be friends with this bunch. Brother Su-chen, don't be angry. What happened that made you throw your phone? Lin Shishir hurriedly patted Su-chen's back, pouting as she asked. This phone was a gift from her to Su-chen, and seeing it smashed made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Su-chen shook his head. It's nothing. Do you have any level 1 friends? See if you can find a couple to team up with. My friends all have teams now. They said they would come over, but I turned them down. It wouldn't be right to break up their team. He looked at Lin Shishir and Tian-min. The two quickly took out their phones and started reaching out to people. Just one night had passed, and many had already formed teams, with a large portion having leveled up to 2. Usually, there were quite a few admirers around the two, but this time, for some reason, after shaking for a long time, they couldn't find a single person. My neighbor, Ma Shan, is a sword and shield warrior. He said he can team up with us. Just as the two were about to give up, Tian-min's phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from her neighbor, Ma Shan, and she waved her little fists excitedly. Sword and shield warrior. Yes, let him come. Su-chen's eyes lit up. What they needed most right now was a frontliner. He then turned to Lin Shishir and asked, Shishir, how about you? Lin Shishir bit her lip. Seeing that Tian-min had found a teammate, she felt even worse. She had over 100 friends on WeChat, yet couldn't find a single one. Why was that? She was clearly much prettier than Tian-min. Why could Tian-min find someone while she couldn't? The truth was, her friend list was mostly girls. There had been quite a few admirers who used to check in on her, but Su-chen had deleted them all. She didn't know how to answer Su-chen, it was too embarrassing. By the way, what's your brother's profession? Su-chen suddenly remembered Lin Chen and said to Lin Shishir, why don't you ask your brother? He listens to you so well, let him come and be our frontliner. Lin Shishir's eyes brightened but then shook her head. I don't know. A couple of days ago, he treated brother Su-chen like that, and in a fit of anger, I blacklisted him. Lin Shishir bit her lip, gripping her phone tightly, feeling a bit guilty. She had actually lied to brother Su-chen, but thinking about how long it had been since Lin Chen last contacted her ignited a flame of anger within her. There was no way she would lower herself to find Lin Chen unless he called her to apologize. Why did you blacklist him? You should have let him come to tank damage for us, Su-chen said with a smile. Lin Shishir frowned. I told him to apologize to you, Su-chen-gu, but he refused, so I blacklisted him. Su-chen-gu, you're not angry with him, right? Su-chen-gu was punched by Lin Chen, and just thinking about it made her angry. How could Su-chen-gu have already calmed down? That's too magnanimous. If it weren't for the fact that he's your brother, I would have had my buddies deal with him that day. Su-chen snorted coldly. Lin Chen hit him in front of so many people, making him lose face in front of his friends. How could he not be angry? What I mean is, you let him come to take damage for us in the front row, and when the monster is about to die, we kick him out of the team. Su-chen sneered. Anyway, he listens to you like a fool. Even if we don't give him experience, he won't leave. Hearing this, Lin Shishir's eyes lit up. Su-chen-gu is really smart. This way, they could teach the jerk Lin Chen a good lesson. However, asking her to call Lin Chen herself? Her proud personality resisted it greatly. Forget it, let's do it for Su-chen-gu and to teach that jerk a lesson. With that thought, Lin Shishir took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to call Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had been acting unusually this time, not coming to apologize for so long, she believed that as long as she beckoned with her finger, Lin Chen would come running like a little dog. Soon, the ringtone sounded in her phone. I must give that jerk a good scolding when I get through. Lin Shishir gritted her silver teeth, already planning how to confront Lin Chen once the call connected. However, at that moment, a female electronic voice suddenly came through. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy, please try again later. Lin Shishir? What does this mean? She had clearly dialed just now, how could it be busy? Her brows furrowed in confusion as she dialed again. The ringtone sounded once more. She was sure the call had definitely gone to Lin Chen's phone. However, 5 seconds later, the female electronic voice returned. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." How dare he? Lin Shishir finally realized that Lin Chen had hung up on her. An intense anger surged within her, and she immediately dialed again. The familiar ringtone rang out again, and this time it wasn't hung up. Instead, it connected with a beep. "Lin Chen, how dare you hang up on me? You, Lin Shishir, are you out of your mind? If you call me again, I'll kill you. Get lost. You." Lin Shishir's face darkened, her delicate hand gripping the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Did Lin Chen just say she was out of her mind? And told her to get lost? Moreover, how dare he hang up on her? How could he not fear that she would never forgive him? "How's it going, Shishir? When can Lin Chen come? Tell him not to dawdle." Su Chen didn't notice that Lin Shishir's expression was off. In the past, Lin Chen had always obeyed Lin Shishir, so he confidently believed Lin Chen would come running. However, Tianmin noticed Lin Shishir's unusual expression and quickly asked, "Shishir, are you okay? Is your brother unable to come? He can come or not. I even think he's a nuisance. Does he really think that without him, Lin Chen, we can't find anyone else? The earth spins the same no matter who is gone." Lin Shishir snorted coldly, suddenly looking at Tianmin and saying, "And he's not my brother. He's not coming? What did he say to you?" Su Chen frowned. Now was not the time to dwell on personal grievances. Leveling up was the most important thing. He had already predicted that in the future, whoever had the higher level would have the say, and whether they could turn things around in the new era depended on this period. Lin Shishir shook her head. "Brother Su Chen, you should find someone else to team up with." "I don't want to see Lin Chen. Where am I supposed to find someone now?" "You should talk to him properly," Su Chen said, holding Lin Shishir's hand. If he could find someone, would he need to look for that useless Lin Chen? However, upon hearing this, Lin Shishir's expression suddenly darkened, and she shook off Su Chen's hand, saying, "No way, you tell him. I'm not feeling well, I'm going back to the dorm," she said, angrily walking towards the school. Why hadn't she realized before how annoying Su Chen was? He didn't care about her feelings at all. Couldn't he see that she was angry with Lin Chen and didn't want to see him? And that bastard Lin Chen actually dared to hang up on her and scold her. Humph. I want to see who can't live without whom. Lin Shishir snorted coldly, angrily kicking a stone under her foot. She decided she would never forgive Lin Chen again. Even if he came to her, knelt down, and apologized, she wouldn't forgive him. Unlike Lin Shishir, who was sulking, Lin Chen hung up the phone and immediately blacklisted all of Lin Shishir's contact information. They had clearly agreed that he would go his own way, and she would go hers. And she still called him, what a lunatic. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that leveling up was more important right now, he would have wanted to camp outside the safe zone, not stopping until he killed Lin Shishir and Su Chen 10 times to vent his anger. Ding! Item Twisted Treyant Dagger has been sold. Final auction price is 550 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting 10% operational fees, a total of 495 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? At that moment, a notification sound came from his ear. As he opened his mailbox, a series of new emails popped up. Item Twisted Treyant Greatsword has been sold. Final auction price is 750 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting 10% operational fees, a total of 675 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Item Twisted Treyant Greatsword has been sold. Final auction price is 700 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting 10% operational fees, a total of 630 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Item Twisted Treyant Bracers has been sold. Final auction price is 1,150 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting 10% operational fees, a total of 1,035 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? So quickly sold out. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly withdrew the tradable lifespan from the sold equipment. A total of 2,835 days of tradable lifespan, plus 208 days from monster farming and the remaining 316 days of tradable lifespan on him, totaling 3,351 days of tradable lifespan. Exchange. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward and exchanged for the last limited edition equipment, the cloud-piercing arrow, from the strange merchant. Announcement: all limited edition equipment has been sold, the strange merchant has left. Detected that you simultaneously possess the Thunder Bow and the Cloud-Piercing Arrow, triggering a special quest, The Secret of the Ancient Artifact. The Secret of the Ancient Artifact. This bow and this arrow contain the aura of an ancient artifact. Using a fusion stone to combine the two pieces of equipment may awaken the spirit of the ancient artifact that has slept for 10,000 years. Quest objective: Thunderball plus cloud-piercing arrow plus fusion stone equals? First, there was a national announcement, and then a special quest prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen. Sure enough, there's a quest, but it's not a hidden quest. Lin Chen had anticipated this and was not too surprised at the moment. Moreover, unlike the secret of the four symbols power, he knew about this fusion stone. World bosses above level 20 would drop fusion stones and refinement stones. Over 90% of people in his previous life had dropped these two types of stones. Refinement stones could refine equipment attributes, with a very small chance of refining rare attributes, while fusion stones could combine sets. For example, the Twisted Jungle set that Lin Chen revealed earlier can later use fusion stones to merge all the attributes of the equipment into a single piece. Level up to 20 and see what this bow and arrow can fuse into. Lin Chen decided to level up to 20 as soon as possible, to fuse the Thunder Bow and the Cloud-piercing arrow with two fusion stones, completing this special task. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately ran towards the Twisted Jungle. At this moment, he wore a crown on his head, a cloak draped over his back, and a semi-transparent medicinal cauldron floated beside him, looking both handsome and dashing. Meanwhile, with the national announcement ringing out, millions of professionals across the Great Xia were left dumbfounded. Who exchanged for the limited edition equipment? Not me, bro. I haven't even reached level 2 yet. How could someone have exchanged for limited edition equipment? This must be a heavy pay-to-win game. It's over. The combination of reality and pay-to-win games means we low-tier players have no chance of turning things around. Stop talking nonsense. How come I can't find where to recharge? Exactly. Someone tell me where the recharge entrance is. I'll try putting in 20,000 first. This is just too hard at the start. 20,000? You guys still don't know. The currency system in this game isn't money at all. It's lifespan. Just open the auction system and you'll see. In no time, all the social boards were buzzing with discussions about this matter. Some major forces even dispatched a large number of personnel to search for the player who exchanged for the limited edition equipment. They had been looking for that strange merchant for days but had found nothing. Limited edition equipment, once obtained, could definitely crush other forces. They had to find out who exchanged it, at any cost, and must get their hands on that limited edition equipment. Even the usually composed military couldn't sit still, coordinating with local authorities to send out a large number of active professionals to search for the civilian experts who exchanged for the limited edition equipment. If they could buy back the equipment, that would be best. If not, they would absorb both the person and the equipment. In short, these items that could potentially disrupt the balance must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Watching the worried high-ranking officials, Chen Jianxi suddenly said, "Do you think it's possible that the limited edition equipment was exchanged by the medicine god? His level is so high, he might know where the strange merchant is, and he has sold so much equipment, holding a large amount of tradable lifespan. If anyone is likely to exchange for the limited edition equipment, I think he has the highest chance. Otherwise, if we can't find it, there's no reason for others to find it. It's possible. Regardless of whether it's in the medicine god's hands, we shouldn't actively ask, to avoid making him dislike us." Exactly, building a good relationship with the medicine god is the most important thing. The limited edition equipment doesn't necessarily have to be in our hands. As long as the person who has the limited edition equipment stands on our side, that's enough. The high-ranking officials rarely had such a unified opinion on a single issue, mainly because the medicine god's leveling speed was terrifyingly fast, making it difficult to surpass him. The only way was to absorb him into their ranks, at least to be on good terms, rather than on bad terms. In this new era where the game and reality were merging, they had to firmly grasp the power of discourse to ensure social stability, and the medicine god's crushing leveling speed gave them hope. As long as the medicine god was willing to stand with the military, the difficulty of maintaining stability would be greatly reduced. I say, let Jianxi directly reveal his identity. I think that's fine. Just tell him directly that we are the Great Xia military and want to cooperate with him, and see how he reacts. We can provide him with protection and convenience. His leveling speed is so terrifying, he should be a smart person who understands the benefits of cooperating with us. In fact, Lin Chen did have thoughts of cooperating with the military. In his previous life, someone had already tested it for him, and the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia military were very trustworthy, making them a reliable partner. However, now is not the time. Once he collaborates with the military, he will have to spend a lot of time on equipment, and the most important thing right now is to level up. He will only consider cooperation after reaching level 20. I still need to undergo trials to unlock the subsequent maps. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the Twisted Jungle, gazing at the towering spire in the distance. The Trial Tower. At the end of each region, there is a 9-story tower. Only by clearing the trial tower can one unlock the new areas beyond. Although the game Gods and Demons Clash incorporates elements of reality, the areas that truly exist on Earth are mostly beginner zones. To explore higher-level areas, one can only use the trial tower as a special passage, somewhat akin to folded space. The trial tower is a destination, but not for now. Lin Chen found a patch of open ground to sit down and opened the auction system to start purchasing materials. He planned to boost the enhancement effect to over 40 times because the 5 difficulties of the trial tower correspond to different rewards. The rewards for the normal mode include some level 10 green and blue gear, and with a bit of luck, one might even get a green skill book. In his previous life, 99% of players chose the normal mode. The rewards for the hard mode are much more generous, with a guaranteed 2 pieces of level 10 blue gear, and some have even obtained blue skill books, significantly increasing their combat power. As for the terrifying mode and the even harder nightmare and hell modes, no one has cleared them yet, so the rewards remain unknown. With the current 28 times enhancement effect from the potion, Lin Chen thought that clearing the normal and hard modes wouldn't be a problem, but his goal this time was the hell mode, at the very least the nightmare mode. Otherwise, clearing the normal mode like before would be too unworthy of his identity as a Reborn player. Mainly, he wanted to see what godly rewards would be given for clearing the hell or nightmare modes. With a 40 times enhancement, it should be manageable. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to concoct the chaos potions using the materials he had purchased. According to some video materials from his previous life, the normal monsters in hell mode are roughly equivalent to the elite monsters, the Twisted Tree Demons, in the Twisted Jungle. A chaos potion with a 40 times enhancement should be sufficient. Moreover, a 40 times enhanced corrosion potion can deal 2000 points of damage per second, which should also be enough to handle the bosses ahead. 2 hours passed in a flash. Lin Chen stretched his stiff waist and looked at the hundreds of chaos potions in his backpack, giving a wry smile. The probability of low-level potions like chaos potions granting evolution points is too low. He had concocted over 140 chaos potions and only obtained 6 evolution points. I just need one more evolution point to reach 40 times enhancement. With no other choice, Lin Chen opened the auction system again. Oh, someone actually collected purple blood vines. As soon as he opened the auction system, he spotted a standout material. The purple-red icon of the purple blood vine stood out among a pile of heart-nurturing herbs, and without a second thought, Lin Chen immediately bought it at a fixed price. A segment of purple blood vine with a 20-day trading lifespan cost a total of 200 days of trading lifespan for 10 segments. This price was a bit steep, but Lin Chen needed evolution points. As long as he could obtain them, the cost was worth it. Concocting blood replenishing powder. Lin Chen was somewhat excited. With the purple blood vine, he could combine it with the small red potions and purple flowering plants to create blood replenishing powder. Blood replenishing powder is a level 10 potion, and the probability of obtaining evolution points is definitely higher than that of the small red potions. Small red potion *5 plus purple blood vine *2 plus purple flowering plant *1 equals blood replenishing powder obtained item. Blood replenishing powder *1 gained 1 evolution point. It really is much higher. The first attempt granted evolution points, and Lin Chen was overjoyed. He then turned the remaining 3 purple flowering plants into blood replenishing powder, and surprisingly, he received another evolution point. The probability had indeed increased significantly. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Chen directly allocated all his evolution points to Alchemy Mastery. Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 4, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1, can concoct potions below level 10, gaining a 42-fold enhancement effect. Done! A 42-fold enhancement should be enough to handle the upgrade trial. Lin Chen refined all the potions again. Now, besides the small red and blue potions, his backpack contained 146 bottles of Chaos Potion, 6 bottles of Corrosion Potion, and 2 bottles of Steel Elixir. Let's go! With these potions, Lin Chen felt confident about entering the trial tower. No longer hesitating, he quickly walked towards the trial tower. The trial tower was an ancient stone tower, with a base diameter of at least 100 meters, looking mysterious and oppressive. You are qualified to enter the trial tower. Would you like to enter immediately? As he reached the base of the tower, a prompt appeared before Lin Chen. Enter. Lin Chen silently thought. Warning, it has been detected that you are currently not in a team. Entering the trial tower alone will be very dangerous. Would you like to enter immediately? Yes. Lin Chen chose to enter again. This time, the system did not stop him. As darkness enveloped him, a dizzying sensation washed over him. In the next moment, several lines of glowing text illuminated the darkness. Please select the difficulty of this trial. Normal, recommended for 2 to 5 players. Difficult, recommended for 5 players. Terror, high danger level. Nightmare, extremely dangerous. Hell, certain death. Looking at the 5 options representing different difficulties, Lin Chen took a deep breath and lightly tapped on the Hell difficulty option. Warning, the danger level of Hell difficulty is extremely high. Are you sure you want to enter the Hell difficulty upgrade trial? Alert, once entered, the probability of death is 99.9%. Enter. As Lin Chen's voice echoed, he found himself in a primordial jungle. Level 10 upgrade trial, Void Nest. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as he entered the Void Nest, a strange cracking sound echoed, and Lin Chen instantly became alert, slapping a small red potion onto himself. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the sound. He was all too familiar with this sound. It was the noise made by low-level void creatures, the void crawlers. Whoosh! In the next moment, a whistling sound rushed past his ear. He instinctively dodged to the side, and a purple arrow thudded into the spot where he had just stood. Immediately after, a purple monster over 2 meters long crawled out from the primordial jungle. Its body was covered in purple spines, resembling a giant hedgehog, with enormous eyes that only showed the whites, making it look extremely eerie. Void Crawler, Level 10, the Hell difficulty is indeed different. I encountered a Void Crawler as soon as I entered. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. That purple arrow was a skill of the Void Crawler. Void monsters had attributes that were more twisted than ordinary monsters. Although this Level 10 Void Crawler was just a regular small monster, its true attributes were comparable to elite monsters like the Twisted Tree Demon. Just this one Void Crawler could easily cause a fully equipped team of professionals to fail. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, there were many Void Crawlers in the Void Nest, and the Hell difficulty would likely have even more. Fortunately, Lin Chen had plenty of Chaos Potions in his backpack. He immediately took out 2 bottles, one in each hand, and threw them at the Void Crawler. Smash! Smash! With 2 crisp sounds, one bottle hit the Void Crawler, while the other landed in front of it. The area around the Void Crawler immediately turned into a chaos zone, and its health bar finally appeared. -420. -420. 2660/3500. Its attributes are significantly stronger than in normal mode. Seeing the Void Stalker with a health bar of 3500, Lin Chen couldn't help but be startled. Although the attributes of the Void Stalker were comparable to the Twisted Tree Ant, it only had 2800 health in normal mode. He didn't expect that in Hell mode it would have an additional 700 health. This extra 700 health was enough to terrify a fully geared mage and leave a fully buffed assassin in despair. Fortunately, the duration of the Chaos Potion was long enough, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With a damage per second of 420 from the potion, he only needed 8 seconds to send it back home. Crack! Crack! The Void Stalker was hit and let out its eerie cracking sound again. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately ran to the side, but he didn't run far. Instead, he began to circle around the Void Stalker. The Void Stalker kept turning in the chaotic area, its health bar visibly dropping at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the Void Stalker moved, lunging towards Lin Chen. Damn! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. He remembered that the Void Stalker only had the Bone Spike Arrow skill. How could this one also have a charge attack? Fortunately, the charge had a long wind-up, and he barely dodged it. Without time to think, Lin Chen quickly took out a bottle of Chaos Potion and threw it at the Void Stalker. -420. -420. The Void Stalker's agility was low, and both its attack and movement had significant wind-up and recovery times. Before it could turn around after the charge, its health bar was emptied by the Chaos Potion. Eerie flames ignited on its purple body, and with a bang, it fell to the ground, turning into a shower of purple sparks that vanished. White light flew out from its corpse, dropping to the ground. Lin Chen sighed in relief and quickly moved forward to collect the items. He had no idea what loot this Hell mode monster would drop. Kill the Void Stalker, gain 500 experience points. Gain 48 days of tradable lifespan. Gain item, Void Leggings. Void Equipment. Lin Chen hurriedly opened his backpack to check. If he remembered correctly, only the boss, the Void Plunderer, in the Void Nest dropped Void Equipment. He didn't expect that the Void Stalker in Hell mode could also drop Void Equipment. This meant there was a chance to directly gather a full set of Void gear. Void Equipment was at least blue quality, and wearing a full set would grant additional attribute bonuses. However, each person could only participate in the Ascension trial once, and once worn, Void Equipment could not be traded, so no one in his previous life had ever gathered a complete set of Void gear. Void Leggings, blue gain 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void Boots/Void Bone Armor/Void Bracers/Void Mask, gain additional set attribute, Void, level requirement, above level 10. Void, 30% damage reduction from Void monsters, 10% increased damage to enemies. The attributes of the Void set were formidable, providing both damage reduction and damage increase, making it the strongest equipment set before level 20. Crack, crack. At that moment, the cracking sound of another Void monster brought Lin Chen back to reality. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw another Void stalker, preparing to attack not far away. Whoosh! The next moment, a purple arrow shot through the air. Lin Chen had already prepared himself upon seeing the Void stalker. He anticipated the attack and dodged to the side. Crack! Crack! Just as he took out the Chaos Potion, another eerie cracking sound came from the other side. A second Void stalker appeared on his right, and the two monsters quickly closed in on Lin Chen, intent on tearing this intruding human apart. Meanwhile, more Void stalkers were rushing in from the distance. Lin Chen glanced around and suddenly put away the Chaos Potion, quickly running back. Just now, after killing the Void crawlers, he had used up 3 bottles of Chaos Potion. Killing them one by one was a bit too slow and wasteful, so he decided to trap the monsters. In his previous life, someone had posted a guide for the Void Nest, mentioning a place where he could trap the Void crawlers and slowly grind them down. Although the monster attributes in Hell difficulty were greatly enhanced, the map was exactly the same as in normal mode. Soon, one by one, the Void crawlers surrounded him. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. With so many Void crawlers, not to mention a fully equipped level 10 team, even a level 20 team of professionals would likely be overwhelmed. This Hell difficulty left no room for survival. Fortunately, with 42 times the potion at his side, Lin Chen felt a bit more at ease and quickly approached a stone cave. This was a natural cave, with various oddly shaped giant stones arranged together, and a narrow passage extending deep underground. Bang! Bang bang! The angry Void crawlers rushed into the cave, crashing against the giant stones, producing a series of muffled sounds. But these giant stones were indestructible. No matter how hard the Void crawlers crashed into them, they remained unmoved. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the passage suddenly opened up, then became incredibly narrow again, forming a single gourd-shaped terrain in the middle. Lin Chen stopped, turned around, and took out a large number of Chaos Potions, throwing them around like grenades. Soon, the entire passage was covered in potions, completely turning it into a chaotic area. He then stepped into the narrow entrance and began to enjoy this feast of death. In the next moment, more than a dozen Void crawlers rushed in, and as soon as they entered the chaotic area, their health bars began to drop rapidly. Bang bang bang! The leading Void crawler continuously crashed against the narrow entrance, but because the entrance was too narrow, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch even a corner of Lin Chen's clothing. Meanwhile, they were continuously losing health in the chaotic area, their aggro locked onto Lin Chen, unable to advance or retreat, only able to spin angrily in the gourd-shaped terrain. 8 seconds later, all the Void crawlers perished. Kill the Void crawler, gain 500 experience points. Kill the Void crawler, gain 500 experience points. Accompanied by a series of system notification sounds, a large amount of white light flew out from the bodies of the Void crawlers, flashing with dazzling brightness. The drop rate is quite high. Lin Chen picked up the loot, his face beaming with joy. More than a dozen Void crawlers had actually dropped 3 pieces of equipment. This drop rate was almost on par with elite monsters. No wonder it was a Hell-level difficulty advancement trial. Although the monster attributes had significantly increased, the drop rate matched their outrageous attributes. Checking the equipment, Lin Chen opened his backpack. Void leggings, blue, gain 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void boots / Void bone armor / Void bracers / Void mask, gain additional set attributes. Void, level requirement above 10. Void bracers, blue, gain 100 points of adaptive attack power, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void boots / Void bone armor / Void bracers / Void mask, gain additional set attributes. Void, level requirement above 10. Void leggings, blue, gain 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void boots / Void bone armor / Void bracers / Void mask, gain additional set attributes. Void, level requirement above 10. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, 2 were Void leggings, causing Lin Chen to frown. This indicated that the drop rate for leggings was relatively high, and it seemed that collecting the entire Void set was not as easy as he had imagined. He equipped the bracers and quickly walked deeper into the jungle. In addition to these 3 pieces of equipment, the Void crawlers had also dropped a considerable amount of tradable lifespan. However, Lin Chen had no mood to count his spoils. His expression was extremely grave. Just at the beginning, he had encountered so many Void crawlers, and he had no idea what other Void monsters awaited him. It was even uncertain whether the final boss would still be a Void Raider. Soon, Lin Chen walked out of the dense forest. A massive mountain peak came into view, with a deep, pitch-black cave at its center, extending into the unknown. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, a series of eerie cracking sounds from a monster echoed in his ears. Lin Chen immediately became alert, focusing his gaze into the cave. A giant mantis, entirely purple-black, long and robust, slowly emerged from the darkness. Void Raider, level 10, it turned out to be a Void Raider with attributes even higher than those of the Void Crawlers. Lin Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly took out a bottle of Chaos Potion and threw it. A Chaos area was generated, and the Void Raider began to lose health. Minus 420. 2580/3000. The Void Raider's health bar was not as thick as that of the Void Crawlers, but Lin Chen's face was full of seriousness because this creature belonged to the agility monster category. Although its health bar was not thick, its other attributes were absurdly high. Whoosh! A sudden strike. The Void Raider's large scythe sliced through the air with a purple glow, moving so fast that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he felt a sharp pain in his body, unable to dodge in time. Flash/ignores defense. Minus 699. This strike directly took away more than half of Lin Chen's health. If he hadn't allocated all his free attribute points to Constitution, this hit could have easily killed him. He took out a small red potion and applied it to himself, instantly restoring his health to full. Only then did Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief and threw another bottle of Chaos Potion at the feet of the Void Raider. He then began to maneuver, dodging the Void Raider's attacks while holding the Chaos Potion in both hands, ready to throw it at the Void Raider's feet at any moment. Half a minute later, after using 5 bottles of Chaos Potion, he finally sent the Void Raider back to its home. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, the Void Raider crashed to the ground. Killed the Void Raider, gained 800 experience points, gained 78 days of tradable lifespan, gained item, Void Stabbing Blade. After collecting the spoils, Lin Chen opened his backpack. This Void Stabbing Blade should be an assassin-type weapon. Void Stabbing Blade, blue attack power plus 100, agility plus 50, gains Void power every 30 seconds, next attack ignores enemy defense. When worn with the Void set, has a special effect, Void Killer, level requirement above 10. Void Killer, reduces damage taken from Void monsters by 30%, increases damage to enemies by 10%, and if the enemy is a Void monster, damage increases by 30%. He didn't expect that the weapon paired with the Void set would have a new set effect, and the attributes of this Void Killer were quite outrageous. Dealing an additional 30% damage to Void monsters seemed very restrictive, but in reality, it was a very practical attribute, especially in the later stages when many holy level bosses were Void monsters. This attribute was incredibly precious. It could definitely fetch a good price if sold. Continuing to explore deeper into the cave, he found a dimly lit passage that was relatively spacious, with narrow side paths occasionally branching off, complex and uncertain of where they led. However, Lin Chen knew that as long as he kept moving forward along the main passage, he would reach the location of the trial boss for the leveling trial, the lair of the Void monsters. At normal difficulty, there would be a Void Raider guarding the Void lair, and defeating it would allow him to pass the leveling trial and unlock the new map after reaching level 10. But having just encountered a Void Raider at the cave entrance, he was now uncertain whether the trial boss would still be a Void Raider or an even stronger Void monster. Rushing along, Lin Chen encountered several Void Raiders hiding in the shadows. Fortunately, he had been on guard the whole time, and with the 42x enhancement from the small red potion, even if he was ambushed and lost half his health, he could quickly recover. It turned out to be a close call, as he not only obtained 5 pieces of blue-quality Void equipment but also leveled up to level 12. He continued to allocate all his attribute points to Constitution. With the 42x boost from the potion, he had no shortage of damage, he just needed to stack Constitution to ensure his survivability. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, the once solid surface collapsed, and he, along with a large amount of sand, fell into a massive cave. 3 large, luminescent stones of various shapes were embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire cave. It was a circular cavern, resembling a large bowl turned upside down. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Lin Chen steadied himself, a series of rapid crackling sounds reached his ears. It wasn't just one sound, but a dense chorus coming from all directions. Damn it! Lin Chen looked around and couldn't help but curse. The cave still resembled the one he remembered, with purple-black egg sacs densely overlapping and firmly stuck to the walls. Numerous bones littered the ground, some animal, some human, creating a chilling atmosphere. What made Lin Chen curse was not the dense egg sacs or the void crawlers and void raiders guarding them, but a giant purple vertical eye floating in front of him. It had no body, just an eye. There was no pupil, only a dazzling white light flickering within. As Lin Chen looked at it, it happened to gaze back at him, and in that moment of three-way eye contact, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He never expected that the hellish trial boss would be this. Eye of the Void, Gold, Level 10 Gold level boss. In front of it, the Void Raiders were nothing but weaklings. This was a serious problem. The current situation was extremely dangerous, with the Gold level boss, the Eye of the Void, in front and numerous Void Crawlers and Void Raiders guarding the Void Nest behind. Any slight mistake would either result in being instantly killed by the Eye of the Void's terrifying skills or being torn to shreds by the multitude of Void monsters. No wonder the system deemed hell difficulty as 10 deaths without life. Not to mention a solo player, even the strongest 5-man team in the world would only face disaster against such a formidable setup. Setting aside the gold level boss, just clearing out these void crawlers and void raiders was a significant challenge. Unless one's level far exceeded these void monsters, it would be difficult to clear so many of them. Even if by some stroke of luck he managed to eliminate all these void monsters, he would still have to face the gold boss, the Eye of the Void, whose attributes far surpassed those of the void raiders. Any mistake would be fatal, and this was under the ideal condition of clearing the minions without alerting the boss. In reality, that was impossible, as the moment Lin Chen fell into the cave, the giant Eye of the Void had already locked onto him. Swish! The Eye of the Void launched an attack without warning. A beam of purple light shot towards Lin Chen. Void Evil Light. Lin Chen's expression changed, he had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he had taken out a bottle of iron potion in advance and held it tightly in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it, and a golden bubble enveloped him. Minus 9,999. A gray damage number floated above Lin Chen's head. One hit. In just one hit, the Eye of the Void dealt a staggering 9,999 damage. If Lin Chen hadn't reacted quickly, if it weren't for the 100% damage reduction from the iron potion, that blow would have been enough to kill him instantly. Kill! Lin Chen wasted no time, pulling out 2 potions and throwing them forward. A bottle of corrosive potion, a bottle of chaos potion. The 2 negative states combined can cause a high damage per second of 2100 plus 420 is equal to 2520. At this moment, the health bar of this golden level boss finally appeared before Lin Chen. 27480/10,000 30,000 health? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The Void Eye's physical attributes had reached an astonishing 1000 points, which meant that this monster had 1000 points of dual resistance. With such a thick health line and resistance, it was truly despairing for archers, making them weep at this moment. Fortunately, his potions were not restricted by dual resistance, the damage dealt was fixed, and aside from not being able to ignore shields and critical hits, it was no different from true damage. Minus 2,520. Minus 2,520. With the 100% damage reduction from the steel potion, Lin Chen simply stopped dodging and directly faced the damage from the Void Eye, starting to throw potions around. At this moment, he was like a moving fortress, continuously throwing biochemical bombs, and within a few breaths, the entire Void Nest was covered in chaos potions, plunging the whole area into a state of confusion. This also angered the Void Crawlers and Void Raiders guarding the Void Nest, who emitted piercing clicking sounds and pounced towards Lin Chen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down. The duration of the steel potion was about to end, but Lin Chen remained unhurried, muttering the numbers and snapping his fingers. As his countdown finished, all the monsters in the entire Void Nest let out unwilling roars, and beams of white light flew out from their corpses, scattering all over the ground, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Kill the Void Eye, gain 2,000 experience points. Kill the Void Raider, gain 800 experience points. Kill the Void Crawler, gain 500 experience points. Gained 55 days of tradable lifespan. Gained 72 days of tradable lifespan. Gained 63 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Void Blood, Gold. Gained item, Void Bracers, Blue. Gained item, Void Mask, Blue. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Void Eye, Gold. Successfully unlocked a new map, Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15, Sludge Marsh, level 15, Ancient Ruins, level 20. National announcement. Player I Am Not a Medicine God has cleared the upgrade trial Hell difficulty, becoming the first professional in the universe to clear the Hell difficulty upgrade trial, rewarded with the limited title Warrior of the Cleansing Hell. National announcement. Due to player I Am Not a Medicine God clearing the upgrade trial Hell difficulty, new maps have been unlocked, Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15, Sludge Marsh, level 15, Ancient Ruins, level 20. Players below level 10 receive a temporary buff effect of 30% experience gain. With a large amount of loot collected, the upgrade dungeon was completed, and Lin Chen felt a darkness before his eyes, returning to the bottom of the 9-story stone tower. A faint blue light shone from the tip of the tower, gradually dispelling the void ahead, illuminating a hazy landscape of mountains and forests. At the same time, 2 national announcements rang in the ears of all professionals. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. Clearing normal difficulty for the first time would also grant a title, and since he cleared hell difficulty, receiving a limited title was not surprising. Checking his attributes, he opened the title bar, and above the title of 1,000 miles a day, there was indeed a new title glowing with hellish flames. Warrior of the Cleansing Hell, gain 10 times your own level in all attributes, a reward for the brave. It's a growth title. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the limited series never disappointed. Don't be fooled by the fact that adding just over 100 points to all attributes now is similar to the attributes gained from the title of Rapid Progress, as this title has a high potential for growth, with the attributes increasing even more in the later stages. Closing the personal panel, Lin Chen took a deep breath. He didn't expect that clearing the upgrade trial would grant all players in the Great Xia an experience boost. In fact, this temporary 30% experience boost was designed to help newly transitioned professionals catch up with the leveling pace quickly, a special buff that had appeared in his previous life and originally wouldn't have affected much. But now, with the God and Demon War having only descended for less than 2 days, all players had received this temporary buff, effectively lowering the difficulty of leveling up in the Great Xia. Lin Chen didn't mind this matter. Even if others received a 30% experience boost, or even a 100% boost, they still couldn't catch up to his leveling pace. However, other countries would likely have objections. After all, the integration of the God and Demon War system wasn't limited to just the Great Xia region. The entire world had now merged with the system, and all countries were exploring and striving to level up, starting from the same starting line with little difference in progress. But now, with the entire Great Xia receiving a 30% experience boost, it wouldn't be long before they completely surpassed other countries, becoming the leading nation in global leveling progress. What does leading in leveling progress represent? It represents supreme authority. If other countries found out about this, it would be a big deal. They would surely unite and find ways to suppress the Great Xia. However, Lin Chen could foresee that as long as the Great Xia could withstand external pressure, once it grew, the authority of this world would completely fall into the hands of the Great Xia. He felt a strong sense of belonging to this country, and this could be considered a contribution to the nation. At this moment, the entire Great Xia was in an uproar due to these 2 national announcements. Damn! The Medicine God is at it again. A limited edition title, The Warrior of Purging Hell. This is too awesome. Wait, I struggle against level 2 monsters, and the Medicine God has already gone to purge hell? What gives? It's a cheat. Definitely a cheat from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Compared to the shock and complaints of ordinary professionals, the major factions precisely captured the key points of the 2 announcements. A 30% experience boost. What an outrageous effect. This meant their leveling speed would greatly increase. And it was definitely not just a simple 30% boost. This Medicine God is too fierce. I have friends over in Little Days, their leveling progress is about the same as ours, but now they might be left behind. Indeed, this 30% experience boost is too tempting, but the Medicine God is really strong, already level 13, in just 2 or 3 days, he opened a new map. If I didn't know the game rules were already out of control, I would suspect he was an insider. He is indeed formidable. He has already created a huge gap between us, and it's impossible to catch up. But with the Medicine God around, we don't have to worry about leveling progress in future national competition. Some top-tier faction members were exchanging thoughts. They had been so discouraged by the Medicine God that they no longer had unrealistic ideas of overtaking him. Their only wish now was to get to know the Medicine God, make a friend, and perhaps exchange something useful from him. At this moment, in the military base, several high-ranking officials were connected for an emergency meeting. What do you think about the Medicine God clearing the upgrade trial and opening a new map? The old commander, Hu Xinjian, sat in the conference room, his expression serious as he looked at several colleagues on the big screen. Chen Jianxi stood beside him, equally grave. With a 30% experience boost, we should be able to quickly widen the gap with other countries. That's right, according to the information relayed by our external personnel, the upgrade progress in various countries around the world is about the same as ours, all still stuck at level 3 or below. With the 30% experience boost provided by the Medicine God, we are confident we can widen the gap in a short time. I have instructed to temporarily shorten the rest periods and complete the level 10 breakthrough as soon as possible. Our reconnaissance department is already scouting the new map, but we haven't yet discovered where the system has indicated the new map is. Old leader, do you think we should have the construction team contact the medicine god? We suspect that the new map may not be open nationwide, but only in the area where the medicine god is located. Several senior officials expressed their opinions one by one. Hu Xinjian nodded and said, "The medicine god is helping us with the experience boost effect. We must seize this opportunity to quickly raise our levels. After all, no one knows when this effect will disappear. Let's make it a bit tough for the kids during this time. They must work overtime. This is also our chance to gain a voice on the global stage. You and the reconnaissance department too, temporarily set aside the scouting tasks and find a way to level up first." "Yes, understood." The few of them nodded quickly. After closing the call, Hu Xinjian looked at Chen Jianxi. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You go notify each district to quickly raise their levels and also check which jurisdiction has opened the new map. Although we have no intention of probing into the medicine god's background, we should still have a clear understanding. Also, you should clarify your identity and have a good talk with the medicine god. As long as the conditions aren't too excessive, try to bring him into our system." "Yes." Chen Jianxi saluted, but a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Hu Xinjian raised an eyebrow. Chen Jianxi scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Old leader, when I go to talk to the medicine god, I should show some sincerity, right? I remember not long ago the Northeast District sent over a few level 8 materials. Heh. You brat, can't you chat without giving gifts?" Hearing this, Hu Xinjian snorted coldly but still opened the trading system. "Forget it, these things are of no use to us, but if you can't exchange for useful information, then go stand guard." Heh, old leader is wise. Chen Jianxi quickly agreed to the trade request and received several high-level materials. This was from an hour ago, submitted by the Northeast District. They also had members who had transitioned to alchemists, but their levels were too low to brew potions, so it was better to give them to the medicine god. Perhaps it would win his favor. Obtained items: Frost Tree Leaves *8. Obtained items: Heartbreak Grass *6. Obtained items: Ju Fruit *1. After getting the items, Chen Jianxi immediately opened the system chat box. He had many friends, but only one was pinned at the top. "I am not the medicine god. Xiong Qiqi, medicine god, I have a few things here for you to take a look at." Sending item information: Frost Tree Leaves, level 10, Heartbreak Grass, level 8, Jufruit, level 10. At this moment, Lin Chen, dressed in a void set, was gathering materials in the new map, the Ghostface Stone Forest. The Ghostface Stone Forest is the easiest of the 3 dungeons, consisting of countless giant stone pillars standing on the ground, where a large number of Ghostface round spiders live. The Ghostface round spiders like to rest on the stone pillars, hence the name Ghostface Stone Forest. Besides the level 10 monster, the Ghostface spider, the most valuable in the Ghostface Stone Forest are the various level 10 materials growing at the base of the stone pillars. Obtained items: Spotted Poison Mushroom *3. As Lin Chen activated his gathering skill, 3 completely black mushrooms with a few white spots on top appeared in his hands. Another 3. Lin Chen stored the spotted poison mushrooms in his backpack. In just half an hour in the Ghostface Stone Forest, he had already collected a total of 30 spotted poison mushrooms. This little mushroom appears harmless on the surface, but in reality, it contains deadly poison and is an essential material for crafting the level 20 potion, the 5 Poisons Mixture. The 5 Poisons Mixture is the highest damage poison potion for levels below 30, capable of inflicting 180 damage per second on enemies, which amounts to 7,560 damage per second under a 42x amplification. This extremely high damage, combined with the 10 seconds of invincibility from the iron mixture, makes even a level 30 golden boss no match for it. Ding! Your friend Xiong Qiqi has sent you 2 new messages. At that moment, Lin Chen received a system notification. Xiong Qiqi? Lin Chen opened the message list and clicked on the red dot next to Xiong Qiqi's name. Xiong Qiqi, Pharmaceutical God, I have a few items here for you to take a look at. Item information: Frost Tree Leaf, level 10, Heartbreak Grass, level 8, Red Fruit, level 10, 8. Seeing the 3 items, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Not to mention the Frost Tree Leaf and Red Fruit, both level 10 materials, the Heartbreak Grass was exactly what he needed. He had killed his way to the Ghostface Stone Forest without seeing a single one, and he never expected the military to have collected such a rare material. It really is the military. No matter how strong he is alone, he can't compare to their resources. I am not the pharmaceutical god. How much? Lin Chen was very direct. Since Xiong Qiqi had sent him the item information, he surely wanted to sell it to him. He just didn't know what the military wanted in return. Xiong Qiqi quickly replied. Xiong Qiqi, hee, if the pharmaceutical god likes it, just take it. No need to talk about selling or not. Xiong Chichi, to be honest, I'm from the Kyoto military district. My name is Chen Jianxi, and I want to collaborate with you to explore a new world that integrates with the game. Xiong Chichi, our military is definitely a trustworthy partner, and the resources we can provide are unmatched by other corporate groups. I hope the pharmaceutical god can consider this and give us a chance to cooperate. After Chen Jianxi finished speaking, a look of nervousness appeared on his face. I am not the pharmaceutical god, how do we cooperate? Lin Chen had long thought about collaborating with the military. Xiong Chichi's words were indeed to his liking, but this was like dating. He couldn't rush in eagerly just because the other party spoke first. He needed to be strategic. After all, the military was seeking his cooperation, so maintaining a bit of aloofness could actually elevate his status. Seeing that the pharmaceutical god did not directly refuse, Chen Jianxi's expression brightened, and he quickly replied. Xiong Chichi, the pharmaceutical god should be an alchemist, right? I wonder if you could provide us with some high-quality potions. We can purchase in bulk, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Xiong Chichi, also, for equipment, if you can sell to us first, we can offer a higher price. Xiong Chichi, if we collect high-level materials, we can also prioritize supplying them to you. You should know that our military's resources are definitely more efficient than your solo exploration. Upon reading Xiong Chichi's words, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Potions? He indeed had many. However, the effects of these potions were somewhat alarming. If he were to sell them to the military, it would probably shock many people. I am not the pharmaceutical god, I can give you some small red and blue potions, but I don't want money, you have to trade materials for them. Aside from the small red potions, he didn't want to reveal any other potions for now, mainly because Xiong Chichi was right. In terms of collecting materials, his individual strength could never match that of the entire military. Rather than spending time and effort collecting them himself, it was better to exchange with the military. What was most important to him now was leveling up in alchemy. As long as he raised his level and enhancement effects, he would be invincible in this world. Xiong Chichi, is there nothing else? Chen Jianxi twitched the corner of his mouth. Their division had quite a few alchemists and wasn't lacking in small red and small blue potions. If he sent out so many high-level materials and only got back a few bottles of small red and small blue potions, the old leader would surely scold him to death. Seeing the message from Xiong Chichiao, Lin Chen smiled slightly and directly sent over the item information for the small red potion. Small red potion, level 1, Chen Jianxi was somewhat puzzled. What was so special about the small red potion? He already had plenty of those. This was just a basic potion given by the system, with a very low healing amount that couldn't withstand the damage from monsters. However, he still subconsciously clicked on the item information sent by the potion god. Small red potion, level 1 restores 420 health points per second for 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Chen Jianxi's eyes widened in confusion as he slapped himself hard. He hadn't even drunk anything yesterday, how could he be seeing things? The sharp pain on his face made him quickly open his eyes wide and look at the system panel. When he saw the information about the small red potion, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. What the hell? Restores 420 health points per second? And lasts for 10 minutes? This is definitely the small red potion, not some super invincible big red potion? Chen Jianxi carefully looked at the name of the potion. It was indeed the small red potion. He suddenly began to breathe rapidly. No wonder the potion god could level up to level 13 so quickly. With such a potion, he wouldn't just reach level 13, reaching at least level 5 would be no problem. It had to be obtained. Chen Jianxi couldn't help but smile. He could already imagine the old leader's shocked expression upon seeing the potion's attributes. Xiong Chichiao, how many of these potions do we need? I wonder how the potion god wants to sell them. I am not the potion god, 1 bottle for 3 materials above level 10. Xiong Chichiao, deal. Chen Jianxi agreed without hesitation. This small red potion was too overpowered. With this small red potion, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. At that time, what materials couldn't be gathered? And since the potion god could concoct such a powerful small red potion, he could surely create other powerful potions as well. He absolutely couldn't let such a small profit ruin the relationship between both parties. I am not the potion god requests to trade with you. The system prompt brought Chen Jianxi back to reality. He quickly agreed to the trade, placing the 3 types of materials up and locking them in. Seeing this, Lin Chen also placed 3 bottles of small red potions in the trade window. Both parties pressed the confirm button simultaneously. Trade successful. For our first collaboration, here's a message. Tomorrow I will list 2 pieces of blue quality level 10 equipment. Remember to prepare your tradable lifespan. Leaving a message, Lin Chen closed the chat box and opened his backpack. Looking at the 3 types of materials in his backpack, he immediately exited the outskirts of the Ghost-Face Stone Forest and sat down behind the trial tower. Concocting Thorny Poison Potion. The range of the Thorny Poison Potion is quite large, and its damage is not low. After use, it can deal 28 damage per second to enemies in the area, and with a 42 times boost, it becomes 1176 damage per second. It is a very useful large area monster clearing potion, perfect for use in these 3 new maps. Unfortunately, he only had 2 thorny fruits right now. Even if he triggered the passive Empty Hands, he could at most concoct 4 bottles. Let's start concocting. Thorny Fruit plus Heartbreak Grass equals Thorny Poison Potion. Obtained item, Thorny Poison Potion *1 concoct again. Obtained item, Thorny Poison Potion *1 Empty Hands. Obtained Thorny Poison Potion *1 triggered Empty Hands. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. 3 bottles of Thorny Poison Potion was already a very good result. It's a pity he didn't gain any evolution points. Just in time to count the spoils. After putting away the 3 bottles of Thorny Poison Potion, Lin Chen began to organize the items in his backpack. After leaving the upgrade trial, he went straight to the Ghost-Face Stone Forest to explore. Without having time to organize his backpack, and with a lot of miscellaneous items, the compartments in his backpack were almost full. "I'll throw all this equipment into the auction house later," Lin Chen muttered quietly as he looked at the gear he had stripped off. Currently, he was wearing a complete set of Void Blue gear, having obtained a large amount of equipment in the Void Nest, and pieced together a full set of Void armor. It must be said that the attributes of this Void set were indeed very high. Void Leggings, Blue grants 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void Boots / Void Bone Armor / Void Bracers / Void Mask, it has additional set attributes, Void, level requirement above 10. Void Bracers, Blue grants 100 points of adaptive attack power, all attributes plus 20. When worn together with Void Boots / Void Bone Armor / Void Leggings / Void Mask, it has additional set attributes, Void, level requirement above 10. Void Boots, Blue movement speed plus 100, agility plus 30, grants the skill Void Shuttle. When worn together with Void Leggings / Void Bone Armor / Void Bracers / Void Mask, it has additional set attributes, Void, level requirement above 10. Void Bone Armor, Blue dual resistance plus 100, constitution plus 50. When worn together with Void Boots / Void Leggings / Void Bracers / Void Mask, it has additional set attributes, Void, level requirement above 10. Void Mask, Blue all attributes plus 50. When worn together with Void Boots / Void Bone Armor / Void Bracers / Void Leggings, it has additional set attributes, Void, level requirement above 10. Check the profession panel. Codename, I am not a medicine god, modifiable, profession, alchemist, level, 13, experience, 890/12974, health, 4300, constitution, 430, strength, 330, agility, 360, mentality, 330, current free attribute points, 0. Wearing these 5 pieces of equipment, his 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed. Moreover, this set attribute could reduce 30% of the damage from void monsters. This set attribute was actually quite overpowered, as the further he went, the more void monsters there would be. Wearing this set of equipment could greatly increase his margin for error. Compared to the gear he wore before, what a pile of junk. What is this void blood for? At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the pool of golden blood in his backpack. This was an item dropped by the void eye he killed in the void nest. He hadn't had time to check it earlier, only remembering it was of golden quality. Void blood, golden, can be used on weapons to infuse them with void power, forging them into randomly quality void weapons. Random quality? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This item was quite good. Weapons plus void set could form a stronger set, the Void Slayer. Originally, in the upgrade trial, he had only dropped a weapon for assassins, the Void Dagger, and he felt a bit regretful for not being able to form a complete set. He didn't expect that the void blood dropped by the void eye could directly forge a professional weapon. And it was of random quality, which meant what? It meant it could be the worst white weapon or the most powerful 7-colored divine weapon. Forge. Lin Chen directly took out the rusty iron alchemy cauldron and fused it with the void blood. The golden blood immediately transformed into a bubble of blood, enveloping the rusty iron alchemy cauldron. Accompanied by dazzling white light, a blood-red 3-legged alchemy cauldron gradually appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. This cauldron was entirely crimson, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, looking mysterious and grand, far more beautiful than the previous rusty iron alchemy cauldron by countless times. Void magic cauldron, red. It turned out to be a red attribute. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly opened the equipment attributes. Void Magic Cauldron, red when refining potions, infuse it with void power. The voidified potion gains double the effect of the original potion. When worn together with the void set, it has a special effect, Void Killer, level requirement above 10. Although there was no attack bonus, Lin Chen's face was filled with surprise. He was an alchemist, relying on potions for attack, defense, and healing. This Void Magic Cauldron could actually allow potions to gain double the benefit. Can it stack with alchemy mastery? After stacking, is it 44 times or 84 times? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Double benefits were definitely a rare attribute. He immediately took out a bottle of Chaos Potion and refined it with the Void Magic Cauldron. Accompanied by the dazzling crimson glow of the Void Magic Cauldron, Lin Chen obtained a brand new potion. Chaos Potion, magic upon use, the area enters a state of chaos, causing all living beings to lose 840 health points per second for 40 seconds. Damn! Seeing the magic attribute of the Chaos Potion, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. It was actually an independently stacking double benefit. This meant that the potions he would refine in the future would directly go from 42 times to 84 times. Moreover, every time his alchemy mastery increased by one level, the potion's benefit effect could increase by 4 times. Unbelievable! Independent stacking was terrifying. Lin Chen immediately refined all potions except for the small red potions. As for the remaining 48 bottles of small red potions with a 42 times increase, they were meant for trading with the military. After all, a 42 times increased small red potion was already frightening enough. If he gave them an 84 times increased small red potion, it would probably drop everyone's jaws. With such a huge temptation of profit, the military might do something unpredictable. He never tested human nature because it couldn't withstand the test. In fact, the military was indeed shocked by the 42 times increased small red potion. At the command center of the Kyoto military district, Hu Xinjian's expression was more dramatic than a performance of Farewell My Concubine. He tightly gripped the small red potion bottle in his hand, unable to believe this was real. How is this possible? Hu Xinjian found it hard to believe. Their division wasn't without alchemists. On the contrary, there were many alchemists in the division, working overtime to supply small red and small blue potions to various departments. Yet, the small red potions made by their alchemists were completely the same as the ones given by the system, recovering 10 health points per second for 15 seconds. The small red potion made by the god of medicine actually recovered an astonishing 420 health points per second and could last for 10 minutes. This was not a small red potion at all. This was clearly a miraculous elixir that could bring the dead back to life. The total health recovered by an ordinary small red potion in 15 seconds was less than what this small red potion recovered in 1 second. Who have you shown this to? After a long pause, Hu Xinjian suddenly stood up. Chen Jianqi quickly shook his head. Besides the god of medicine himself, only you and I have seen this small red potion. Good. Hu Xinjian took a deep breath and said solemnly, these 3 bottles of small red potions are classified as 5-star secrets. Assemble a team of alchemists and see if they can figure out the refining method. Also, tell everyone in the departments to keep an eye on the herbs on the ground. Regardless of whether they recognize them or if they are useful, gather them all back. Hu Xinjian was extremely excited. With such powerful medicine, how could he not thrive in this game world? No wonder the god of medicine leveled up so quickly. It turned out he had this powerful medicine to assist him. As long as they could overcome the technical challenges of the small red potion, the Great Xia would become the global hegemon of the new era. Unfortunately, only the medicine god knows how to make this little red medicine, and the military currently lacks the ability to demand anything from him. They can only try to break through the technical difficulties themselves. Unlike the military's awe, ordinary professionals have more admiration for the medicine god. Ningqing, Wilderness Area. The medicine god is indeed amazing. He leveled up again. Su Chen, who previously looked down on the medicine god for leveling up 10 times in a day and night, no longer had a trace of arrogance on his face. While attacking the monsters ahead, he sighed in admiration. After 2 full days of torment, he finally stopped being stubborn and accepted the game's extreme difficulty. Initially, seeing the medicine god level up 10 times in a day made him think the game wasn't hard. With his talent, even if he couldn't level up 10 times in a day, he should at least be able to reach level 9. However, reality was too cruel. The attributes of these monsters completely exceeded his understanding. The 5 of them, with tank, damage dealers, and a healer, couldn't even defeat the lowest level 1 mutated wild chicken. They were chased around, holding their heads in despair. No wonder he's the best in Daxia, this is too impressive. Lin Shishir, who had been coaxed back by Su Chen, also showed admiration and envy. These past 2 days, she had suffered enough. Being bullied by level 1 monsters at the start was one thing, but now at level 2, she was still being bullied by level 1 monsters. The two of them simply couldn't handle it. Even with a full team, they had to be extremely cautious. One misstep could lead to a total wipe. Fortunately, Tianmin's devoted neighbor, Ma Xiaoshan, had decent skills, and with Suchen calling in another healer fan, they managed to barely scrape by to level 2 with Tianmin healing and shielding Ma Xiaoshan. It really is impressive. If only we could team up with the medicine god, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Another healer fan sighed, wishing the medicine god would take her along. She would do anything for him, but unfortunately, she didn't know him at all. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshan, fighting a mutated black scorpion, shouted, "Stop chatting and heal me. What are you rushing for? My skills are on cooldown. If I had skills, would I need you to tell me?" Hearing Ma Xiaoshan's words, the new healer, afraid of thunder, frowned. She only had 2 skills, which couldn't keep up with the speed at which Ma Xiaoshan was losing health. This guy's defense was too low. Whenever the 2 healers had skills available, they couldn't keep him alive. Afraid of thunder snorted softly, a hint of disgust flashing across her face. If it weren't so hard to find a warrior, she would have wanted Su Chen to kick Ma Xiaoshan out and find a higher level warrior instead. Tianmin shook her head as well. My skills are on cooldown too. Hearing the two, Ma Xiaoshan's face changed. After enduring 2 pincers from the mutated black scorpion, he decisively chose to retreat. No, I can't hold on without potions. Run. Ma Xiaoshan had died once and knew the game's rules. Once dead, he would lose half his lifespan, so he quickly chose to abandon the fight and flee. Seeing the warrior run away, the other 4, though their faces were grim, could only follow him out. Ma Xiaoshan, why did you run? After pulling the monster's aggro, Lin Shishir frowned and questioned. Su Chen's expression was also not good. The mutated black scorpion was almost dead, and if they could just hold on for a few more minutes, they could have finished it. But because Ma Xiaoshan suddenly fled, all their previous efforts were wasted. Tianmin frowned slightly. Ma Xiaoshan, what's going on? Can you still fight? I have no potions left. I'm down to 1 health point, and you guys don't have any healing skills. If I take a couple more hits, I'm dead. Hearing the questions from the others, Ma Xiaoshan frowned. The 4 of them could see his health bar. Can't you sacrifice a bit for the team? Tianmin coldly snorted. Now look, we fought all day for nothing. Alright, it's my fault. Ma Xiaoshan sighed, looking at Tianmin. Xiaoman, don't be angry. I promise I won't run next time. But without medicine, you two can't hold me up. Does anyone have any small red potions on you? None. I've run out of all my bottles. I don't have any either. I've used them all up. I don't have any left in my backpack either. Hearing this, the 4 of them shook their heads. The few small red potions given by the system had long been used up. What do we do? I can't hold on without medicine. Ma Xiaoshan's face looked grim. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly said, the potions are too expensive. We can't afford to buy them. Sure, go check what profession Lin Chen is and ask him for a few small red potions. Lin Chen would listen to Lin Shishir's words. If the small red potions given by the system hadn't been used yet, as long as Lin Shishir asked, Lin Chen would definitely come running to deliver them. However, upon hearing this, Lin Shishir's expression turned sour. Not long ago, Lin Chen had hung up on her call and even scolded her for being crazy. Now asking her to go beg Lin Chen for small red potions? Where would she put her face? She would rather die than do it. Sure, I know you don't want to see him right now, but you need to consider the bigger picture. We have already entered the era of universal job changes, and everyone is working hard to level up by grinding monsters. If we fall behind, it will be difficult to catch up with the main group. Besides, he said that on the phone because you must have provoked him. After all, he is your brother, and it's normal for an older brother not to want his younger sister to date so early. Just be generous and forgive him this time, Su Chen advised. Although Lin Chen had always opposed Lin Shishir being with him, over the past 2 years, Lin Shishir had taken quite a few things from Lin Chen. As long as Lin Shishir asked, even if Lin Chen was unhappy, he would still agree to her requests. It would be a shame to ruin such a long-term source of support. I don't want to. Lin Shishir huffed lightly. She cursed Lin Chen fiercely in her heart. Just thinking about how Lin Chen had called her crazy and hung up made her furious. She wasn't dependent on Lin Chen to live. The earth would keep spinning no matter who was gone. She wanted to prove to Lin Chen that she, Lin Shishir, could play this game just fine without him and could level up just the same. Brother Su Chen, if we don't have potions, we can just buy a few. I still have quite a bit of my living expenses this month. The small red potions are too expensive, and you need transferable lifespan to buy them. Su Chen shook his head. He didn't have much money left, and he was counting on Lin Shishir for meals later. Moreover, Lin Shishir's living expenses were also provided by Lin Chen. Spending Lin Chen's money to buy small red potions was no different from directly asking Lin Chen for them. Sure, no matter what, he is still your brother. A love without family blessings is destined to be imperfect. Although he always thinks too highly of himself and believes I can't give you happiness, I actually don't care how he sees me. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. So you don't have to make things so tense with your family because of me. In fact, Lin Chen is quite good to you. With the way you two are at odds, he must be feeling miserable and is probably just waiting for you to take the initiative to apologize. Hearing this, Lin Shushu hesitated for a moment. With her proud nature, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to show weakness to Lin Chen, but she felt that Su Chen had a point. Should she call Lin Chen again? Don't hesitate. In the past, he always lowered his head. This time, just satisfy his vanity a little. Seeing Lin Shushu show signs of hesitation, Su Chen quickly urged. The difficulty of this game was too great. If he wanted to rise in the new era, relying solely on himself was still too difficult. If Lin Chen was willing to sacrifice himself to support them, there might be a chance to catch up with others, or even achieve a shortcut. Then I'll call him again and let him step up this time. Lin Shushu nodded slightly. In fact, she was a bit afraid that Lin Chen would really ignore her. Right now, she still didn't have the ability to be self-sufficient and relied on Lin Chen for her basic needs. In the past, she didn't have to think about anything, all she had to do was shop, and if she ran out of money, she could just message Lin Chen, and he would transfer money within half an hour. But this time, Lin Chen hadn't responded to her for several days. What if he really ignored her? Who would she ask for living expenses? Moreover, she planned to save money to buy a new watch for Brother Su Chen. Brother Su Chen wasn't angry with Lin Chen, since he had generously said so, she might as well lower her head a little. Go ahead, I'm waiting for your good news. Su Chen sighed in relief. In his eyes, as long as Lin Shushu was willing to lower her head and admit her mistake to Lin Chen would definitely not be able to hold back and would immediately change his attitude, just like before, showing concern for Lin Shushu. At that time, asking for a few bottles of little red medicine would be a piece of cake. It was even very likely that they wouldn't have to worry about their little red medicine in the future. Lin Shushu took out her newly bought top-of-the-line smartphone, found Lin Chen's phone number, and walked aside. Although Lin Chen always obstructed her from being with Brother Su Chen, he was still quite good to her in other matters. For instance, not long ago, when she said she wanted the latest smartphone, Lin Chen directly bought it for her in installments. Thinking of this, Lin Shushu took a deep breath and had already figured out how to talk to Lin Chen later. She didn't even need to lower her head. As long as she acted a little spoiled, he would definitely be unable to resist, take the initiative to apologize, and then come running to her. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Ha! Lin Shushu was slightly taken aback by the prompt from her phone. Did she hear it wrong? She clearly heard a beep just now. How could it change to busy now? She frowned, hung up, and dialed again. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. The prompt was exactly the same as before. Lin Shushu's brows furrowed tightly. She hung up and opened WeChat, found Lin Chen's profile, and initiated a voice chat. However, the next moment, a look of shock appeared on Lin Shushu's face. In just 1 second, her expression changed 4 or 5 times, from shock to daze, then to disbelief, and finally to anger. You are not friends with the other party and cannot initiate a voice call. The white prompt box on the phone screen left Lin Shushu feeling a bit dazed. How could this be? Lin Chen actually blocked her? How dare he? How could he? Didn't he fear that she would never forgive him, that she would never return home again? Lin Chen, you wait for me. I will sever our sibling relationship, and I will never return to that broken home again. Lin Shushu lost control of her emotions for a moment and let out a sharp scream, raising her hand to throw her phone, but then she remembered that the phone was worth over 10,000 yuan, and she only had 6,000 left for living expenses, so she put her hand down. Lin Chen, I, Lin Shushu, swear today, I will never forgive you again. Even if you kneel on the ground and beg me to forgive you like before, I will never look at you again. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Far away at the base of the trial tower, Lin Chen sneezed, completely unaware that Lin Shushu, who had recently told him they would go their separate ways, was cursing him from afar because she couldn't get through to him. In fact, he had long since forgotten about her and was only thinking about leveling up. After counting his spoils, Lin Chen stood up. The rewards from the leveling trial were quite rich. Not only did he obtain a complete set of void gear, but also 7 or 8 individual pieces, most of which were void leg guards. In addition, there is a large amount of tradable lifespan. With the previous 3,000 days of tradable lifespan, he now has a total of 4,889 days of tradable lifespan. This is already quite wealthy in the early stages. However, Lin Chen was not satisfied. While this amount of tradable lifespan seems considerable now, after reaching level 20, various aspects will require tradable lifespan to fill. Mounts, pets, and second job transfers all require a significant amount of tradable lifespan. He also refrains from consuming equipment, otherwise, he would need to use a lot of refining stones to refine rare attributes. Moreover, he plans to spend heavily on purchasing a residence in the main city after reaching level 20, so he won't have to pay daily rent and can obtain citizenship in the main city, which is more cost-effective in the long run. If he remembers correctly, after reaching level 20, the main city will hold a 3-day auction and trading conference. However, residences in the main city are very expensive. Even the most basic dilapidated house costs 3,000 days of tradable lifespan, and a larger, better decorated one requires several thousand days of tradable lifespan. The benefits are also extremely obvious. First, there is no need to pay daily rent. Ordinary professionals entering the main city must pay 10 days of tradable lifespan daily, and if they are found to have insufficient tradable lifespan, they will be expelled from the main city. 10 days of tradable lifespan daily amounts to 3,650 days in a year and 36,500 days in 10 years. In the short term, it may not seem like much, but in the long run, buying a residence is more cost-effective. Secondly, having citizenship in the main city allows one to freely use and trade various facilities within the city, such as teleportation arrays. Ordinary professionals consume hundreds of days of tradable lifespan for a single use of a teleportation array, while citizens of the main city can use it for free once a day. In short, the benefits are numerous. After throwing the unused equipment into the auction house at the original price, Lin Chen put away his backpack and returned to the Ghost-Face Stone Forest. He began to pull monsters. Chaos Potion. He started the tedious and boring daily monster grinding again. Fortunately, the Ghost-Face spiders in the Ghost-Face Stone Forest do not have thick health, and with the current Chaos Potion providing an 84-fold enhancement effect, he could easily kill them in one hit. Kill Ghost-Face Spider, gain 750 experience. Kill Ghost-Face Spider, gain 60 days of tradable lifespan. After clearing the outer Ghost-Face spiders, Lin Chen stopped at the center of the Ghost-Face Stone Forest, where a giant stone pillar, over 10 meters high, stood like the king of this stone forest. A huge Ghost-Face spider was perched atop the stone pillar, and upon sensing the newcomer, it immediately jumped down. Venomous Ghost-Face Spider, level 15, Chaos Potion. Lin Chen completely disregarded this venomous Ghost-Face spider. It was just an elite monster, not much stronger than an ordinary Ghost-Face spider. The real threat was the silver-grade boss, the Ghost-Face Spider Queen, hidden beneath this stone pillar. Not only was her damage incredibly high, but she could also spin webs to trap enemies, although her health was somewhat low. But that was relative to Lin Chen. If an ordinary level 10 professional team were to fight the Ghost-Face Spider Queen, it would take them a long time to defeat her. Kill Venomous Ghost-Face Spider, gain 1000 experience. Kill Venomous Ghost-Face Spider, gain 100 days of tradable lifespan. Before the elite Venomous Ghost-Face Spider could rush towards Lin Chen, it was taken down by the high damage from the 84-fold enhancement, accompanied by a piercing scream as the ground exploded into a large hole, and a giant spider over 2 or 3 meters tall crawled out from underground. The upper body of this giant spider was humanoid, while the lower body had 8 spider legs, resembling a spider spirit from films and dramas that had not fully transformed into a human form. Ghost-Face Spider Queen, Silver, come on! Lin Chen finally gathered his spirits, first slapping a bottle of small red medicine onto himself, and then pulling out a bottle of corrosive potion to throw at the Ghost-Face Spider Queen. Bang! The corrosive potion shattered, and a string of red numbers immediately appeared above the Ghost-Face Spider Queen's head. Minus 4,200. In an instant, she lost nearly half a tube of health. Whoosh! The Ghost-Face Spider Queen let out a roar and immediately spat out a large web towards Lin Chen. Void shifting. Lin Chen activated the skill of the Void Boots, vanishing into the void, and then reappeared 2 meters away. This was a skill similar to blinking, very useful. The only downside was the long cooldown. After using it, he had to wait 5 minutes to use it again. At that moment, another string of red numbers appeared above the Ghost-Face Spider Queen's head. Minus 4,200. 1,600/10,000. With a health pool of 10,000, the Ghost-Face Spider Queen couldn't even last 3 seconds against Lin Chen's corrosive potion. The next moment, the Ghost-Face Spider Queen let out a piercing scream. Another string of red numbers appeared above her head, and the last bit of health was wiped out by the chaotic potion, her massive body swaying and collapsing to the ground. You have killed the Ghost-Face Spider Queen, Silver, gaining 1,500 experience. Gained 150 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Ghostface Spider Queen's leather armor, green. Lin Chen opened the new equipment to take a look and immediately lost interest, tossing it directly into his backpack. Ghostface Spider Queen's leather armor, green. Gain 30 points of dual resistance, constitution plus 20, enemy attacks will cause weapons to be coated in slime, reducing enemy attack speed by 20% for 2 seconds, level requirement 15 and above. The attributes couldn't be said to be terrible, but they were definitely not impressive. It was far inferior to his void set, feeling like it was completely on a different level. The experience given is decent. Putting away the equipment, Lin Chen returned to the outskirts to start a new round of monotonous monster clearing. Although the monsters in the Ghostface Stone Forest didn't drop great equipment, the experience was quite good. A normal monster gave 750 experience, an elite monster gave 1000, and a boss gave 1500. With 2 hours until dark, at this rate, reaching level 15 before nightfall shouldn't be a problem. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Lin Chen smiled, finally reaching level 15. The experience required for later levels increased significantly, and the leveling speed would slow down. For an ordinary person, gaining a level in a week would be quite good. For the next 2 days, Lin Chen basically stayed in the Ghostface Stone Forest. One afternoon, having just sent the Ghostface Spider Queen back to her home and reaching level 18, he suddenly received a message from the imposing Xiong Jojo. He thought it was about new materials he had gathered, looking to trade for potions. But when he opened the chat box, he was slightly taken aback. Xiong Jojo, medicine god, are you interested in exploring a hidden dungeon? Hidden dungeon? Lin Chen immediately became interested. In the battle of gods and demons, there were quite a few hidden dungeons, each offering generous rewards. However, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary alchemist, so he had never entered a hidden dungeon, only hearing about some things related to them. He didn't expect the military to have discovered a hidden dungeon. He really wanted to see what was inside and what rewards could be obtained after clearing it. I am not the medicine god, hidden dungeon? Tell me more. Heroically confident, a cave has been discovered in the northeast region, and when our people went inside, they found a hidden world with many unfamiliar herbs. We originally wanted to collect some and ask you, the medicine god, to take a look, but unexpectedly, there was a large snake hiding inside. That snake is at level 10, and we are only at level 5, so we are no match for it, not to mention whether there might be even stronger monsters behind it. Therefore, we would like to invite you, medicine god, to collaborate and explore this hidden dungeon together. Heroically confident, rest assured, this matter is absolutely confidential on our end, and your whereabouts will not be leaked. Heroically confident, please consider it. If you are willing to cooperate, we can split the loot from the hidden dungeon 50-50. Seeing the message from the other side, Lin Chen frowned. Northeast region? This hidden dungeon is in the northeast, which is quite far from him. Before reaching level 20 and unlocking the teleportation function, traveling from one city to another is quite troublesome, as the wilderness is filled with numerous monsters. Although they pose no threat to Lin Chen, they would severely affect travel speed. Right now, leveling up is the most important thing. If he were to go to the northeast and back, he didn't know how much time he would waste. I am not the medicine god, forget it. To be honest, I am quite far from the northeast. Heroically confident, if it's just a matter of distance, you don't need to worry at all, medicine god. I will personally take a helicopter to pick you up. The round trip won't take more than 2 days. Helicopter? Lin Chen slapped his forehead. How did he forget about this? This heroically confident represents the military. Sending a helicopter is no small matter. I am not the medicine god. If there is a helicopter to pick me up, I can consider going. I am not the medicine god. I have one condition. I can forgo the equipment, but the materials inside must belong to me. Lin Chen added another condition. He had no need for equipment, and right now, besides leveling up, he needed a large amount of materials for alchemy. After all, evolution points are the foundation of his strength, and while an 84-fold increase seems substantial, who wouldn't want their damage to be even higher? Heroically confident, no problem. Heroically confident, medicine god, send me your address, and I will arrange for the helicopter to pick you up right now. I am not the medicine god, Ning City, Wanda Plaza. Heroically confident, got it, I will take the helicopter over immediately. Chen Jianxi smiled slightly. In fact, the military had already found out that the medicine god was in Ning City. He asked this to avoid giving the medicine god a bad impression of the military. Now that the medicine god could actively state his location, it meant that the military had gained his trust. Soon, a large silver-gray helicopter took off from the Kyoto military district, flying swiftly towards Ning City. 3.5 hours later, the helicopter arrived over Wanda Plaza in Ning City under the cover of night. Although we have entered an era where everyone can change jobs, many professionals who are not in a hurry to level up still remain in the city. As the largest commercial street, Wanda Plaza is naturally bustling with people. A figure dressed in purple walked out onto the street and arrived at the center of Wanda Plaza. Under the illumination of the lights, the purple outfit looked both handsome and dashing, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Medicine God. It's the Medicine God. That outfit is so cool. Oh my, the Medicine God is actually from Ning City. Although Lin Chen was wearing a mask and people couldn't see his face, the words "I am not the Medicine God," level 18, above his head stood out prominently in the night. Medicine God, can I get your autograph? Medicine God, did you know someone offered 50 million for you to play with them? Oh my, the Medicine God is so handsome, can we take a picture together? Medicine God, can you take me along? A group of people immediately surrounded them, some starry-eyed girls practically glued to Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned, just about to tell them to scram when suddenly the sound of a propeller filled the air. A large silver-gray helicopter descended, and a long-hanging ladder dropped down. Without a second thought, Lin Chen grabbed the ladder and quickly climbed up. The helicopter ascended rapidly, soon disappearing into the clouds. If I'm not mistaken, that was our Great Xia military's Wuji 20, right? What's a Wuji 20? How terrifying it is to be uneducated. You don't even know what a Wuji 20 is? The Wuji 20 is a helicopter model specifically used by our Great Xia military, known as the King of Low Altitude, comparable to a fighter jet. Wow! Does this mean the Medicine God is military personnel? Lin Chen had left, but the crowd was left dumbfounded. They all widened their eyes, never expecting that the Medicine God was actually military personnel. Was it just a game, and now even the military was involved? Clearly, these people had yet to realize what the integration of reality and the battle of gods and demons meant for the entire world. The news that the Medicine God was military personnel spread like wildfire. It quickly circulated throughout Ning City and rapidly fermented online, especially a photo of the Medicine God in a full set of purple-black gear hanging from the helicopter ladder, which was crazily shared by countless professionals. Some female professionals even became fans, initially just curious, but now turned into fervent admirers. The Medicine God is so handsome, sob, I want to have his babies. Damn! I really want the Medicine God's autograph. So the Medicine God is a soldier, so cool and dashing, my eyes are going to get pregnant. Similar comments rolled through major forums and posts, with everyone discussing the news of the Medicine God appearing at Wanda Plaza and leaving on a Wuji 20 trending at the top of the hot search list. On the helicopter, Chen Jianxi looked eagerly at the mysterious young man beside him. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect you to be so young, Medicine God. Although he couldn't see Lin Chen's face under the mask, he could roughly judge from his figure and demeanor that Lin Chen was likely not over 30. Lin Chen remained silent. Chen Jianxi cleared his throat and asked, should we first go to the sub-district to select teammates and form a small team, or go directly to the hidden dungeon in the northeast sub-district? He certainly preferred to form a small team, not only to allow the members to gain some experience but mainly because it was just the two of them. Without a warrior to take damage and no priest to heal, he felt a bit uncertain. Let's go directly to the hidden dungeon. Having more people would be a burden. Lin Chen shook his head. The monsters in the hidden dungeon were relatively strong, and the highest level professionals were only level 5. Bringing along Chen Jianxi was already enough of a burden, adding 3 more would be too troublesome, and he might not be able to protect them during the fight. Alright, Chen Jianxi looked at Lin Chen's calm demeanor, feeling a bit surprised. As expected of an 18-level big shot, facing a hidden dungeon without a hint of nervousness. This composure was something he couldn't help but admire. 4 to 5 hours later, the helicopter landed in the northeast sub-district. It truly was the coldest place in the country. Although winter hadn't officially arrived, the temperature was already very low. Especially now, in the early morning, just as dawn was breaking, it was at least 10 degrees colder than Ning City. Fortunately, the equipment in the Battle of Gods and Demons had good insulation. As Lin Chen and Chen Jianxi got off the plane, a group of professionals in military uniforms was already waiting at the airport, and upon seeing the two, they immediately approached. Jianxi. The leader was a square-faced man with a resolute gaze. After exchanging military salutes with the two, the square-faced man turned to Lin Chen. This must be the Medicine God, right? Pharmaceutical God, let me introduce you, this is the commander of the Northeast Division, Old Ma. Chen Jianxi first introduced the square-faced man to Lin Chen, and then said to the square-faced man, Old Ma, this is our Great Xia's #1 person, the Pharmaceutical God. It's an honor to meet you, Pharmaceutical God. Old Ma did not act like a commander, instead, he lowered his posture and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Chen. This was the top-ranked Pharmaceutical God in the country. Now that the game and reality had merged, hot weapons were completely ineffective against monsters and professionals, and level represented everything. As a level 2 little Karami, how could he put on airs in front of an 18-level big shot? After shaking hands with Lin Chen, Old Ma turned to the professionals behind him. He smiled and said, "All the highest level elites in our Northeast division are here. Let's leave the decision of who to choose to the pharmaceutical god." "No need to choose, having too many people isn't a good thing." Lin Chen shook his head. As he said, bringing one more person meant one more burden. Their levels were too low, not only were they of no use, but they could even be a hindrance. Hearing this, Old Ma was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked at Chen Jianxi. "Pharmaceutical god, do you mean just the three of us go in?" Jianxi should have told you, the monster attributes inside are extremely perverse. Our level 3 team members couldn't withstand a single hit and were taken out immediately. Just the three of us without a healer, I'm afraid. Lin Chen didn't speak, also looking at Chen Jianxi. What 3 people? Wasn't it agreed that it would just be the 2 of them? Pharmaceutical god, this dungeon was discovered in the Northeast Division after all. If Old Ma, as the commander of the Northeast Division, doesn't go. Chen Jianxi was a bit troubled. The dungeon was discovered by Old Ma, it would be unreasonable not to let him join the team. 3 people is fine, but I need to make it clear in advance, once we enter the dungeon, I will have command, and you must listen to me. Moreover, I can't guarantee your safety 100%. Lin Chen nodded and then shook his head, giving both of them a warning in advance. He still didn't know what kind of hidden dungeon it was or what monsters were inside. If they really encountered monsters with particularly high levels or particularly perverse attributes, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the 2. There was only 1 bottle of steel potion left, and he certainly had to prioritize protecting himself. No problem. Old Ma nodded first. Seeing this, Chen Jianxi also nodded, indicating it was fine. After reaching an agreement, Old Ma immediately called for a jeep, and the 3 set off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of the twisted jungle, next to a giant stone over 2 meters tall. A gray vortex was hidden in the grass beside this large stone. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice this gray vortex at all. It was indeed a randomly appearing hidden dungeon. In fact, Lin Chen preferred to call it a random dungeon because such dungeons could appear anywhere, at any level, and their duration was also unpredictable. The entrance to the dungeon might disappear in 3 days, or it could remain here for 3 years. No one could say for sure. Let's go. Lin Chen walked towards the gray vortex. The moment he stepped onto the gray vortex, his vision went dark, accompanied by a feeling of spinning, and when the light returned, he found himself in another space. Whoosh! 2 beams of white light flashed, and Chen Jianxi and Old Ma also entered the dungeon. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the 2 entered a combat state. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma were both giant sword warriors, standing on either side of Lin Chen, tightly gripping their giant swords with vigilant expressions. This was a mountainous forest, surrounded by tall ancient trees, and a faint mist rose in the air, adding a touch of mystery to the forest. The Lost Land? Lin Chen frowned and looked up at the sky. Through the interlaced branches of ancient trees, a gray sky could be faintly seen, with a pale sun hanging in the sky, seemingly devoid of any warmth. The gray sky, the pale sun, and the silent, strange environment, this is the hallmark of the Lost Land. According to the lore of the battle between gods and demons, the Lost Land is a world tainted by the void, where the creatures are influenced by the power of the void, making them significantly stronger than ordinary monsters. In the past life, there had been several instances of Lost Land dungeons, but that was during the mid-game. How could a Lost Land dungeon appear just as the era of universal job change began? The herbs are just ahead, Old Ma pointed to the left front. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately walked over. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma felt a bit uneasy. Although the medicine god was a level 18 powerhouse, having an alchemist lead the way was risky. What if a monster ambushed them? However, considering Lin Chen's high level, they thought better of voicing their concerns. Let's wait and see. He managed to reach level 18, so he must have his own skills. Soon, a large patch of medicinal herbs appeared before Lin Chen. Unlike the wild herbs, this patch was neatly arranged, clearly not wild. Heartbreak grass and poison thorns. Seeing the abundance of herbs, Lin Chen was instantly excited. With so many materials, he could at least make hundreds of bottles of poison thorn potions. This was a fortune. Hiss! Just then, a strange sound reached Lin Chen's ears. Following that, a long, green worm, as thick as an arm, lunged out from the herb patch, writhing as it quickly charged towards the 3. Mutated bamboo leaf green, level 10, a level 10 mutated monster. This truly was the Lost Land. Small red potion. Lin Chen first took a small red potion for himself, then threw a bottle of confusion potion at his feet. The mutated bamboo leaf green was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. As soon as it entered the confusion zone, its health bar immediately appeared, along with a string of red numbers above its head. -840. 1160/2000. Seeing the mutated bamboo leaf green's health bar, Lin Chen smiled. Although it was significantly stronger than ordinary monsters, it was still far weaker than void creatures. With that little health, it wouldn't even touch him before it died. As Lin Chen had anticipated, the mutated bamboo leaf green barely reached him before it could open its mouth to attack. Its health bar was already reduced to 0 by the confusion potion, and its stout body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Killed mutated bamboo leaf green, gained 300 experience. Since they were in a trio, the experience was divided, so it wasn't much, but it was enough to shock Chen Jianqi and Old Ma. No way? It just died like that? A level 10 monster, how did it suddenly drop dead? Looking at the green worm that had vanished from the ground, both of them were filled with questions. They hadn't even seen how Lin Chen had attacked, they only saw him throw something on the ground, and the mutated bamboo leaf green collapsed as if it had suffered a heart attack. Acquired 63 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Chen collected the tradable lifespan that had dropped and approached the herb patch to start gathering herbs. Acquired thornfruit *6, acquired thornfruit *3. Chen Jianqi and Old Ma looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions, their hearts filled with shock. That was a level 10 monster, and he had taken it down so easily. But upon reflection, the medicine god was already level 18, it was completely reasonable to take down a level 10 monster. They had been tormented too much by mutated wild chickens and mutated black scorpions, making it hard for them to adapt to such a fast monster killing speed. Stop dawdling, help out. Lin Chen turned back to the two, frowning as he spoke. 2 large medicinal herb gardens, at least 200 to 300 plants, how long would it take for him to gather them all by himself? Hey! Upon hearing this, the two stopped hesitating and immediately stepped forward to help. After a few minutes, the herb garden was completely stripped bare. Chen Jianqi and Old Ma handed all the collected herbs to Lin Chen, as they had agreed before entering the dungeon. All the herbs belonged to Lin Chen, while other items would be split evenly. Let's head this way. After gathering the materials, Lin Chen pointed to the left front. This Lost Land dungeon looked somewhat familiar, resembling a dungeon from his past life called the Lost Maze City, but he couldn't be sure yet and needed to verify further ahead. If it really was the Lost Maze City dungeon, then they had struck gold. The boss guarding the gate, the soul of Xiangyu, not only dropped Lost Series equipment, but there was also a hidden compartment next to the boss room containing a hidden treasure chest. In his past life, a warrior accidentally stumbled in there and obtained a hidden class scroll, directly unlocking the hidden class of Demon Warrior at level 60, leaping from an unknown ordinary class to the number 1 warrior in the Great Xia, ranking in the top 3 of the Great Xia's combat power leaderboard in the top 10 in the world. If he could obtain the hidden class scroll, it would be perfect to use right before his second class change at level 20. Soon, under Lin Chen's lead, the three arrived at a village. However, the village was eerily silent, with no sounds and not a single figure in sight. The houses in the village were already in ruins, and the three felt that if a gust of wind blew, these houses would collapse. So it really is the Lost Maze City. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Just as he remembered, this was a lost village. The entire Lost Maze City dungeon had 6 areas, 5 of which were villages surrounding the central Lost City, with each village housing a level 20 elite monster. Everyone be careful, there's a level 20 elite monster in here. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quietly reminded the two. Hiss! A level 20 elite monster? The two were startled, they were barely level 3, and that level 20 elite monster could probably take them out with a single slap. Moreover, they hadn't even seen the monster yet. How did Lin Chen know there was a level 20 elite monster here? Had he been here before? Or was it because he was at a higher level and could detect information they couldn't? What should we do? Should we go back first? Old Ma whispered. A level 20 monster was not something they could handle. Even if Lin Chen was level 18, relying solely on him as an alchemist without a warrior to tank damage, it would be impossible to defeat a level 20 monster. They had suffered quite a bit in the past few days and were well aware of how overpowered the monsters in the God and Demon War were. Chen Jianqi remained silent, instead directing his gaze at Lin Chen. In fact, he also thought they should go back first. The monster's level was too high, and only Lin Chen had a higher level among the three. If a fight broke out, he and Old Ma would just be a burden and wouldn't be able to help at all. The best course of action was to return, level up first, and then come back to tackle the dungeon in a few days. No need, just stick close to me. Lin Chen shook his head upon hearing Old Ma's words. A mere level 20 elite monster was nothing to him. The only one worth his attention in the entire Lost Maze City was the gatekeeper boss, the soul of Xiangyu. With that, Lin Chen stepped directly into the village. Medicine God. No. The two opened their mouths, but Lin Chen had already entered the village, and they could only swallow their words back down. They exchanged worried glances, both filled with concern. This was not an ordinary game, it was fully integrated with reality, and dying once would cost them half their lifespan, definitely not something to take lightly. But they couldn't just leave the medicine god and run back, could they? Since the medicine god said so, he must be confident. Let's go. Chen Jianxi shook his head and chose to trust the medicine god. This was a level 20 elite monster. If the medicine god really had a way to kill it, they could gain a lot of experience as teammates, perhaps even level up by 1 or 2 levels directly. There's no other choice. Old Ma nodded and quickly followed. Roar! As soon as they entered the village, the three heard a furious roar. Immediately after, there was a loud bang, and a house ahead exploded, revealing a giant worm that burrowed up from the ground. This worm was at least 4 to 5 meters long, with 2 rows of jagged teeth on its top, writhing as if a chainsaw was spinning, looking extremely disgusting. Strong mutated worm, level 20, damn. It's really a level 20 elite monster. Faced with this massive worm monster, even Chen Jianxi and Old Ma, who had seen their fair share of big scenes, couldn't help but curse. The medicine god was spot on. Compared to the shock of the two, Lin Chen remained much calmer. Just as I remembered. Lin Chen looked at the worm, took out a bottle of confusion potion from his backpack, and then pulled out a bottle of poison thistle potion. After all, it was a level 20 elite monster, relying solely on the confusion potion for damage was a bit insufficient. Although it could be worn down slowly, Lin Chen didn't want to waste time here. He needed to hurry to the lost city to find the soul of Xiangyu. Moreover, he had a large supply of poison thistles and heartbreak grass in his backpack, so he didn't have to worry about running out of poison thistle potions. Bang! Bang! The 2 bottles of potions fell to the ground almost simultaneously. 2 streams of poisonous smoke instantly spread out, especially the poison thistle potion, which covered an area of nearly 20 to 30 meters. One dealt 840 damage per second, and the other dealt 2,352 damage per second. Combined, that was a staggering 3,192 damage per second. Although the worm was a level 20 elite monster, it couldn't withstand such high damage, and its health bar was instantly reduced by 90%. Minus 3,192. 308/3500, minus 308. The worm, under attack, immediately roared and charged at the 3. A gust of foul-smelling wind erupted from the worm's mouth, and Chen Jianxi's face changed dramatically. Medicine god? Medicine god. Shouldn't we leave first? Old Ma's face was equally pale. The pressure from the worm was too strong, and he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. However, just as he finished speaking, the worm, which had its massive mouth open, suddenly lost strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the worm's health bar. Where's the elite monster's health bar? Did it just get one shot? The two stared wide-eyed at the worm's corpse on the ground, their expressions utterly astonished. Oh my god, that was a level 20 elite monster. According to the difficulty of the game, even a full team facing an elite monster of the same level wouldn't dare to be careless. A slight mistake could lead to disaster. But Lin Chen, alone, actually one-shot a level 20 elite monster? How did he do that? He was only level 18. Jianxi, did you see how the medicine god killed that elite monster just now? Old Ma touched his cheek, feeling his jaw stiffen. He simply couldn't imagine how the medicine god had done it. Chen Jianxi took a deep breath. The medicine god had just thrown 2 bottles of potions over. He didn't believe Old Ma hadn't seen it, but like Old Ma, he found it hard to accept this outcome. What the hell? This was too easy. No wonder the medicine god could level up to level 10 overnight. Was he even human? Potions. Could these potions be like those small red potions? Suddenly, Chen Jianxi seemed to think of something. He had previously exchanged 3 small red potions from the medicine god, and their effects were incredible, completely on a different level from those made by ordinary alchemists. It was like heaven and earth. Could it be that besides the little red potion, the attributes of other potions are just as outrageous? Kill the strong mutated worm to gain 500 experience points. The 3 of them split the experience equally, but Chen Jianxi and Old Ma had a 30% experience bonus, causing white light to appear above their heads. 2 consecutive beams of white light. With a 30% experience boost, this strong mutated worm allowed both of them to level up twice. They had now reached level 5. They had completely surpassed the leveling progress of other players. Gained 81 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, mutated worm blade. Lin Chen opened his backpack to check the attributes of this equipment. It was an assassin-type weapon, but unfortunately, it wasn't part of the Lost series. Mutated worm blade, green attack power plus 45, inflicts a biting effect on enemies when attacking, tearing 10 points of armor from the enemy each time, stacking up to 10 times, requires level 10 or above. How could a level 20 monster drop a level 10 item? Lin Chen was very disdainful. The attributes of this equipment were indeed not impressive. far worse than the void equipment. Although the armor breaking effect looked good, it could only break 10 points of armor each time, and it wasn't like archer equipment that could stack continuously. Typical assassins would strike suddenly, dealing high burst damage in a short time, then quickly vanish to find the next opening. There would be no opportunity to stack it 10 times. Here, take it. Lin Chen directly tossed the equipment to Chen Jianxi, letting them divide it among themselves. Chen Jianxi held the equipment, feeling a bit dazed. No way, man. This is a level 10 green item. You're just giving it to us? If someone didn't know better, they'd think this was a cabbage. This was too bold. Old Ma was also astonished. The equipment dropped by an elite monster was just handed over to them so casually? This was truly a cow standing on its head. Incredible. Let's go, to the lost city ahead. Lin Chen ignored the shocked expressions of the two and headed straight for the lost city through the village. The lost city wasn't far from the village. About 10 minutes later, the three arrived at the lost city. It was a castle built on the side of a hill, not the kind of ancient giant city, but more like a private estate in the west. The two were somewhat excited. This was their first real glimpse of the apothecary's power. Even a level 20 elite monster was instantly killed. What was there to fear? They could walk through it confidently. Looking at the castle before them, the two no longer felt uncertain as before. Instead, they were eager to try. Stay close to me, there are many monsters inside, and if you get too far away, I can't protect you. At this moment, Lin Chen reminded them. The lost city was filled with miscellaneous monsters, and he had to use the Chaos Potion and the Poison Thorn Potion to push through. Although the damage from the two potions stacked was high, unexpected events were bound to happen. Hearing this, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma quickly nodded, their excitement replaced by seriousness. The three walked along the path toward the castle and soon encountered the first batch of monsters, 3 black bats floating in the air, each as big as a winter melon, which immediately roared and flew toward them. Mutated Big Mouth Bat, level 20, 3 of them. Seeing the 3 level 20 monsters flying over, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma felt their scalps go numb. The earlier excitement vanished completely, and they quickly assumed a combat stance. Although the apothecary's damage was high, skills had cooldowns. How could one person deal with 3 monsters at the same time? Apothecary, can you handle 2 by yourself? Old Ma and I can probably only hold 1 monster. Chen Jianxi forced a smile. The 2 of them were only level 5, and they only had a piece of shabby equipment given by the system. Holding off 1 monster with their lives was already the limit. Old Ma nodded resolutely. If worse came to worst, they could die and respawn. Leveling up 3 times on this trip would still be worth it, even if they had to die and go back. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two as if they were fools. You two think you can take on a level 20 monster? Where did their confidence come from? He could disregard a level 20 monster, but Chen Jianxi and Old Ma, both level 5 newbies, actually thought they could challenge one? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? We can't. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma exchanged an awkward glance. Then you can just wait in the back to gain experience. I'll handle these 3 monsters, Lin Chen said casually, then took out a bottle of poison thorns and approached. These 3 mutated giant bats were just ordinary monsters. There was no need to stack 2 types of potions. In fact, if Lin Chen took a bit of time, he could take down these 3 monsters with just a chaos potion. However, he didn't lack poison thorn potions at the moment and was in a hurry to find that secret compartment, so he directly used the higher damage poison thorn potion. Bang! The poison thorn potion hit the ground, and a faint blue smoke erupted on the spot. Instantly, it enveloped the entire path, and the 3 mutated giant bats let out a scream, turning into 3 wisps of gray smoke. Minus 2000. Looks like I wasn't mistaken. This thing has high damage, but it's also quite fragile. Seeing the red numbers popping up above the giant bats, Lin Chen had already anticipated this. The mutated giant bats had high damage, even tank classes of the same level wouldn't dare to take it head-on, but their own health was very fragile, with only 2,000 hit points. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma's mouths twitched, feeling their faces stiffen. Another instant kill? Looking at Lin Chen's calm demeanor and recalling their earlier bravado, they suddenly felt their noses turn red, like clowns. The potion from the potion god seems to be an area attack. Everything within this smoke will take damage. Old Ma stared at the path shrouded in smoke, feeling numb all over. Such high damage, and it's an area attack? Where are the planners of the demon and god war? Come out and see if this is reasonable? Is this reasonable? It seems so. Chen Jianxi was also shocked. This was a bit insane, 2 to 3,000 damage per second, and it could hit a large area. He suddenly understood why the potion god was so powerful. If he had a high damage area attack skill, he could level up to 10 in one night and become number 1 on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He suddenly looked at Old Ma and said, Old Ma, Do you think it's possible that everyone has misunderstood the alchemist profession? The alchemist isn't a support class at all, but a powerful combat class? Stay close. Lin Chen had no idea how rich their inner thoughts were. After taking care of the 3 giant bats, he quickly walked toward the castle. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma hurriedly followed. The castle's door was slightly ajar, and as the 3 arrived, the door, covered in cobwebs and seemingly unopened for ages, creaked open a crack. Though it was called a crack, it was wide enough for the 3 to walk side by side. Lin Chen stepped through the door, with Chen Jianxi and Old Ma closely behind. As the 3 entered the castle, the door slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. Damn! Seeing the scene inside the castle, Old Ma couldn't help but curse. Chen Jianxi felt a tightening in his rear, swallowing hard. Behind the door, in the passage leading to the castle, stood 2 rows of exactly 12 soldiers clad in golden armor. The moment the castle door closed, the 12 golden-armored soldiers simultaneously turned their heads to look at the 3. A terrifying scene unfolded. Beneath the 12 golden helmets were 12 grayish-white skeletons, with hollow eye sockets flickering with green flames, looking incredibly eerie. Transformed Greatsword Jinwoo level 20. Transformed Spear Jinwoo level 20. The 12 skeleton soldiers were divided into 2 types, each wielding a greatsword and a spear. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the 12 skeleton soldiers launched their attack. The sound of bones scraping against armor echoed through the corridor. God of Medicine. Old Ma's face turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Chen directly took out a bottle of poison thistle potion and threw it forward, the toxic mist immediately enveloping the entire corridor, and the 12 skeleton soldiers were simultaneously attacked, red numbers popping up above their heads. Minus 2,352. Minus 2,352. Minus 2,352. Lin Chen strolled leisurely, and after throwing the poison thistle potion, he walked towards the skeleton soldiers. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma watched this scene, their hearts racing. So confident? In the next moment, the health bars of these skeleton soldiers also appeared. 2675/5000 2675/5000. 5,000 health points. They could only withstand it for 3 seconds in the poison thistle potion. Lin Chen timed it perfectly. Just as the greatsword of the foremost skeleton soldier was about to strike him, the last sliver of health from the skeleton soldier vanished completely at that moment. Clang! The flames flickering in the skeleton soldier's eye sockets suddenly extinguished, and the gray-white skeleton instantly turned to ashes, the golden armor clattering to the ground without support. Fall! Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart. Rays of white light flew out from the golden armor, transforming into loot that fell to the ground. Killed the transformed greatsword Jinwoo, gained 300 experience. Killed the transformed spear Jinwoo, gained 300 experience. Heroic and Valiant, leveled up to level 6. Northeast's first war god leveled up to level 6, gained 45 days of tradable lifespan. Gained 59 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, transformed Jinwoo's chestplate, green. Gained item, transformed Jinwoo's leggings, green. Lin Chen collected all the loot, and Chen Jianxi and Old Ma followed behind without any objections. They trusted Lin Chen. Since he said they would split the loot evenly before coming, he would definitely do so. Even if Lin Chen gave them a share, they felt it was fair as individuals. After all, since entering the dungeon, they had only been following behind to gain experience, contributing very little. Passing through the corridor, another wave of monsters attacked. The monsters in the castle were primarily humanoid, but all had undergone transformations, either skeletons or zombies, in vast numbers. Without area attacks, it would be difficult to break through. Fortunately, Lin Chen had both Chaos Potions and Poison Thistle Potions, 2 powerful area damage potions, allowing them to push through effortlessly, crushing everything in their path, and they advanced deep into the castle. Warning, a super strong boss is guarding ahead. Detected that your levels are too low, please leave immediately. At this moment, a prompt sounded in the ears of the 3. Is the boss right ahead? Chen Jianxi took a deep breath, his eyes filled not with fear but excitement. Old Ma felt the same. They had been pushing through with Lin Chen, instantly killing all the monsters, and now they felt terrifyingly strong. Hearing that the boss was right ahead, they not only felt no pressure but were also very curious about what the boss in the game of gods and demons looked like. Let's go this way first. However, at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly changed direction and turned to the other side. God of Medicine? Aren't we going to fight the boss? Seeing Lin Chen turn to the other side, the 2 were somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't the next scene be Lin Chen leading them to the boss room, then instantly killing the boss to clear this hidden dungeon? Why did the God of Medicine run away? Isn't the medicine god a match for that boss? Although puzzled, the 2 quickly followed behind. Without Lin Chen's protection, they wouldn't last 3 seconds against these level 20 minions. Lin Chen first turned left and walked straight down the narrow corridor until he stopped in front of a pharaoh mural on the left wall. This is it. Seeing the mural, Lin Chen's face lit up. In his previous life, a warrior had boasted on the forum that the entrance to the hidden compartment was this pharaoh mural, and following the location he bragged about, Lin Chen had indeed found it. Suppressing his joy, Lin Chen turned to Chen Jianxi and Old Ma, saying, "You two wait for me here. I'll be back in no more than 3 minutes. Wait. Medicine God, no. What will we do if you leave?" The two's expressions changed instantly upon hearing Lin Chen wanted to go alone. They were only level 8, if a level 20 monster appeared, they wouldn't last even half a minute. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said calmly, "It's fine, I'll give you a few buffs." After saying that, he took out 2 small red potions from his backpack and tossed them to the two. He then took out 2 bottles of blood revitalizing powder and applied them to them. The potions he brewed not only had an 84-fold effect increase, but their duration was also extended by 84 times. One small red potion could last a full 21 minutes. The original duration of the blood revitalizing powder was 20 seconds, but now it had turned into an astonishing 28 minutes. As the 2 potions landed on them, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma's status bars immediately showed 2 new buff effects. After applying the buffs, Lin Chen pressed his hand against the pharaoh mural. Whoosh! He was sucked in. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma exchanged glances, unable to help but look at each other in confusion. The medicine god told them to wait, and they didn't dare to rush in, only praying that no monsters would spawn nearby. However, reality often brings what one fears. Just as Lin Chen had been gone for less than half a minute, a flash of white light suddenly streaked through the narrow corridor, and a mutated big-mouthed bat appeared not far from the two. "Jianxi, we're done for." Seeing the level 20 mutated big-mouthed bat, the two's faces turned ashen. Their combined levels didn't even match that of the big-mouthed bat. How could they fight it? The big-mouthed bat spotted them and immediately roared as it charged over. "What do we do? Let's fight it." The two exchanged a glance and made a quick decision. As soldiers, they would rather fight to the death with the monster than be cowards. Moreover, this was a dead end, there was nowhere to run. Instead of being cowardly and getting bitten to death by the monster, it was better to face it head-on. After all, they were already level 8. They were no longer the rookie newbies just out of the beginner village. "Let's go!" They immediately swung their great swords and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they engaged, the two sensed something was off. "What the hell? Why is my attack speed so fast?" "Me too." Chen Jianxi and Old Ma were both shocked, feeling as if their hands gripping the great swords weren't their own. Where did this strength come from, making them swing the great swords with such speed? Bang, bang, bang. The two great swords rained down on the big-mouthed bat. Although their attack power wasn't high, the rapid attack speed made the bat's health bar visibly drop. At the same time, the big-mouthed bat bit Chen Jianxi, taking away more than half of his health. However, Chen Jianxi had no time to react. The healing buff from the small red potion instantly filled his health back up, making his health bar bounce back and forth between the bat's attacks and the potion's recovery like magic. What a powerful recovery! What a fast attack speed! This feels great! Jianxi, I feel like I'm incredibly strong right now. Me too. I feel like I can kill gods if they block me, and kill demons if they stand in my way. The two of them had heartbeats racing absurdly fast, their faces glowing with excitement, feeling as if all the blood in their bodies was boiling. You have killed the mutated big-mouthed bat, gaining 300 experience points. In the end, Chen Jianxi struck the big-mouthed bat with his sword, ending its brief life. 2 beams of white light flickered and fell at their feet. Gained 45 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, big-mouthed bat spiked fong, green, it dropped equipment. Chen Jianxi picked up the item from the white light, his face brimming with excitement. This was the first time he had killed a monster and obtained equipment, and it was a high-level green item. What kind of equipment is it? Old Ma also leaned over, asking with a face full of excitement. Chen Jianxi took out the big-mouthed bat spiked fong from his backpack and opened the equipment details. Big-mouthed bat spiked fong, green assassin-type weapon, attack plus 50, agility plus 20, injects poison into the enemy upon attack, causing the poison target to lose 10 health points per second for 5 seconds, level requirement, above level 10. What a pity, it's a weapon for the assassin class. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma sighed. Both of them were great sword warriors, and they couldn't equip this assassin weapon. At that moment, Old Ma suddenly looked at Chen Jianxi and said, "Jianxi, I have an idea. You want to go out and farm monsters?" Chen Jianxi guessed Old Ma's thought, as he was thinking the same. "Yes, the buff from the medicine god lasts for a long time. Why don't we take this opportunity to farm some monsters and level up?" "Alright, I'll send a message to the medicine god." The two of them hit it off. They had the buff from the medicine god, and they had to cherish this rare opportunity. Chen Jianxi sent a message to Lin Chen, medicine god, "We're waiting for you outside the boss room." At this time, Lin Chen had already finished the battle in the secret room, with several level 20 minions and a level 20 elite monster falling one after another, turning into beams of white light that dropped to the ground. Ding! You have a new message. Lin Chen didn't even look at the loot at his feet, nor did he have time to pay attention to the new message, and walked straight towards the altar in the center of the secret room where the treasure chest was placed. According to the boasting of that warrior from his previous life, the hidden class scroll was inside this silver treasure chest. Without hesitation, Lin Chen placed his hand on the treasure chest. This treasure chest was about the size of a basin, made entirely of pure silver, and emitted a silver light from within, looking extraordinarily mystical. Mysterious treasure chest, 10,000/10,000? Seeing the gray shield value that appeared on the treasure chest, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Does this treasure chest need to be forcefully opened? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen controlled the void magic cauldron to strike the treasure chest with a basic attack. -1, 9999/10,000, treasure chest opening countdown, 60 seconds. 59 seconds. Now Lin Chen was even more confused. What does this countdown mean? Although he didn't know what was going on, he guessed that he needed to attack this treasure chest. Could it be that he had to clear the shield value of this treasure chest before the countdown ended? Thinking of this, he immediately took a bottle of corrosive potion from his backpack. I wonder if the potion will be effective. Lin Chen felt a bit uncertain. He had made it this far relying entirely on potions, as his own attributes were truly dismal. If the potion didn't work, it would be disastrous. Crack! The corrosive potion shattered. -4,200. -4,200. It worked! Seeing the gray numbers floating above the treasure chest, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The potion was effective, and the high damage from the corrosive potion instantly cleared the gray shield value of the treasure chest. Every time an attack was successful, the color of the treasure chest would change accordingly. The first time he knocked off 4,200 shield points, the chest changed from silver to gold. After the second time, it transformed from gold to multicolored. 55 seconds. When the countdown reached 55 seconds, the last shield value was also depleted. The chest remained multicolored, but the colors were even more vibrant and bright, making his eyes feel a bit uncomfortable, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. Clap! With a soft sound, the lid of the chest opened automatically. An ancient parchment and a stone that gleamed green like jade lay quietly inside the chest. Pick up items. Lin Chen stored the two items in his backpack and then eagerly opened the backpack to check. Hidden Profession Scroll, Holy can be used in the job transfer array to provide the user with additional hidden profession options. This scroll can be used during the first, second, and third job transfers. First was the ancient parchment, which indeed was the hidden profession scroll he wanted. However, why was this hidden profession scroll of the holy level? He remembered that in his previous life, a warrior had boasted that the hidden profession scroll was of the rare level. He then turned his gaze to the green, jade-like stone. It couldn't be a fusion stone or a refinement stone, Lin Chen muttered to himself. This stone looked very similar to refinement stones and fusion stones, but refinement stones and fusion stones weren't this beautiful. The ordinary ones were grayish-white, and the rare ones were light blue. Fusion stone, Holy can fuse a set into new equipment, 100% inheriting original attributes, no equipment level limit, no usage limit. No equipment level limit, no usage limit? Lin Chen's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the description of the stone. This was indeed a fusion stone, but the attributes of this fusion stone were too outrageous. Ordinary fusion stones could inherit 30% of the original attributes after fusing a set into a single piece of equipment, while rare fusion stones could inherit 50% of the original attributes, which was already quite insane. But this holy fusion stone could directly inherit 100%? Moreover, it had no usage limit. It should be noted that both ordinary and rare fusion stones were one-time use. A stone could only be used once, and it wasn't guaranteed to succeed 100%. This was also the reason why fusion stones were precious. The drop rate was low, and there was no guarantee of successful fusion. Especially for high-level equipment sets, later on, fusing the sets together required a large number of fusion stones, and this holy fusion stone, with no limits on usage or level, meant that it could 100% fuse the sets together, right? The value was immense, even more precious than the hidden profession scroll. This trip was worth it. Lin Chen was overjoyed and decided to be a little selfish. He would keep both items for himself. At worst, he could give the military some extra benefits, like sending them some equipment or potions. First, he would fuse the thunder bow and the cloud-piercing arrow to see what equipment he could create. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately took out the limited edition Thunder Bow and Cloud Piercing Arrow. These two pieces of equipment could be directly fused with the fusion stone, unlike the 4 holy powers, which required the blood of 4 holy bosses. As for Qin Jianxi and Old Ma, with the blood revival powder and little red potion buffs, as long as they weren't one-shot killed, they would be fine. Thunder Bow plus Cloud Piercing Arrow plus Fusion Stone, holy, equals? Detected that your limited edition equipment Thunder Bow and Cloud Piercing Arrow have not yet reached max level. The method of upgrading will change after fusion. Do you wish to continue with the fusion? Fuse. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to fuse. The Thunder Bow needed to be equipped to attack monsters to level up. He wasn't an archer and couldn't equip it. If he gave it to someone else, once they equipped it, it couldn't be traded again, so he could only fuse it directly. As the 3 items intertwined in the air, a dazzling green light suddenly blinded him, causing his eyes to sting and tears to well up. Congratulations, fusion successful. Acquired item, Shaking Heaven Sunset, 0 out of 100, it worked. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This was a limited edition equipment, so many powerful figures in his past life had never possessed it, yet he had obtained it in this life, and he had fused the set into a new piece of gear. Let's see what attributes it has. He didn't even know if there were any class restrictions. Ha! Lin Chen exhaled a long breath, mentally preparing for the worst. If all else fails, he could always sell it to the military for a high price. Check attributes. Shaking Heaven Sunset, limited edition, 0 of 100, divine artifact equipment, all attributes plus 999, acquired skill, Annihilation Sun, no level requirement. Annihilation Sun temporarily possesses the power needed to unleash Shaking Heaven Sunset, charging a single strike against the target, dealing 99 times the user's attack power as true damage, killing targets with less than 20% health, cooldown time 24 hours. No class restrictions, no level restrictions, and it doesn't occupy an equipment slot. Lin Chen's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. He immediately equipped Shaking Heaven Sunset. This was a limited edition divine artifact that could still be upgraded, requiring the defeat of 100 monsters to level up. Its current attributes were already incredibly overpowered. God knows how terrifying the ultimate form of Shaking Heaven Sunset would be. Pop! As Shaking Heaven Sunset was donned, a layer of golden aura appeared around him, looking very impressive. If a divine artifact synthesized from 2 limited edition pieces is already this insane, what kind of attributes would the 4 holy powers, synthesized from 4 limited edition pieces, have? Lin Chen had never been so eager to know the attributes of the 4 holy powers as he was today. This was a common flaw among men. Clearly, he relied on potions to level up while the quality of his equipment didn't matter much, yet he still wanted a set of gear that far surpassed other classes. Just like how girls love to collect various lipsticks and bags. No reason, just a preference. Time to go. Lin Chen glanced around the hidden chamber to confirm he hadn't missed any loot before quickly leaving. Upon reaching the corridor, he didn't see Qin Jianxi and Old Ma. He couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that it was bad news. Those 2 guys, they wouldn't have been sent back to the revival point by monsters, would they? The team information hadn't indicated that either of them had died, so Lin Chen, puzzled, opened the team info, and his mouth twitched. The health bars of the 2 were fluctuating like an electrocardiogram, sometimes half full, sometimes back to full, jumping back and forth. At that moment, Lin Chen remembered a previous notification. He currently only had Qin Jianxi as a friend, so that message must have come from him. Mighty and proud, Medicine God, we are waiting for you outside the boss room. These 2 guys. Seeing the message from Qin Jianxi, Lin Chen immediately understood what they were up to. They must have discovered the powerful effects of the small red potions and the revitalizing powder and had gone outside to farm monsters. He didn't linger and headed straight for the boss's location. The hidden class scroll was already in hand. It was time to finish off the boss and leave the dungeon, just right to test the power of Shaking Heaven Sunset. 5 minutes later, 2 figures came into Lin Chen's view. Qin Jianxi and Old Ma were swinging their giant swords wildly at the monsters, and with the super-fast attack speed boost from the revitalizing powder, both giant swords were creating afterimages. It was hard to imagine where these 2 got such strength to attack at such a rapid rate. Looking at their levels, good grief, they were both level 9 now. In just these few minutes, they had leveled up again. Medicine God, are you done? Qin Jianxi finished off the monster in front of him with a single sword strike and was about to help Old Ma when he suddenly spotted Lin Chen and quickly waved Old Ma over. The old horse quickly dealt with the monster in front of him and walked over briskly. Pharmacist, the buffs you gave us are too powerful. This attack speed is insane. Pharmacist, how much are you selling this potion for? Can you sell us a few bottles? The 2 looked at him with hope, wanting to buy a few bottles of blood revitalizing powder from Lin Chen. This stuff was unbeatable. Combined with the small red potion, it actually allowed them to challenge level 20 monsters at level 12, and in just a few minutes, they had leveled up again. If they could mass-produce these potions, the military strength would surely skyrocket, not only allowing them to firmly control the discourse power domestically to maintain social stability but also to gain a dominant position internationally. I only have these 2 bottles. Lin Chen spread his hands. In fact, he had one more bottle, but he didn't want to expose too much about these potions. The recovery effect of the small red potion was already outrageous. If the military were to see the specific attributes of the blood revitalizing powder, they would surely go crazy. Selling the small red potion to Qin Jianxi was also considering his representation of the military. As a citizen of the country, one should do something for the nation, but Lin Chen was not the kind of mindless patriot. The small red potion was enough for the military to surpass other practitioners. Just 2 bottles? What a pity, the effect of this potion is just too powerful. Upon learning that there were only 2 bottles, the 2 didn't doubt its authenticity, they just felt a bit regretful. However, they quickly came to terms with it. How could a potion with such a powerful effect be something common? Let's go to the boss room. Lin Chen walked past the 2 and headed toward the last unknown area of the castle. After crossing a long staircase that descended, the 3 arrived at a tightly sealed laboratory, equipped with various test tubes and devices, but the lights were flickering, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. A set of silver-white armor was placed on a high platform in the center of the laboratory. What kind of place is this? It looks a bit like a scene from a foreign horror movie, but this armor resembles our ancient armor, which seems a bit awkward. The old horse frowned, while Chen Jianxi stared at the silver-white armor, analyzing it seriously. Lin Chen looked at the silver armor with a calm expression. This is the armor of Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Chu. He knew that this was the boss of the Lost Maze instance, the soul of Xiangyu, and the armor in front of him was the one worn by the hegemon king when he committed suicide at the Wu River. He just didn't know why it appeared here. What? Who are you talking about? The 2 were shocked, unable to believe it. How could the armor of Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Chu, appear here? Clang! Clang! At that moment, a sound of metal grinding came. The 2 instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw the silver-white armor, which was originally on a stand, now eerily floating by itself. Each piece of armor floated in its rightful place, as if an invisible soul was supporting them. Whoosh! In the next moment, 2 ghostly flames ignited beneath the silver helmet. The boss information also lit up at that moment. Soul of Xiangyu, Platinum, Soul of Xiangyu? Chen Jianxi and the old horse were momentarily stunned upon seeing the boss information. This was clearly a Western-style castle, and the laboratory resembled a scene from a Western horror movie, yet the guarding boss was their Daxia's hegemon king Xiangyu? It felt so out of place. This was the only thought in their minds. You 2 be careful, he's not like those random monsters. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he reminded them while stepping forward. The attributes of the soul of Xiangyu were very high. Countless people had failed in the Lost Maze in the past, mostly falling to the soul of Xiangyu. Generally speaking, aberrant monsters were weaker in combat power compared to void monsters. For example, a gold-level mutated boss is roughly equivalent to a silver-level void monster, while a platinum-level mutated boss corresponds to a gold-level void monster. Therefore, theoretically, the combat power of the soul of Xiangyu before them should be similar to that of the Eye of the Void in the Hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. However, in reality, the platinum-level boss, the soul of Xiangyu, is even stronger than the Eye of the Void, especially when the soul of Xiangyu is at low health. It releases a skill called Strength that can uproot mountains and overwhelm the world, which directly immunizes all control and magical damage. This alone can leave most professional teams at a loss, leading to a direct failure. Not to mention that after releasing the skill, the attack power of the soul of Xiangyu is significantly enhanced. Kill! At this moment, the soul of Xiangyu let out a deafening roar. Its weapon was not the legendary Overlord Spear, but a large sword that was slightly longer than an ordinary sword, swinging it towards Lin Chen. Corrosive Potion. Lin Chen quickly took a step back to dodge and raised his hand to throw a bottle of corrosive potion. Immediately, bottles of chaotic potion filled the entire laboratory, and he followed up with a bottle of thorny poison potion that had a larger area of effect. The soul of Xiangyu was poisoned by 3 types of potions, and its health bar began to drop rapidly. Minus 4,200, minus 2,352, minus 840. In an instant, the soul of Xiangyu lost 7,392 health points to the poison. At this moment, the health bar of the soul of Xiangyu finally appeared before the 3 of them. For 2608/50,000, 50,000 health? Seeing this long health bar, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma couldn't help but exclaim, their voices becoming noticeably sharper. Is the soul of Xiangyu this strong, with as much as 50,000 health? Such a thick health bar, even if they stood still and let them hit, they wouldn't be able to make a dent. At the same time, both of them were increasingly astonished. Lin Chen's damage was also absurdly high, over 7,000 damage per second. Was he even human? It should be noted that even after they leveled up to level 9, their damage per attack barely exceeded 100. The reason they could challenge level 20 monsters was entirely due to the high attack speed of the blood revitalizing powder, grinding them down. If they were to rely solely on their own strength, they would be nothing in front of a level 20 monster. Not to mention the soul of Xiangyu, they didn't even have the courage to stand here. A single slap could send both of them away. Just as the two were marveling, Lin Chen had already used potions to take away a third of the soul of Xiangyu's health, but he was also struck by a sword from the soul of Xiangyu, causing his health bar to turn white, leaving only a sliver of health. Just as calculated. Lin Chen was taking a risk. He had calculated the damage from the soul of Xiangyu, and with his current health, he would not be instantly killed. Therefore, he did not use the last bottle of iron potion in his backpack, which was his only trump card. He had no materials to make more iron potions, so he wanted to save it. In fact, this was a very risky move. Lin Chen was like dancing on a tightrope. Any slight misstep would send him back to the revival point. But as it turned out, the damage calculated was spot on. After taking that sword hit, Lin Chen quickly used a small red potion, which soon restored his health completely. At this point, the health of the soul of Xianyu had already dropped below half. 20680/50,000, Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately dove forward to create distance from the soul of Xiangyu. Minus 4,200. Minus 2,352. The next second, red numbers floated above the soul of Xiangyu's head again. It should have been 3 segments of damage, but as the first 2 segments appeared, the soul of Xiangyu let out a roar, and its body suddenly grew significantly larger, a layer of silver halo covering its armor. The effect of the chaotic potion directly vanished, and the third segment of damage did not occur at all. Sure enough, the potions were also immunized. Lin Chen took a deep breath, seemingly having anticipated this. Although the potion has fixed damage and is not affected by magic resistance, the skill force that can uproot mountains and overwhelm the world activated by the soul of Xiangyu is an immunity-type skill, immune to all damage except physical damage. This is a very overpowered skill. Elemental mages become useless against the soul of Xiangyu, completely ineffective. Let's try the falling sun of the heavens. Lin Chen stood firm, watching the approaching soul of Xiangyu, and directly activated the skill Annihilating Sun. A beam of golden light pierced through the castle, cascading down upon him like a waterfall, forming a layer of golden film on his body, looking extraordinarily mystical. Moreover, part of the golden light condensed in the air, transforming into a giant golden bow intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Lin Chen immediately extended his left hand to grip the giant bow tightly, while his right hand pulled the bowstring back to a full moon. Buzz! At that moment, the golden light that had been clinging to his body seemed to respond to some kind of summoning. All of it surged towards the fingers of Lin Chen that were gripping the bowstring, and in an instant, it transformed into a golden arrow. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lin Chen aimed the arrow at the soul of Xiangyu and shot it out. Accompanied by a loud whooshing sound, the golden arrow instantly pierced through the silver-white armor of the soul of Xiangyu, leaving behind a long string of red numbers. Minus 14,128. Behind the red numbers, there was also a slaying icon. Lin Chen's original strength attribute was 330, but after equipping the falling sun of the heavens, it became 330 plus 999 is equal to 1,329. The damage of the Annihilating Sun skill is 99 times the attack power, and if the enemy's health is below 20%, it directly slays them, which is why this scene unfolded. However, the slaying effect did not manifest at all because even without triggering the slaying, the damage from the Annihilating Sun skill was enough to kill the soul of Xiangyu, with a significant overflow. As the health bar was emptied, the 2 flickering flames beneath the helmet extinguished, and the silver-white armor seemed to lose its support, clattering to the ground. You have killed the soul of Xiangyu, Platinum, gaining 2,000 experience points. You have successfully cleared the Lost Maze dungeon, rescuing the soul of Xiangyu trapped in the laboratory, and earned the title, Little Overlord. As the system notification sounded, 2 silver-white light orbs flew out and landed on the armor fragments. Another title? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and opened the title panel. Little Overlord, Platinum Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, 10% chance to trigger the Overlord Spear effect when attacking, dealing 120% of your own attack power as damage. Strength and Agility each increased by 100, which is quite decent, but the attack effect at the end is of no use to him. His output relies entirely on various potions, and he doesn't need to do basic attacks, making it hard to trigger this passive. Moreover, the effect of this passive isn't great. 2 times his own attack power is inferior to a single corrosive potion. Closing the title panel, Lin Chen walked towards the armor to collect the loot. At this moment, Chen Jianxi and the others, who were stunned into silence, finally came back to their senses. What was that just now? Also, isn't the medicine god a potion master? How come I just saw him drawing a bow and shooting like a godly archer, instantly taking down that boss? Old Ma looked at Chen Jianxi as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Jianxi was equally puzzled. He had also seen Lin Chen draw the bow. At that moment, Lin Chen, bathed in golden light, holding the golden giant bow pulled to the full moon to slay the soul of Xiangyu, looked incredibly cool. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Hui shooting down the 9 golden crows. It was as if the legendary ancient god Hui should look just like that. Lin Chen did not notice the astonished gazes of the two. His attention was entirely on the dropped loot. You have obtained 180 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained item, Lost Overlord Gauntlets, blue. Indeed, it's a piece of the Lost series equipment. Lin Chen had long anticipated that the soul of Xiangyu, as the boss of the Lost Mysterious City, would only drop equipment from the Lost series. The Lost series is not a specific set but a broad category, similar to the Void series, where different levels of equipment can be combined into various sets. The Lost Overlord series is considered one of the better sets at level 20, only slightly inferior to the Void set of the same level. Checking the attributes. Lost Overlord Gauntlets, blue strength plus 300. When worn simultaneously with the Lost Overlord armor, Lost Overlord leggings, Lost Overlord iron boots, and Lost Overlord helm, the set effect, Overlord's power is activated, requiring level 20 or above. Overlord's power, physical damage increased by 20%. The Lost Overlord set is an extreme output type set, with the 5 pieces of equipment comprising the set having very singular attributes, all adding to strength, including the Overlord armor, which should have defensive attributes but also adds strength. In the past life, someone had gathered the Lost Overlord set, and it was indeed unmatched in offense, but the character was too fragile. If a warrior wore it, they often found themselves unable to withstand being one-shot, while archers did not benefit much from strength, focusing more on agility in the later stages, making it suitable mainly for assassins who took extreme routes. Therefore, in the past, people preferred to wear scattered pieces, such as the Lost Overlord Gauntlets, which are a great scattered piece, providing a 300-point strength bonus without occupying important equipment slots. Lin Chen certainly would not consider wearing the Overlord set. He wouldn't wear a single piece. His output methods relied entirely on potions. The strength attribute could not be said to be completely useless, but it was of no value to him. Moreover, with his abilities, he would definitely wear a more powerful Void set, which could also counter Void monsters. Give it to the military, he thought. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to give the Lost Overlord Gauntlets to Chen Jianxi. They had agreed to split the loot, and he could choose to be untrustworthy and keep the Lost Overlord Gauntlets for himself, but there was no need for that. It was just a level 20 blue item. If the cooperation went well, the military would surely be the first to ask for his help when they discovered such random dungeons in the future. The rewards he would receive then would be far more valuable than just a blue item. Pharmaceutical god, did you drop equipment? At that moment, Chen Jianxi's voice came from behind. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma approached, their eyes still carrying a hint of shock. Upon seeing Lin Chen nod, their eyes immediately lit up with excitement. The equipment dropped by the platinum level boss, the soul of Xiangyu, must at least be of blue quality. However, despite their curiosity, they restrained the impulse to ask to see the attributes. This boss was killed by the pharmaceutical god, and they hadn't even dared to touch a hair of the soul of Xiangyu, so the dropped equipment naturally had nothing to do with them. To be honest, they had already exceeded their expectations by leveling up to level 9 on this trip. Moreover, the pharmaceutical god had already given him a piece of equipment earlier, and if they were to covet this equipment now, it would seem a bit greedy. These are all for you, Lin Chen said, taking out 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack. In addition to the Lost Overlord Gauntlets, there were also several pieces dropped by the mutated golden armored guards. Hearing this, and seeing the 5 pieces of equipment in Lin Chen's hands, the two were momentarily stunned. All of these for us? Are you kidding, pharmaceutical god? The two were incredibly excited and quickly pinched their ears, asking, Pharmaceutical god, did you say? These are all for us? 5 pieces of equipment. And they could clearly see that one of them was dropped by the soul of Xiangyu. Equipment dropped by a platinum level boss, and the pharmaceutical god said it was for them? Did we not agree to split it beforehand? You also helped me gather herbs, and I can't use this equipment, so it's better to hand it over to the country. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this and handed the 5 pieces of equipment to Chen Jianxi. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I should also contribute to the stability of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, the two of them brightened up, feeling deeply moved. Look at that! The medicine god has such vision. Without hesitation, he generously gifted equipment worth millions to the military for the stability of Great Xia. At that moment, they both wanted to exclaim, "The medicine god deserves to be honored in the temple of ancestors." Since that's the case, we won't decline. I will take these pieces of equipment back and ask the leadership to distribute them uniformly. Thank you, medicine god, for your support to our military. We will definitely not let you down. In the future, if you need my help, Shinjianshi, as long as it doesn't violate principles, just say the word, medicine god, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Me too. Old Ma quickly nodded, rubbing his hands and saying, "Medicine god, could you add me as a friend?" Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Old Ma. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In his previous life, these big shots wouldn't even glance at him, yet now they were so humble, asking him for a friend request. Indeed, only the strong deserve respect. However, when Old Ma saw Lin Chen staring at him in silence, he thought Lin Chen was unwilling to grant the friend request, and his heart sank, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. As the commander of the Northeast Division, he had never been treated so coldly, but what could he do? After all, the other party's status was so much higher than his own. Sigh. Old Ma forced a smile, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was extremely rich in emotion. Just then, a new notification popped up on the system panel. Ding! The medicine god has sent you a friend request. Medicine god. Seeing the friend request, Old Ma was momentarily stunned. His mood shifted from complex to excited, and he couldn't help but look up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled, "Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." Old Ma's mood instantly brightened. Although he couldn't see the medicine god's appearance, receiving the medicine god's acknowledgement and having him actively add him as a friend was enough. After distributing the spoils, Lin Chen searched the dungeon again but didn't find any more herbs, so he exited the dungeon with the two of them. He declined Old Ma's invitation to a banquet and took Qin Jianxi's armed helicopter back to Ning City. Medicine god, I also need to return to the Kyoto military district to report. Chen Jianxi saluted Lin Chen, then quickly boarded the helicopter and disappeared into the horizon. This time, they had obtained 7 or 8 pieces of equipment and raised their levels to level 9, making the harvest extremely rich. He could already imagine the excited expression on his old leader's face when he saw what he brought back. In fact, far away in the Kyoto division, Hu Xinjian was already excitedly slapping his thigh in the command room. Level 9. These two guys went into a dungeon with the medicine god and directly leveled up to 9. Hu Xinjian looked at the 2 new names on the leaderboard, feeling overjoyed. Just a day ago, these 2 were at level 3 like other practitioners, and now the highest level among others was only 4, yet they had already reached level 9, ranking just below the medicine god. There were only 3 people on the leaderboard, 2 of whom were from their military, and one was the medicine god, who had closely cooperated with them. As the military's overall commander, how could he not be happy? All of this is thanks to the medicine god. I really don't know what kind of legendary figure the medicine god is to achieve such heights. Who says otherwise? Look at our soldiers working day and night. The highest level is still below 4. The medicine god not only levels up quickly himself but also boosts the efficiency of newcomers so high. Experts are among the people. We can't help but admire. Several leaders clicked their tongues, having personally experienced how difficult it was to farm monsters. They naturally understood the significance of Chen Jianxi and the others reaching level 9 in just half a day. Achoo! Lin Chen sneezed while stepping on the corpse of the ghost-faced spider queen. He got off the plane and didn't go home. Instead, he casually found a noodle shop and ate 2 big bowls of noodles before heading straight to the wilderness area. After obtaining the hidden class scroll, the next step was to quickly level up to level 20, unlock the main city, and then go to the main city for the second job change. He was incredibly excited, not knowing what hidden class he would become after the second job change. Based on the example from his previous life, the magic warrior was vastly superior to warrior third job change in both attributes and skills, with at least a 10-fold difference. But he decided not to think too much about it and focused on leveling up to 21st. He was just a little experience away from level 19, and Lin Chen looked at the empty ghost-faced stone forest, deciding to go to the mire swamp to grind monsters. Leveling from 19 to 20 required a lot of experience, and the monsters in the mire swamp had slightly higher attributes than those in the ghost-faced stone forest, thus providing more experience. Besides, he had just defeated the ghost-faced spider queen, so he couldn't just sit there and wait. First, I need to brew the poison thistle potion. After walking a few steps, Lin Chen stopped again. He found a safe spot, sat down, and began to brew the potion. The poison thistle potion had a wide range and high damage, making it very useful. He happened to have plenty of raw materials in his backpack, so he decided to brew more to avoid running out. Moreover, the poison thistle potion was of a high level, so he might even gain a few evolution points while brewing. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately took out all the raw materials from his backpack. The void magic cauldron floated in front of him, sucking in the thistles and the heartbreak grass, accompanied by bursts of red light, and a bottle of poison thistle potion fell into Lin Chen's hand. Item obtained, poison thistle potion *1, item obtained, poison thistle potion *1, item obtained, poison thistle potion *1. Before long, Lin Chen had exhausted all the raw materials in his backpack. The herbs he collected around the Lost Maze City were mainly thistle fruits, with slightly fewer heartbreak grasses. He brewed a total of 89 bottles of poison thistle potion, leaving 32 thistle fruits remaining. I brewed 89 bottles of potion and got 4 evolution points. Lin Chen frowned. The evolution points gained from brewing the poison thistle potion had started to decrease. Previously, he would get 1 evolution point for every 7 or 8 bottles brewed, but now he only got 4 evolution points for brewing 89 bottles. This was also related to his level nearing 20. He estimated that after the second job change, the evolution points gained from brewing the poison thistle potion would decrease even further. He used all 4 evolution points to enhance his alchemy mastery. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5, Level 18 can brew potions below Level 15, gaining a 50-fold enhancement effect. I'm at Silver Level 5 now, and combined with the Void Magic Cauldron's effect, that's a 100-fold enhancement. Lin Chen stood up, feeling invigorated. The potions he brewed now would gain a 100-fold enhancement effect. The damage and recovery would significantly increase. Off to the Mire Swamp. Lin Chen confidently made his way to the Mire Swamp. Not long after leaving the Ghostface Stone Forest, the ground became soft. The tall trees were replaced by low shrubs, and a smell of decaying plants wafted through the air. Aside from this main path where one could walk, the surrounding area was all soft mud, bubbling up continuously, making the entire region seem lifeless. However, Lin Chen knew that there were dangers lurking in this mud. Boom! Suddenly, the mud not far away exploded. A fish-like monster over a meter long flew out of the mud, its long mouth filled with 2 rows of sharp teeth, viciously biting towards Lin Chen's arm. Mutated Carnivorous Loach, Level 15, -48. The Carnivorous Loach bit into Lin Chen's arm, taking away 48 points of health. This attack power was much stronger than that of the Ghostface Spider in the Ghostface Stone Forest. It was important to note that Lin Chen was currently equipped with the Thunderous Sunset, which added 999 points to all attributes. What a concept that was! 999 points of constitution, representing that Lin Chen has at least 999 points of dual resistance. The level 15 Ghostface Spider couldn't break his defense at all. Even if a fellow level adventurer came, they might not be able to take away his health. This man-eating eel actually managed to bite off 48 points of his health. Not simple. Without hesitation, Lin Chen used a bottle of Chaos Potion. -1000. The Chaos Potion instantly took away half of the man-eating eel's health. 1000/2000. The health bar wasn't thick, only 2000 points of health. It seemed to realize that Lin Chen was not to be trifled with. The mutated man-eating eel turned to burrow back into the mud. It hadn't tasted fresh blood and flesh for a long time, but it wanted to live more. However, the Chaos Potion gave it time to regret but not a chance to survive. -1000. The next moment, another red number floated up. The mutated man-eating eel immediately flipped over, belly up, and fell into the mud. A white light flew out and landed not far from Lin Chen's feet. Killed the mutated man-eating eel, gained 850 experience points, gained 80 days of tradable lifespan. Collecting the dropped tradable lifespan, Lin Chen glanced at the calm layer of mud and unhesitatingly took out bottles of Chaos Potion and Poison Thorn Potion, beginning to spread them across the entire muddy swamp. In an instant, the calm muddy swamp was in chaos, with a large number of man-eating eels flying out of the mud, seeking a safe place. Of course, there were also some vicious man-eating eels that locked onto their target, opening their long mouths to try to bite Lin Chen to death. Regardless of their choices, all of them flipped over and fell into the mud 2 seconds later. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. A massive amount of experience surged in, filling the last bit of the experience bar. At the same time, Lin Chen also gained a large amount of tradable lifespan and equipment. Boom! There was no time to count the loot when suddenly the mud in the distance exploded again, this time making a much larger commotion than the man-eating eels had. Mud splattered everywhere, and a giant crocodile over 10 meters long appeared before Lin Chen. This giant crocodile was covered in thick mud, as if it had donned a layer of heavy armor over its hard exterior. Roar! The giant crocodile let out an angry roar at Lin Chen and charged forward quickly with its thick limbs. Mud Demon Crocodile, Silver, Level 20. This Level 20 Silver boss was the strongest monster in the muddy swamp, the Mud Demon Crocodile. With thick health and high defense, its attack power was also not low. Many professional teams had met their demise here in their past lives. In comparison, the fragile ghost-faced Spider Queen was much easier to deal with. Corrosion Potion. Lin Chen directly used his strongest attack method at the moment, the Corrosion Potion, which could deal 5,000 damage per second. As the potion took effect, the Mud Demon Crocodile's health bar immediately appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. 35000/40,000. Amir Silver Boss actually had an astonishing 40,000 health. However, Lin Chen was not surprised. As a reborn person, he naturally knew the Mud Demon Crocodile's health was impressive, and its defense was absurdly high. It was just that the potion dealt fixed damage, so its resistance did not show how astonishing it was. If other adventurers came, they might not even be able to break the Mud Demon Crocodile's defense. Snap! Snap! With two crisp sounds, Lin Chen threw out a bottle of Poison Thorn Potion and a bottle of Chaos Potion. With three potions taking effect simultaneously, the Mud Demon Crocodile's health bar began to drop rapidly, visibly bouncing down. In just a few seconds, only a sliver of health remained. Roar! At that moment, the Mud Demon Crocodile raised its head and let out a furious roar. Waves of sound waves radiated from it, and at the same time, countless mud splashes flew out, transforming in the air into hard mud spikes that launched indiscriminate attacks in all directions. This was the Mud Demon Crocodile's two skills, Crocodile's Roar and Mud Attack. Normally, a skill should be randomly released every 2 minutes, and another skill should be randomly released again when health drops by 20%. Both of these skills deal high damage, which is why ordinary players often find themselves in trouble. At this moment, the Sludge Crocodile had its health reduced by more than half in an instant due to 3 types of potions, and the overlapping mechanisms of the two skills naturally led to the situation where both skills were released simultaneously. He had anticipated this and directly used a small red potion on himself. In fact, defeating the Sludge Crocodile boss requires some skill. When the Sludge Crocodile unleashes its roar, players only need to lie in the sludge to avoid this multi-hit damage skill. As for the sludge attack, players need to find cover in advance. For example, in this sludge swamp, there are many dense bushes or large rocks that can be used to evade the sludge attack. Lin Chen didn't need to evade. With the high recovery from the small red potion, he could just tank the damage. The roar is a multi-hit attack, and if one takes the full brunt of the skill, the damage is indeed high. However, because it is a multi-hit attack, the small red potion can restore health after the first hit ends and before the second hit triggers. Therefore, these two skills were practically harmless to Lin Chen. Whoosh! The next moment, the sound wave attack from the roar came crashing in. The surrounding air seemed to tremble, and Lin Chen was engulfed by the invisible sound waves, his health bar fluctuating like an ECG. Lin Chen was very confident. Thanks to his physique boosted by free attributes, his health was substantial. Although the Sludge Crocodile's skill damage was high, a single hit would only take away at most 1/10 of his health. Even with the additional damage from the sludge attack, he had no fear of being instantly killed. Moreover, with the high poison damage from the 3 types of potions, the Sludge Crocodile would soon meet its end. It turned out Lin Chen's calculations were correct. The Sludge Crocodile soon let out a mournful cry, its limbs losing strength, and its massive body fell heavily into the sludge. With the boss dead, the skills were naturally interrupted. Rays of white light flew out from the Sludge Crocodile's enormous body, falling to the ground and glowing softly. You have killed the Sludge Crocodile, Silver, gaining 1,500 experience points. Gained 113 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Sludge Crocodile's leather armor. Gained item, Sludge Crocodile's wand. Lin Chen picked up the loot from the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. This Sludge Crocodile provided 1,500 experience points, which is much more than what ordinary monsters give. At this rate, he only needed to jump between the Sludge Swamp and the Ghost-Face Stone Forest 5 or 6 times to reach level 20. To the Ghost-Face Stone Forest. With a plan set, Lin Chen immediately headed to the Ghost-Face Stone Forest. What followed was the monotonous routine of grinding monsters, continuing until the sky darkened again, when a white light finally appeared around Lin Chen. Level up! Lin Chen spoke softly, not feeling much joy. His leveling speed had begun to slow down, mainly because he had reached mid-level. The experience required to level up had increased significantly, making it difficult to achieve the previous pace of leveling up 5 times in a day. unless he challenged higher-level map bosses or waited for the system to refresh high-level world bosses. For instance, now at level 20, if he killed a level 100 elemental dragon, it wouldn't be surprising to level up 5 times, or even 10 times. But that was impossible, not to mention whether Lin Chen could defeat the elemental dragon. The rules wouldn't allow the spawning of level 100 monster bosses until someone completed the level 90 upgrade trial. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Detected that the main city in your area has not yet been opened, and the main city quest has been activated for you. Main city task. The silent main city requires immense energy to activate. If you can defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins and obtain the energy stone guarded by the Guardian, you will successfully activate the main city. Task rewards, title of main city founder, first-class citizen status in the main city. Just defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, Lin Chen muttered softly. In his previous life, he was merely an alchemist, only knowing that level 20 could unlock the main city, but he was not familiar with this main city task. However, he knew about the boss of the Ancient Ruins, named the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, but he had never heard of this energy stone before. Let's go check out the Ancient Ruins. Lin Chen cleared the entire mud marsh of monsters once again, then crossed the marsh to the Ancient Ruins, the most challenging of the 3 maps for levels 10 to 20. Unlike the other 2 maps with level 15 monsters, the miscellaneous monsters in the Ancient Ruins were all level 20, and the boss, the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, was a level 25 golden boss. Its attributes weren't too outrageous, but this Guardian had a very buggy passive ability. To defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, players had to clear a health bar within 10 minutes. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, a powerful energy would overflow from within the Ancient Ruins, fully restoring the Guardian's health. Therefore, teams that could clear this map generally did so reliably. Teams that couldn't clear it would never succeed, as once they failed to empty the health bar within 10 minutes, they would either have to give up and regroup or fall into a damaging cycle of insufficient output. Lin Chen had never cleared this map before, he had only watched some exploration videos on the forum. Many teams failed to clear the Ancient Ruins due to insufficient damage, and the Alchemist class had almost no damage output. Not only the Alchemist class, but even some under-equipped Guardian classes and damage-light Greatsword warriors were unwanted. Conversely, assassins, who were often overlooked in other dungeons due to their single-target burst potential, became highly sought after in the Ancient Ruins. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the Ancient Ruins. Compared to the Ghostface Stone Forest and the Mud Marsh, the environment here was the most pleasant. A stretch of grey land surrounded by stone statues, some humanoid and some beast-like, with some half-buried underground and others lying haphazardly on the ground, creating a desolate scene. Occasionally, energy of various colors erupted from the ground like a colorful fountain, looking very beautiful. Some stone monsters wandered aimlessly in this area. Mutated Stone Monster, level 20, a humanoid stone monster locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen also saw the name of this humanoid stone monster, a very fitting name, Poisonous Thorn Potion. Without hesitation, Lin Chen threw out a bottle of Poisonous Thorn Potion. There were several other stone monsters nearby, so he decided to send them all back underground together. The stone monster locked onto Lin Chen, opened its mouth, and let out a furious roar as it charged over. Its body was heavy, and each step produced a dull thud. It was unclear what force was driving these heavy stones to form such a stone monster. Minus 2,800. The Poisonous Thorn Potion was still as effective as ever. Moreover, its range was large, instantly enveloping the other stone monsters as well. 5,200/8,000. Do ordinary miscellaneous monsters have 8,000 health? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. No wonder assassins were so popular in this map. The health bar of this monster was so thick, thicker than that of the Golden Guards in the Lost City, and relying solely on a marksman and a mage in the backline indeed seemed insufficient for damage output. However, in the face of the 100-fold effect amplification of the Poison Thistle Potion, even the thickest health bar is not enough to withstand. In just 3 to 5 breaths, the 6 stone monsters here had their health bars emptied one after another, the magic that controlled the stones dissipating, their massive bodies crashing to the ground and turning into scattered stones. Rays of white light flew out, falling to the ground. Kill the mutated stone monster, level 20, gain 999 experience points. Kill the mutated stone monster, level 20, gain 999 experience points. Gain 78 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 109 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, source of magic of the stone monster, green. After collecting the loot, Lin Chen looked at the scattered stones with a calm heart. The monsters of the Ancient Ruins were nothing special, he thought no more and directly took out bottles of potions, beginning to spread them throughout the Ancient Ruins. The monster density here was not as high as in the first 2 dungeons, but the experience gained was relatively higher. Lin Chen pushed through, directly killing all the monsters in the ancient ruins. On a distant peak, a gigantic humanoid stone monster had become incredibly agitated. Streams of colorful energy spilled from the ground, drilling into its body made of countless stones, and its originally gray body began to glow with golden light as the energy accumulated. Bang! Two chains binding it snapped taut and were directly torn apart by it. Roar! The stone monster let out a furious roar and leaped down from the peak. It had never accumulated so much energy as it had today. It felt like its body was about to explode and needed to release this energy quickly. The best way to release energy was to violently attack the intruders in the ruins. Boom! Lin Chen heard a loud noise, as if something had fallen from the sky, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Amidst the flying dust, a massive stone hand reached out, followed by the giant stone monster's enormous body quickly crawling out from the sunken ground, roaring as it charged towards Lin Chen. It had locked onto the intruder. Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, Gold, level 25. Gold level boss? Lin Chen frowned. He remembered the video guide saying that the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins was a silver level boss. However, the name and level matched, so it must be it. He thought no more and directly threw 3 bottles of potions at the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins without hesitation, then quickly approached. With small red potions at hand, he didn't bother to hold back and began to stand and fight the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins. This big guy looked intimidating, but its attack power was not particularly high, and with the protection of the attribute of the falling sun, he was not afraid of monsters of the same level. 21200/30,000. This stone monster had tough skin and thick flesh. 30,000 health seemed like a lot, but it was important to know that it had to be killed within 10 minutes. Otherwise, no matter how much damage you dealt before, it would regain full health due to the infusion of magic power. For other adventurer teams, dealing 30,000 damage in 10 minutes was not just difficult, it was of epic difficulty. However, Lin Chen was not worried. The combined damage of the 3 potions had already reached an astonishing 8,800 points per second. This 30,000 health could only last a few seconds. It could almost be considered a one-hit kill. The health bar of the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins was rapidly decreasing, and it was coming out of its previous state of rage, even developing an impulse to escape, its hate value beginning to waver. Lin Chen was not surprised. Early-stage monsters were all brash and only knew how to fight to the death. As time went on, these monsters became more anthropomorphized, and even in the later stages, those level 60 monsters would turn to flee if they couldn't win, greatly increasing the difficulty of farming monsters. Those void monsters were cunning enough to make one scratch their head. Lin Chen was not worried that the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins would run away, because his damage was high enough. Even if the Guardian turned to flee at that moment, the poison from the corrosive potion would be enough to deplete its remaining health. Sure enough, the next moment, the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins lost all its energy. At the instant its health bar was emptied, its massive body collapsed, with huge stones crashing down, shaking the ground. Amidst the white light, a golden light mixed in and flew out from the giant stone body, landing at Lin Chen's feet. Kill the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, Gold, gain 1,400 experience points. Gain 200 days of tradable lifespan. Obtain item, Guardian Stone Helmet. You have defeated the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, obtained quest item, Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins. Please proceed to the main city as soon as possible to inject the Energy Stone into the core of the main city. Boom! A small white dot flickered on the mini-map. Lin Chen looked at the mini-map and confirmed that it was the location of the main city. It was not far from the ancient ruins, just half an hour's journey. He no longer hesitated, stowing the loot in his backpack and heading towards the main city. After more than half an hour, a magnificent giant city appeared before Lin Chen. However, the city currently appeared semi-transparent, as if it were in a dreamlike state. Lin Chen stepped forward and gently touched the semi-transparent wall, but his palm did not touch anything. The main city isn't in the real world until it's activated? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. At that moment, a white dot appeared again on the mini-map, continuously flickering. Not too far ahead, Lin Chen simply passed through the semi-transparent wall of the giant city and walked towards the flickering white dot. Soon, he stood in front of a circular disc over 2 meters in diameter. This was the only solid object in the illusory giant city. He didn't know what material it was made of, but in the center was a cylindrical depression, just right for placing the Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins. Lin Chen opened his backpack and took out the Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins. Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins, a stone that contains magical energy from the ancient ruins. The magical energy can be used to power the energy core of a sea-level city. Can be refined? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The description of the Energy Stone was very simple, but what did the "can be refined" next to it mean? After thinking for a moment, he clicked the refine button. To his surprise, the void magic cauldron suddenly materialized and swiftly sucked the light blue energy stone inside. Damn! Lin Chen was a bit anxious. This was a quest item to activate the main city. If it got lost, who knew if he would get this item again after defeating the guardian of the ancient ruins a second time? Buzz! The void magic cauldron vibrated, and a deep blue light shone from within. Immediately after, a brighter blue energy stone than before fell into Lin Chen's hand. Seeing that the energy stone was intact, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, could it be that this so-called energy stone can be refined like a potion? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly opened the attribute description of the energy stone. Energy stone of the ancient ruins, a stone that contains magical energy from the ancient ruins. The magical energy can be used to power the energy core of an SSS level city. The level has indeed increased. Seeing the level of the energy stone had risen, Lin Chen's face was filled with disbelief. This thing was clearly just a stone. How could it be refined like a potion? Moreover, this energy stone could now power the energy core of an SSS level city. Would placing it in this C-level core have any effect? In the Battle of Gods and Demons, there are a total of 6 city levels, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, corresponding to level 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and 120 main cities, respectively. The higher the level of the main city, the larger its scale. Not only can it accommodate more professionals, but its various functions will also be more complete. Lin Chen looked at the azure blue cylinder in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it into the cylindrical depression on the disc. Whatever, let's activate the main city first. Buzz! With the embedding of the energy stone, the entire disc began to vibrate violently. In the next moment, a large amount of magical energy overflowed, and the city core began to operate. The originally translucent giant city gradually manifested as a solid entity at that moment. This process was quick, and in the blink of an eye, the magnificent main city stood tall on this land. National announcement: I am not a medicine god has activated main city no. 001 Nearby professionals can go to the main city for supplies. National announcement: due to I am not a medicine god successfully activating main city no. 001 The title of god level main city creator has been awarded. National announcement: since I am not a medicine god is the first god-level main city creator, a first-class citizen status has been awarded. 3 consecutive national announcements floated before all professionals in the Great Xia, accompanied by fireworks effects. You have obtained first-class citizen status in main city no. 001, allowing you to freely buy and sell buildings within the city. Thud! A white light flashed on the mini-map. It indicated to Lin Chen that he could go there to buy and sell buildings in the city. God-level main city? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback as he looked at the announcement that floated by. Isn't a level 20 main city a C-level city? Even if the energy stone can activate an SSS level main city, that core is still a C-level city core. How could the city level be raised? A god-level main city is the highest level SSS city. After the confusion came surprise. An SSS level main city has many functions that C-level cities do not, such as basic health recovery and basic mana recovery. C-level cities have a 10 times basic recovery. For example, if the normal recovery is 1 point of health per second, then 10 times means 10 points of health per second. An SSS level city has a 100 times recovery, which means that within the range of main city no. 001, the health and mana recovery of professionals will be 10 times higher than that of professionals in other main cities. Furthermore, an SSS level city distributes 100 days of tradable lifespan each month, unlike the 30 days of tradable lifespan in C-level cities. Of course, the fees for resting and resupplying in the main city will also increase accordingly. This did not affect Lin Chen, as he was a first-class citizen and did not need to pay accommodation fees. Let's go for the second job change. Suppressing his joy, Lin Chen followed his memory towards the central square of the giant city. The NPCs who assist professionals with their second job changes were in the central square. Soon, a huge pentagonal square came into view, but at this moment, the pentagonal square was deserted, with only a few second job change NPCs talking to each other to pass the time. Lin Chen stepped up to an old NPC with a white beard. This old man, named Changchun Daoist, was responsible for the second job change for alchemists, but at the moment, the old man's face was flushed, and he swayed as if he had drunk fake alcohol. Hello, I would like to undergo a second job change, Lin Chen said to the old man. The old man glanced at Lin Chen, yawned, and turned his face away. Hello, senior, I would like to undergo a second job change, Lin Chen said again, not getting angry. To his surprise, the old man became annoyed, turned back, and impatiently said, Go over there and brew 3 potions, complete the task, and you can change jobs. Prepare the materials yourself, don't bother me. The old man was not wrong. The normal process is to accept the second job change task and then complete it to undergo the second job change. But this time, Lin Chen was not going to change to an ordinary profession, but to a hidden profession. Senior, if I have this, will the job change task also involve brewing potions over there? Hidden profession scroll? Upon seeing the hidden profession scroll in Lin Chen's hand, the old man showed a look of surprise, and his drunkenness faded considerably. Hidden profession scrolls are rare. With this, the job change task would not involve brewing those simple basic potions. In a moment, I will summon the altar for you. You just need to brew the potion according to the altar's prompts, and what hidden profession you can obtain will depend on the quality of the potion you brew. After saying this, the old man squatted down and began to set up the magic array. Soon, he drew a profound and complex magic array, much more complicated than the one Lin Chen summoned during his first job change. Buzz! As the magic array activated, beams of white light began to spill out. An altar slowly emerged within the magic array, transforming from a translucent state into a tangible altar, just like the giant city transitioning from illusion to reality. Go ahead, child. The old man pointed to the altar, indicating Lin Chen to enter. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen placed his hand on the altar. Whoosh! A pulling force came, and Lin Chen was sucked into a peculiar space, where everything was gray, the sky and the ground were a shade of gray-white, and the surroundings were filled with thin gray mist, obscuring the distant scenery. In this entire space, there was only a gray vortex in front of him. Job change task. Please brew a bottle of stiffness potion. Hint, this task will comprehensively consider the time taken, success rate, and potion quality of the potion maker to select a suitable hidden profession for the practitioner. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Chen smiled. These three indicators were all related to the alchemist's tools. For example, the rusty iron cauldron given at the start had a 100% success rate for brewing level 1 potions, but the success rate for brewing level 10 potions would drop significantly. Time and quality would also be affected, but Lin Chen didn't need to worry about these at all, as his void magic cauldron was of red quality, and even brewing a level 40 potion would not be a challenge. Moreover, he could infinitely evolve his skills, and the potions he brewed would have a 100-fold enhancement. He couldn't help but wonder what hidden profession he would change into with the 100-fold enhanced potion he brewed. At this moment, 3 types of materials emerged from the vortex. They were the level 15 material autumn moonflower, the level 20 material black amaranth, and the level 20 material cassava root. These were the 3 raw materials for making the stiffness potion. Let's start brewing. Lin Chen summoned the void magic cauldron and sucked in the 3 materials. The next moment, the void magic cauldron emitted bursts of white light, rapidly refining these raw materials and condensing them together, resulting in a peculiar chemical reaction. 5 seconds later, a bottle of black potion flew out from the void magic cauldron. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach out to catch it, a pulling force suddenly came from the vortex, directly sucking the black potion inside. Buzz! Immediately after, Lin Chen felt the entire space tremble. Control type potion rating, SSS level. Job change task. Please brew a bottle of big red potion. Seeing the SSS level rating, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, but he was taken aback when he saw the raw materials reappearing in the vortex. More brewing? Fine, let's brew. Lin Chen directly sucked the raw materials into the void magic cauldron and began to brew the big red potion. The big red potion operated on the same principle as the small red potion, but the raw materials were of a higher grade. As the brewing began, the void magic cauldron shook violently again. Just like the stiffness potion, it was immediately sucked into the gray vortex as soon as it was brewed. Recovery type potion rating, SSS level. This time, Lin Chen clearly felt the ground beneath him tremble, as if it were extremely shocked by this rating. Class change task. Please brew a bottle of corruption potion. Damage type potion. Does this mean I have to brew all types of potions again? Lin Chen looked at the prompt that popped up again, unable to help but mutter in his heart. No matter what, he had to follow the system's task requirements, so if he had to brew them all again, then so be it. Lin Chen activated the void alchemy cauldron once more, drawing in the materials needed to brew the corruption potion, and began the process. This was a more advanced damage type potion than the corrosive potion, capable of dealing 200 damage per second to enemies, which, after a 100-fold enhancement, would result in 20,000 damage per second, very useful for later boss fights. However, the materials required for this potion were hard to find, at least in the current level map. Soon, the corruption potion was completed. Whoosh! The potion was sucked away by the vortex. Damage type potion rating, SSS level. Class change task. Please brew a bottle of blood activation powder. As expected, I really have to brew all types of potions. This time, Lin Chen understood. He had already brewed control-type potions, recovery-type potions, and damage-type potions, and now he was being asked to brew a buff-type potion. Wasn't this just a requirement to brew all the types? If he guessed correctly, the next one would be a defense-type potion. Sure enough, after the blood activation powder received an SSS rating, the system issued the final task. Brew the defense-type potion, Iron Elixir. There was no choice. Lin Chen could only follow the class change task requirements and brew the defense-type potion, Iron Elixir, which also received an SSS rating. You have successfully completed the class change task rating, SSS level, matching you with a suitable hidden class. Buzz. In the next moment, dazzling light flickered within the gray vortex, and streams of golden light shot out, swiftly drilling into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen was too close, with no space to evade. Moreover, he knew in his heart that the second class change had begun, and he was filled with anticipation, wondering what hidden class he would become this time. He wasn't worried that the second class would be bad, as the second and third class changes would only add new skills and attributes without affecting the skills and attributes he had already learned. Soon, the class change process was complete. As the last golden light surged into Lin Chen's body, a layer of golden light enveloped him, reminiscent of the scene when using the Annihilation Sun skill. Ding! You have successfully changed to Apothecary God, Hidden, Divine Alchemy, brew potions ignoring quality levels, can brew 20, current level, potions simultaneously. Exclusive recipes for Apothecary God, Super Big Red Potion, Super Big Blue Potion, World Ending Orchid, Iron Fortress, Flame Capsule, Ice Capsule, 5 Elements Chaos. Exclusive space for Apothecary God, Divine Herb Garden *10. Apothecary God? Lin Chen's expression was strange. This class was quite fitting with his codename. And this class skill. He could actually brew potions equal to his level simultaneously, which would greatly enhance his potion brewing efficiency. However, what surprised him the most was this so-called divine exclusive recipe. What were Super Big Red Potion and Super Big Blue Potion? He had only heard of Advanced Big Red Potion and Advanced Big Blue Potion, which were already mid to late game potions that could only be brewed at level 60, each restoring 500 health and mana per second. They were highly sought after recovery potions in the mid to late game, mainly to fill the vacuum period of healer skills and prevent insufficient healing output. Super Red Potion, Super Blue Potion, just hearing the names makes them sound more powerful than the advanced red and blue potions. Lin Chen immediately felt a surge of anticipation. The recovery effect of the Super Red and Blue Potions must be even stronger, especially with his 100-fold enhancement. A thrilling image flashed in his mind. He stood alone in the void, surrounded by various buff effects, with a red potion that restored 10,000 health per second, a steel elixir that provided 100% damage reduction, and a blood revitalizing powder that added plus 99,999% to various attributes. Countless void monsters charged at him, but he suppressed them with a single hand. Even the level 100 void bosses had to kneel before him. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. And the world-destroying Orchid and Flame Capsule, just the names alone scream power. The potions mentioned in these exclusive recipes were ones he had never even heard of before, but their names were so imposing that it was clear they were extraordinary. View recipe. Super Red Potion, Heart Nourishing Grass *99 plus Crimson Fire Vine *9 plus Sacred Spring *1 Super Blue Potion, Spirit Nourishing Grass *99 plus Magic Stone Grinding Powder *9 plus Earth Spirit Flower *9 plus Magic Spring *1. Upon seeing the recipes for several potions, Lin Chen closed the system panel. Damn! No wonder the names were so imposing, they required so many rare materials. The Crimson Fire Vine and Earth Spirit Flower were both level 40 materials, while the Sacred Spring and Magic Spring could only be obtained in the level 60 dungeon, the Lost Temple. As for that Magic Stone Grinding Powder, he had never even heard of it. Forget it. He wouldn't need these potions for now. Lin Chen quickly pushed these recipes to the back of his mind. Having the small and large red potions was enough for the time being. After a 100-fold enhancement, even tackling a level 60 dungeon would be a breeze. The most important thing was that with the triple poison damage from the Chaos Potion, Corrosion Potion, and Poison Thorn Potion, even the strongest bosses would feel like they were made of paper in front of him. Most of the time, he wouldn't even need to use recovery potions. It was likely that the biggest use for the small and large red and blue potions later on would be to sell them to the military in exchange for tradable lifespan. By the way, what is that personal space? Lin Chen looked at the top left corner of the system panel, where an icon resembling a QQ farm had appeared. Open. As he focused his thoughts, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. In the next moment, he found himself in a small courtyard. 10 plots of divided black soil were neatly arranged in the courtyard, each about 10 meters square. The courtyard was very spacious, even larger than his grandfather's vegetable garden in the countryside. Pharmacist's personal space, level 1, current herb growth speed 200% personal space? Lin Chen was taken aback. Did this mean it was his private space? With another thought, he returned to the gray space. Whoosh! Whoosh! After switching back and forth twice, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. So, he could plant herbs here and achieve herb freedom from now on? And with a 200% growth speed, this meant that herbs that would take 2 days to mature in the outside world would only take 1 day to mature in his personal space. It's important to note that in the game rules of the Demon and God War, herbs also needed time to grow. They didn't just spawn instantly. However, the reduced growth time was also a reason for the scarcity of high-level materials in the mid to late game. Lin Chen had thought about this before. Even if he leveled up quickly, gathering herbs alone would always have limited efficiency. With this personal space, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. But how could he plant herbs in here? Where would he get the seeds? Just as Lin Chen had this question in his mind, a system voice echoed in his ears. Current planting method, transplant. Transplant. Transplanting external herbs into the Divine Herb Garden, success rate 100% tip. The mother plants of herbs in the Divine Herb Garden reproduce and spread at a rate of 1 plant per day. If not harvested after maturing for 10 days, they will be reclaimed by the system and automatically exchanged for seeds. I can transplant external plants into my personal space, and they can automatically reproduce, even exchanging for seeds after maturing? Lin Chen was overjoyed. This personal space was quite useful. Let's give it a try. Returning from the personal space to the gray space, Lin Chen planned to go out and find a plant to test. Young man, may I ask what your second job change is? At that moment, a drunken voice came from beside him. The gray space suddenly twisted, like a shattered mirror, cracking and breaking until it completely disappeared. Lin Chen returned to the main city. The drunken job change NPC was smiling at him and, without his consent, cast a detection spell on him. What the hell? A divine level profession? In the next moment, the old man jumped up. The drunkenness on his face vanished without a trace, and his originally narrow eyes widened in disbelief, gasping several times, making a remarkable contribution to global warming. Sigh. I never expected that at my age, I would see a divine-level profession again. The old man sighed, as if lost in memories. Soon, he shook his head, seriously patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Young man, with great power comes great responsibility. Work hard to level up. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'll take my leave now. Lin Chen perfunctorily clasped his fists, eager to go outside and find some herbs to transplant into his personal space. The old man waved his hand, and Lin Chen turned and left without hesitation. However, after just a few steps, he stopped again, looking strangely at the wishing tree in the center of the square. I wonder if the wishing tree can be brought into the personal space. Lin Chen had a sudden idea and immediately put it into action. Since there was no one else in the main city, why not give it a try? Although the wishing tree was mostly just decorative, Lin Chen was itching to test it. Soon, he arrived under the wishing tree. Young man, are you here to make a wish? A girl in a red dress stood under the wishing tree. She was the NPC responsible for wishes. No, I'm just looking around. Lin Chen shook his head, awkwardly walking to the other side of the wishing tree. When he placed his hand on the wishing tree, a transplant button actually appeared before him. I'll give it a try. Worst case, I can transplant it back later. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly pressed the transplant button. Whoosh! The wishing tree, which had been rooted in the center of the main city square, vanished without warning, leaving the NPC standing beside a large pit in confusion. Lin Chen then entered his personal space. He saw that one of the 10 plots of black soil was completely covered by a lush tree, its golden leaves shining brilliantly against the black soil. For some reason, Lin Chen felt that the leaves of the wishing tree seemed even fuller after entering the personal space. Wishing tree, level 99, current status, growth period days until fruiting, 32-23. At this moment, the attributes of the wishing tree appeared. There's a fruiting period? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback upon seeing the attributes of the wishing tree. He had no idea that the wishing tree could bear fruit. Over 3,000 days. Upon seeing that there were still over 3,000 days until the fruiting period, he suddenly understood. It must be that the 200% growth rate in the personal space shortened the growth cycle. If calculated at double speed, that would be over 6,000 days. 16 or 17 years. No wonder he hadn't heard of it. What kind of fruit could the wishing tree bear? What use is there? Shaking his head, Lin Chen suddenly dismissed the idea of returning the wishing tree. This was a level 99 plant. What if the fruited boar had some miraculous use? Moreover, with the spatial enhancement for growth, the time it took for the wishing tree to bear fruit could be significantly reduced. Otherwise, he would have to wait 16 or 17 years in the main city to see it bloom and bear fruit. With this decision made, Lin Chen left the central square directly. He did not leave the main city but went to the location previously marked by the system, which was the place where buildings within the city could be bought and sold. The Lord's Mansion. A massive castle came into Lin Chen's view. In his past life, Lin Chen had seen this castle, so he wasn't too shocked at the moment. He just didn't expect that the place for buying and selling buildings would actually be the Lord's Mansion of the main city. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Who else would one consult about buying and selling buildings in the main city but the Lord? With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and stepped toward the Lord's Mansion. Two soldiers in silver armor, holding long spears, stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, they immediately shouted, "Lord's Mansion, no entry for idle people." "I wish to meet the Lord and purchase a property in the city," Lin Chen said, cupping his fists toward the two soldiers. The soldiers looked Lin Chen up and down, and suddenly their expressions changed. "First-class citizen status. Please wait, I will go inform the Lord." Recognizing Lin Chen's first-class citizen status, the soldiers' attitudes immediately softened, even changing their address from idle person to my lord. Is first-class citizen status really that useful? Watching the soldiers enter to report, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter softly. In his past life, someone had tried to enter the Lord's Mansion and was directly thrown out by the guards. He wasn't afraid of not being able to see the Lord with his first-class citizen status, but he didn't expect it to be this effective. "My lord, please enter." Soon, one of the soldiers returned. Lin Chen straightened his chest and swaggered in behind the soldier, making his way to the conference hall. "The Lord is waiting for you in the conference hall." The soldier stopped at the entrance of the conference hall and gestured for Lin Chen to enter. Lin Chen wasted no time and stepped directly into the conference hall. The decor of the Lord's Mansion conference hall was simple and elegant, with a long wooden table placed in the center. A beautiful figure in silver armor was sitting at the front of the table, crossing her legs. "Lord, Shangwon Feishue. Level 60, you wish to purchase property in the city?" Shangwon Feishue looked Lin Chen up and down, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. "You aren't a native of the 001 main city, are you? How did you obtain first-class citizen status?" The verification for citizen status in the 001 main city was very strict. How could an outsider like Lin Chen obtain first-class citizen status without her consent? "Greetings, my lord." Lin Chen cupped his fists, unable to resist stealing another glance at Shangwon Feishue's chest. He didn't expect the lord of the 001 main city to be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that, especially with such an exaggerated figure. The way her armor wrapped around her gave a very strong visual impact. Noticing Lin Chen's somewhat impolite gaze, Shangwon Feishue's brows furrowed. "Ahem." Lin Chen quickly averted his gaze and displayed his hidden title. As the title with the accompanying flame effect appeared above Lin Chen's head, a hint of surprise emerged on Shangwon Feishue's previously cold face. "God-level main city creator. You activated the 001 main city. Warrior who cleanses hell?" Before she could recover from her shock, another title appeared above Lin Chen's head, obtained from clearing the hell level upgrade trial. Now Shangwon Feishue was completely unsettled, standing up abruptly and staring intently at the titles above Lin Chen's head, her expression shifting from shock to suspicion and finally to admiration. "You cleared the hell level difficulty upgrade trial?" She couldn't believe that Lin Chen had actually passed the hell level difficulty upgrade trial that was almost impossible. What kind of potential did he have? Yes, Lin Chen nodded calmly. Shangwon Feishue took a deep breath before asking, "What about the others who participated in the trial with you? Why didn't they come?" She was eager to see this amazing team and how 5 people could come together to pass a trial that was fundamentally impossible. "The others?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to see what kind of legendary team could actually clear the hell level difficulty upgrade trial," Shangwon Feishue explained with a smile. Even at level 60, she couldn't help but want to befriend someone with such potential. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. He had cleared it by himself, so there were no teammates. "I don't have any teammates." "No teammates? Are you saying you soloed it?" Shangwon Feishue frowned, clearly not believing Lin Chen's words. The fact that he had cleared the hell level difficulty upgrade trial had already shocked her. She couldn't accept that he had done it alone. How could that be possible? But looking at the flashy title above Lin Chen's head, she had to admit he wasn't lying, because the system wouldn't deceive. The hero's feat is truly astonishing. She took another deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, the curves of her armor rising and falling. As the lord of the main city No. 001, to thank the hero for repelling the void monsters and clearing the hell level difficulty upgrade trial alone, I have decided to gift you a property as a token of gratitude. You may choose any building in the main city to reside in, of course, excluding the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, from Lin Chen's perspective, a pink heart slowly appeared above Shangguan Feishua's head, followed by a string of pink numbers. Favorability, 40, Shangguan Feishua's favorability towards you plus 10. My lord, are you sure? Any building? Lin Chen touched his nose, his expression strange. Any building in the main city, except for the Lord's mansion? If he were to claim the potion shop or the equipment forging shop as his own, wouldn't he become a monopolistic unicorn? All the professionals in the entire main city know. 001 would have to work for him. He had originally just planned to buy a regular building to have a place to settle down in the main city, and to finally put his previous life to rest, but he didn't expect the Lord to be so generous, allowing him to choose freely. Of course, my word is my bond. Shangguan Feishue smiled, took out a blank land deed from her backpack. This is a blank land deed issued by the Lord's mansion, granting absolute authority over main city. No. 001. Just stick the blank deed on the building you like, and follow the instructions to complete the transfer. Thank you so much, my lord. Lin Chen quickly took it, suppressing his excitement as he bid farewell to Shangguan Feishue. Then I'll go choose my residence now. Nice. Nice. Leaving the Lord's mansion, Lin Chen could finally no longer contain his excitement and shouted out loud. He then headed straight for the only potion shop in the main city. With the official status of the main city's potion shop, he could sell potions without worry of being targeted by others. With the quality of the potions he brewed, combined with a monopolistic position, wouldn't wealth come rolling in? Just thinking about it felt great. Arriving at the potion shop, he saw a small bearded NPC clerk standing at the entrance. How the prices are marked above, just pick what you want. The small bearded clerk yawned lazily, still standing at the door, showing no intention of attending to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the little mustached clerk and teased, "Aren't you afraid of getting fired with how lazy you are at work? Pfft, this is the property of the Lord's mansion. The Lord won't come by even once a year." The little mustached clerk leisurely stroked his two sexy mustaches, suddenly glaring at Lin Chen and shooing him away. "Hey, who do you think you are? If you're not buying anything, just hurry up and leave." He. Lin Chen chuckled and directly the blank land deed on the wall of the pharmacy. "Do you want to transfer this building to the name of I am not a medicine god?" "Yes." Lin Chen chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Pharmacy has been transferred to the name of I am not a medicine god, and the land deed is now effective. What are you doing? The little mustached clerk frowned, pointing at Lin Chen and shouting, "Get out of here, or I." But he had only said half of it when he was stunned. What the hell? Where did this guy come from, and how did he transfer the pharmacy? Did the Lord sell the pharmacy? A series of question marks popped up over the little mustached clerk's head. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had become his boss. "The Lord gave me the pharmacy, is there a problem?" Lin Chen smiled at the little mustached clerk, raising the already signed land deed in his hand. "No problem, of course no problem. Please, come inside, boss." The little mustached clerk's expression changed faster than flipping a book. His previous arrogance instantly turned into flattery. He first nodded and bowed, making a gesture to invite Lin Chen in, then hurried into the shop to wipe the stool with his sleeve. "Boss, please sit. I'll brew some tea for you right away." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. This NPC is too anthropomorphized, just like some petty people in reality. Soon, the little mustached clerk brought over a cup of tea. Lin Chen took the tea and began to check the current situation of the pharmacy. "Take these little red potions off the shelves. We won't sell this junk anymore." He removed the little red and little blue potions from the pharmacy and replaced them with 100 times the potency of the little red and little blue potions. "From now on, we'll sell these. Each bottle of little red potion has a trading lifespan of 100 days, and each bottle of little blue potion has a trading lifespan of 50 days. 100 days? The little mustached clerk's mouth twitched, looking at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. A bottle of little red potion with a trading lifespan of 100 days? Boss, did you hit your head or something? Previously, a bottle of little red potion only had a trading lifespan of 2 days. How did you get a little red potion made of gold to sell it so expensively? This is bad. The new boss is a fool even if he gets cured. Let's set it at 100 days per bottle for now, and we'll consider raising the price later based on the situation." Lin Chen glanced at the little mustached clerk and said, "Put." Upon hearing this, the little mustached clerk nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Raise the price based on the situation? My dear boss, this shop will be ruined by you sooner or later." The little mustached clerk wanted to cry but had no tears, even starting to worry if Lin Chen could pay his salary on time. "I want to see why this little red potion is worth so much." He picked up a bottle of little red potion from the counter and opened the potion's attributes. Little red potion, restores 1000 health points per second for 25 minutes after use. Restores 1000. 1000 health points? Looking at the potion's attributes, the little mustached clerk nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood again. This was no little red potion at all. Even the big red potion in the shop didn't have 1/10 of its effect. He continued to look down, and when he saw that the duration was measured in minutes, he was completely stunned. Lasts for 25 minutes. The little mustached clerk looked at the little red potion in his hand, slapped himself hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming, then looked at Lin Chen in shock. "Boss, where did you get this miraculous medicine? 100 days of tradable life is too cheap. This miracle drug should sell for 150 days. No, 200 days of tradable life." Lin Chen took a sip of tea and said calmly, 200 days? Then let's set the price as you say. As long as you can sell it, I'll give you a 1% commission on each bottle. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I'll definitely work hard. I won't be as lazy as before. Just watch, boss, I'll make our shop thrive. The mustached shop assistant's face was full of flattery, a stark contrast to his previous attitude. I'll leave the shop to you. Work hard. Lin Chen patted the mustached shop assistant on the shoulder and walked outside. Just as he reached the door, he stopped again. Boss, do you have any instructions? The mustached shop assistant followed him like a little dog. Nothing. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, but I still prefer your earlier rebellious look. Please revert back. Upon hearing this, the mustached shop assistant immediately wiped the smile off his face. Boss, take care. Meanwhile, in Ning City, in the wilderness area, the medicine god is really something else. He's already leveled up to 20. Yeah, the medicine god is too abnormal. It takes us half a day to kill a single monster. How does he manage to farm monsters so quickly? Sigh, comparing people makes one feel inferior. He's already unlocked the level 20 main city, while we haven't even broken through level 5. Su Chen, while drawing his bow and shooting at the mutated black scorpion, sighed. He initially thought highly of himself, believing he could level up quickly like the medicine god, but after a few days of grinding, he was quickly worn down. If only we could team up with the medicine god, we wouldn't have to be stuck here fighting level 2 monsters. Lin Shirshir sighed upon hearing this, her eyes showing envy. They had finally managed to level up to 3, but they couldn't even defeat level 3 monsters and were stuck fighting level 2 mutated black scorpions. Ha! Are you feeling wronged? If it weren't for you dragging us down, would we be here fighting level 2 monsters? Upon hearing this, the beautiful warrior Su Chen had just recruited became displeased. Lin Shirshir was both inexperienced and playful, providing no damage output, and her friend, who seemed to have a few screws loose, often failed to heal properly. If it weren't for Su Chen's sake, she would have kicked Lin Shirshir and Tian Min out of the team. Just swapping in 2 competent players would make fighting level 3 monsters a breeze. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm dragging you down? Lin Shirshir exploded upon hearing this and quickly looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, look at her. She needs to explain herself. Su Chen frowned, unsure of whom to support. Wang Jia was already level 3, he had said everything nice he could to recruit her yesterday, and only then did she agree to help them level up. They had reached level 3 entirely thanks to Wang Jia. Moreover, Wang Jia wasn't wrong, Lin Shirshir's gameplay was indeed a bit painful to watch. However, since Lin Shirshir was his girlfriend, he didn't know what to say. Aren't you the one dragging us down? If it weren't for me bringing you along, you'd still be an NPC in the safe zone. I didn't complain about fighting level 2 monsters with you, yet you feel wronged first? Wang Jie snorted coldly and turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, if I had known you were bringing along 2 deadweights, I wouldn't have come at all. Look at the teammates you found. Wang Jie, don't be angry. Su Chen hurriedly patted Wang Jie's back and said softly, she's young and doesn't understand. Wang Jie, don't take it to heart. There are many people outside. I'll definitely talk to her when we get back. Who doesn't understand? Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you helping this old woman deal with me? Lin Shirshir was enraged by Su Chen's words. She never expected him to say she was being unreasonable. Clearly, it was that old woman who was too sensitive. She had merely stated that teaming up with the medicine god would definitely speed up their leveling, and that old woman had started with her sarcastic remarks. That old woman was clearly doing it on purpose. She just wanted to steal Su Chen away from her. Who are you calling an old woman? Wang Jia was also furious. Although she was 4 or 5 years older than Lin Shirshir, she took great care of herself. Everyone praised her for her natural beauty and stunning looks. How dare this little brat call her an old woman? Who are you talking about? Whoever it is knows in their heart. Old woman, shameless, trying to get a young man, ha! I'll tear your mouth apart, you little vixen. The two exchanged heated words, and it looked like they were about to start fighting. Enough! Su Chen's face darkened as he forcibly separated them. He then turned to Lin Shirshir, gritting his teeth. Shirshir, you are being so unreasonable. If it weren't for Sister Wang bringing us along, we would still be level 2. How can you say that about Sister Wang? Apologize to her. I won't. Su Chen, are you asking me to apologize to this old woman? Have you fallen for her? Lin Shirshir pouted, her eyes reddening. How could I possibly like? Just as he began to speak, Su Chen realized something was off and quickly looked at Wang Jie. No, Sister Wang, I didn't mean anything by it. Shirshir, stop talking nonsense. Sister Wang and I are innocent. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Apologize to Sister Wang. Although he preferred the younger Lin Shirshir, Wang Jie was not only talented but also had much higher combat power than them. He was counting on teaming up with her to reach level 10. Without Wang leading the team, with just him, Lin Shirshir, and Tianmin's combat abilities, they wouldn't reach level 10 even after a month of grinding here. I absolutely refuse to apologize to this old woman. Lin Shirshir's eyes were red, on the verge of tears. She felt that Su Chen had changed. He used to be so compliant with her, but now he wanted her to apologize to an old woman. Why is your mouth so foul, you little vixen? You're just a thing born without a mother to raise you. Wang Jie's previously suppressed anger flared up again. This little vixen kept calling her an old woman. Even a clay figurine would have some temper. Did she really think she was easy to provoke? Su Chen, I'm giving you 2 choices today. Either team up with me and kick them out, or you team up with them, and I'll leave. Sister Wang, please don't be angry. Su Chen sighed helplessly, feeling like the sky was falling. On one side was his angry girlfriend, and on the other was the capable beauty. He truly didn't know who to choose. Just a moment ago, they had been happily grinding monsters together, and now it had turned into this. For the first time, he felt that Lin Shirshir was being so difficult. Shirshir, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before. Su Chen pulled Lin Shirshir aside and whispered, Shirshir, don't be angry. We can't find teammates right now, so let's endure a little longer. Once we're both level 10, we won't have to take her alone. How about this, you go apologize to Sister Wang first, just think of it as enduring for now. I don't want to. Shirshir, be obedient. With Su Chen coaxing and tricking her, Lin Shirshir reluctantly looked at Wang Jie and said, I'm sorry. Now you remember to apologize? It's too late. Wang Jie sneered, directly rejecting Lin Shirshir's apology. She then issued Su Chen an ultimatum. Su Chen, I'll ask you one more time, are you choosing her or me? Sister Wang. Su Chen sighed in resignation. Humph. Su Chen, you could never choose her. Old woman, give up on that thought. Seeing Su Chen look at Wang Jie, Lin Shirshir immediately puffed out her chest and stepped forward, tightly hugging Su Chen's arm with a proud expression. Wang Jie said nothing, merely staring silently at Su Chen. She believed Su Chen was a smart person who knew what the wise choice was. Su Chen glanced at Wang Jie, then turned to Lin Shirshir beside him and said somewhat guiltily, Shirshir, why don't you go back and rest with Xiaoman first? Once I level up, I'll take you out alone, okay? Brother Su Chen? Lin Shirshir looked at Su Chen in astonishment, suddenly feeling he was incredibly unfamiliar. Was this still the gentle and considerate Su Chen she knew? Why did he seem like a different person? Shirshir, you go back and rest first. Once I reach level 10, I'll take you out alone. Su Chen gently rubbed Lin Shirshir's small hand, coaxing her in a volume only they could hear. You need to think about the bigger picture. Now that the battle between gods and demons has come to reality, if I don't work hard to level up, how will I support you and our family in the future? Be good, I'm just temporarily yielding to her. Once I reach level 10, we can go solo, and then we won't take anyone else, just you and me, okay? No need. You can continue leveling with her, I'm going back to school. Lin Shirshir shook off Su Chen's hand and angrily walked towards the safe zone. Sure. Su Chen frowned tightly but did not chase after her. Instead, he turned to Wang Jie and said, It's fine, Wang Jie. I let her go back to rest. She might be a bit irritable after grinding monsters these past few days. I'll definitely talk to her properly when she gets back. Xiaoman, I'll need you to help comfort Shirshir. He then looked at Tianmin, signaling her to catch up and console Lin Shirshir. Tianmin smiled and had no intention of leaving. It's okay, her ability to adjust her emotions is strong. She'll be fine in a bit. I want to grind a bit longer. Alright, then shall we recruit one more person to continue? Su Chen nodded and looked at Wang Jie. Wang Jie snorted lightly. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Tianmin staying, she felt much better thinking about how Tianmin had abandoned Lin Shirshir for leveling up. You all rest for a bit, I'll call my best friend over. At this moment, Lin Shirshir was walking alone on the road, her small face full of anger. Damn Su Chen! Why isn't he coming to comfort me already? She kicked a small stone on the ground, feeling not only angry but also a bit anxious. In the past, when they argued, it would be like this, but Suchin would catch up and apologize before she could walk too far. Just then, she heard a faint sound of footsteps behind her. Ha! Lin Shirshir took a deep breath, unable to help but clench her small fist, her anger subsiding a bit. Actually, what Suchin said wasn't wrong. Leveling up was the most important thing right now, and Suchen was leveling up for her. He had said that once he reached level 10, he would kick that old woman aside and only take her from then on. Alright, as long as Suchen apologized to her and gave her a way out, she would forgive him. The footsteps behind her grew closer until they were right next to her. Lin Shirshir tightly clenched her small fist but still couldn't help turning to look back. You go level up with that old woman. What are you following me for? But just as she was halfway through her sentence, she froze in place, the anger she had just suppressed flaring up again. Because the one who caught up was not Su Chen at all. A bespectacled man quickly passed by Lin Shirshir, and after hearing her mumble to herself, he pushed up his glasses and said quietly, "What a weirdo." Lin Shirshir felt like she was about to explode. Su Chen actually didn't chase after her, he actually chose that old woman over her. Xiaomin. Lin Shirshir was on the verge of tears, squatting by the roadside as she dialed Tian Min's number. Tian Min would definitely not follow that old woman anymore. In critical moments, a best friend is the best. What a useless boyfriend, not reliable at all when it matters. Shirshir, you go back to the dorm and get some sleep. I'll find you later, let's hang up for now. Tian Min's voice came from the other end of the line, but before Lin Shirshir could respond, the phone emitted a series of beeping system notifications. Wow! Lin Shirshir could no longer hold back, squatting on the ground and hugging her legs as she cried. What a useless boyfriend, what a useless best friend, all just empty sentiments. If it were Lin Chen, he would definitely scold that old woman and then take her away directly. Damn Lin Chen, you used to be the one to bow down first, is it so hard to lower your head this time? She thought of Lin Chen again. She used to find him annoying, always blocking her from being with Su Chen. Now that she thought back, it seemed Lin Chen's words weren't without reason. Damn Lin Chen, stinky Lin Chen. This time you win, I'll apologize to you first, okay? After crying for a while, Lin Shirshir wiped her tears and prepared to apologize to Lin Chen. Just wait. Even without you guys, I can still level up to level 10. She took out her phone, thought for a moment, then put it back in her pocket and quickly walked towards the safe zone. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped in front of an old residential building. Lin Shirshir got out of the taxi, looking at the familiar building with mixed feelings. It had only been a month since she last came home, but why did it feel like years? After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and walked up. Taking out the key hidden under the carpet, she opened the green-painted security door, and a familiar scent rushed to her nose. It was the smell of the medicine capsules Lin Chen bought online. She used to hate this smell and had secretly thrown the capsules away several times, but every time she came home, the strange-smelling capsules would reappear. Now, smelling it, it didn't seem so unpleasant. Lin Chen? She locked the door and gently called out. The room was silent, only the ticking of an old clock could be heard. Brother? She raised her voice again. Still no response, Lin Shirshir frowned and walked towards Lin Chen's bedroom. The door was open, and there was no one inside. She returned to her own room, looking at the neatly clean space, feeling a bit of a sting in her nose, and quickly took out her phone to call Lin Chen. Beep. The number you dialed is currently busy. Damn Lin Chen, you still haven't taken me off your blacklist. Lin Shirshir angrily threw her phone aside and covered her head with the blanket. At this moment, Lin Chen, having left the pharmacy, returned to the Lord's mansion. Are you sure you want to purchase Manor No? 001? Shangguan Feishue looked at Lin Chen in surprise, confirming again, you need to think this through. Manor No. 001 requires 5,000 days of tradable lifespan. At this price, I could buy 2 or 3 small manors elsewhere. Just now, Lin Chen had found her again, wanting to buy the most expensive villa in the main city, which had the best location. She was puzzled. She had just given Lin Chen a blank land deed, so if he wanted Manor No. 001, why not just transfer it directly instead of coming back to spend money? Did he think it was too expensive and was afraid she wouldn't agree? Confirmed. Facing Shangguan Feishua's confusion, Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Since he was moving here, he naturally wanted to live in the best house in the main city. Otherwise, what was the point of working hard to level up and earn money? Wasn't it all for a better life? Although 5,000 days of tradable lifespan was almost all his wealth, he still decided to grit his teeth and buy it. Alright then. Shangguan Feishua sighed and extended a trade invitation to Lin Chen. Soon, the two completed the transaction. Not hesitant at all, huh? Seeing Lin Chen pay 5,000 days of tradable lifespan without a second thought, Shangwon Feishue couldn't help but raise her beautifully shaped eyebrows. 5,000 days of tradable lifespan was not the same as 5 days. With so much tradable lifespan, even she would have to think carefully before deciding whether to spend that money. How could Lin Chen be so carefree? Just how much tradable lifespan did he have? Shangwon Feishue looked at Lin Chen, developing a strong interest in this young man. Shangwon Feishue's favorability towards you +10, Shangwon Feishue's favorability towards you +5? Buying a garden also increases favorability? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if he had been tricked by this woman. He should have haggled. No, wait. He quickly dismissed that thought. If Shangwon Feishue really tricked him, she should think he was a fool. How could she increase her favorability? I get it. This woman must be impressed by my lavish spending charm. Ha! Women! The land deed has been signed and is non-refundable. You are now the new owner of Manor No. 001. Shangwon Feishue looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. This kid was frowning one moment and grinning foolishly the next, looking a bit dim-witted. Thank you, city lord. Lin Chen came back to his senses and cupped his fists at Shangwon Feishue. I'm off to my new home, goodbye. You. Shangwon Feishue opened her mouth, but Lin Chen only left her with the back of his head. This kid really is decisive. Shangwon Feishue looked at Lin Chen, her admiration growing stronger. With such a decisive personality, it was no wonder he leveled up to 20 so quickly and could clear the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. He had all the right qualities. Time to move and say goodbye to the past. Lin Chen sighed, suddenly thinking of Lin Shishir, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With Lin Shishir's level of incompetence, even if someone helped her, she could only reach level 3 or 4 at most. Without his strong support, what was she worth? Ha! Lin Chen sneered again, completely dispelling Lin Shishir's image. Once he moved to Manor No. 001, he would have said goodbye to the past for good. Ding! Shangwon Feishue's favorability towards you +5. Why does my favorability keep increasing for no reason? Damn, this woman can't be captivated by my striking looks, can she? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He remembered that NPCs weren't that easy to charm. In his previous life, a powerful big shot spent an unknown amount of money, trying various methods to charm an NPC for 5 whole years, barely managing to raise the favorability to 100 points. In the end, it only turned a chance encounter into a casual acquaintance. Aside from some changes in tone, no intimate interactions were unlocked. That big shot was persistent, spending who knows how much more over the next 5 years, finally increasing the favorability by 100 points. Lin Chen had previously been busy making potions and browsing forums, and he seemed to recall that they were still about 20 or 30 points away from turning a casual acquaintance into a close relationship. Whatever. Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts in his mind. Lin Chen quickly arrived at the purchased Manor No. 001, changed the access permissions to allow only himself to enter, took a quick look around, and prepared to head back to Ning City to move. No wonder it was Manor No. 001, the entire estate was vast, feeling spacious enough for a dozen people to live in comfortably. Home. Leaving Manor No. 001, Lin Chen headed straight for Ning City. Who is that person, dressed so flamboyantly? Isn't that? Why does he look so familiar? Doesn't his outfit resemble that of the medicine god who was rhythmically taken down by the Wuji 20 that day? Don't say, it really does look like him. As soon as Lin Chen appeared in the safe zone, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. The void suit he wore was simply too eye-catching, with its dark style series and a very cringeworthy mask on his face, turning heads left and right. Someone pulled out their phone to compare it with the trending incident of the Wuji 20 picking someone up on the forum. They discovered that the pharmaceutical god who was picked up by the Wuji 20 was wearing the same dark style suit. His figure and aura were strikingly similar. What do you mean similar? It's exactly the same. Is this the pharmaceutical god? As people began to realize, the entire safe zone erupted in chaos. Many took out their phones and started snapping pictures of Lin Chen, while some average girls followed closely behind, seemingly wanting to strike up a conversation. Fame is a double-edged sword. The ancients were not wrong. Lin Chen looked at the throng of people behind him, helplessly rubbing his chin. He could only quicken his pace and dash towards a small alley. The professionals trailing behind also sped up, and the average girls no longer hesitated, fervently chasing into the alley. Pharmaceutical god, I like you. Pharmaceutical god, can you take me with you? I can do any pose. Me too. Pharmaceutical god, take me alone, I'll do anything. Hearing the outrageous comments behind him, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, covered in goosebumps. There's a dead end ahead, sisters, hurry! Someone shouted, and the group of average girls sped up even more, even breaking the game's locking threshold. Indeed, there was a dead end ahead. but Lin Chen wasn't panicking. He had intentionally come to this dead end. Faced with a 3-meter-high brick wall, he showed no signs of slowing down, seemingly intent on crashing into it. Void shifting. In the next moment, Lin Chen activated the skill of the void boots. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished just before hitting the brick wall, leaving only a medicine bottle that fell from midair with a thud at the feet of the average girls. The chaotic potion immediately took effect, enveloping the girls at the front. -800. -600. -550. A series of red numbers floated above their heads, and they were instantly sent back to the respawn point. Ah! With screams echoing, the alley quickly fell silent. The later professionals turned pale, unsure of what had just happened, but they had just witnessed dozens of female professionals being wiped out in an instant, and no one dared to take another step forward. Meanwhile, Lin Chen appeared at the back of the dead end. A stream of red light points followed him. His originally white code name, which could be folded and hidden, now revealed itself, turning into a dazzling blood red. You have been marked as a killer for attacking other professionals in the safe zone. Killer, other professionals attacking the killer in the safe zone will not be marked, and the killer will lose an additional 10% of their lifespan upon being killed. Let them call me a killer. The swarm of flies is too annoying. Lin Chen's expression was calm, having anticipated this. Once inside the city, the number of professionals had noticeably decreased. After entering the era of universal job changes, everyone had gone outside to grind monsters, leaving the city much quieter. Only some older folks, uninterested in leveling up, remained at their original posts. For instance, the taxi Lin Chen flagged down was driven by a man in his 50s, who completely failed to recognize Lin Chen's identity and was unbothered by the blood-red ID above his head. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at his doorstep. Bang! As he turned on the light, he immediately sensed something was off. There were 2 rows of muddy footprints on the floor that hadn't dried yet. Had his home been burglarized? Lin Chen's first reaction was that someone had broken into his house. Moreover, from the direction of the bedroom, he could vaguely hear sounds resembling short videos or live streams. What kind of thief was so bold? He hasn't been back for just a few days, and he really treats this place like his own home? Lin Chen frowned, took out a bottle of corrosive potion, and quietly walked towards the bedroom. The light was on in another bedroom, and the wooden door, wrapped in a blue Fatboy poster, was slightly ajar, with the sound coming from inside. I advocate that if you can't stop it, just let it be this struggle between desire and despair she likes to pass by, and before leaving she even casually turned off the light. At that moment, a familiar ringtone came from the crack of the door. Lin Chen frowned. It was Lin Shishir's ringtone. Lin Shishir is back? Ha! Didn't she say she wanted to cut ties with me? How could she have the nerve to come back? So annoying. I can level up just fine without you. Lin Shishir's voice came through, hanging up the call, sounding furious. Confirming that it was indeed Lin Shishir inside, Lin Chen put away the corrosive potion. He didn't confront her at the door but turned back to his bedroom. Arguing with someone like Lin Shishir was pointless. He had already decided to sever all ties with her. Back in his bedroom, Lin Chen quickly packed his things. There was a wooden sword his father had made by hand when he was a child, a talisman his mother had gotten from a temple a few years ago, and a few family photos. Looking at the family photo of the 4 of them, he thought for a moment and tore Lin Shishir out of the picture. This looks much better. After packing his things into his backpack, Lin Chen found the property deed from the cabinet. He then quietly left the home he had lived in for over 20 years, standing downstairs in the community, looking at everything familiar, feeling a surge of emotions. It was time to say goodbye to the past. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and quickly left the community, heading to a nearby real estate agency. I have a house to sell. After the start of the universal job change era, most people had gone out to grind monsters and level up, and very few remained at their posts. The originally dozen or so employees at the Little Red Riding Hood real estate agency were now left with just one plump auntie. Houses can't sell for a good price now. The plump auntie stood up from the sofa when she saw a customer, saying helplessly, the housing prices had been declining, and the start of the universal job change era had only accelerated this process. Now, houses that used to be worth over $1 million could only sell for $300,000 to $400,000. If she understood what these job abilities were, she would have gone out to explore with the young people too. It doesn't matter, just help me get rid of this house. Lin Chen threw the property deed on the table. The plump auntie chuckled. If he didn't care about the price, it would be easier to negotiate. She took the property deed, glanced at it, and frowned. Prosperity community, this is an old community. The housing prices here are very low, 92. 5 square meters. What price do you have in mind? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and estimated a price in his mind. Although various industries had been somewhat sluggish after the start of the universal job change era, this was still a fusion of games and reality. Professionals couldn't really go without food and drink like in games. Basic necessities were still essential. So this was only temporary. In the later stages, various industries would thrive instead. 200,000, firm price. Lin Chen looked directly at the plump auntie and added, I won't care about anything else. If it's okay, I'll leave the keys here. If not, then forget it. 200,000? The plump auntie's eyes widened. Are you joking? This house is worth at least 30-something thousand. I'm not joking, it's 200,000. Do you want it or not? I want it. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the plump auntie immediately took out a stack of agreements from the side, even fearing that Lin Chen might change his mind, and said, leave the property deed. You don't have to worry about the rest. I'll find someone to handle the transfer. Okay, no problem. Lin Chen picked up the pen and quickly signed his name on the paper. Ding! China Merchants Bank, your card has been credited with 200,000 yuan. After signing, Lin Chen received a text message reminder. Leaving the keys and the property deed behind, he departed. The real estate agents had their own channels to handle the transfer, so he didn't need to worry. In the evening, Lin Chen returned to the main city of No. 001. The 200,000 yuan from selling the house was all spent on daily necessities. Currently, No. 001 main city had not yet seen other professionals move in, making it a place ripe for development. If he didn't prepare some food and drink, he would starve alone in the garden. I need to prepare for the level 20 upgrade trial. While barbecuing in the No. 001 manor, Lin Chen contemplated his next steps. He had already completed the second transition, and the next task was to clear the level 20 upgrade trial, unlocking the new map and features that came with level 20. This time, he planned to attempt the hell level difficulty upgrade trial, so he needed to be fully prepared before entering, ensuring he had all kinds of potions ready. The level 20 upgrade trial would undoubtedly be much more difficult than the level 10 trial. I need to find a way to gather materials for the steel potion. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen opened the forum and posted a message. I am not a medicine god, high price for various herbs. If you have unknown herbs, I can help identify them. Fair prices, no cheating, feel free to contact me. After posting, Lin Chen turned off the anti-harassment feature. One person's strength was ultimately limited, especially since mid-level herbs were too scarce in the early stages. Often, finding them depended on luck. Rather than searching desperately, it was better to spend some tradable lifespan to buy from others. He then opened the chat box and contacted the valiant and proud in the Northeast's #1 warrior, listing various herbs and asking the military for help in searching and purchasing. Just then, Lin Chen's phone in his pocket rang. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat familiar, like the chubby lady from the real estate company during the day. Yes, it's me. Lin Chen replied. Mr. Lin, we're coming to clear the house tonight, but why is there still someone living in your house? Could you please handle this matter? The chubby lady sounded anxious. She had already paid the money, but the clearing team said there was still a young girl living there, and no matter how they persuaded her, she refused to leave. Someone is living there? Who? I'm not sure. How can you not be sure? That girl claims to be your sister. Why don't you call her? Sister? I don't have a sister. The house is already yours. You're such a big agency, and you can't even handle this? Aren't you going to call the police? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then the chubby lady confirmed again, Mr. Lin, you're sure you don't know that girl, right? We don't want to create any misunderstandings. If you're sure you don't know her, we might have to use special means to ask her to leave. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Do whatever you want, it's none of my business. I am very sure and certain that there is not a hint of misunderstanding here. The next morning, Lin Chen lay on the luxurious solid wood bed and opened the forum. The post he made yesterday had gone viral, with over 1 million replies, leaving Lin Chen feeling overwhelmed. The private messages he received were too many to count. How long is this going to take? Lin Chen sighed. He had underestimated the power of netizens. Especially after opening a dozen private messages, most were useless chatter, with the occasional herb attributes being basic ones like heart-nourishing herb and spirit-nourishing herb. It seemed that the idea of buying herbs from the entire internet was not so easily achievable. Lin Chen simply closed the forum's private messages and casually flipped through a few pages on the forum, hoping to see if there was anything new recently. Soon, his attention was drawn to an anonymous post. The post was trending, having received over 100,000 replies in less than 5 hours, ranking second on the forum's hot search list, just behind his post from last night. Shallow Snow, 1,000 people plead on their knees for the medicine god to take a look. Please forgive this little girl for her ignorance. What is this herb? The title of this post was quite intriguing. It not only capitalized on the medicine god's popularity but also had a knack for piquing curiosity. Even if the herb were replaced with something else, Lin Chen felt an impulse to click on it. Upon opening the post, he was greeted by a pitch-black photo. At first glance, the photo seemed unremarkable, and upon closer inspection, it was still impossible to see anything clearly, just a dark expanse. Scrolling down, he encountered 3 or 4 more dark photos in succession. Lin Chen frowned, about to label this post as clickbait and exit, when he caught a glimpse of the last photo that seemed somewhat familiar. Yulan Vine? Quickly, Lin Chen recalled what was depicted in the photo. It was actually a level 40 material, Yulan Vine. Yulan Vine was rare, even in his previous life. After unlocking the level 60 map, Lin Chen had only seen it a few times. The main reason was that the potions it could create were limited, serving only as auxiliary materials for some potions. In his previous life, Lin Chen wouldn't have had any interest in Yulan Vine. But in this life, he had transitioned into the hidden profession of medicine god. He had access to many exclusive recipes that others didn't know about. Among them, the Annihilation Yulan required Yulan Vine for its creation, and Yulan Vine often grew in places with heavy yin energy. Perhaps he could find other materials needed for Annihilation Yulan nearby. Checking the exclusive recipe, Lin Chen clicked on the crafting formula for Annihilation Yulan. Annihilation Yulan, other shoreflower *10 plus Yulan Vine *10 plus in erosion grass *10, all 3 materials were level 40 and quite rare, all growing in areas with heavy yin energy, such as the Huangquan series dungeons, which were on par with the Lost series dungeons. However, both the Lost series and Huangquan series were dungeons for levels 30 and above, unless they appeared in a random dungeon format like the Lost Maze dungeon in the Northeast Division. Wait! That last photo. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and quickly scrolled back to the first photo. He enlarged the photo and examined it closely several times. His heart suddenly jolted. Could this be a large patch of Yulan Vine? Has someone discovered a random dungeon in the Huangquan series? He found it hard to believe. It was already extremely rare to discover a Lost Maze dungeon in the early stages, and now there was supposedly a random dungeon in the Huangquan series. This development was quite different from the script of his previous life. He had never heard of anyone discovering random dungeons of such levels in the early stages. Of course, it was also possible that he was not high enough in level and was simply uninformed. Contact them. If it really is a Huangquan series dungeon, there might be a chance to refine Annihilation Yulan. Lin Chen clicked on the poster's avatar and sent a private message to Shallow Snow. Ding! Shallow Snow requests to add you as a friend. Not long after sending the private message, Shallow Snow sent Lin Chen a friend request. He accepted. Shallow Snow, hello, medicine god, do you recognize this herb? Pictures. Shallow Snow sent 2 more photos, which were clearer than those in the post, and Lin Chen immediately recognized that this was indeed the level 40 herb, Yulan Vine. I am not the medicine god, this herb is called Yulan Vine. Where did you see it? Shallow Snow, as expected of the big shot. My friend found it in a special dungeon in the wild area of Haicheng, where there are many of these vine-like plants, and there are also these flowers nearby. Shallow Snow, pictures. Shallow Snow, I wonder if the medicine god is interested in this dungeon? There really is a Higanbana? Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw the new photo sent by Shallow Snow. Although the photo was taken from a distance, he recognized at a glance that the flower growing by the riverbank, with no leaves, was indeed the Higanbana. Higanbana, leaves fall and flowers bloom, leaves grow and flowers wither. And that riverbank should be the hallmark of the Huangquan series dungeon, the underworld Huangquan. But I don't know which dungeon of the Huangquan series this is. I am not the medicine god, interesting. Shallow Snow, to be honest, medicine god, we explored the rot before, but the monsters inside were too strong, one skill wiped us out completely. If you're interested, we're willing to pay 10 million each for you to guide us through this dungeon. Shallow Snow, any equipment suitable for anyone will be given to them, and all herbs will belong to you, is that okay? Upon seeing the message from Shallow Snow, Lin Chen frowned. He actually didn't want to take anyone along, but the things in this dungeon were indeed tempting, and he really wanted to know what level of potion this exclusive recipe was. I am not the medicine god, no money, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan per person, equipment will be shared, and herbs belong to me. I am not the medicine god, you must follow my commands in the dungeon, or you will bear the consequences. Shallow Snow, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. We don't have that much tradable lifespan. Please, medicine god, can we do 20 million each? I am not the medicine god, if you don't have it, then forget it. Come back when you have enough. After saying that, Lin Chen directly closed the chat window. He had already seen through Shallow Snow. This person should be a rich second generation, but he had no use for money right now. In the later stages, currency would depreciate significantly, eventually being completely replaced by tradable lifespan, becoming worthless paper that even a dog would hesitate to use. Shallow Snow didn't say anything further. Just when Lin Chen was about to give up, Shallow Snow sent a new message. Shallow Snow, alright, 1000 days of tradable lifespan it is, then we have a deal. Shallow Snow, medicine god, should we come to pick you up? I am not the medicine god. Coordinates. Lin Chen sent Shallow Snow the coordinates of main city No. 001. What kind of place is this coordinate? Is he messing with us? In the wild area, a black armored tracked vehicle slowly drove by, and the two people in the back seat complained. They had been walking in the wild area for over an hour and still hadn't reached the coordinates sent by the medicine god. The surrounding monsters were getting stronger, and they felt a bit uneasy. Don't talk nonsense, the medicine god doesn't have time to mess with you. A female mage in black, wearing a striking ghost mask, shook her head and said, don't forget, the medicine god is already level 20. Isn't it normal to grind level 20 monsters in the depths of the wild? When we meet the medicine god later, you all better keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to disrespect the medicine god, don't blame me for not warning you. Alright, Sister Roland, we wouldn't dare disrespect the medicine god. Exactly, the medicine god is a level 20 big shot, and we are just level 5 little karamis. How could we dare to disrespect a level 20 big shot? The two scratched their heads and self-deprecatingly said. They were speaking the truth, they were just venting a little. It was already an honor for a level 20 big shot to be willing to take them along, so what was there to complain about? Another hour passed, and a long shadow appeared on the horizon, catching the attention of the warrior driving the vehicle. He brightened up and said in a deep voice, everyone, look quickly, what is that ahead? Is that a city? Chow Roland and the two in the back seat looked up at the front. As the tracked vehicle got closer, the long shadow on the horizon gradually rose, and finally, a massive city that seemed to stretch endlessly appeared before the four of them. Hiss! Looking at the magnificent giant city, the four couldn't help but gasp, forcibly accelerating the process of global warming. It was too shocking, they had never seen such a grand city. The key question was, how could there be a city here? They had never even heard of it, and it wasn't marked on the map. It felt like they had stepped into a folded space. Player Shallow Snow did not pass the upgrade trial and cannot activate entry permission to Main City 001. Please complete the upgrade trial at the trial tower as soon as possible. Player Shallow Snow did not pass the upgrade trial and cannot activate entry permission to Main City 001. Please complete the upgrade trial at the trial tower as soon as possible. A prompt suddenly appeared in front of Chow Roland, flashing continuously. Did you guys receive the prompt? You got it too? It says I didn't pass the upgrade trial and don't have permission to enter Main City 001. Wait, the city ahead is the Main City 001 activated by the medicine god, right? The other three also received the same prompt as Chow Roland. They were only level 5 and did not qualify to enter Main City 001. Only those who completed the upgrade trial would activate the entry permission to the main city, which was also for the sake of the players, as the difficulty of future dungeons would only increase. Especially the Void series dungeons, which felt utterly despairing. If they didn't familiarize themselves in advance, when the day of the Void invasion came, many wouldn't survive even a week. Wait a moment, I'll tell the medicine god. Chow Roland quickly opened the chat box, where she had pinned and marked I am not the medicine god as a priority. Shallow Snow, medicine god, we are outside Main City 001, but we don't have permission to enter. Awkward. I am not the medicine god. Wait. She soon received a reply from I am not the medicine god, and Chow Roland took a deep breath, clearly becoming a bit nervous. The medicine god told us to wait, he'll be out soon. Her voice carried a slight tremor. Phew. The other three also took a deep breath. They were about to meet their idol, and it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. They had no idea what kind of person the medicine god was or if he was easy to get along with. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen, dressed in a purple-black outfit, walked out, immediately drawing gasps from the four. So young. Wow, the medicine god's gear is so cool. It looks exactly like in the photos. This outfit is indeed awesome. Why do I feel like he looks a bit familiar? The four didn't dare to delay, quickly pushing open the car doors and walking towards Lin Chen. Hello, medicine god. It's you. Chow Roland stepped forward first, extending her delicate hand. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chow Roland, not expecting Shallow Snow to be Chow Roland. He remembered that in his previous life, Chow Roland didn't seem to have this code name. Medicine god, do you know me? Chow Roland was also stunned, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing beneath the mask. She felt that the medicine god looked a bit familiar too, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him or which friend it was. "I don't know you, but I've heard of you, Miss Chow." Lin Chen gently squeezed Chow Roland's hand and then smiled. "Let's go. I can't wait to see the dungeon you discovered." Okay. Chow Roland retracted her small hand, her heart racing a bit. She took a deep breath and looked at her three friends, saying, "Medicine God, these are my three teammates. Chow Daji, codename Big Whirlwind, a sword and shield warrior, my cousin. Song Yuanchu, codename Sword and Pen Jianghu, a ranger archer, a good friend of mine. Lu Wenba, the young master of Lu's real estate in Haicheng, codename Next Door Old Lu, a guardian, he discovered the dungeon." Chow Roland introduced Lin Chen to the other three people. Besides Lu Wenba, the other two were locals from Ningcheng. Lin Chen had a bit of an impression of the two, but it wasn't deep. It seemed that Song Yuanshu was Chow Roland's sycophant. "Hello, everyone." Lin Chen smiled and shook hands with the three. "Shallow Snow requests to team up with you, do you agree?" At that moment, Chow Roland sent a team request. Lin Chen did not refuse and joined the team. Just as he was about to get in the car, Chow Daji suddenly rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, "Yaoshin, can we take a picture together?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Chow Daji, who quickly explained, "You're my idol. If we take a picture, I can brag about it later. Is that okay, Yaoshin?" Lin Chen nodded, and upon receiving his approval, Chow Daji immediately took out his phone and squeezed in next to Lin Chen, snapping several pictures. Ahem. Chow Roland coughed twice and shot a glare at Chow Daji. In fact, she also wanted to take a picture with Yaoshin but didn't have the courage to say it out loud. "Yaoshin, get in the car." She voluntarily gave up the most comfortable front passenger seat and sat in the back instead, saying to Chow Daji, "Daji, you sit in the trunk." "No way, sis, don't do this to me." Chow Daji's cheerful expression instantly fell. 2 minutes later, with a face full of reluctance, Chow Daji climbed into the trunk, and the armored vehicle started up, turning in another direction. After a 5-hour journey, the armored vehicle finally stopped as they approached Haicheng. Lin Chen sighed. Although the vehicle was stable, it was too slow. Compared to the armed helicopter that Chen Jianxi used to pick him up, the speed was not even close. Ugh, too slow. We wasted another 5 hours of upgrade time. What are you complaining about? Yaoshin's time is just as precious as ours, and he hasn't said anything. Hearing the two complain, Chow Roland shot them a fierce glare. She already felt a bit awkward for wasting so much of Yaoshin's time. With his upgrade speed, he could have leveled up in 4 or 5 hours, and these two were still bringing it up. It's fine, once you reach level 28, you'll unlock the mount system. With mounts, your mobility will greatly improve. Lin Chen jumped out of the car, stretching his limbs while speaking to the two. Upon hearing this, all four turned to look at Lin Chen. Mount system? This game has mounts. The four showed expressions of longing. If they could ride all sorts of flashy mounts like in regular online games, that would be really cool. Yaoshin, what kinds of mounts are there? Tell us about them. Chow Daji leaned closer to Lin Chen, his face full of curiosity. He was increasingly in awe of Lin Chen, feeling like he was a prophet. While others were slowly figuring out the game's rules, Lin Chen seemed to navigate it effortlessly. Only what you can't imagine. Lin Chen chuckled, saying something that piqued their interest. Where's the dungeon entrance? He then shifted the topic. Since Lu Wenba parked the car here, it was clear that the dungeon entrance was nearby, but he scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. Over here. Lu Wenba and Chow Roland spoke simultaneously, pointing to a dense thicket in the distance. Then, Chow Roland took the lead, pushing aside the outer branches, revealing a gray vortex the size of a palm in front of everyone. This entrance is really hidden. Seeing this entrance, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Random dungeons really depended on luck. He had no idea how these guys discovered this entrance. Alright, let's go in. Lin Chen stepped forward and placed his hand on the gray vortex. Whoosh! Are we just going in like this? Before Chow Roland could finish her words, Lin Chen disappeared right in front of her. She still wanted to discuss the situation in the dungeon with the medicine god, but she didn't expect him to be so confident and directly enter the dungeon. As expected of a big shot, Chow Daji gave a thumbs up, then stepped forward to enter the dungeon as well. We can't be timid either. Let's go, Chow Roland shrugged helplessly. At that moment, Song Yuanshu frowned and said, this guy is a bit too confident. He didn't even check the situation before going in. Roland, let's hang back a bit. I have a feeling the medicine god might get into trouble here. He had been through this dungeon and had witnessed the terrifying monsters inside. Just thinking about it now made his heart race. Although the medicine god was 15 levels higher than them, the monsters here were level 40, and this time the medicine god was definitely going to face a setback. I have that feeling too, Lu Wenba sighed and shook his head. He might have found some shortcut, which is why he leveled up so quickly. His temperament and abilities aren't that great, it probably won't be long before others overtake him. He then looked at Chao Roland and said, Roland, this person isn't worth us putting too much effort into befriending. Let's go. Chao Roland's expression was somewhat displeased, but she didn't say more. Contrary to Lu Wenba's view, she believed the medicine god must have enough confidence to enter the dungeon directly. Who was the medicine god? The creator of the god-level main city. A warrior who cleansed hell. Could such a person be arrogant and lacking in character? It was merely an invincible confidence. Perhaps the medicine god didn't even regard this dungeon seriously. Suppressing her thoughts, Chao Roland entered the dungeon directly. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu exchanged glances and followed her in. At this moment, Lin Chen stood on a stretch of yellow-brown earth, his expression serious. It was indeed a dungeon from the Yellow Springs series, with its signature yellow-brown ground, a gray sky devoid of sun and moon, and a winding river stretching for who knows how many miles, the Yellow Springs. Medicine god, that patch of black vine plants is right ahead. Chao Roland entered the dungeon and pointed ahead. Lin Chen nodded, and once everyone had entered the dungeon, he said calmly, the level of this dungeon shouldn't be low, stay close to me. If you wander off and get sent back to the respawn point, don't blame me for not being able to protect you. With that, he stepped forward. If he remembered correctly, all dungeons in the Yellow Springs series followed the river forward, with different levels corresponding to the dungeons, Wangshan Platform, Ghost Gate, Naiha Bridge, and the Tenyama Kings. Even the lowest level, Wangshan Platform, was at least a level 30 or 40 dungeon. Soon, the five of them arrived at the place where Chao Roland had taken the photo, a large area of intertwined ghostly vines rooted in the Yellow Springs. There's a level 30 corpse ghost here. Chao Roland pointed at the ghostly vines ahead, her heart still trembling at the memory. It was here that they had been sent back to the respawn point by that level 30 corpse ghost with a single skill. Lin Chen responded lightly but did not stop walking. Hey! Seeing Lin Chen walk straight ahead like that, Chao Roland couldn't help but frown. That was a level 30 corpse ghost, with absurdly high damage. Wasn't walking up to it just asking for death? If the medicine god were level 30, or if Lin Chen were a warrior class, it would be one thing. But the medicine god was just a level 20 alchemist. Was he serious? Could it be that the medicine god really was as Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba said? Walking forward like that is asking for death. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu also stopped, not daring to take another step forward. Only Chao Daji, not understanding the situation, raised an eyebrow and followed along. Boom! The next moment, the Yellow Springs in the distance surged with towering waves. A corpse demon, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, crawled out from the murky depths of the Yellow Springs. Its flesh had been corroded by the Yellow Springs, leaving only a stark white skeleton, which looked extremely eerie. Yellow Springs Corpse Demon, level 30, Corpse Poison Attack. As soon as the Yellow Springs Corpse Demon crawled ashore, it launched an attack on Lin Chen, spewing a gray-green toxic mist from its mouth that surged rapidly toward Lin Chen and Chao Daji. Pharmacist God. Chao Daji's heart tightened. He had been sent back to the resurrection point by this very poison last time. This poison not only dealt exceptionally high damage but also lasted a long time. Once it touched someone, death was certain, and the speed of the toxic mist was so fast that it was impossible to evade. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two were engulfed by the corpse poison. Run! Lu Wenba immediately retreated upon seeing this. Chao Roland was also pulled by Song Yuanshu and they both sprinted backward, escaping the range of the corpse poison's attack. Sigh. After retreating to a safe distance, Lu Wenba sighed helplessly, while Song Yuanshu remarked sarcastically, Roland, this guy is no good either. Chao Roland bit her lip, feeling a bit disappointed. Her admiration for the pharmacist god suddenly felt less fervent. Noticing Chao Roland's silence, Song Yuanshu couldn't help but smirk slightly. Earlier, she had spoken of the pharmacist god incessantly, and he had been brooding over it. Now, seeing that he wasn't the pharmacist god and was embarrassing himself in front of Chao Roland, he felt a wave of relief. Damn! This health recovery is too insane. However, just as he was secretly pleased, a startled shout from Chao Daji suddenly came from ahead. Ha! The three of them looked up simultaneously, puzzled, and gazed forward. They saw the pharmacist god and Chao Daji standing amidst the toxic mist, surrounded by a faint red halo. Chao Daji's health bar fluctuated violently above his head like an electrocardiogram. -799, +799, -799, +799. Red and green numbers alternated, and Chao Daji stood unharmed in the corpse poison. How is this possible? Impossible, this corpse poison has extremely high damage, how could he withstand it? Seeing Chao Daji standing in the poison unscathed, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba's eyes nearly popped out, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been sent back to the resurrection point together earlier and were well aware of how terrifying the damage from this poison was. Even if Chao Daji was a sword and shield warrior, he could only endure for a second or two longer than them. They had all been sent back together. How could Chao Daji withstand the corpse poison now? The only difference from before was the presence of the pharmacist god. The three couldn't help but look at the pharmacist god, and upon doing so, they nearly suffered from a brain freeze, their expressions of shock deepening. The pharmacist god isn't losing health? The pharmacist god's attributes are too exaggerated. Seeing the single-digit red numbers floating above Lin Chen's head, the three were completely dumbfounded. This was a level 30 monster. Even if the pharmacist god was level 20, he was still 10 levels lower than the corpse demon. How could he possibly hold his ground against a level 30 monster? In response to the three, Lin Chen pulled out a bottle of corrosive potion. Crack! A sound only Lin Chen and Chao Daji could hear rang out. The originally pure white bones of the Yellow Springs corpse demon were immediately corroded to black by the potion, emitting wisps of black smoke. -5,000. 35000/40,000 damn. Damn! Chao Daji, standing next to Lin Chen, exclaimed damn twice in succession. The first damn was due to the Yellow Springs corpse demon's staggering health bar of 40,000. He hadn't even seen the health bar last time before being sent away, and now, seeing the thick health bar, his mind was filled with images of muddy grassland horses. With such a thick health bar, even if he stood there doing nothing and let him hit it, it would take 3 of his lives to wear it down. But then he was shocked by the pharmacist god's damage, shouting out a second damn, 5,000 damage per second? Level 20 fighting a level 30, dealing such high damage? Are you serious? Is this reasonable? Whoosh! Lin Chen pulled out 2 bottles of potions and threw them at the Huangquan corpse ghost. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds echoed as 2 different types of gray smoke erupted simultaneously, instantly engulfing the Huangquan corpse ghost. Even the god of medicine can use poison. Chao Daji felt a shiver in his heart upon seeing the gray smoke. This smoke looked similar to the corpse poison spat out by the Huangquan corpse ghost. It should also be some kind of toxic smoke. -1,000. -2,800. -5,000. In the next moment, 3 strings of red numbers floated above the Huangquan corpse ghost's head. Each string of numbers reached 4 digits. Damn! Chao Daji felt numb. With such damage, he suddenly understood why the god of medicine leveled up so quickly. Carrying such powerful poison, who could withstand it? Moreover, the area of effect of the last 2 potions was so large, bigger than his villa, no wonder monster farming was so enjoyable. I'll ask the god of medicine later if I can buy 2 bottles. Chao Daji's eyes rolled, his mind racing, and that healing potion from earlier, recovering hundreds of health per second, this isn't healing. It's like directly transfusing blood into the veins. Just thinking about the future, where he could lure a group of monsters over and then pull out a potion from his backpack to throw into the mob, made Chao Daji's mouth curl up more than an AK. Roar! The Huangquan corpse ghost let out a furious roar. It was angry. How could it lose more than half its health in just a moment of distraction? This tiny ant could inflict such terrifying damage, damn it. Kill! In the next moment, the Huangquan corpse ghost lunged at the 2, its massive palm raised high before crashing down, resembling the legendary palm strike from the heavens. The pressure from this strike was immense. The air was compressed, making a cracking sound as if it would crush the 2 into meat paste. God of medicine! Chao Daji broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling, and he nearly wet his pants. If he didn't know he wouldn't truly die, even if turned into meat paste, just losing half his lifespan to return to the resurrection point, he would have shouted for his mother. Lin Chen, however, showed no fear. Facing the descending skeletal palm, he kicked Chao Daji out of the palm's range and then straightened up, delivering a powerful punch upward. Bang! The massive palm collided with the small fist, producing a loud bang. The visual effect of this scene was incredibly shocking. That palm, as large as a small mountain, was actually held back by a tiny fist, unable to move down even a fraction. Lin Chen stood his ground, not moving an inch. He had the Heavenly Sunset 999 all-attribute boost. What was there to fear? If it came to a contest of strength, he might not be weaker than the Huangquan corpse ghost. Moreover, according to the game rules of the God and Demon War, if you couldn't break through the defense, you couldn't break through the defense. Even if you were a titan, if your attack power was lower than my defense, hitting me would just be like scratching an itch. At most, it was just a visually stunning effect. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Chao Daji exclaimed 3 times in astonishment, watching the god of medicine, a mere mortal, confront the corpse ghost. The 3 behind him were also shocked, filled with awe. Chao Ruolin couldn't help but glance at Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba, wanting to see their expressions. Humph, didn't they just say the god of medicine's temperament was lacking? What about their expressions now? You two useless ones who were one-shot by the corpse ghost, how dare you critique the god of medicine? Look at what it means to fight against gods and demons as a mere mortal. Just as the few were in shock, the 3 types of potions dealt damage to the Huangquan corpse ghost again, completely emptying its health bar. Crash! A pile of skeletons lay scattered on the ground, as if it were raining bones. If the neighbor's dog, Wang Kai, saw this, it would probably dream of it and drool in delight. Kill the Yellow Springs corpse demon and gain 1,000 experience points. Ha! Such high experience? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It didn't seem right for 5 people to share this much experience. Although the Yellow Springs corpse demon was a level 30 elite monster, with 5 people sharing, if it were just him, he would expect around 1,500 to 1,800 experience points. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Chao Daji and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a white light of leveling up was shining above Chao Daji's head, and he had directly leveled up twice. Meanwhile, Chao Ruolin and the other 2 in the distance showed no reaction at all. Lin Chen immediately understood, Chao Ruolin and the others were too far away, and even though they were in the same team, they couldn't gain experience. This was a balancing mechanism to prevent people from slacking off in a team. This ended up benefiting Chao Daji, who was several levels lower than the Yellow Springs corpse demon, triggering an experience bonus that allowed him to level up twice in one go. Wow! I leveled up! Wow! I leveled up again! Chao Daji looked at his system panel, his excitement making him grin widely. In just a short while, he had leveled up twice. Teaming up with the medicine god was really enjoyable. Chao Daji was thrilled. But the 3 behind him regretted it deeply, watching Chao Daji level up twice while they gained nothing. What's going on? We're all in the same team, why didn't we get any experience? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba's faces darkened, their hearts bleeding. Just thinking about how Chao Daji was now 2 levels higher than them felt as unpleasant as eating a dead fly. They could accept being lower in level, but they couldn't accept that a friend who was not as good as them was now higher. It's all your fault. Chao Ruolin was a bit angry and quickly walked forward. If it weren't for these 2 not believing in the medicine god, she could have leveled up 1 or 2 times like Chao Daji, but now she had gained nothing at all. Truly a case of failing to achieve anything while causing trouble. From now on, if you're scared, just stay away, don't delay my leveling up. Leaving that remark, Chao Ruolin came to Lin Chen's side and gave him a thumbs up, saying, Medicine god, you're really amazing. You can kill monsters 10 levels higher. Of course, I feel that the medicine god can handle monsters even 20 levels higher without any problem. Before Lin Chen could speak, Chao Daji chimed in. The damage the medicine god had just displayed could only be described as outrageous. Mixing 3 types of potions together, he could deal nearly 10,000 damage in a second. Not to mention level 30 monsters, he felt that even level 40 or 50 monsters here could be slowly ground down by the medicine god. It would just take a bit longer. The key was that the medicine god also had those blood transfusion potions, making him invincible in battles. He finally understood why the medicine god was called the medicine god. Lin Chen ignored them and stepped forward to start collecting the loot. Several white light orbs were scattered among the skeletons, indicating that the Yellow Springs corpse demon had dropped quite a bit. Gained 200 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Yellow Springs corpse demon's bone blade. Gained item, Yellow Springs corpse demon's bone armor. Gained item, a drop of murky Yellow Springs water. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 material, and 200 days of tradable lifespan. This big guy indeed dropped a lot of loot. Just these 2 pieces of equipment were worth a fortune. Although they were the lowest level in the Yellow Springs series, the Yellow Springs corpse demon gear was already very rare in the early stages. He remembered in his past life when people first reached level 30, a Yellow Springs corpse demon's bone helmet had dropped and sold for an astronomical price of 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. The bone blade and bone armor were clearly worth even more than the bone helmet. As for this drop of murky Yellow Spring water, all the monsters in the Yellow Springs series would drop it upon death, but even until Lin Chen was reborn in his past life, no one had figured out what this material was actually useful for. Pharmaceutical god, did you get some equipment? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba approached eagerly, rubbing their hands together and whispering, we don't mean anything else, we're just curious about what good stuff this big guy can drop. Can you show us so we can broaden our horizons? Lin Chen glanced at the 2 with indifference, showing no intention of taking out the equipment. When they had just fought the Yellow Spring corpse ghost, only Chao Daji had stood by his side. The other 3, including Chao Ruolin, had all kept their distance. Now that equipment had dropped, they suddenly remembered to come over. Yes, it was agreed that both sides would split things evenly, but even if they were to split, it would be given to Chao Daji, not to let these three take advantage for free. What are you looking at? What were you two doing when we were fighting the monster just now? At this moment, Chao Daji stepped forward. Staring at the two, he shouted, the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost was killed by the pharmaceutical god alone, so the spoils should rightfully belong to him alone. What qualifications do you have to ask the pharmaceutical god to show you the items? Chao Daji, why are you everywhere? We just want to take a look, we didn't say anything else. The two's faces turned ugly, not expecting Chao Daji to jump out and help Lin Chen. Whose side was he really on? Pharmaceutical god, I'll help you gather herbs. Chao Daji shot a glare at the two, then smiled at Lin Chen and stepped forward to start collecting the ghost orchid vines. He was focused on the matter, not the person. It was clearly the pharmaceutical god who had killed the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost, so what qualifications did the four of them have to demand that he show them the items? Moreover, were these two idiots really that dim-witted? Because of one or two pieces of equipment, they offended the pharmaceutical god. What if he got upset and didn't take them along anymore? Didn't they see how the pharmaceutical god had leveled up twice just by being taken along? With such a leveling speed, not to mention 2 pieces of equipment, even 10 pieces wouldn't be worth it. Da Ji is right. These spoils should belong to the pharmaceutical god. Chao Roland suddenly spoke up. She also felt that Song Yuanchu and Lu Wenba had gone too far. They had been the quickest to provoke just now, and now they had the audacity to come over and ask for equipment. How shameless. They claimed to be curious, but in reality, they were just demanding the spoils. Stop dawdling, hurry up and help the pharmaceutical god collect the herbs. After saying that, she ignored the two and began to gather the ghost orchid vines. In the battle between gods and demons, all professions could gather materials, but they weren't as high level as Lin Chen, so their gathering speed was considerably slower. These siblings are not bad. Lin Chen thought to himself, his fondness for Lu Wenba and Song Yuanchu had dropped to freezing point. If it weren't for Chao Roland and Chao Daji, he would have wanted to give these two a bottle of chaos potion and send them back to revive. Lin Chen was not a stingy person, but he hated it when others asked him for things. It was already a favor to bring them along. If he didn't give them anything, they should just shut up. Suppressing his displeasure, he began to quickly collect the ghost orchid vines and, while the four were not paying attention, secretly transplanted 2 ghost orchid vines into his personal space. Soon, a large area of ghost orchid vines was completely gathered into their backpacks. Bring all the items over. Chao Roland collected the ghost orchid vines gathered by the 3 and traded them all to Lin Chen. Ghost orchid vine, level 40, a strange vine that grows on the edge of the yellow spring, drawing life from the yellow spring water, containing a chilling power. After glancing at the attributes of the ghost orchid vine, Lin Chen stored all of them in his backpack. A total of 391 segments of ghost orchid vine. A bountiful harvest. He was one step closer to crafting the Annihilation Ghost Orchid. Lin Chen's mood improved significantly, and he directly took out the bone blade of the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost from his backpack and threw it to Chao Daji. This piece of equipment belongs to you. This is... Holy crap! Chao Daji looked at the enormous bone blade in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the attribute introduction of the Huangquan Corpse Ghost's bone blade, he immediately burst into a fit of traditional Chinese exclamations. Medicine god, this isn't appropriate. Although he was reluctant, Chao Daji still shook his head. No merit, no reward, he hadn't contributed anything, so there was no reason for him to take this invaluable piece of equipment. Since we agreed on a 50-50 split, then it shall be 50-50. Lin Chen glanced at Song Yuanchu and Lu Wenba, speaking in a calm voice, but how we split it is up to me. You have no objections, right? No objections. Chao Roland was the first to come to her senses, quickly shaking her head. Song Yuanchu and Lu Wenba were grinding their teeth in frustration, feeling 1,000 times more nauseated than if they had eaten a dead rat, but to avoid being kicked out of the team, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The 5-person team continued onward. Along the way, they encountered numerous skeleton soldiers, and under the high damage from the Chaos Potion and Poison Thorn Potion, the 5 of them easily swept through. Finally, after nearly half an hour of advancing, Lin Chen stopped. Ahead was a sea of flowers, with green stalks blooming with bright red flowers. The flowers looked strange, not like ordinary petals, but rather many slender flower branches encircling the flower buds, quite beautiful. In the midst of this floral sea stood a large flag. What is that? Chao Daji pointed at the flag ahead and asked. Chao Roland exchanged glances with Song Yuanchu and Lu Wenba, shaking their heads as they looked at Lin Chen. Soul Summoning Banner. Lin Chen gazed at the large flag and spoke softly. The first boss of the Huangquan Jiwang Xiangtai dungeon, and also the hardest to defeat, was the 1,000-mile Soul Summoning Banner. The reason this level was considered difficult was that there were no tricks involved, it relied solely on brute force and attributes to clash head-on. They needed to shatter the soul summoning banner before the true soul tide arrived after it activated its skills. Otherwise, once the true soul tide came, even level 40 professionals would find it hard to withstand. However, for Lin Chen, this was a piece of cake. He lacked nothing but damage. With 3 potions triggering simultaneously, he could deal over 8,000 damage per second, and both the Chaos Potion and Poison Thorn Potion dealt area damage. Even if the soul tide came, he had nothing to fear. In fact, he even wanted to deliberately wait for the soul tide to come, as it would grant him a large amount of experience. It was known that while the individual monsters of the soul tide didn't provide particularly high experience, their numbers were terrifying. A wave of soul tide could yield at least half a vial of experience. Let's do it! Lin Chen decided to wait for the soul tide to arrive. You all wait for me here, this boss is a bit tricky and will be very dangerous. Saying this, Lin Chen took a few steps forward, drawing a line on the ground, and said, "Do not cross this line until I shatter this flag." He needed to wait for the soul tide to come and couldn't afford to be distracted by protecting Chao Rolin and the others. This was his estimated range of the soul tide's impact. Even if there was some error, Chao Rolin and the others were on the edge and could escape to a safe area. But if they crossed this line, once the soul tide arrived, with their attributes, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Medicine God. Chao Rolin opened her mouth, but Lin Chen had already taken large strides toward the sea of flowers, and she could only swallow the words back down. Why can't we go over? Is it more dangerous than the Huangquan corpse ghost? Song Yuanshu frowned, staring at Lin Chen's back. I think he has something against us and wants to monopolize the experience and loot from this flag. Indeed, how dangerous can this piece be? Lu Wenba nodded in agreement. At this point, Lin Chen had already reached the flag, and there was no sign of any reaction from it, clearly indicating that Lin Chen was exaggerating. It was highly likely that what Song Yuanshu said was true. He had something against them and didn't want to share the experience and equipment. Isn't it enough? Can't you stop measuring a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person? Chao Daji expressed his dissatisfaction with the 2 small-minded words, unable to hold back his sarcasm. The medicine god must have his reasons for not letting us cross this line. Your thinking is too narrow. How come I never noticed this about you before? What, Chao Daji, are you out of your mind? Song Yuanshu frowned, glaring at Chao Daji as he scolded, whose side are you on? Why do you always speak up for outsiders? Just because they promoted you a couple of levels, you treat them like a godfather, huh? Like a lapdog? It's really embarrassing for your Chao family. Who the hell are you cursing at? Chao Daji refused to back down. The 2 were on the verge of fighting when Chao Rolin coldly snorted and shouted, "Shut up, both of you! Song Yuanshu, if you cause any more trouble, leave my team right now. Daji, you should say less too." Chao Rolin pulled the 2 apart, then looked at the line drawn by Lin Chen and said, "The medicine god told us to wait here, so we will wait here. If anyone doesn't believe the medicine god, you can go ahead and take a look. I have no objections, but if you run into danger, don't blame others." In fact, she also had some doubts. The medicine god had already started fighting with this flag and didn't seem to sense any danger, but she didn't want to give the medicine god the wrong impression, so she chose to follow his orders. -1,000. 49000/50,000 in the distance, Lin Chen had already engaged with the soul summoning flag. However, he didn't use all 3 potions at once. Instead, he only used the Chaos Potion, fearing that the soul summoning flag might not be tough enough and would shatter before the soul tide arrived. As damage numbers floated up, the 1,000-mile soul summoning flag immediately launched an attack, the blood-red flag flickering with a faint red glow, and a blood-red skull flew out, opening its gaping mouth to bite at Lin Chen. Bang! The blood-red skull bit into Lin Chen's shoulder, dealing 35 points of damage. This damage was actually not low, but because Lin Chen's dual resistances were so high, he only lost 35 points of health. If it had been Chao Daji and the others, this hit would have been enough to send them back to their revival points. And this was just the soul summoning flag's normal attack. When its health dropped to 80%, summoning the soul tide would reveal its true terror. However, this scene only reinforced Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu's belief that the medicine god wanted to monopolize the experience and loot from this flag. Perhaps the rewards from this flag were particularly good, which was why the medicine god was using scare tactics to intimidate them. Let's go take a look. At that moment, Song Yuanshu nudged Lu Wenba's arm, giving him a knowing glance. Seeing this, Lu Wenba turned to glance at Chao Rolin, unable to suppress his curiosity, nodded, and crossed the line on the ground with Song Yuanshu, heading towards the Sea of Flowers. You too! Chao Daji frowned as he saw them cross the line. Chao Rolin also furrowed her brows, but she stopped Chao Daji, shaking her head and saying, "Let them go, they won't give up without suffering a loss. I'm just afraid that for them, it won't be as simple as just suffering a loss. They might end up sent back to their revival points. That shouldn't happen. I don't think the flag's damage is that high, Chao Roland said, watching Lin Chen's back. She had seen Lin Chen lose 35 points of health once, so she didn't stop Lu Wenba and the others. The medicine god only lost over 30 points of health at a time. Even if they didn't have the medicine god's high attributes, losing 300 points of health would be the worst case scenario. Could the medicine god's attributes really be more than 10 times higher than theirs? At that moment, the soul summoning flag's health had already dropped to 79%. Boom! The soul summoning flag changed its attack method, ripples rapidly spreading outward from the flag. Skill, Summon Soul Tide. In the next moment, blood-red skeletons floated up from the underworld, rushing towards Lin Chen and Lu Wenba behind him, their numbers countless. And this was just the beginning. When the true tide of souls arrived, tens of thousands of vengeful spirits would cover the sky, and that would be true despair. What the hell is this? Run! Lu Wenba's face changed. They had just reached the flower sea when they saw blood-red skeletons with menacing, gaping mouths charging towards them. The two of them took off running, but how could their speed compare to these vengeful spirits? In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a dozen vengeful spirits, which began to viciously tear at them. Help! God of Medicine! Save me, God of Medicine! The two screamed in terror, their health bars rapidly plummeting. In response to their cries for help, Lin Chen didn't even glance their way. He had long noticed that they had crossed the line, but he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Good advice is hard to give to the damned. They didn't listen to warnings, so he couldn't be blamed for not saving them. In just a few seconds, the two were torn to shreds, their screams stretching into the air. Two beams of white light shot out from the fragments of their bodies, and a dozen vengeful spirits pounced on them, greedily sucking away their lifespans. Although Lu Wenba and Song Yuanchu's souls returned to the resurrection point, their faces were ashen, not due to mood but because their vitality had significantly diminished. They looked as if they had just recovered from a serious illness, almost as if they had been drained of their yang energy by a female ghost. Damn it! The god of medicine actually didn't save us. Song Yuanshu kicked a small stone aside in frustration. Lu Wenba sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, who told us our levels were low? Let's see if we can find a way back into the instance." This time entering the instance, they had gained nothing and had even died once. They needed to think of a way to return to the instance quickly, otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Humph. Song Yuanshu snorted coldly, clenching his fists. I really misjudged Chao Daji before. How could this guy be so good at flattering? He's just a fool. Thinking that Chao Daji had not only leveled up twice but also obtained a piece of equipment from the Underworld series while they had gained nothing made his liver ache with frustration. In the instance, Chao Roland and Chao Daji's faces changed drastically upon seeing the two fall, and they hurriedly searched for the god of medicine among the tide of souls. At the same time, they were filled with dread. What was happening? Why had so many vengeful spirits suddenly appeared? Could the god of medicine hold them off? They clearly remembered that the god of medicine had just been under that large flag, but now it was submerged by countless vengeful spirits. If the god of medicine couldn't hold on, they would have to leave the instance quickly. Otherwise, if they attracted the monster's hatred, they would be sent back to the resurrection point in an instant. They had already lost half of their lifespans and didn't want to die a second time. Roland, look at the team interface quickly. At that moment, Chao Daji suddenly shouted excitedly. Chao Roland was startled, hearing Chao Daji's words. She paused for a moment before opening the team interface. Roland, look! The god of medicine is still there, and he hasn't lost any health. Chao Daji's face was filled with excitement as he waved his arms. The god of medicine is really amazing. Surrounded by so many monsters, and he hasn't lost a single drop of blood. Strange. Chao Roland also noticed something unusual. The god of medicine hadn't been kicked out of the team like Lu Wenba and the others, which meant he was still in the instance, and his health bar was completely still. Could it really be as Daji said, that the god of medicine hadn't lost a single drop of blood? How could that be possible? With so many vengeful spirits, how could he not lose any health? Suddenly, she thought of the potions the god of medicine had used. It seemed there were two types that were area attacks. Could it be that these vengeful spirits were killed by the area poison attack of the potions before they even got close? Chao Roland's heart trembled. She felt it was highly likely that the medicine god had demonstrated an extremely strong output capability when dealing with the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost earlier, making it reasonable that these small monsters couldn't get close to him. But this was a bit too fierce. She looked ahead at the numerous vengeful spirits, and a hint of envy suddenly appeared in her eyes. So many monsters, how much experience would that be? In fact, just as she guessed, Lin Chen stood beneath the 1,000-mile summoning banner, directly spreading a large amount of chaos potion. Those vengeful spirits couldn't get close to him at all and would be completely annihilated in the chaotic area. Kill Vengeful Spirit, gain 15 experience points. Kill Vengeful Spirit, gain 15 experience points. After all, vengeful spirits were merely summoned creatures, so the experience they provided was quite limited, but the sheer quantity was enough to fill him up. This soul tide had at least 10,000 vengeful spirits. The experience bar climbed slowly, like a thermometer during a fever, and in just a few dozen seconds, it was almost full. However, he had deliberately reduced his damage and only used one type of potion to fend off enemies, yet the 1,000-mile summoning banner still couldn't withstand it, and its health bar quickly hit the bottom. What a pity! Lin Chen looked longingly at the vengeful spirits continuously pouring in from the distance and sighed. So much experience, it was such a waste. 5 seconds later, the health bar of the 1,000-mile summoning banner was completely emptied. Boom! The blood-red banner exploded, leaving only a wisp of green smoke that slowly dispersed in the air. Kill 1,000-mile summoning banner, gain 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 21. A white light of leveling up shone above Lin Chen's head. Level 21. The experience from the soul tide had already filled the experience bar quickly, and with the additional 2,000 experience points from the 1,000-mile summoning banner, Lin Chen directly leveled up to 21. Looting the spoils. Lin Chen felt a bit unsatisfied. Grinding for experience was quite enjoyable. Gain 511 days of tradable lifespan. Gain item, remnant of the 1,000-mile summoning banner, blue. Gain item, a drop of murky yellow spring water, over 500 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The 1,000-mile summoning banner actually provided so much lifespan. Previously, the Void Eye in Xiang Yu's soul had only given 200 to 300 days of tradable lifespan. What was this remnant of the 1,000-mile summoning banner? Equipment? He opened his backpack to check the item. Remnant of the 1,000-mile summoning banner, blue mage-type weapon, intelligence plus 200, magic recovery increased by 100%, 10% chance to summon a small soul tide when releasing skills, level requirement, above level 30. Small soul tide, summons 9 vengeful spirits to perform indiscriminate attacks on enemies within range for 10 seconds. Vengeful spirits possess 20% of the user's total attributes. This equipment's attributes are quite good. Lin Chen nodded and stored the equipment in his backpack. The panel attributes of the remnant of the 1,000-mile summoning banner were average. After all, it was a level 30 equipment. While an increase of 200 intelligence seemed substantial, it wasn't actually that much. But the 10% chance to summon a small soul tide was a bit fierce. Summoning 9 vengeful spirits with 20% of his own attributes would significantly boost his damage. He didn't plan to give the equipment to Chao Roland. Having previously given Chao Daji a yellow spring corpse ghost's bone blade was already generous enough, and this time, the experience gained from the dungeon wasn't very pleasant. He felt none of the joy he had when cooperating with the military. Medicine God, are you alright? Chao Daji and Chao Roland walked over. Lin Chen shook his head, gazing ahead and said softly, "There's just one last boss, and then we'll clear it." The difficulty of the Yellow Spring Homecoming platform dungeon wasn't high, and the map was quite simple. Aside from some miscellaneous monsters, there were only the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost and the 1,000-mile summoning banner as elite monsters, along with one dungeon boss. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, the dungeon boss of the Yellow Spring Homecoming platform should be a golden level boss, the Incorruption Ghost. Is that it for clearing the dungeon? Chao Roland was slightly taken aback. This was all happening too quickly. Aside from the miscellaneous monsters that had given them a good portion of experience, she hadn't gained anything yet, so why was it already coming to an end? Don't worry, the rewards for defeating the Insure Ghost will be quite generous. You won't be coming here for nothing. Lin Chen seemed to see through Chao Roland's thoughts and spoke up. He then looked up at the vast sea of flowers around him, his eyes igniting with excitement. Ghost flower, level 40 flowers bloom on the other shore. The other shore blooms, flowers bloom without leaves, leaves are unseen by flowers, neither flowers nor leaves are seen, emotions are not bound by cause and effect, fate is destined for life and death. Would you like to collect it immediately? Such a large expanse of ghost flowers was no less than the orchid vines. This dungeon was truly worth it. Looking at the sea of flowers, Lin Chen's mood noticeably improved. He immediately transplanted 2 ghost flowers into his personal space and then began to collect quickly. With these ghost flowers, he only needed the Insure grass to concoct the exclusive potion for the apothecary class, the Annihilation Orchid. The Insure grass thrived in dark energy, and areas where Insure ghosts were active had a high probability of yielding Insure grass. This meant he was very likely to gather all 3 materials in this dungeon. Seeing this, Chao Roland and Chao Daji also joined in the collection. A few minutes later, the vast expanse of ghost flowers was completely harvested, and just like the orchid vines, All of it was handed over to Lin Chen by Chao Roland. Looking at the 268 ghost flowers in his backpack, the unpleasant experience caused by Lu Wenba and the others vanished in an instant. He could hardly wait to take down the Insure ghost and search for the Insure grass to brew the Annihilation Orchid. Let's go, the main event is just beginning. Lin Chen looked into the distance again and pulled out 2 bottles of Chaos Potion from his backpack. Chao Daji and Chao Roland had helped him collect the orchid vines and ghost flowers, and since the dungeon coordinates were also provided by them, he felt it was only right to bring them along for the leveling. Stay close to me, this wave should get you both up 2 levels. Thank you, Apothecary. Upon hearing this, the two felt a jolt in their hearts. Leveling up 2 levels sounded so easy, but if they were outside, it might take them 3 to 5 days to achieve that. Bang! 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 Without stopping, Lin Chen spread the chaos potions as if they were free. Chao Daji and Chao Roland followed closely behind, watching in pain. The potion dealt extremely high damage, and using it like this felt like a waste. After all, it was an area attack. They should have gathered the monsters together first before using the potions, which would at least save half of them. Even if it's self-made, it shouldn't be wasted like this. Even Chao Roland, the daughter of the Chao group, felt Lin Chen was being a bit extravagant. Each bottle of potion was worth hundreds of days of tradable lifespan, which would amount to hundreds of thousands in money. Hundreds of thousands, again and again. Watching Lin Chen throw bottle after bottle of chaos potion, she felt numb. Even she had never spent money like this. 10 minutes later, the 3 arrived at a valley. The yellow springs wound through the valley, rushing along a narrow gorge, and at the bend stood a very tall platform. At a glance, it was impossible to count how many steps there were, as it seemed to reach the height of the adjacent mountain. This is the Wangshan platform. The dungeon boss, the Insure ghost, is up there. Lin Chen pointed to the top of the platform and continued, "This boss doesn't deal high damage, you can farm it with me." Huh? The two nodded, then looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. The boss doesn't deal high damage? Why did it sound like the apothecary had been to this dungeon before? Lin Chen didn't notice their doubts and continued to introduce the dungeon. Because this platform is called the Wangshan platform, it is the first stop for souls heading to the underworld. Stepping onto this platform is like entering the realm of the underworld. Living people cannot enter the underworld. Once they do, they will lose blood at a rate of 1% per second. If there are not enough means to recover, they may not even reach the top of the platform before they need to restore their health. Losing blood at a rate of 1% per second? Chao Daji and Chao Roland's expressions changed slightly. 1% per second doesn't seem like much, but it adds up quickly. They had no means of recovery and could only look to the medicine god. Lin Chen knew what the two were worried about and directly took out 2 small red potions from his backpack, giving them a health recovery buff. Let's go. He threw a small red potion on himself and quickly walked towards the high platform. Along the way, they encountered no more monsters. This 1% blood loss per second was already enough to deter most professionals. If more monsters were added, no one would be able to pass this instance. 5 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the top of the high platform. On the square platform, a huge ghost floated in midair, draped in tattered cloth, with a green face and sharp teeth, looking extremely ugly. Suddenly, the ghost opened its eyes. They were like copper bells, with faint blue flames flickering inside, staring at the 3 and licking its lips. The taste of humans. It has been a long time since any living person dared to step into the underworld. A cold and hoarse voice echoed from all directions, creating a strange feeling. Clearly, the ghost was right in front, yet the voice seemed to be whispering in their ears. It felt as if something was lurking behind them, murmuring in their ears, sending chills down their spines. What the hell is this thing? Chao Daji's skin crawled. This was too terrifying. Although Chao Roland didn't speak, her tightly clenched fist betrayed her nervousness. Only Lin Chen remained calm, as his attention was not on the ghost but rather on a few deep bluegrasses sprouting from the cracks in the blue bricks behind the ghost. The Insure grass, but unfortunately, there were only 4 or 5 of them. However, with the medicine god's exclusive portable space, they would soon grow into a large number. I'll attract its attention. You two deal as much damage as you can. Be careful, when its health drops to 70%, it will release a skill, so remember to run far away in advance. After saying that, Lin Chen charged directly at the ghost. Hearing this, Chao Daji quickly swung his rusty iron greatsword, shielding himself with the rusty round shield, and followed. Chao Roland also waved her staff and began to chant a fireball spell. Lin Chen was the first to attack, throwing a bottle of confusion potion at the ghost. Bang! The confusion potion took effect, and the ghost immediately lost 1,000 health. However, the next moment, with a whoosh, the ghost actually escaped from the confusion area, then opened its massive mouth, unleashing sound wave attacks towards Lin Chen. I forgot, this thing has a long attack range. Lin Chen sneered, completely unfazed. He directly threw all the remaining 10 or so confusion potions from his backpack, instantly covering every corner of the high platform in a confusion area. The poison thorn potion was also spread across the entire platform at the same time, and the corrosion potion precisely hit the ghost's forehead. No matter how far the attack range is, can it still go down to the platform? Swish, swish, swish. Taking damage, the ghost immediately sidestepped. However, it soon realized that no matter how it dodged, it could not escape the poison's attack, as the terrifying poisonous mist enveloped every corner of the Wangxiang platform. Its health bar began to drop rapidly. -5,000. -2,800. -1,000. 3 strings of red numbers continuously floated above the ghost's head. Ah! The ghost let out a piercing scream that shook the eardrums of the 3, and red numbers floated above its head. A large-scale indiscriminate attack, the Ghost King's roar. Although the single target damage isn't particularly high, its advantage lies in its large area of effect. Anyone standing on the Wangxiang platform would be harmed, making it a very useful area attack skill. However, after it affected the 3 people, the Insure Ghost was left dumbfounded. Why wasn't there any blood loss? This was the Wangxiang platform, and it had just used the Ghost King's roar. Why weren't these 3 taking damage? No, it wasn't that they weren't losing health, they had just taken damage and immediately recovered. Is this kind of healing reasonable? Fireball. In response to the Insure Ghost, Chao Ruolin chanted the Fireball spell. A fireball the size of an adult's fist fell from the sky and smashed into the Insure Ghost's face. -1. No defense broken. The damage was low, but the insult was immense. Yet the Insure Ghost exploded with rage. Ah! Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. It immediately unleashed its strongest skill, its once towering body bursting apart into countless bat-like apparitions the size of basins, sweeping towards the 3. Run to the edge, Lin Chen shouted to the 2. Each of these apparitions transformed from the Insure Ghost possessed 100% of its attributes. Hundreds charging together would be unbearable for anyone. However, this skill had a flaw. Most of the apparitions concentrated in the center of the Wangxiang platform, leaving the edges much less populated. As long as one wasn't clumsy, it was easy to dodge. Even if one couldn't avoid them, with a 100-fold boost from a small red potion, being hit by 1 or 2 apparitions wouldn't be fatal. But in the central area, it was a different story. Even with high defenses like Lin Chen's, without using the steel potion, he would still meet his end. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the 2 immediately sprinted towards the edge of the platform. Lin Chen himself reached the nearest side, constantly dodging the charging apparitions at the edge. 5 seconds later, all the apparitions reassembled in the center of the Wangxiang platform, coalescing into the massive form of the Insure Ghost with its green face and sharp fangs. Yet at this moment, its large head was filled with questions. It was clearly seeing these 3 for the first time. But why? It felt as if these 3 could see right through its very essence. Even its strongest skill, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, was countered. What was the point of fighting? As it saw its health bar nearing empty, the Insure Ghost's mentality shattered. Annihilation Sun. Lin Chen didn't give it another chance to resist and directly activated the skill, Shattering Sun. A golden great bow was held in Lin Chen's hands, and countless golden rays fell from the sky like raindrops, forming a layer of golden armor over Lin Chen. What the hell? What skill is this? Chao Daji exclaimed from behind, overwhelmed by the spectacle. This skill was just too cool. It felt like a deity descending. Even the usually calm Chao Ruolin covered her mouth in shock. My goodness, this is... The Insure Ghost sensed something was wrong and looked down at Lin Chen. That glance shattered its already crumbling mentality. Divine power. How can he have divine power? Why? The Insure Ghost's eyes nearly popped out, screaming frantically in its heart. It couldn't fight back. Not even a little. Just kill me. It had never been so desperate to be killed, wanting to end this unfair battle. Whoosh! As Lin Chen released the bowstring, all the golden light converged onto the great bow, transforming into a sharp arrow of brilliant gold, shooting towards the Insure Ghost with lightning speed. Bang! The golden arrow pierced through the Insure Ghost's chest, and its massive body exploded with a loud bang. If one looked closely, there was a look of relief on its grotesque face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 or 5 white orbs flew out from where the Insure Ghost had exploded, scattering across the Wangxiang platform. Kill the Shadow Erosion Ghost, gold, and gain 2,800 experience points. Lin Chen gained 2,800 experience points, while Chao Daji and Chao Ruolin, benefiting from an experience boost buff, received even more, especially Chao Ruolin, who directly leveled up twice, from level 5 to level 7. So many spoils. Chao Daji looked at the white light orbs on the ground with a beaming face. But he didn't touch the spoils. Instead, he waited for Lin Chen to come and collect them. Seeing this, Chao Ruolin suppressed her curiosity and also looked at Lin Chen. Without the medicine god, they wouldn't even be able to get past the first monster, the Huangquan corpse ghost. Being able to level up alongside the medicine god in the dungeon was already a great honor. These spoils should rightfully be distributed by the medicine god. Lin Chen was not polite and directly picked up the spoils. Gained 186 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, Cloak of the Shadow Erosion Ghost, blue. Gained item, Soul Fragment of the Shadow Erosion Ghost. Gained item, a drop of murky Huangquan water. You won't be able to use this equipment, so I won't give it to you, Lin Chen said to Chao Daji and Chao Ruolin after checking the attributes of the Cloak of the Shadow Erosion Ghost. This was an agility-based piece of equipment, which was indeed unsuitable for the two of them. No problem. The two nodded, not daring to say otherwise. After distributing the spoils, Lin Chen quickly moved forward and transplanted all the shadow erosion grass on the ground into his personal space. In the end, he only found 10 shadow erosion grass at the Wangxian platform, but fortunately, the personal space had an automatic propagation function, and it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate a large area of shadow erosion grass. Otherwise, with only 10, he would only have enough to refine one bottle of world-destroying orchid. After leaving the dungeon, the three of them got into the armored tracked vehicle parked by the roadside. This time, Chao Daji didn't need to go into the trunk because he still needed to drive. After a bumpy ride for a while, they finally returned to Ningqing. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Chen headed straight for main city No. 001. He didn't rush to refine the world-destroying orchid but waited for the shadow erosion grass to propagate in his personal space. He had gathered quite a few other shoreflowers and orchid vines this time, but the shadow erosion grass was too scarce. It wouldn't be too late to take out some of the 10 shadow erosion grass after they propagated for 2 days to refine the world-destroying orchid. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. A few adventurers had already reached level 10, with Xiong Qiqi being in the first tier. 2 days ago, he sent Lin Chen a message inquiring about the difficulty selection for the leveling trial. Lin Chen clearly informed Xiong Qiqi that if he didn't want to lose half his lifespan, he should honestly choose the normal mode, but if he was willing to take some risks, he could try the hard mode. As for modes above horror, he shouldn't even think about it. 3 days' time, the fission should be about done. Lin Chen sat on his bed and entered his personal space. 10 had turned into 20, and 20 into 40. Now, there was a lush patch of shadow erosion grass in the medicinal garden. However, for some reason, while the other herbs had propagated, the wish tree remained a solitary one, showing no signs of wanting to propagate. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took out 9 shadow erosion grass, preparing to refine the world-destroying orchid. He also took out 9 other shoreflowers and 9 segments of orchid vines from his backpack. Looking at the 27 raw materials in his hands, he was filled with anticipation. What attributes would this medicine god exclusive potion, the world-destroying orchid, have? Lin Chen directly activated the void magic cauldron, sucking in the 27 raw materials. As expected of a potion exclusive to the medicine god, this time the refining process took exceptionally long, lasting a full 2 to 3 minutes before the void magic cauldron began to tremble. However, unlike the usual radiant white light, this time, thick black smoke billowed from the cauldron. Buzz. Finally, the lid of the void magic cauldron flew off. A bottle of pitch-black potion slowly emerged from the cauldron and landed in Lin Chen's hand. The shape of this potion bottle is quite bizarre, resembling a skull. Holding it in hand, one can feel a strong wave of energy, clearly not an ordinary item. Check the item attributes. Lin Chen held his breath and opened the potion's attributes. Destruction Orchid, exclusive. Destruction Orchid, exclusive, inflicts devastating damage on the target area, dealing 100,000 points of explosive damage to enemies within the area. Subsequently, a hellflower will rise at the original location, poisoning all enemies within the target area, causing them to lose 20,000 points of health per second for 10 seconds. 100,000 points of explosive damage? Lin Chen gasped. This attribute is simply too overpowered. Monsters below level 60 would be instantly killed, and even those above level 60 would lose a significant portion of their health. Moreover, the Destruction Orchid has a continuous poisoning effect for 10 seconds, totaling 200,000 points of damage. Lin Chen couldn't think of any monster that could withstand such damage. It's a pity the duration is only 10 seconds. Lin Chen smacked his lips. Unfortunately, only the big red and big blue potions had their durations enhanced. The durations of other potions did not receive any boost. If the Destruction Orchid's duration were a bit longer, he felt he would be invincible. Even the 4 holy beasts would be as fragile as paper in front of him. Even with just a 10-second duration, it could still annihilate all monsters and bosses below level 60. This is no ordinary potion, it's clearly a nuclear bomb. If I refine a few more steel elixirs, I can go upgrade for the trial. Lin Chen clenched his fists, thinking to himself. The hellish difficulty upgrade trial at level 20 is much harder than that at level 10, so he must be fully prepared. However, with the destruction orchid, refining a few more steel elixirs would basically ensure his victory. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately took out the remaining 32 thorn fruits from his backpack. He began refining. Obtained item, steel elixir *1 obtained item, steel elixir *1 lucky empty hand, obtained steel elixir *1 gained 1 evolution point, 15 steel elixirs, enough to last for a while. After consuming 13 thorn fruits to refine 15 steel elixirs, Lin Chen put away the remaining thorn fruits. His attributes were quite robust now, so he didn't need the steel elixirs much. He decided to save the remaining thorn fruits for refining poison thorn potions. I also gained an evolution point. Lin Chen opened the skill panel and added the gained evolution point to Alchemy Mastery. The amplification effect increased from 100 times to 104 times. He then counted and refined all the potions in his backpack. Currently, among the 3 commonly used potions, only the small red potions had a sufficient stock. The Chaos Potion had been completely consumed in the Underworld's Hopetown dungeon, and there were only about 40 poison thorn potions left. He opened the auction system. Lin Chen dumped all the equipment below level 20 from his backpack, leaving only the newly acquired bone armor from the Underworld Corpse Ghost and the cloak from the Shadow Erosion Ghost. These pieces of equipment could sell for at least 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. Moreover, as people's levels gradually increased, the demand for equipment above level 10 grew larger. Most importantly, after some time of accumulation, people had quite a bit of tradable lifespan in hand. Therefore, the prices of equipment would only be higher than before. Lin Chen felt that even 10,000 days of tradable lifespan was too little. After putting the equipment up for auction, Lin Chen sent a reminder message to the Valiant and the Northeast's first war god, then opened the auction system again to start a shopping spree. Purchase Heart Nurturing Grass *19, purchase Heart Nurturing Grass *78, purchase Spirit Nurturing Grass *99, purchase Red Fruit *1, purchase Heartbreak Grass *3. Aside from the basic materials Heart Nurturing Grass and Spirit Nurturing Grass, he bought all herbs above level 10 as long as the prices were reasonable. In the end, he purchased 1,000 Heart Nurturing Grass, 879 Spirit Nurturing Grass, 4 red fruits, 13 Heartbreak Grass, and 3 segments of Ghost Orchid Vine. Crafting Chaos Potions. Lin Chen did not rest and crafted 100 bottles of Chaos Potions in one go. Currently, the Chaos Potion had the best cost-performance ratio, allowing him to use it like grenades in dungeons without feeling regret. With the potions prepared, Lin Chen left the main city and headed to the second trial tower outside the main city. Just like the first trial tower, a black ancient tower stood a few kilometers in front of the 001 main city, with a blurred area behind the ancient tower. Only by completing the level 20 upgrade trial could he unlock the new map beyond level 20. Enter. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly entered the trial tower. Normal, recommended for 2 to 5 players. Hard, recommended for 5 players. Horror, high danger level. Nightmare, extremely dangerous. Hell, certain death. Still 5 options. Lin Chen chose the Hell difficulty without a second thought. As he selected Hell difficulty, a prompt box immediately appeared before him. Notice, the danger level of Hell difficulty is extremely high. Are you sure you want to enter the Hell difficulty upgrade trial? Warning, once entered, the death probability is 99.9%. Lin Chen ignored the warning and selected Confirm. The reason he prepared so thoroughly was precisely for the Hell difficulty, so there was no need to hesitate. Whoosh! The surrounding space blurred, and then he felt a sensation of spinning. When he set foot on the ground again, he found himself in a mining tunnel. Void mining tunnel. Lin Chen had been to this place in his previous life, but this time it was Hell difficulty, and the void monsters here were much more numerous than in the void nest, making it significantly harder. Roar! Just as Lin Chen adapted to the dim light of the mining tunnel, a furious roar came from ahead. A level 20 void crawler rushed over, its body looking heavy, yet its movement speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, opening its massive mouth to bite at Lin Chen's calf. Bang! The Chaos Potion hit the ground, engulfing the void crawler. Minus 1040. 5960/7000. Seeing the void crawler's health bar, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The level 20 void crawler had double the health of a level 10 void crawler. Fortunately, he had prepared enough Chaos Potions and Poison Thorn Potions, otherwise, dealing with these meat shields would have been quite tricky. Without wasting any Poison Thorn Potions, Lin Chen chose to stand and fight the void crawler. His dual resistances were high, and after biting for a while, the Void Crawler barely took away much of his health, while the Chaos Potion easily emptied its health bar. Roar! A miserable cry echoed as the Void Crawler fell to the ground with a thud. Kill the Void Crawler, gain 1000 experience. Double the health, double the experience. Seeing the experience gained, Lin Chen nodded. It was much more than he had expected. Moving forward, Lin Chen picked up the tradable lifespan on the ground, holding a bottle of Chaos Potion in each hand, and quickly rushed down the mining tunnel ahead. Bang bang bang! The Chaos Potion spread out, and a large number of Void Crawlers and Void Raiders were killed, causing Lin Chen's experience bar to rise rapidly, soon filling half a bar of experience. As Lin Chen was pushing through the hellish difficulty of the level 20 upgrade trial, a level 10 team far away in Kyoto had also arrived at the trial tower in the Kyoto division. There are a total of 5 difficulties. Which one should we choose? The team leader, a sword and shield warrior, had just checked the difficulty of the upgrade trial and was actually thinking about challenging the hell difficulty. However, he was also a bit worried about what would happen if they couldn't get through. After all, dying would result in losing half of one's lifespan, and he couldn't make this decision alone. He needed to hear everyone's opinions. I say we challenge the hell difficulty. Exactly, the medicine god can solo it, so why can't the 5 of us? Let's go for hell difficulty, boss. We should be among the first to enter the upgrade trial besides the medicine god, and if we can pass the hell difficulty, it will definitely cause a nationwide sensation. Hearing the team leader's words, the 4 teammates spoke up, and their opinions were surprisingly unanimous. They wanted to challenge the hell difficulty. Are you sure about challenging the hell difficulty? The sword and shield warrior looked at his 4 teammates to confirm again. The 4 responded firmly, absolutely. Upon hearing this, the sword and shield warrior no longer hesitated and shouted, alright, hell difficulty it is. If the medicine god, a single alchemist, can solo the hell difficulty, we have no reason not to succeed. It's decided, we're going for hell difficulty. After saying this, he placed his hand directly on the trial tower. Choose hell difficulty. Whoosh! A strong pulling force came, and the surroundings spun around. The 5 appeared in a primeval jungle, looking at the towering ancient trees around them, and they curiously looked around. I thought hell difficulty would be terrifying, but it seems to be just like this. The team member with the codename Loves Milk waved her staff to greet the audience in the livestream. Brothers, get ready to start the hell difficulty upgrade trial. Everyone, please be patient. She had previously been a streamer, but her popularity had been lukewarm. However, after the era of universal job changes began, she became popular while live streaming her leveling in the wild. Now, she was one of the hottest streamers in a certain game segment, with millions of viewers watching her team's livestream every day. In fact, the 5 of them had already started building hype 3 days ago, posting about their upcoming challenge of the hell difficulty upgrade trial on various media platforms like forums and Weibo. So, before entering, she had already started the livestream. 1,690,000 viewers were in the livestream, eagerly waiting to see what the hell difficulty upgrade trial was like. Mighty dragon crossing the river. This so-called hell difficulty doesn't look that scary. Dashing young man, what can the environment tell us? The monster attributes are what really matters. Let's be careful. Hee, little milk cow, don't just stand there. Hurry up and move forward to see what the monster attributes are like inside. A large number of bullet comments flew rapidly in the livestream. Even some big names who had previously stirred up a storm in the online gaming world had entered Loves Milk's livestream. They were all level 10 now but weren't in a hurry to rush into the upgrade trial. Instead, they were observing, wanting to see how others performed first. After all, dying once meant losing half of one's lifespan, and lifespan was extremely important both personally and in the game. The losses from a failure could be too great. Coincidentally, a 5-person team was live streaming their challenge, and they were naturally happy to come and experience the first-person perspective of the hell difficulty upgrade trial. In a villa in Kyoto, Xian Meng sat across from a man who had also reached level 10 on the sofa. Xian Meng, what do you think about Old Nyo and their challenge of the hell difficulty? The man, codenamed Surprise Dragon, took a sip of tea from the table and looked at Xian Meng as he asked. The captain of the 5-man team live streaming their dungeon raid, the sword and shield warrior known as Bull Demon King, is the son of a big shot in the Beijing gaming scene. He had previously formed a club in the esports world and had some connections with Xian Meng. Xian Meng was watching the livestream when she heard this and looked up, shaking her head. I don't have high hopes for them, they're likely to fail. The monster's attributes are incredibly strong, I don't need to elaborate. I only considered the hard mode before, as for hell mode. At this point, Xian Meng helplessly shook her head. Although she didn't know how the medicine god managed to get through, Someone who could create a gap of over 10 levels between them was not someone an ordinary person could fathom. Perhaps they had discovered some special mechanism, or maybe they had extreme micro-manipulation skills that surpassed hers? In any case, they were far superior to them. Just because they could clear hell difficulty didn't mean they could too. One must have a bit of self-awareness. Haha, you really don't think highly of them? Jinglong laughed heartily upon hearing this, playing with his teacup. I think the same as you, old bull, and the others are too reckless. Challenging a terrifying difficulty might have some chance, but hell difficulty is indeed a bit too much. However, I guess they just want to use this event to raise their club's profile. If they find it unmanageable, they'll definitely choose to withdraw. After all, regardless of whether this raid succeeds or not, they can still gain a huge wave of traffic. Qianmeng nodded, seemingly uninterested. At that moment, Jinglong suddenly whispered, "My old man just got some insider news. Quite a few people from the military have already passed the Ascension trials, and they all chose the normal mode." Oh? Qianmeng finally showed a hint of interest. Just then, the steady and powerful voice of Bull Demon King came through the livestream. "Let's go, take a look ahead." "Is it starting? Let's watch the livestream." Jinglong raised an eyebrow and immediately entered the Love's Milk livestream room. At this moment, in the Void Nest dungeon, Captain Bull Demon King shook his head, exchanged glances with his 4 teammates, and led the way into the dungeon. He didn't let his guard down like the female mage. His left hand tightly gripped the shield in front of him, while his right hand held the sword in an attacking stance, ready to unleash skills and counter any situation that arose. The other 3 were also cautiously scanning their surroundings, while only Love's Milk, who was live streaming, walked at the back, relaxed and chatting with the viewers, creating a show effect. Suddenly, a strange clicking sound came from the distance. Click, click, click. Then, a purple monster over 2 meters long crawled out from the primordial jungle. Its body was covered in purple bone spines, resembling a giant hedgehog. Its enormous eyes had only the whites visible, with no pupils, making it look extremely eerie. It was the unique monster of the Void Nest, the Void Crawler. Prepare for battle. Bull Demon King immediately made battle arrangements and charged forward with another warrior from the team. The 3 behind quickly formed a formation, and Love's Milk stopped chatting with the audience, her expression serious as she waved her staff and began to chant a spell. "Bring a girl home, it's starting, it's starting." Fortune Bamboo, what the hell? What kind of monster is this, so huge? Family reunion, awesome, the main event is starting. As the Void Crawler appeared on screen, the barrage of comments went wild, and the number of viewers in the live stream room had already surpassed 3 million and was rapidly increasing. "Attack it!" Bull Demon King shouted loudly. Boom! The 3 behind immediately launched their attacks. First, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the Void Crawler. Then, an arrow shot out, aimed directly at the Void Crawler's head. -22, -8. 2 strings of red numbers floated up in succession, and the Void Crawler's health bar appeared before the 5. What the hell? 3,500 health? Another warrior couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. A thunderstrike only dealt 22 points of damage, and the archer's basic attack was ridiculously low, only dealing single-digit damage. The Voidwalker had 3,500 health. What a joke! When the Voidwalker was attacked, it immediately emitted a strange clicking sound, and the bone spikes on its body suddenly shot out towards the 2 in the front, the Bull Demon King and his companion. "Get ready to heal us!" The Bull Demon King shouted, immediately activating his shield skill. Whoosh! A dozen bone spikes fell from the sky, and a series of red numbers floated above the 2's heads. -199, -199. In the blink of an eye, they had lost more than half their health. "Heal us!" The Bull Demon King's face turned pale as he shouted while retreating. One skill had taken away most of their lives, and that was with their shield activated. The key was that this was just the first monster they encountered in hell difficulty. He couldn't help but feel a desire to retreat. After all, they had already consumed their resources, and even if they failed, people would remember the 5 of them. Dying here wasn't worth it. Rejuvenation. The guardian in the team immediately waved his staff and cast rejuvenation on the Bull Demon King. Then he looked at another warrior, just about to release another skill to heal him when the distant Voidwalker suddenly charged at the 2. Charge! The Voidwalker was incredibly fast. The team's formation was instantly thrown into chaos, and the 2 at the front were directly knocked away. -368, -368. Red numbers appeared above their heads simultaneously, and their health bars were completely emptied by the charge skill. Damn! Heal me, I'm dying. There's no time. Boss, run! The Guardian's face turned pale as he shouted at the Bull Demon King. He only had 2 healing skills, he had just healed another teammate, and now both skills were on cooldown, with rejuvenation not available for another 5 seconds. Hearing the Guardian's words, the Bull Demon King felt despair. Run? What the hell? If I don't. Ah! Before the Bull Demon King could finish his sentence, he let out a scream, his body shattered into pieces. The other warrior fared no better. The tremendous impact sent him flying, crashing through 2 or 3 trees, his body turned into a pulp. Damn, the boss is gone. The Guardian's face was pale as he looked at the scattered flesh on the ground, exclaiming, Lu is gone too. Click, click, click. A strange clicking sound echoed in his ears. He stiffly turned his head, and the Voidwalker had crawled close, its foul mouth biting down on his chest. Minus 299. A single basic attack took away nearly 300 health. Run! At that moment, he heard his teammate's voice. The Guardian finally reacted, quickly pulling a small red potion from his backpack and slapping it on his forehead before turning to run. Click, click, click. The Voidwalker lunged, its massive claws digging into the Guardian's back. Minus 299. The Guardian stumbled, his speed increasing. He had allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. His health bar was as thin as paper, totaling less than 800 health. These 2 hits had already taken away most of his life. One more hit, and he would end up like the boss and Lu, heading to the resurrection point. Rejuvenation is ready. Suddenly, he saw that rejuvenation had finished its cooldown. His heart filled with joy, and he immediately waved his staff to heal himself. Plus 180. Green numbers floated above his head, and seeing his health bar rise slightly, the Guardian let out a long sigh of relief. However, just then, a strange clicking sound rang in his ears. Bang! A tremendous force suddenly surged, directly knocking the Guardian away. The massive body of the Void Crawler crashed to the ground with a loud thud, and it unleashed its charge skill once more. The Guardian, with its elongated form, soared high into the air and then slammed down like a cannonball. Minus 350. The damage number floated up, sending the Guardian away. What to do? What to do? I don't want to die. Seeing this scene, Milk Lover's eyes turned red instantly. Her teammate had just died right in front of her, and the death was so tragic. They were either smashed to pieces or turned into a pulp. Although she knew they could be resurrected, the incredibly real image terrified her. At that moment, the barrage in the live stream was rolling at a speed that the naked eye could no longer follow. Everyone was frantically spamming the screen, urging Milk Lover to run. But just a few seconds later, the live broadcast plunged into darkness. Milk Lover's voice abruptly stopped at that moment. Kidnapping a girl home. What's going on? Little Milk Cow is dead too? Mighty dragon crossing the river. Damn. Total party wipe? Hee, what the hell? This hell mode is too terrifying. This is just the first monster, and Little Milk Cow's team got wiped? Dashing young man, I said it, monster attributes are the most important. That monster's attributes were too insane. Way stronger than our level 10 professionals. Lucky Bamboo, too brutal. I want to go home and find my mom. Family reunion, send help. The barrage in the livestream continued to scroll rapidly, with everyone discussing the Hell Mode's Ascension trial, all shocked by the monster's formidable combat power. You have to know, this was just the first monster. In such a large dungeon map, there couldn't possibly be just this one monster, right? At the very least, there had to be a boss. If the first monster was this fierce, what kind of twisted existence would the subsequent bosses be? They didn't even dare to think about it. In a villa in Kyoto, Xianmeng and Jinglong were both in shock. Although they had long anticipated that the Bull Demon King and his team wouldn't pass the hell difficulty, seeing the team's tragic state at this moment still left them stunned. They couldn't help but put themselves in that situation. If it were them facing this Void Crawler, would they have any chance of winning? After a moment, the two exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They made various assumptions but despairingly found that there was simply no chance of winning. Their equipment wasn't that much better than the Bull Demon King's team. A single normal attack dealt 299 points of damage, plus 2 skills that dealt considerable damage. Even if it were them, they could only last a second or two longer. What difference would that make? Even if they spent a fortune to buy 2 pieces of equipment sold by the medicine god, so what? This was just the first monster. There would be a second, third, and fourth monster, with no chance of victory at all. How did the medicine god get through? Thinking of this question, the two were once again shocked. Previously, they didn't know how difficult the hell difficulty was. They just thought the medicine god was impressive for soloing it. Now it was different. They would understand just how terrifying the hell difficulty was. But precisely because of this, the value of the medicine god soloing the hell difficulty skyrocketed. Not just Qianmeng and Jinglong, but far away on the top floor of a 100-story building in Magic City, a group of big shots and their descendants gathered together, equally shocked, looking at each other, unsure of what to say. You guys should just go for the normal mode, finally spoke the white-haired elder sitting at the head of the table, shaking his head at his younger generation. Dying once meant losing half your lifespan, although he had high hopes for his descendants. After seeing the brutal live stream of the Bull Demon King and others, he immediately changed his mind. Having 30% confidence was called challenging the limits. If you didn't even have 1% confidence and still wanted to challenge, that was just foolish. If there is one place in the entire Great Xia that is filled with joy and laughter, it is only the two command centers in the Kyoto and Northeast divisions. They have successfully passed the ordinary mode advancement trial, and at this moment, seeing the tragic annihilation of the Bull Demon King and others, they feel an immense sense of relief. Earlier, they had considered attempting the hell difficulty, but fortunately, they asked the medicine god and were told to honestly choose the ordinary mode. What a stroke of luck! At the same time, their admiration for the medicine god grew even more fervent. Only Chen Jianxi and Old Ma understood in their hearts that they had no idea what they were talking about. The ferocity of the medicine god was beyond their imagination. That wasn't just ferocity, that was super invincible cool spiral ferocity. They just didn't know that the medicine god they spoke of was currently in the level 20 Hell mode advancement trial, cutting through the entire map. Level 20 Hell difficulty advancement trial, Void Mine Tunnel. It was pitch black, an unfathomable mine tunnel filled with the power of the void, exuding an eerie and ominous atmosphere. The potion bottle in Lin Chen's hand emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the mine tunnel ahead, but it also made him extremely conspicuous in the darkness. Click, click, click. The dense clicking sounds continued to come, and he sensed that there were a large number of void monsters ahead in the tunnel. Kill! Lin Chen whispered, swinging his arm to throw the potion. In the next moment, one after another, void crawlers appeared, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were enveloped by the chaotic potion, with red numbers continuously floating up. 1352. 1352. Fortunately, I prepared enough. The potions are barely sufficient. Looking at the wonderful scene before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. These monsters with abnormal attributes were like paper in front of the 104-fold enhancement potion, and with the small red potion's healing, Lin Chen directly withstood their output and charged deeper into the mine tunnel. Kill Void Crawler, gain 1000 experience points. Kill Void Crawler, gain 1000 experience points. Kill Void Plunderer, gain 1200 experience points. Occasionally, a Void Plunderer, stronger than the Void Crawlers, would appear. These high-damage fragile monsters couldn't withstand the Void Crawlers and would almost be killed instantly as soon as they showed their heads. Soon, Lin Chen reached the end of the mine tunnel. This wave of void monsters had directly filled his experience bar by more than half and yielded 7 or 8 pieces of void equipment. They were all level 10 blue gear like what he was wearing, providing no enhancement to him personally, only suitable for throwing into the auction house to exchange for tradable lifespan. At the end of the mine tunnel stood a massive bronze door. The bronze door was slightly ajar, and dazzling purple light streamed from behind it, illuminating the dark mine tunnel. Click, click, click. A familiar yet slightly different sound came from behind the door. This clicking sound was louder than that of the void crawlers and void plunderers. Even though Lin Chen was still some distance from the door, the sound was clear as if it were right next to his ear. Lin Chen frowned, holding the poison thistle potion in his left hand while taking out a bottle of steel potion with his right. After waiting a while longer, the clicking sound still occasionally echoed, but no monsters had emerged. Do I have to go in to trigger new monsters? Lin Chen muttered, slowly walking towards the bronze door. Arriving at the door's gap, he took a deep breath and pushed the bronze door open with force. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as he stepped through the bronze door, 3 purple light beams shot towards Lin Chen, leaving no room for evasion. Eye of the Void. Lin Chen's face changed drastically, and he immediately crushed the steel potion in his hand. A yellowish shield enveloped him, and the next moment, the 3 light beams mercilessly struck him, causing 3 sets of gray numbers to float above his head. Minus 13,999. Minus 13,999. Minus 13,999. Seeing the 3 strings of gray numbers floating above his head, Lin Chen's expression darkened. This bronze door was clearly a trap, the kind that guaranteed death. If he hadn't prepared the steel potion in advance, he wouldn't even need to be hit by all 3 beams of light, just one would be enough to take him out instantly. Who could withstand 13,999 damage? This was with him wearing the Void set, which provided a 30% damage reduction from the Void Killer, otherwise, the damage would have been even higher. This hell mode was never meant to be passed, no wonder it was rated as 10 deaths without survival. Clap, clap. Forcing himself to focus, Lin Chen immediately threw the Poison Thorn potion forward, followed closely by the Chaos potion. Ahead, 3 massive purple vertical eyes were fixated on Lin Chen. Die! Lin Chen glared at the 3 void eyes and threw 3 bottles of corrosive potion at them. Minus 1,352. Minus 3,785. Minus 6,760. The 3 void eyes simultaneously suffered high poison damage, red numbers floating above their vertical eyes. Chirp! 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 At the same time, the 3 void eyes launched another attack. This time, however, it wasn't beams of light but 3 orbs of light that struck Lin Chen at high speed. Minus 629. Minus 629. Minus 629. The normal attack damage of the void eyes wasn't low, but the duration of the steel potion hadn't ended yet, and the 3 attacks still failed to inflict substantial damage on Lin Chen. 18103/30,000. Fortunately, the health bar of the void eyes hadn't changed, it was still 30,000 health. With the effects of the 104x boost and the void killer combined, Lin Chen's damage to the void eyes reached an astonishing 11,897 points per second. 3 seconds later, the 3 void eyes let out unwilling screams as Lin Chen sent them back to the void. At that moment, the effect of the steel potion on him began to flicker, about to disappear. Kill void eye, gold, gain 4,000 experience. Kill void eye, gold, gain 4,000 experience. Kill void eye, gold, gain 4,000 experience. Gain 108 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 179 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 88 days of tradable lifespan. Gain item, Void Blood *3. This time, killing the 3 void eyes didn't yield any equipment, but it did provide 3 void blood. This golden material could infuse weapons with void power, forging them into new weapons of random quality. However, the double effect of the Void Alchemy Cauldron could stack with the Alchemy Mastery effect, so he wouldn't risk reforging. If he ended up with a piece of junk, it wouldn't be worth it, but he could sell it to others, or keep it for later to forge other equipment. After killing the 3 void eyes, Lin Chen finally had time to observe the scene behind the bronze door. It seemed that this was not the space of Earth but rather another parallel space. A massive purple-black crack spanned the sky, as if the heavens had been torn open, with a hazy purple light spilling from the crack, illuminating the purple-black land below. Lin Chen frowned, his eyes fixed on that crack. More precisely, he was staring at the clouds below the purple crack, illuminated in purple light. Just now, it seemed he saw something flash past the edge of the clouds. The figure was large and elongated, resembling the mysterious creature from the legends of the Great Xiat, a dragon. In the next moment, that figure reappeared. This time Lin Chen could see clearly. The figure was slender like a snake or a dragon, twisting and floating in the clouds. Could it really be a dragon? Lin Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but take out the world-ending orchid from his backpack. This should be the guardian boss for the level 20 advancement trial. If its attributes were too outrageous, perhaps using the world-ending orchid to take it out directly would be a better choice? Roar! At that moment, a low roar that could shatter gold and split stone echoed from above. A figure, floating amidst the clouds and mist, twisted its body and finally revealed its true form. Roar! A furious roar that could pierce gold and split stone made Lin Chen's heart tremble. When he saw the true appearance of the mysterious creature hovering in the clouds, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It was not the dragon he had imagined, nor even a flood dragon, but a giant loach. That's right, the mysterious creature looked exactly like a loach. Its entire body was slick and slippery, only in a purplish-black color, with long, slender fish fins on both sides and 4 whiskers fluttering in the wind, looking comical. Quite imposing. However, it was very large, at least over 10 meters long, as thick as a water barrel, with terrifyingly huge tusks in its mouth. It circled in the air and charged towards Lin Chen on the ground. Void Devourer, Platinum, a Platinum-level Void boss. Lin Chen took a deep breath, somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a monster. This kind of void creature had never appeared before. Let's test its attributes first. Lin Chen did not immediately use the world-ending orchid. Instead, as the creature dove down, he threw a bottle of corrosive potion. Wind Blade Slash. The Void Devourer unleashed its skill, and blades of wind coalesced out of thin air, like translucent daggers, sweeping towards Lin Chen. The coverage area of these wind blades was vast, leaving no room for evasion. Iron Alloy. To be safe, Lin Chen immediately crushed a bottle of iron alloy. With 100% damage reduction, no matter how high the damage, he wouldn't be taken out in one hit. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the wind blades struck. A large number of wind blades collided with the shield of the iron alloy, producing a series of dense impact sounds. Minus 199. Minus 199. Minus 199. Perhaps due to Lin Chen's high dual resistances, the damage from each wind blade was not high, but there were simply too many of them. After 5 seconds, the wind blades dissipated. Lin Chen roughly estimated that at least 100 wind blades had hit him. This meant that without the iron alloy, even with his current gear, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this wind blade skill. The attributes are indeed outrageous. It basically has no intention of letting anyone pass. Lin Chen stared at the Void Devourer above and couldn't help but sigh. After the corrosive potion took effect, although it dealt significant damage to the Void Devourer, its health bar was utterly despairing. Minus 6,760. Minus 6,760. 186,480/2000000, 200,000 health. Even Lin Chen, who was often criticized for being a noob, felt it was absurdly strong. Even with 3 types of potions combined, it would take over 10 to 20 seconds to defeat it. Lin Chen weighed the world-ending orchid in his hand, contemplating whether to give it a try. Although the panel damage was clearly stated, he was still very curious about what effect the potion would have when thrown. Let's give it a shot. Soon, Lin Chen made his decision. The potion could be refined again, but looking cool was a lifetime matter. Moreover, he was really too curious and wanted to see with his own eyes if it was like the fireworks that Eagle Saw set off during the little days. With that thought, Lin Chen tightened his grip on the only bottle of world-ending orchid and threw it hard at the Void Devourer. Meteor fall. At that moment, the Void Devourer let out another furious roar. It activated its skill again. Huge boulders, each 3 to 4 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Lin Chen's area. The world-ending orchid and the boulders were both moving quickly, and as they were about to collide, Lin Chen's expression changed. Damn! Unable to hold back a curse, he quickly turned and ran towards the safe zone. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous explosion sounded. Following that, a powerful shockwave swept out at an incredible speed, instantly passing over Lin Chen. However, the impact did not cause him any harm. It was as if both sides were not in the same space, passing directly through his body. But other things were not so lucky. Everything struck by the shockwave was reduced to powder in that moment, and even the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, causing Lin Chen to fall into a deep pit. What the hell? He steadied himself and turned to look back. Just one glance, and he froze in place. The originally purple-black ground had been blasted into a massive pit, revealing the deep, unpolluted yellow earth beneath. Above, a gigantic hell flower bloomed. The clouds floating in the air were shattered, and even the crack that spanned the sky was affected, with purple light violently fluctuating within it. For a moment, it seemed as if something emerged from within, but it quickly concealed itself again. The mudfish with 200,000 health was directly devoured by the hellflower, turning to ashes. Kill the Void Devourer, Platinum, gain 8,000 experience points. As the system notification sounded, streams of golden light fell from the sky, landing in the deep pit not far from Lin Chen. This was the first time Lin Chen encountered a monster that left no corpse. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Void Devourer, Platinum, and unlocked a new map, Tiger Roar Ridge, Level 20, Boneland, Level 25, Spider Cave, Level 30. National announcement. Player I Am Not a Medicine God has cleared the Level 20 Ascension Trial, Hell Difficulty, becoming the first professional in the universe to clear the Hell Difficulty Ascension Trial, rewarded with Dragon Egg infused with Void Power. National announcement. Due to player I Am Not a Medicine God clearing the Level 20 Upgrade Trial, Hell Difficulty, new maps have been unlocked, Tiger Roar Ridge, Level 20, Boneland, Level 25, Spider Cave, Level 30, and players below Level 20 will receive a temporary 30% experience boost. Immediately after, 2 national announcements rang in his ears. Lin Chen had anticipated this and was not too surprised, but he did not expect that clearing the Hell Difficulty Level 20 Ascension Trial would actually reward him with a pet egg. After level 20, the pet system would be unlocked. However, in the game of gods and demons, pets, like mounts, needed to learn capture techniques in the main city before they could be caught in the wild. The freedom here was extremely high. Any monster encountered, including bosses, could be captured with the technique, though the success rate was quite disheartening. Cases like this, where a pet egg was given directly, were unheard of to Lin Chen. Receiving a dragon egg infused with void power, the name alone suggested it was not simple. After all, dragons were rare in the game of gods and demons. Each one was a terrifying existence. The weakest dragon-type monster Lin Chen knew of was the one in the level 40 dungeon, Dragon's Nest, which could easily take out a level 40 Lord-class Western dragon with a single breath of dragon fire. There was also the sacred level boss, the Azure Dragon, in the East Sea Water Monster dungeon, which shook the heavens. It seemed that the level of this dragon egg would not be low. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This dragon egg was at least on par with the Western dragon. When the time came, With a wave of his hand, a giant dragon would charge forth. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. These ordinary bosses would kneel and call him daddy. Just thinking about it was cool. Lin Chen quickly took out the dragon egg, checking its attributes. A round, smooth egg appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It was about the size of a goose egg, covered in fine scales that felt prickly to the touch. The dragon egg was originally a light blue color, but judging by its name, it seemed to have been infused with void power, with more than half of its surface already turned purple-black. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, platinum, status, hatching, 1 day per 100,000 days. Tip: the dragon egg has the ability to devour. Feeding it items, equipment, potions, materials, can shorten the hatching time and improve its quality. The reduction in hatching time and the probability of quality improvement vary depending on the quality of the fed items. It can actually advance in quality? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed when he first saw that the quality was only platinum. He didn't expect that this dragon egg could devour items to shorten the hatching time and improve its quality. If he fed it the 100-fold enhancement potion he crafted, what quality could it reach? I'll go out first and try it later. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Chen put the dragon egg away. He then quickly moved forward, collecting all the loot that had dropped into his backpack before leaving the trial dungeon. Shortly after Lin Chen left, a massive hand suddenly emerged from the purple rift spanning the sky, reaching out to the giant pit below and grasping at it from afar, revealing strands of wandering golden light within the pit. The power of the gods. So there are still remnants of ancient gods in this world. Interesting. How long has it been since I tasted the blood of an ancient god? Meanwhile, with the sound of 2 national announcements, the entire Great Xia was in an uproar. What's going on? The god of medicine has once again conquered the Hell difficulty advancement trial? Oh my! Just recently, a team failed in Hell difficulty, and the god of medicine soloed it again. Is the gap really that big? No, how can the god of medicine be this fierce? Aren't you missing the point? Isn't the reward the main focus? That's a dragon egg. Dragon egg? Could it be that this game has a pet system? Of course. What game doesn't have a pet system? I bet there will be a mount system and so on later. Everyone was buzzing, discussing the god of medicine's conquest of Hell difficulty. All social media platforms quickly became dominated by this topic, with the top 10 trending searches all related to the god of medicine, the heat unprecedented. I previously posted our Great Xia's level and equipment rankings on the foreign net, and a bunch of people called me a liar, saying they were only level 7 or 8, and it was impossible for anyone to be level 20. Just now, I posted that the god of medicine cleared level 20 Hell mode, and they are bombarding me. Go check it out for a laugh. Ha, aren't you just bullying honest people? This is hilarious. Why didn't you post about us getting a 30% experience boost on the foreign net to make them envious? Are you trying to keep our foreign friends up at night? One particularly popular post shot to the top of the trending list, with many people replying below, expressing envy and jealousy, all transforming into deep pride at that moment. Didn't you say our Great Xia was lagging behind? Didn't you say that even if the gods and demons were on the same starting line, our Great Xia couldn't keep up with your pace? We have the god of medicine. Do you have one? We have a 30% experience boost. Do you have one? Laugh. Why aren't you laughing now? In the command center of the Kyoto division, Hu Xinjian and a group of high-ranking officials sat around the conference table, intensely discussing the god of medicine's conquest of the level 20 advancement trial. Damn! The god of medicine is really fierce. So fierce. How difficult is the Hell difficulty advancement trial? Others have tried it before, and the god of medicine has just conquered the level 20 Hell difficulty advancement trial. It's simply unbelievable. The god of medicine is one of us in Great Xia. We are fortunate to have him. Have you heard of a legend? Whenever our Great Xia faces a crisis or bottleneck, there will always be someone who cannot be measured by common sense, to lead us past the bottleneck, through the crisis, and even lead an era. Don't talk nonsense. But the god of medicine is indeed unbelievably fierce. It's hard to imagine that several military leaders in their 40s and 50s are currently discussing the medicine god with the excitement and fervor of young people in their 20s, their faces animated and spitting words. Sigh. Listening to everyone, Hu Xinjian let out a heavy sigh. Old Hu, why are you sighing? The crowd turned to look at Hu Xinjian, who was seated in the middle, with puzzled expressions. The medicine god is one of their own from the Great Xia and has a good relationship with the military. Why does old Hu look so unhappy? He is indeed very strong. Hu Xinjian rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly, but it is precisely because he is so strong that I can't help but worry. For someone who was at the forefront of an era, it would be a good thing if he could continue like this, but what if he has other intentions? Who among you can stop him? Old Hu, are you saying? Chen Jianxi furrowed his brow, the words on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. But no one present was foolish, they immediately understood Old Hu's meaning, and the atmosphere grew tense. A few exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Old leader, did someone from above say something? At that moment, a bespectacled man sitting close to Hu Xinjian spoke up. Hu Xinjian sighed, to be honest with you, someone from above is very dissatisfied with our progress and our relationship with the medicine god. They demand that we bring the medicine god into the organization and have proposed a choose one policy. If the medicine god is unwilling to join the organization, then, what? Are they crazy? Chen Jianxi's expression changed. He knew best how strong the medicine god was. Forcing him to join the military would only backfire and might even push the medicine god to the opposing side. Forcing such a powerful figure to the other side would undoubtedly cause tremendous social upheaval and create a huge mess. I also think this is inappropriate. Sigh. I knew there would be suspicion. I estimate that even if the medicine god agrees to join the organization, he will be under strict surveillance, and there is even a possibility he could be controlled and treated like a lab rat for research. Old Hu, you must talk to those above. We cannot afford to make an enemy of the medicine god. If it were the past, it would be fine, we could just set a trap and kill him. But now, in this era of universal job changes, if he dies, he can still be resurrected. Trust me, we only have one chance to deal with such a powerful figure. If we really tear our faces, what awaits us will be an unimaginable nightmare. The few of them disagreed with the demands from above, doing so would be akin to playing with fire. Hu Xinjian rubbed his forehead and nodded, I certainly understand. What I worry about most now is that those above will bypass us and send other departments to contact the medicine god. Under the trial tower, Lin Chen did not go to the newly opened map but found an empty space to sit down and took out the dragon egg that had been tainted by the power of the void. Let's try feeding it. He took out a small red potion from his backpack. As soon as the potion bottle touched the dragon egg, it was sucked in with a strong force. A layer of red light emerged from the originally purple and green dragon egg. Lin Chen felt as if the dragon egg had grown a size, and the scale patterns became clearer. Is it finished already? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and checked the dragon egg's attributes again. Dragon egg tainted by the power of the void, platinum, current status, hatching, 1001 days per 100,000 days, current vitality, 99. Seeing that the hatching days had decreased by 1,000 days, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Although he guessed that the 100-fold enhancement potion could shorten the hatching time significantly, a reduction of 1,000 days exceeded his expectations. What does this extra vitality mean? The dragon egg shook slightly, as if responding to Lin Chen or asking for food. Let's try the equipment. Lin Chen shook his head, suppressing his confusion deep inside. However, he did not continue to feed the potion bottle but instead took out the Void Series equipment that had exploded from the Void Mine. These pieces of equipment overlapped with what he was wearing, making replacement unnecessary. Originally intended for sale to the military, he now planned to feed them to the dragon egg to see which would shorten the time more, the equipment or the potions. He picked up a void staff and placed it next to the dragon egg. However, this time, the dragon egg did not quickly devour the void staff. Instead, it gently touched the staff, seemingly disdainful of the food's lack of flavor. Are you going to eat it? If not, then go hungry. Lin Chen frowned and lightly tapped the staff on the dragon egg. Only then did the dragon egg emit a pulling force, sucking the void staff inside, and a faint purple glow appeared on the egg, quickly merging into it. The dragon egg underwent another change, with the purple-black area on the shell spreading a little. Dragon egg infused with void power, platinum, current status, hatching, 1,131 days per 100,000 days, current vitality, 99. The hatching time has only shortened by 130 days, and the vitality hasn't changed at all, but it seems the void power on this dragon egg has thickened a bit? Lin Chen murmured, looking at the dragon egg that was a mix of purple and blue in his hands. He wondered what would happen if the entire dragon egg turned purple-black. Generally speaking, the attributes of void creatures are significantly stronger than those of ordinary creatures of the same level, as vividly demonstrated by the bosses in dungeons. A golden-level void boss can be compared to a platinum-level ordinary boss. The denser the void power, the stronger the combat ability. Theoretically, it should be beneficial. With this thought, Lin Chen directly threw all 8 pieces of void equipment to the dragon egg. Whoosh! 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 All 8 pieces of void equipment were devoured by the dragon egg, and this time the change was even more apparent, with the purple-black area expanding by nearly half an inch, leaving only a palm-sized blue area on the entire dragon egg. Dragon egg infused with void power, platinum, current status, hatching, 2,056 days per 100,000 days, current vitality, 99. Seeing the attributes of the dragon egg, Lin Chen could confirm this time that the equipment would not increase the newly appeared vitality value, that was probably related to the potions. Lin Chen took out a bottle of 100-fold enhancement small red potion and threw it to the dragon egg. The dragon egg shook slightly, and as soon as the small red potion touched it, it was sucked inside, seemingly very fond of this food. As the red mist was absorbed by the dragon egg, Lin Chen glanced at the attributes again. It rose to 198. The newly appeared vitality value indeed increased by 99 points, reaching 198 points. Confirming that the small red potion could increase the dragon egg's vitality, Lin Chen directly took out all the 100-fold enhancement small red potions from his backpack, leaving only a few bottles of 42-fold enhancement small red potions that he planned to sell to the military. Then, Lin Chen began to continuously feed the dragon egg. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 15 bottles, until he fed a total of 18 bottles in one go, and the dragon egg began to shimmer with dazzling white light. Strands of milky white light intertwined, resembling a small cocoon of light. Whoosh! A few minutes later, the white cocoon was completely absorbed by the dragon egg. A purple-black dragon egg, now significantly larger, about the size of a basin, appeared before Lin Chen. At this moment, the scale patterns on the dragon egg became clearer, and Lin Chen could even feel the rich life energy overflowing from the shell. It seemed to be breathing, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, quite different from before. Dragon egg infused with void power, emerald, current status, hatching, 13,056 days per 100,000 days, current vitality, 1180 emerald? The quality has improved. Seeing the dragon egg had turned into emerald quality, Lin Chen stood up from the rocking chair, surprised in his heart. 12 bottles of small red potions have upgraded the dragon egg by 1 grade. Moreover, it seems there's no limit to the number of feedings per day, which means it could be infinitely upgraded. It's even possible to reach the king level, or even the divine level. Just thinking about the possibility of having a pet that could rival the divine level boss, the Azure Dragon, made Lin Chen incredibly excited. He quickly began feeding. Without hesitation, Lin Chen poured all the hundreds of potions from his backpack into the dragon egg. Swish! After feeding 24 bottles of small red potions, the dragon egg was once again enveloped in a white cocoon of light. Dragon egg, diamond, infected by the power of the void current status, hatching, 37,056 days / 100,000 days current vitality, 3564 keep going. After emptying all the small red potions with a 100-fold enhancement, the dragon egg welcomed another upgrade. This time, the cocoon of light was no longer white but transformed into dazzling golden light. Moreover, this cocoon lasted a long time. It wasn't until half an hour later that the golden light gradually faded, revealing a giant dragon egg, half a person tall, in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the giant dragon egg on the ground with excitement, his heart filled with anticipation. Above the diamond level is the lord level, and that fire attribute Western giant dragon is a lord level boss. Check attributes. Dragon egg, lord, infected by the power of the void current status, hatching, 97,056 days / 100,000 days current vitality, 95 for this is already lord level, it's about to hatch. Not long after his joy, Lin Chen began to worry. He still wanted to continue enhancing the quality of the dragon egg. However, the hatching days had already reached over 97,000 days. With just 3 or 4 more bottles of small red potions, the dragon egg would hatch, and 3 or 4 bottles definitely wouldn't be enough to elevate the dragon egg to the next quality. Sigh. Is it destined that I, Lin Chen, cannot have a divine level pet? Indeed, what kind of existence is a divine level creature? Those are ancient holy beasts that have existed since ancient times. How could they become a professional's pet? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling relieved. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. But now, all the small red potions in his backpack had been consumed, and there were still quite a few small blue potions left. He took out a small blue potion, refined it a bit, and threw a bottle to the dragon egg. Let's see if it can enhance vitality like the small red potions. The effect is the same. After the dragon egg devoured the small blue potion, the increased value was the same as with the small red potions. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly fed 3 more small blue potions, shortening the hatching days to today. Dragon egg, lord, infected by the power of the void current status, hatching, 100,000 days / 100,000 days current vitality, 99 for the half-person tall dragon egg shook violently, and dazzling golden light radiated from its shell. In the midst of it, a long shadow seemed to be seen, floating within, wanting to break through the shell to see this colorful world. The dragon egg has reached the hatching conditions. Would you like to hatch it immediately? Yes. Can I choose not to hatch? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, swallowing back the words he was about to say. He had thought that once the dragon egg reached the hatching days, it would automatically hatch, but he didn't expect it to be a free choice. If he chose not to hatch, could he continue to feed it to enhance its quality? Thinking of this, he took out another small blue potion and placed it on the dragon egg. Whoosh! The dragon egg absorbed the small blue potion again. It can still devour. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly checked the attributes of the dragon egg. The vitality had indeed increased again. Hurry and feed. He quickly took everything out of his backpack. While he could still feed, he hurriedly fed more items to see if he could elevate it to another quality. Without hesitation, Lin Chen fed all the small blue potions he had previously stockpiled to the dragon egg. He had refined quite a few small blue potions before, but later found them useless, so they had been gathering dust in his backpack. Now, after refining them, they finally came in handy. A total of 67 bottles of small blue potions were entirely fed to the dragon egg. Buzz! The dragon egg emitted a buzzing sound and shook violently, as if it was about to break out of its shell at any moment. But soon, a golden light enveloped the dragon egg. It quieted down again, beginning to absorb the golden cocoon outside its shell. This time, it took over an hour for the cocoon to be completely absorbed by the eggshell, and the dragon egg was upgraded from Lord level to King level. It was just one level away from the sacred level. Lin Chen opened the auction system and began to shop frantically, purchasing a large quantity of heart-nurturing grass at the auction house. Purchased 199 heart-nurturing grasses. Purchased 263 heart-nurturing grasses. Purchased 79 heart-nurturing grasses. In a wave of crazy shopping, Lin Chen spent over 400 days of tradable lifespan to buy over 1,000 heart-nurturing grasses. All of them were refined into small red potions. Lin Chen controlled the void magic cauldron and began to quickly refine the small red potions. Moreover, after he advanced to the alchemist profession, he broke through the limit of refining only one batch of materials at a time. Now he could refine as many batches as his own level, which meant he could refine 21 batches simultaneously. This greatly improved his efficiency in potion making. Obtain small red potion *21. Obtain small red potion *21. Soon, Lin Chen refined all the heart-nurturing grasses into small red potions. 312 bottles of small red potions were neatly arranged on the ground, their gem-like red color appearing stunning under the sunlight. Without hesitation, he directly picked up the bottles of small red potions and fed them to the dragon egg. The energy required to upgrade from king level to sacred level seemed extraordinarily vast. After feeding 100 bottles, there was not even a ripple of reaction. Feeding 200 bottles only made the dragon egg shake slightly. It wasn't until all 312 bottles of small red potions were consumed that it finally showed some response. The originally pitch-black scale patterns on the eggshell began to shimmer with a hint of golden light, turning into a dark golden color. Not enough? Lin Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. This dragon egg was too greedy. Over 300 bottles of potions seemed to have no effect at all. 300 bottles aren't enough? Then let's go for another 300. He opened the auction system again. Since the price of heart-nurturing grass was not high, he didn't believe this dragon egg could eat him into bankruptcy. Another 300 bottles went down, and the dark golden scale patterns on the dragon egg seemed to come alive, slowly moving across the surface of the eggshell, shining brilliantly. Lin Chen's face darkened as he opened the auction system once more. 300 bottles after another 300. By the end, Lin Chen could no longer remember how many bottles of small red potions he had fed to this dragon egg. In any case, a third of his tradable lifespan had been completely consumed. Finally, after the sky darkened, the dragon egg on the ground finally showed signs of change, with colorful clouds forming around it. This time, the process was even longer. It lasted the entire night, and by the next morning, the shimmering colorful clouds around the dragon egg gradually disappeared. The dragon egg had also grown from being taller than a person to being over a head taller than Lin Chen. Looking at the dragon egg that was half a head taller than him, Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. This was very likely a sacred-level dragon egg. If its attributes weren't impressive, all those potions would have been wasted. Checking the attributes. Dragon egg infused with void power, sacred level, current status, hatching, 100,000 days per 100,000 days, current vitality, 193457, sacred level. It worked. Although he had anticipated it, seeing the words sacred level still made Lin Chen extremely excited. A sacred level pet, who understands the value of that? Just as he was about to hatch the dragon egg, a sudden thought struck him. Is there a higher grade of beings beyond the divine level? Lin Chen quickly shook his head. The divine level was already the noblest bloodline in the world. How could there be beings of a higher grade? Although he thought this way, his hands were not idle as he opened his backpack again. However, at that moment, he found he had no small red potions left. Perhaps it was better to give up. Lin Chen suppressed the idea of continuing to shop. Even if there were higher grades above the divine level, he couldn't afford to raise them. Elevating to the divine level had already cost him 1/3 of his transferable lifespan. If he were to elevate another grade, he might as well give up his life. Oh, how could I forget this? Suddenly, Lin Chen exclaimed lightly, pulling out 3 drops of void blood from his backpack. This material could infuse equipment with void power, and feeding it to the dragon egg should also provide void power. With these 3 drops of void blood, he should be able to completely cover the remaining green area. If it can absorb void equipment, then the void blood should be able to absorb it too, right? He muttered, tentatively placing the 3 drops of void blood on the dragon egg. Instantly, a pulling force emerged, and the dragon egg actually absorbed the 3 drops of void blood. The purple-black area on the egg began to expand, continuously compressing the green area, and in just a moment, it completely covered the green area. The entire dragon egg turned purple-black, with dark golden scales slowly floating on the surface, looking extraordinarily mystical. At that moment, a large amount of purple-black mist suddenly surged from within the dragon egg. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire egg. What's happening? Before Lin Chen could react, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Crack! A thunderclap erupted, and in an instant, the wind began to howl and clouds began to swirl. A mass of dark clouds started to gather, and purple lightning dragons appeared in the clouds, roaring in anger as the dark clouds pressed lower and lower. The black clouds threatened to crush the city. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, then down at the dragon egg wrapped in black mist, his expression filled with uncertainty. What is going on? Boom! In response, a purple lightning bolt struck down. It fell directly from the dark clouds, hitting the dragon egg wrapped in black mist, causing a large amount of purple-black mist to disperse, and a crack appeared on the egg. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly issued an immediate hatching command to the dragon egg. But to his shock, when he focused on the dragon egg, the option to hatch was gone. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down. The cracks on the eggshell multiplied, and at the same time, a terrifying aura spilled out from the cracks, making Lin Chen's heart race. It was as if the beings inside the dragon egg were about to be born, and the dark clouds in the sky thickened even more, with lightning bolts striking down one after another, seemingly trying to obliterate the beings within the dragon egg in their cradle. Just as the lightning struck, the dragon egg exploded with a bang. The eggshell shattered into countless fragments, shooting off into the distance, and a purple-black figure flew out from the shell. Instead of retreating from the descending lightning, it charged towards it at high speed. Roar! Accompanied by a babyish roar, a half-meter-long little black dragon soared into the sky, actually swallowing the lightning bolt that had struck down. It circled in the air and once again raised its head to roar at the dark clouds. Roar the sound was not loud, even somewhat childish. Yet the dense dark clouds seemed to be startled, bizarrely rolling away into the high sky, disappearing without a trace in just a few breaths. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched the dragon egg infected by void power, and obtained the pet Chaos Demon Dragon, Genesis level? Lin Chen was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that divine level beings were not the strongest. There were beings of the Genesis level above them. But soon he became excited because this Genesis level being was the pet he had hatched. Come here. Lin Chen waved at the little black dragon circling in the air. The little black dragon let out a cry and flew over to Lin Chen, circling around him before landing on his palm. Do you want to sign a contract? Once the pet contract is signed, it cannot be changed. Yes. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly chose yes. A golden light emanated from the little black dragon, transforming into a golden rune that merged into its body. Lin Chen felt a similar change occurring within himself, as a golden rune appeared on his forehead and quickly retracted. With the contract signed, he immediately felt a peculiar sensation akin to a blood connection. Awu, the little black dragon, affectionately rubbed against Lin Chen's wrist, its ruby-like eyes filled with trust. Check attributes. Lin Chen couldn't wait to see the attributes of a creation-level pet. This was the first creation-level creature he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. It should be noted that even the Azure Dragon from the East Sea Dragon Palace, which could wipe out a full level 60 team with a single skill, was merely a holy level creature. Chaos Demon Dragon, Creation, current level 1, 0. 0% health, 20,000, mana, infinite, constitution, 2,000, strength, 2,000, agility, 2,000, spirit, 2,000, world-destroying dragon might, talent. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Creation-level creatures can also destroy the world. The Chaos Demon Dragon possesses the strongest bloodline in the universe. Low-level creatures will be suppressed by the bloodline, taking 30% more damage, while damage dealt to the Chaos Demon Dragon is reduced by 30%. Diamond Body, Talent. The Chaos Demon Dragon possesses the strongest physique in the universe, immune to 30% of physical damage, completely immune to magical damage, and gains an all-attribute bonus with each level up. Wind Calling, Skill. The Chaos Demon Dragon summons a hurricane, launching indiscriminate attacks on the target area, dealing 3 times agility and physical damage, and continuously pulling all enemies within the area for 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Rain Summoning, Skill. The Chaos Demon Dragon summons a torrential rain, launching indiscriminate attacks on the target area, dealing 3 times spirit and magical damage, and shattering 20% of the enemy's dual resistance, lasting 10 seconds, with the dual resistance shatter effect lasting 15 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Thunderstorm Control, Skill. The Chaos Demon Dragon summons a thunderstorm, launching indiscriminate attacks on the target area, dealing 3 times spirit and magical damage. Enemies hit by the thunderstorm have a chance to enter a paralyzed state, freezing in place for 1 second, skill duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Source of Darkness, Skill. The Chaos Demon Dragon activates the Void Bloodline within, temporarily increasing all attributes by 10 times, reducing all skill cooldowns by 50%, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 7 days. Holy crap! Seeing the attributes of the Chaos Demon Dragon, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he was shocked by these monstrous attributes. It was important to note that the Chaos Demon Dragon was only level 1, yet its 4-dimensional attributes were so outrageous. If it were at the same level as him, one could only imagine how absurd its attributes would be. And these 4 skills, each dealing triple attribute damage, combined with a 30% damage increase against other creatures, meant it could deal 7,800 damage per second at level 1. Terrifying. No wonder it was a creation-level creature, born as an invincible existence at the same level. Lin Chen felt he wouldn't need to grind monsters anymore. Once the Chaos Demon Dragon's level caught up, it could casually unleash skills in dungeons, and those ordinary monsters would have to kneel and call him daddy. Our Great Xiao's dragon is still more beautiful, and its attributes are much stronger than that Western lizard. Lin Chen looked at the Chaos Demon Dragon coiled in his palm, a smile creeping across his face, finding it more and more pleasing to the eye. It must be said that the Chaos Dragon truly resides in the hearts of the people of the Great Xia. Its 4 powerful claws support its elongated body, covered in a thick layer of purple-black scales. On its fierce dragon head, a pair of dragon horns spirals upward, looking both majestic and handsome. However, it is too small, measuring less than half a meter long. It is still a dragon baby. From now on, I'll call you Little Black, Lin Chen said, patting its little head with a smile. Little Black opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a growl towards Lin Chen, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with the name. Come on, Little Black, let's go to Tiger Roar Ridge and test your combat power. Oh whoa! Little Black flew up, circling around Lin Chen, still wanting to protest. Lin Chen directly ignored Little Black's discontent and quickly walked towards Tiger Roar Ridge. Oh whoa! In the end, it seemed that protesting was useless. Little Black let out a sound of acceptance, swaying its slender body to follow along. The man and the dragon soon disappeared into the forest. At this time, practitioners from various regions had successively completed their promotion trials. With the experience of the Bull Demon King Squad's failure, most practitioners honestly chose the normal mode. Although the process was still bumpy, as long as there were no useless players dragging them down, the normal mode was still quite manageable. After clearing the promotion trial and unlocking the new map, some practitioners became a bit arrogant. Actually, the difficulty of this game is just so. At the beginning, it was a bit hard because I didn't understand the rules, but once you figure out how to play, it's really simple. That's right. At first, leveling from 1 to 2 felt particularly difficult, but now it seems okay. Haven't we reached level 10 in just a few days? I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Medicine God's level hasn't changed for several days. Don't say that, I noticed it too. Ha, I bet he just got lucky and found some bug in the newbie area, which is why he leveled up to 20 so quickly. Now that he's in the new map, the bug can't be used anymore, so he's stuck there. On various social media platforms, people turned into trolls, mocking the Medicine God for not leveling up for 2 days. Naturally, the Medicine God's fans were not having it, and a fierce war of words ensued. However, these fans were also curious about what the Medicine God was actually doing. Once able to level up 10 times in a day, the Medicine God had now been silent for 2 days. Could it really be as those trolls said, that the Medicine God was stuck at level 21? Just as the entire internet was questioning the Medicine God, Lin Chen had already brought Little Black to Tiger Roar Ridge. Level 20 area, Tiger Roar Ridge. As soon as Lin Chen entered the Tiger Roar Ridge area, he heard the roar of a fierce tiger. The sound was deep and powerful, giving a strong sense of intimidation. Soon, a hanging-eyed white-browed tiger appeared not far from the man and the dragon, its majestic body towering over 2 meters high and 3 to 4 meters long. Robust female tiger, level 20. When Lin Chen saw the hanging-eyed white-browed tiger, the large beast also spotted Lin Chen and the little black dragon hovering beside him. Roar! The moment it saw Little Black, the robust female tiger was so frightened that it almost wet itself, suddenly crouching down and letting out an anxious low growl. Go, let me see your combat power, Lin Chen said, hands behind his back, addressing Little Black. Upon hearing this, Little Black shot out like an arrow. The robust female tiger, seeing Little Black flying towards it, immediately let out a low growl as a warning. It wanted to bite this little black creature to death, but its instincts told it not to do so. For some reason, upon seeing this little black creature, its limbs couldn't help but tremble. A voice in its mind urged it to run away immediately, not to stay for even a second. Boom! Little Black opened its mouth and spat out a glob of black phlegm at the robust female tiger. A fireball the size of a fist rushed forward, mercilessly smashing into the robust female tiger. Minus 4,550. This robust female tiger had a total of over 8,000 drops of blood, and with a single ordinary attack, Xiaohei directly took out more than half of it. Roar! The sturdy female tiger let out an angry roar, finally breaking through its inner fear, and pounced toward Xiaohei. Boom! But before it could get close, Xiaohei opened its mouth again and spat out a black flame fireball. The black flame fireball whistled through the air, trailing a long black tail due to the wind, and collided with the charging robust female tiger in mid-air. Minus 3,450. The black flame fireball exploded, instantly clearing the remaining health of the robust female tiger. In fact, this female tiger even owed Xiaohei over 1,000 health points. Woo-woo! The robust female tiger let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, transforming into 2 orbs of light. Kill the robust female tiger, gain 990 experience points. Kill the robust female tiger, gain 1999 pet experience. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has leveled up to level 3. Since Xiaohei was only level 1 and this female tiger was a level 20 monster, Xiaohei could benefit from the experience boost of defeating a higher level opponent. The 1999 experience points directly allowed Xiaohei to level up by 2 levels. Check attributes. Lin Chen opened Xiaohei's attribute panel, curious about the growth potential of a creation level creature. Nickname, Xiaohei Race, Chaos Demon Dragon, Creation, Current Level, Level 3, 8. 12% Health Points, 40,000 Magic Points, Infinite Constitution, 4,000 Strength, 4,000 Agility, 4,000 Spirit, 4,000? Seeing Xiaohei's attributes, Lin Chen was frozen in place. What the hell? Leveling up by 1 gives 1,000 points to all attributes? Is this the growth potential of a creation level creature? To know, ordinary professionals only gain 5 free attribute points for leveling up. The gap is too huge. If Xiaohei reaches level 100, it could have a total of 100,000 attributes in its bare form. 100,000 points in Constitution means 1 million drops of blood. Don't think that this health bar isn't thick enough. Although that Void Devourer has 200,000 drops of blood, it only has high Constitution attributes, and its attack power isn't that impressive. But Xiaohei has all attributes. Not only can its health reach 1 million, but its attack power can also reach an astonishing 200,000. What does this represent? This means that even if Xiaohei doesn't use skills and just uses an ordinary attack to spit out black phlegm, other level 100 professionals wouldn't be able to handle it. Too abnormal. Xiaohei, let me see your world-destroying skills. Lin Chen was extremely excited. This was his pet. With this divine pet, plus his exclusive potions as the god of medicine, even if the true void descended, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Hearing Lin Chen's command, Xiaohei let out a howl and flew deep into Tiger Roar Ridge. Lin Chen hurriedly followed, and together, they charged in. Xiaohei was incredibly fierce. After reaching level 3, it could directly one-shot ordinary mobs. In just a few minutes, they stood at the deepest part of Tiger Roar Ridge. A giant fierce tiger was pacing in its territory when it suddenly sensed a fear from the depths of its soul and abruptly looked up. There, it saw a person and a dragon charging towards it rapidly. Roar! The giant tiger, half purple-black and half pure white, let out an angry roar, suppressing the fear from the depths of its soul, and lunged fiercely at Lin Chen. Silver-striped Tiger King, Platinum level 25 at the same time, with the roar of the Tiger King that could shatter gold and stone, a dozen robust female tigers suddenly refreshed around, all charging towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly took out a bottle of poison thistle potion and a bottle of steel potion. But he didn't use it immediately, just in case. Release skill, summon the wind. Lin Chen commanded Xiao He, who immediately spiraled up into the sky and let out a dragon's roar unlike any before. In the next moment, a whirlwind with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the silver-striped Tiger King and the dozen or so robust female tigers it had summoned. A series of red numbers floated up in the whirlwind. -8,000, -8,000, -19,500, -8,000. With 10 times the agility damage, Xiao He, already at level 4, could deal a maximum of 19,500 damage per second. In the blink of an eye, all the miscellaneous monsters were killed instantly, except for the boss, the silver-striped Tiger King, whose health bar was rapidly decreasing. Just 2 seconds later, the silver-striped Tiger King let out a mournful cry and crashed to the ground. Incredibly strong. Lin Chen was overjoyed. With Xiao He farming monsters, as long as the monsters weren't ridiculously strong, he wouldn't need to intervene at all. Xiao He could take them all down by itself. Sweeping through. After finishing off the Tiger Roar Ridge, Lin Chen turned his attention to the other 2 new areas. That day, the 3 new areas, Tiger Roar Ridge, Boneyard, and Spider Cave, were in chaos. It was either windy or raining, or there were thunderstorms and poison clouds. The monsters in the 3 areas were terrified, not knowing what was happening, thinking the apocalypse was upon them. Lin Chen's experience bar was rapidly rising in this overwhelming monster farming mode. 3 hours later, the Bone Lady met a tragic end under the thunderstorm clouds, disintegrating into a pile of skeletons. Kill the Bone Lady, Platinum, gain 2,000 experience. Kill the Bone Lady, Platinum, gain 188 days of tradable lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 23. Ding! Your pet Xiao He has reached level 10. Xiao He is level 10. Lin Chen was even happier about Xiao He reaching level 10 than about his own level 23. Although the drop rate in high-level areas has decreased, the attributes of these items are really good. Lin Chen looked at the 10 or so pieces of equipment in his backpack, grinning from ear to ear. These were all tradable lifespans. As soon as they were listed in the auction system, they would be snatched up in less than 3 minutes. At this rate, wouldn't he achieve immortality? Unexpectedly, what the ancient emperor could not accomplish in his lifetime, I have completed. Let's take stock and see if there's anything suitable for me to wear. This void set can be directly melted down. Lin Chen muttered softly. He had a sacred fusion stone that could merge the set together. The fused set would inherit 100% of the original familiarity, occupying only 1 slot while retaining the original set's attributes. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately took Xiao He back to Main City 001, heading straight for the weapon shop. He couldn't handle the set fusion himself. He needed to find the weapon master at the weapon shop. Soon, Lin Chen returned to Main City 001. The weapon shop was a large establishment, and at the entrance stood a beautiful NPC named Lu Qianqian, whose skirt barely reached her thighs. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she immediately bowed and said, "Welcome to the Linglong Pavilion. May I ask if you are here to purchase equipment or to fuse equipment?" "Fuse equipment," Lin Chen replied. Lu Qianqian gestured for him to follow and nodded, saying, "Then I will take you to find Master Shangguan." Entering the Linglong Pavilion, a variety of equipment greeted the eye. Almost all the equipment Lin Chen had previously obtained was displayed here, including the twisted trench chest armor, the stone monster's source of magic, and the equipment he had acquired today, though the prices were quite steep. Passing through the display area and descending the stairs to the basement, an old NPC with graying hair stood with his hands behind his back next to a massive furnace. "Master Shangguan, this customer wants to fuse equipment. This is our shop's weapon master, Mr. Shangguan," Lu Qianqian said with a smile as she introduced the two, then left. "You want to fuse equipment?" Shangguan Feihong asked softly, looking at the furnace, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Just one glance, and his eyes widened. He suddenly rushed closer to Lin Chen and exclaimed, "Equipment infused with void power. And it's a complete set. Where did you get this equipment?" As he spoke, Shangguan Feihong was so excited that he was spitting everywhere. This was Lin Chen's first time coming here to fuse equipment. What was so special about this void equipment? In his previous life, he had only focused on concocting potions for Lin Shishir, prioritizing her and Su Chun for any equipment, and if there were any extras with decent attributes, they would be sold by Lin Shishir for tradable lifespan. He could only wear the leftover junk equipment, and if it weren't for needing him to concoct potions, Lin Shishir and the others wouldn't even want to take him along for monster hunting. So he had never been to the weapon shop before and didn't understand what was so special about fusing equipment. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Chen looked at Shangguan Feihong and said, "You don't need to worry about where I got it, just tell me if this set of equipment can be fused." "It can. Of course, it can." Shangguan Feihong's face was flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. muttering to himself about how he never expected to see a complete set of void equipment in his lifetime, and that he could fuse it into a set. "Hand the equipment over to me. Will you take off the equipment and hand it to the weapon master Shangguan Feihong?" "Yes." Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly took off the equipment, leaving only a set of short sleeves and shorts underneath. As soon as Shangguan Feihong received the complete set of void equipment, he immediately activated the giant furnace, continuously mumbling about how this was worth it in his lifetime. Watching as Shangguan Feihong tossed each piece of equipment into the furnace, Lin Chen was just about to take out the holy level fusion stone when he saw Shangguan Feihong pull out an ordinary fusion stone from somewhere and throw it in. Bang! He closed the furnace door, and the high temperature ground fire erupted, starting to heat the furnace. Shangguan Feihong's face was filled with tension and anticipation, his eyes fixed on the furnace. Although he couldn't see anything, it seemed as if he could see through the furnace and see the void set inside. Buzz! The furnace trembled slightly, and the temperature around it rose higher and higher. 5 minutes later, the furnace suddenly let out a muffled bang, and the furnace door was blown open. A thick cloud of black smoke rushed out, instantly engulfing Shangguan Feihong. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not too close and managed to dodge the black smoke attack in time. Whoosh! 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 The basement's fire suppression system activated, quickly sucking out the black smoke. Shangguan Feihong, with his hair standing on end and his face covered in soot, stared at the blown-open furnace door and muttered, "How could this happen? Why did the furnace explode? Why did the fusion fail? Why did the fusion fail?" Lin Chen was slightly startled and looked inside the furnace through the door. Several pieces of void equipment lay calmly inside, undamaged, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Old sir, what's going on? Are you capable or not?" He was somewhat speechless. How could this old man not be capable? How could he fail to fuse a piece of equipment? Fortunately, the equipment is undamaged, but strange. How could this happen? How? "I know." Shangguan Feihong ignored Lin Chen, continuing to mutter to himself. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, turned around, grabbed Lin Chen's arm, and shouted, "I know. I figured it out. It's the fusion stone's problem. This is void equipment, infused with void power. An ordinary fusion stone can't melt the void power contained within. Young man, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I can't fuse this equipment." He looked at Lin Chen and sighed helplessly, shaking his head. "I just remembered, my master once told me that the power of the void does not belong to our world, and equipment containing the power of the void cannot be fused with ordinary fusion stones. It must be done with the legendary Holy Fusion Stone. But the Holy Fusion Stone, such a top-tier item, only exists in legends. Even I, an old man, have only heard of it from my master and seen it in books. You should give up on this idea. Alas! What a pity, what a pity." Shangguan Feihong's face was full of regret and helplessness. It was not easy to see a complete set of void equipment, yet he couldn't fuse them to their final state. It was truly a shame. If he could fuse them into a real set, his reputation in the forging world would rise significantly. Holy Fusion Stone? Upon hearing Shangguan Feihong's words, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this thing in his backpack? How could it only exist in legends? Thinking of this, he directly took out the holy level fusion stone, holding the green gem in his palm and asking, "Old sir, is this the holy fusion stone you mentioned?" "I've never seen a holy fusion stone, you." Shangguan Feihong looked disdainful, but when he turned to look at Lin Chen and saw the green gem in his hand, he froze in place. Even the words that were on the tip of his tongue could not be spoken at that moment. "This is..." After a moment, Shangguan Feihong snatched the green gem from Lin Chen's hand. He examined it closely for a long time before finally looking up at Lin Chen, then back at the green gem in his hand, repeating this several times before staring wide-eyed and saying, "This is the Holy Fusion Stone? No, little brother, who exactly are you? Where did you get this fusion stone?" Shangguan Feihong's worldview was about to collapse. Who was this guy in front of him? Not only was he wearing the strongest void set of the same level, but he also had a gem that even he and his master had only seen once. Incredible! He never expected that today he would not only see a complete set of void equipment but also a holy fusion stone that was rarely seen in 100 years. Now he was going to use this fusion stone to fuse the entire set of void equipment into a real set. Before Lin Chen could speak, Shangguan Feihong's excitement dispelled his doubts. "You wait, I'll fuse the set for you right now." With a grand wave of his hand, Shangguan Feihong ran towards the furnace like a madman, not even bothering to tidy himself up. Soon, the furnace was activated again. This time, the vibrations were clearly different from the last. Although the frequency was high, it was not violent. Another 5 minutes passed. Bang! A crisp sound came from the furnace, and Shangguan Feihong's eyes lit up. It worked. Ignoring the high temperature of the furnace, he directly opened the furnace door and reached in to pull out the void set that had already fused into one, along with the holy level fusion stone, making Lin Chen involuntarily tense up. Truly a master of weapons, Iron Hand. How much? Lin Chen asked. Shangguan Feihong gazed obsessively at the set in his hand, which resembled a purple gem, and waved his hand, as expected of the strongest void equipment of the same level. This is definitely the best masterpiece of my life. Talking about money is too vulgar, I only have one request. After saying this, he looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes, raising a finger and saying, "You must engrave my name on the set." Of course. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. After receiving Lin Chen's agreement, Shangguan Feihong immediately raised his hand and began to carve on the gem, using his finger as a knife to inscribe his name on the purple gem. Lin Chen watched in astonishment. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Hadn't he just seen the man reach into a furnace with temperatures of several thousand degrees? It wasn't surprising that Iron Hand could use his finger as a knife. "Little brother, here you go." After carving the inscription, Shangguan Feihong handed the purple gem to Lin Chen. Beginner Void Set, Blue All Attributes plus 90, Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 30, Dual Resistance plus 200, Movement Speed plus 100, Gain 100 Adaptive Attack Power, Attached Skill, Void Shuttling, Additional Effect, Void Slayer, when worn with Void Weapons, requires level 10 or above. Void Shuttling, ignore terrain to shuttle to any position within 10 meters, cooldown, 60 seconds. Void Slayer, 30% damage reduction from void monsters, 10% increased damage to enemies. If the enemy is a void monster, damage increases by 30%. The completed set looks like a piece of purple gem. However, this gem contains all the attributes of 5 pieces of equipment and can ignore wearing positions. Normally, each class can wear 12 pieces of equipment, which are wrist guards, gloves, clothing, armor, belts, leg guards, shoes, necklaces, rings, masks, helmets, crowns, capes, and weapons, not including artifacts. Moreover, each has a fixed position. Wrist guards can only be worn on the wrists and cannot be worn elsewhere. But the set is different. It can be worn in any of the 12 positions. Thank you, old sir. Lin Chen cupped his fists and wore the purple gem on his wrist. I should be the one thanking you. The old man waved his hand, smiling as he sent Lin Chen out, and Lu Chanshan was astonished at the sight. How could someone as proud as Master Feihong personally see someone off to the door? And he seemed reluctant to part with him. Little brother, if you have any more void equipment in the future, remember to come find me. Shangguan Feihong's favorability towards you plus 50. Shangguan Feihong's favorability towards you plus 30. Current favorability, 80. Oh, it even increased favorability? But this old man had no favorability towards him before. Lin Chen smiled and did not look back. He just raised his arm and waved, turning a corner to a secluded place, and he opened his backpack again. Now, aside from the wrist guard and weapon, the other equipment slots were empty. He picked a few scraps from the backpack to wear. Having higher attributes was always better. Silver Striped Fierce Tiger King's leather armor, green constitution plus 100, reduces the damage of the next attack by 1% when attacked, can stack up to 5 times, requires level 20 or above. Trash, no thanks. Just a glance at the attributes, Lin Chen directly tossed it into the corner of the backpack. The panel attributes of the silver-striped Fierce Tiger King's leather armor only showed 100 points of constitution. As for the damage reduction that could stack, it seemed okay at first glance. But upon closer inspection, it was just a pile of rubbish. Reducing the next damage by 1% when attacked, and needing to stack 5 times to reach 5%, meant he would have to be attacked 6 times to fully stack the damage reduction. With the insane attributes of monsters in the God and Demon War, by the time the damage reduction was fully stacked, how much health would he have lost? What use was a 5% damage reduction then? This was still a level 20 piece of equipment, simply the trashiest of the trash. Silver Striped Fierce Tiger King's Tiger Tooth Dagger only adds 80 points of strength? And 5% increased damage? Trash. Bone Demon's Bone Armor. 80 points of dual resistance, 50 points of constitution, not even as good as my void bone armor. Trash. Bone Demon's Hand Bone Staff. A mage weapon. Trash. Bone Lady's Skeleton Mask. Adds 100 points of constitution. Oh, this one's not bad. After tossing 4 or 5 pieces of equipment into the corner, he finally found one with decent attributes. The Skeleton Mask of Lady White Bones. Blue increases constitution by 100 points, allows temporary transformation into Lady White Bones while hiding code names and titles. After transformation, 100% of original attributes are inherited. Transformation lasts for 50 seconds, cooldown time, 1 hour. This transformation skill is quite interesting. If used well, it might yield unexpected results. Let's put it on. It's ugly, but it's passable. As he donned the skeleton mask of Lady White Bones, a mask made of human skulls appeared on his face, making him look like a skeleton from the front, extremely eerie. Continue. The spider silk robe of the spider fairy. It's also acceptable. This spider silk glove of the spider fairy can work too. Lin Chen looked at a few other pieces of equipment. The attributes of the gear dropped from the spider cave were decent, stronger than those from Tiger Roar Ridge and the Bone Land. The spider silk robe of the spider fairy, blue constitution plus 150, absorbs 10% of incoming magical damage and stores it as energy. When energy storage reaches 100%, a shield that can withstand the next magical damage is granted. The spider silk glove of the spider fairy, blue constitution plus 100, dual resistance plus 30. The attributes are quite simple, and the panel values are also acceptable. After equipping them, Lin Chen's appearance changed, a long robe appeared on him, and he wore pristine white gloves. His previously ordinary hands looked much more slender and elongated with the gloves on. He tossed the remaining equipment into a corner, preparing to sell them at the auction house later. Hey, young hero, what are you doing here? At that moment, a pleasant and familiar voice came from behind Lin Chen. He paused slightly and instinctively turned around. There stood Shangguan Feishue, clad in silver armor and carrying a longsword at her waist. Upon seeing Lin Chen turn around, she smiled slightly, her worried expression lightening considerably. What a coincidence, Lord City Master. Lin Chen nodded at Shangguan Feishue and smiled. Are you out for a stroll, Lord City Master? Shangguan Feishue shook her head and sighed. A mining site outside the city was attacked a few days ago. Someone heard terrifying screams coming from within the mine. I have sent the city guard to investigate, but they have lost contact as well. It's truly concerning. Ding. Task triggered, bloodstained mine. Task description. A mining site outside the city was attacked a few days ago. Someone heard terrifying screams coming from within the mine. The Lord City Master sent the city guard to investigate, but they have lost contact. Please head to the mine as soon as possible to investigate and rescue the city guard trapped in the tunnels. Task reward, 300 days of transferable lifespan. Do you accept the bloodstained mine task? Only 300 days of transferable lifespan as a reward? Lin Chen frowned upon seeing the task reward. Shangguan Feishue was the city master of Main City 001 and had even given him a pharmacy shop. Helping the city master is naturally good, but this task reward is too disappointing. It's purely a waste of time. He might as well brew potions at home or level up in the Bone Land and Spider Cave. Just casually dropping a piece of equipment would yield more than this amount of transferable lifespan. However, he hadn't heard of this task instance before and didn't know its level. If it were a high-level instance, it might be worth a visit. After all, with NPC tasks, the dropped items belong to the players. I haven't heard of a task instance called Bloodstained Mine before. Should we go take a look? Lin Chen muttered quietly. At that moment, Shangguan Feishue suddenly spoke. I already told them that this reward wouldn't attract anyone to take on the task. Young hero, could you help me check out that mine? I will personally gift you a treasure as a token of my gratitude. Ding. Trigger task, Bloodstained Mine. Task description. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked. Someone heard chilling screams coming from within the mine. The lord of the city dispatched the city guard to investigate, but they lost contact as well. Please head to the mine as soon as possible to investigate and rescue the city guards trapped in the tunnels. Task reward, 300 days of tradable lifespan, Bright Moon Pearl, Red. Do you accept the Bloodstained Mine task? Seeing the softly glowing pearl in Shangguan Feishue's hand, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat tempted. The Bright Moon Pearl is a treasure of red quality. Treasures are different from equipment, they are rare in the struggle between gods and demons, mostly being functional items. The Bright Moon Pearl, for instance, is a treasure that can illuminate the night. As long as it is worn in the treasure slot, it will automatically appear in dark environments and emit a gentle moonlight, driving away the darkness like a full moon for the wearer. It is equivalent to a smart, large-area flashlight, which is quite useful. Alright, I'll take the task. Lin Chen nodded and reached out, saying, but I need the Bright Moon Pearl first, it will come in handy in the mine. Of course. Shangguan Feishue reached out and took out a snow-white pearl. Bright Moon Pearl, red treasure-type equipment, pine trees on the mountain face 1,000 layers of green, a pearl that dots the heart of the waves. When worn, it dispels darkness within a radius of 100 meters for the wearer and increases vision by 10%. No level restriction. After receiving the Bright Moon Pearl, Lin Chen directly wore it. The pearl disappeared from sight, but a nearly transparent full moon appeared behind him. During the day, it was hardly noticeable unless looked at closely, only at night would it emit a gentle moonlight, illuminating the darkness. Moreover, this item had the effect of enhancing vision. After wearing it, Lin Chen clearly felt that he could see farther and more clearly. Ding! The task location has been marked for you. The system's prompt sounded, marking a red exclamation point on an unexplored area of the map. Unexplored areas are covered by war fog, making nothing visible on the map. Alright, I'm setting off now. Lin Chen looked at Shangwan Feishui and smiled. Shangwan Feishui's frown eased a bit, then I'll leave it to you, young hero. Shangwan Feishui's favorability towards you +5, current favorability, 70, can this also increase favorability? Lin Chen thought to himself, then waved his hand and quickly returned to the manor. Shangwan Feishui also waved her hand, watching Lin Chen leave, her previously anxious heart now much more at ease. If the young hero can sweep through the hell-level void dungeon, he should be able to bring the victims out. Shangwan Feishui's favorability towards you +5. Lin Chen naturally did not know Shangwan Feishui's thoughts. Seeing the inexplicable increase of 5 favorability points, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this NPC really captivated by my handsome appearance and mature charm? Back at the manor, Lin Chen entered the exclusive space of the medicine god. After 2 days of propagation, the 3 types of herbs each occupied a large area of the herb garden, growing lushly, even more so than outside. The more there are, the faster they propagate. Later, it will increase exponentially. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the propagation effect of this personal space, it was equivalent to being able to refine the world-destroying orchid infinitely without worrying about insufficient raw materials. Unfortunately, the number of herb gardens in the personal space is limited, and that wish tree still occupies 1 plot. Roughly calculated, the remaining 9 plots could only plant about 300 herbs. About 1 plot can hold 40 herbs. First, I'll refine 2 bottles of world-destroying orchid for backup. Lin Chen quickly gathered the 3 types of raw materials, preparing to refine the world-destroying orchid. Since he had only planted 3 of both the orchid vine and the other shore flower, after 3 days of propagation, he had 24 of each, enough for a maximum of 2 bottles of world-destroying orchid. The shadow blight grass had already filled an entire patch of medicinal herbs. Lin Chen directly harvested 36 stalks, leaving an equal number of the 3 types of herbs. Refining. Lin Chen controlled the void magic cauldron, sucking all 54 stalks of herbs inside. A few minutes later, the cauldron shook violently, and 2 bottles of world-ending ghost orchid flew out from within. Items obtained: world-ending ghost orchid *2, obtained 1 evolution point, another evolution point gained. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The exclusive formula for the medicine god had a high probability of granting evolution points. It was almost as if it was given for free. This time, Lin Chen did not evolve his alchemy mastery skill but instead used the evolution points on his gathering skill. His gathering skill was still too weak, only able to collect materials within a meter in front of him, with a maximum limit of 5 materials at a time. When encountering large patches of herbs outside, it would take a long time, and he was unsure how much efficiency would improve with 1 evolution. Gathering skill black iron 1, current points, 0, gathering skill black iron 1, collect materials within 2 meters in front, maximum of 10 materials, cooldown time 5 seconds. The skill effect has also increased by 2 times. Lin Chen was very happy. Currently, the potion's 104 times amplification was sufficient, so he decided to enhance his gathering skill, which would greatly improve efficiency. He then checked the potions in his backpack. The last time he fed the dragon egg, he had consumed a lot of potions. Opening the auction system, he began to shop. He refined 100 bottles each of Big Red Potion, Chaos Potion, and Corrosion Potion, triggering the Wishful Empty Hand 78 times, gaining an additional 78 bottles of potions. Unfortunately, the raw materials for the Poison Thorn Potion were too rare, and he didn't buy many, only refining 50 bottles. I need to refine more world-ending ghost orchids. With so many potions, I only got 1 evolution point. Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and used the evolution points on his gathering skill again, increasing the collection range to 4 meters. The Wishful Empty Hand had already been triggered 92 times. With 8 more, it could be upgraded. Everything was developing in a flourishing direction. Lin Chen was in a great mood and decided to set off immediately to explore the blood-stained mine task. However, just as he stepped out of the city gate, a group of uniformed individuals approached him. There were 3 people at the forefront, 1 in a police uniform and the other 2 in gray jackets, their demeanor suggesting they were not ordinary people. The 3 looked at the code above Lin Chen's head, confirming they had the right person before showing their credentials. Hello, medicine god, I've long admired your name. The name of the medicine god is indeed well known. Seeing you today is truly extraordinary. I wonder if the medicine god has time to chat with us back in the city.